Su Yuan found himself reborn in a world of cultivation, where the path to immortality was fraught with challenges, lacking talent, resources, and connections. Fortunately, he activated a system that granted him astonishing attributes. Work and rest in harmony. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the more effective your cultivation becomes, enhancing results by tenfold or even 100-fold. Natural law. You can comprehend the Tao from the wonders of nature, a divine attribute leading to continuous enlightenment. 7 stars shining brightly. Communicate with the Big Dipper. Beneath the stars, all is your domain. Each attribute was remarkable, propelling him forward at an astonishing pace. While others toiled in their cultivation, Su Yuan leisurely enjoyed roasted meat and the pleasures of life, accumulating rest time, and when he finally cultivated, he experienced exponential growth. While others pondered the Tao, Su Yuan perused miscellaneous texts, gathering inspiration and waiting for the moment of enlightenment, ready to leap forward. While others endured physical trials, Su Yuan gazed at the starry sky, absorbing the boundless starlight to enhance his strength. While others meticulously honed their skills, Su Yuan immersed himself in fishing, appearing modest yet mastering numerous crafts to earn money swiftly. Su Yuan embarked on a path of cultivation that would never lead him back. Engaging in steady practice, he would endure until the end of time, becoming invincible in the world. Chapter 1. The System Demands My Fame. Qijue Zone, Xianxia Valley. A new batch of seedlings was brought in from various ascension cities to undergo 3 months of enlightenment training before being allocated to different peaks within the sect. Those ranked in the top 50 would become inner disciples, the top 200 would become outer disciples, and the remaining would serve as miscellaneous workers. Thousands of 14 and 15-year-old youths gathered in a square, the whispers of conversation constantly reaching Su Yuan's ears. Su Yuan gazed around at the diverse attire of the youths. Some were dressed in finery, while others wore tattered garments, and the differences in their demeanor were striking. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Su Yuan posed these existential questions, and a flood of memories surged into his mind, causing a slight pain in his head. After a while, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had indeed traversed into a world of cultivation. A wave of excitement and exhilaration surged within Su Yuan. His lifelong desire had been to attain immortality and master magnificent celestial arts. Yet he also understood the perilous nature of the cultivation realm. From his memories, he learned that on the journey to Qijue Zone, he had already faced 2 calamities, an attack by a ferocious beast and an encounter with bandits. It was said that some seedlings had perished before even arriving at the sect, highlighting the dangers of this world. Just as Su Yuan was sorting through his memories, the crowd suddenly fell silent. He looked up in surprise. He saw an old Taoist who had arrived unannounced, soaring gracefully on his sword. With an ethereal presence and flowing hair, he resembled a transcendent sage. Su Yuan's eyes glimmered with eagerness. This was true flight. The old Taoist alighted on the platform, gently stroking his beard with a serene smile. I am the master of Xianxia Valley, here to activate the qi-attracting formation for you, to assist you in embarking on the path of cultivation. Sit down immediately and prepare to enter meditation and focus on your practice. So direct? Su Yuan noticed all the youths finding their cushions to sit upon, and he promptly followed suit. As he pondered how to attract qi, the Taoist produced a whisk, and with a flourish, thousands of strands of spiritual light descended upon the crowd. Su Yuan felt a spark of that spiritual light enter his brow, followed by a method for attracting qi and entering the refinement stage flooding into his mind, and he memorized it all in an instant. Such a technique left Su Yuan in awe. This was the art of cultivation. Qi-attracting formation, activate. The elder gestured, and colorful lights began to rise around the square, enveloping the entire area. Columns of colorful, translucent light descended, perfectly encasing each seedling. Su Yuan felt the surroundings grow eerily quiet, as if the sounds of wind and birds had vanished, and his mind cleared. Burn the qi-attracting incense. Then, the elder waved his hand again, producing 12 long incense sticks that ignited without flame. With a flick of his sleeve, he accurately placed the incense into the 12 pillars surrounding the square, and an aromatic fragrance began to waft throughout the area. Su Yuan was utterly amazed. When he regained his composure, he noticed that many youths had already closed their eyes and were attempting to draw qi into their bodies. I shall begin as well. Su Yuan quickly shut his eyes, following the method for drawing qi in his mind to enter a meditative state. However, he struggled to calm his thoughts at first. Fortunately, the fragrant qi soon permeated the air, and he unknowingly entered a state of meditation. In the depths of darkness, He followed the chi-attracting method to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the void, he seemed to glimpse small dots of red, green, and pale gold. He called out to these points several times, and they moved slightly before remaining still, seemingly reluctant to approach Su Yuan. Before he could successfully summon these small lights closer, he noticed the darkness dissipate, and he awakened. Confused, Su Yuan opened his eyes to find that the chi-attracting incense on the 12 pillars had already burned out. As he looked ahead, he saw that a dozen youths had gathered behind the elder, curiously observing those still seated in meditation. The standing ones were likely the disciples who had successfully drawn chi into their bodies. Rest for a moment before proceeding to the second round of meditation and chi attraction, the master of the valley calmly announced before closing his eyes in silence. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan immediately recalled the sensations he had just experienced. He had sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and now it was time to absorb that energy into his body. I made an incorrect choice just now. I should have opted for only one type of absorption, focusing my efforts. The red light should represent fire attribute spiritual energy, the pale gold signifies metal attribute, and the green corresponds to wood attribute. Which one should I choose for absorption? After careful contemplation, Su Yuan determined that the wood attribute was indeed his choice. Based on his reading experiences from his previous life, fire attribute spiritual energy is typically quite volatile and difficult to control, while metal attribute energy is sharp and obstinate, making absorption challenging. The wood attribute spiritual energy, however, strikes a perfect balance. It possesses vitality without being overly exuberant and is more harmonious with life. In just a moment, the elder calmly announced, "All right, the second round begins." With a wave of his sleeve, he inserted 12 guiding incense into the pillars once more. Su Yuan immediately closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Soon, he found himself once again in that realm of darkness, where he discerned the red, green, and yellow light points once more. Without hesitation, he concentrated his mind and called out to the green light point. Under his spiritual guidance, those green light points slowly drifted toward him. Remaining calm, Su Yuan did not allow excitement to break his meditative state. He gently guided the energy. Before long, several green light points made contact with him. Instantly, a refreshing sensation began at his forehead, coursing down his meridians, ultimately settling in his lower abdomen, where the coolness transformed into a warm sensation, filling Su Yuan with joy. Have I succeeded? Su Yuan suddenly found himself back in the light. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the elder smiling at him. Stunned, Su Yuan promptly bowed and said, "Su Yuan greets the Valley Master." The elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed, you are the 299th disciple to successfully absorb spiritual energy. Considering your spiritual route, you have progressed quite rapidly, and your comprehension is satisfactory. Please stand at the back." "Yes." Su Yuan performed a respectful gesture and obediently walked to the back. Behind the elder had gathered nearly 300 individuals, arranged in 6 rows. The first row, consisting of 50 youths, exhibited clear signs of arrogance, confidence, and pride. In the second row, the disciples displayed joy but also a hint of impatience, frequently glancing at those in the first row. The third row of disciples appeared noticeably more relaxed, devoid of any anxiety. The fourth row showed mild happiness, but still bore traces of gravity and unease. In contrast, the fifth and sixth rows exhibited blatant anxiety and discomfort. Su Yuan understood the reason. In 3 months, there would be a cultivation assessment, with the top 50 qualifying for entry into the inner sect, while the top 200 would gain entry into the outer sect. Although this was merely the beginning, the absorption of spiritual energy already hinted at individual aptitude and comprehension, factors that would influence cultivation. This initial ranking might closely resemble the final standings. Su Yuan found himself at the end of the 6th row, wearing a frown. He gazed toward the disciples still in meditation, sighing inwardly. He had indeed taken a clever shortcut, but his actual cultivation talent might rank even lower. As such, becoming a miscellaneous disciple seemed inevitable. However, being a miscellaneous disciple was disheartening. Not only did it involve endless labor, but the benefits were scant. A disciple from the 5th row, if lucky, might squeeze into the top 200, while he being second to last in the 6th row was practically doomed to remain distant from the outer sect. What would he do? Ding! Reputation value 1. Su Yuan widened his eyes, staring at the fleeting text prompt before him. Reputation value? He quickly glanced at the others, especially the Valley Master, and noticed that the Valley Master had not detected his anomaly. After confirming that the surrounding disciples showed no signs of disturbance, Su Yuan cautiously sought the source of the recent change. Soon, he beheld a system panel in his mind. Name, Yuan. Region, Chinkadalu. Level, unknown, 1/100. Realm, Chi refining stage 1, 0 out of 100. Entry 1, awaiting selection. Entry 2, awaiting unlocking. Yuan was taken aback. He felt somewhat bewildered upon seeing the title in the level section. Could this system upgrade be reliant on reputation? Fame can be a double-edged sword. In the realm of cultivation, the more renowned one becomes, the quicker one meets their demise. Without solid strength, fame merely leads to an untimely end. System, could you possibly explain? His inquiry received no response. Evidently, this system lacked intelligence. Yuan attempted to touch entry 1. In an instant, 3 segments of text materialized before him. Glancing around to ensure no one had noticed his anomaly, he began to scrutinize the information closely. Choose one entry. Late blooming. Your fate is one of late blooming. As you approach the end of your lifespan, your cultivation speed increases, and your breakthrough probability rises significantly. Work-life balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the better the cultivation effects. Swordsmanship genius. You possess a remarkable talent for sword practice. Your swordsmanship training accelerates, and your comprehension improves. 3 options. Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The first option is quite appealing. What is the most arduous aspect of cultivation? Is it the speed of cultivation? No, it is breaking through bottlenecks. Late blooming inherently includes the effect of overcoming such barriers and significantly enhances one's chances of doing so. It can be said that if one can steadily survive until the end of their lifespan, breakthroughs become trivial matters. However, in the realm of cultivation, how many among 10 can live until the end of their lifespan? This entry is promising, but it is too late game. The third option is also commendable. Sword cultivation is a prestigious path in the cultivation realm, excelling in attack power and speed. Yet, sword cultivation always evokes a sense of fragility and a short-lived existence. Moreover, this entry cannot yield results in the early stages, as he would be unable to begin spell cultivation for a long time. The foundational techniques are paramount in the initial phase. His pressing desire was to attain the status of an outer sect disciple. He did not wish to toil excessively, having already been a beast of burden in his previous life. Therefore, he chose the second entry, work-life balance. Work-life balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest periods, the better the cultivation effects. This entry is perfect, providing benefits for early-stage cultivation while also enhancing spell cultivation in the mid-game. It should aid in breaking through bottlenecks as well, allowing for some leniency, a most suitable choice for his initial stages. After he mentally selected the second entry, the other entries vanished, and work-life balance appeared on the system panel. Chapitre 2, Selecting Cultivation Technique. 2/4 of an hour later, the second round of incense burning drew to a close. The disciples standing behind the Valley Master had successfully drawn Qi into their bodies, with nearly 500 individuals achieving this feat, unfortunately. Over 500 others had yet to succeed, remaining in place to await the third round of attempts. At this juncture, the Valley Master summoned a young disciple, entrusting him with 12 fragrant incense sticks to facilitate the third round of Qi drawing. Subsequently, the Valley Master, addressing the successful disciples with a satisfied smile, proclaimed, "Now, I shall lead you to the scripture repository to select your introductory cultivation techniques." As he waved his hand, a cascade of azure light enveloped the crowd. Yuan immediately felt a sensation of lightness, as if he were a swallow in flight, while the gnawing hunger in his stomach vanished, leaving him revitalized. The convenience of cultivating immortality. Yuan thought to himself. The elder soared into the air, heading toward the building several hundred meters away. The more than 500 disciples naturally followed suit, arriving swiftly before the edifice, which indeed bore the inscription Scripture Repository. "Disciples of the first row, please enter first." The elder beckoned to the throng. Thus, the 50 disciples of the first row entered with composed demeanor, while the remaining disciples displayed envious expressions. Once the elder had entered, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. "TSK, TSK. I've heard that among our batch of celestial seedlings, there are 2 with exceptional spiritual roots. One is a peerless dual spiritual root named Yi Bufan, and the other is a remarkable triple spiritual root named Lum Yuan. Alas, neither is a singular spiritual root, making it arduous for them to break through to the nascent soul stage. And you concern yourself with others? You, with your medium grade 4 spiritual root, haven't even managed to break through to foundation establishment. Haha, at least that is far superior to a low-grade spiritual root. Someone mused aloud. I must enter the outer sect. Otherwise, I shall require 8 or 9 years to advance to the 4th level of Qi refinement. If I enter the outer sect, it will only take 3 years. One step ahead, every step ahead. I fervently wish to select a profound grade cultivation technique. Another prayed for the upcoming selection of techniques. Yuan silently listened, acutely sensing the palpable tension among the disciples, particularly in his 6th row and the preceding 5th row, each harboring a fervent determination to break into the top 200 by the end of March. Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that, even before beginning his cultivation, a competitive spirit was already enveloping him. It was no wonder the disciples exhibited such fervor. The disparity between the outer sect and the miscellaneous disciples was egregiously vast. The differences spanned the weight of responsibilities, the abundance of resources, the diversity of methods, and the guidance from esteemed seniors. Even Yuan felt an urgent desire to enter the outer sect. After a brief wait, the 50 disciples from the 1st row began to emerge one by one. The clamor from the front reached his ears. Yi Bufan has obtained a top-grade, Earth-level cultivation technique. How formidable! The other disciple, with exceptional spiritual roots, has also acquired a superior Earth-level technique. How enviable! The air was thick with exclamations as 2 exceptionally gifted disciples stood proudly at the forefront. Among them, a young man named Yi Bufan exuded an aura of unparalleled brilliance. In addition to possessing a supreme spiritual root, several other disciples with high-quality spiritual roots had also acquired inferior Earth-level techniques, drawing envious glances from their peers. Most of those with high-quality roots had only obtained premium mystical techniques. Although these techniques only pertained to the Qi refining stage and appeared to be of little distinction, higher-grade techniques not only promised greater potential, but also significantly enhanced early-stage cultivation effects. Some could amplify the cultivation speed several-fold, while others could solidify spiritual energy, thereby sparing the laborious process of refinement, an advantage that ordinary techniques could not rival. Disciples from the 2nd row, please enter. An elder's voice echoed from within the building. The 2nd row disciples stepped forward with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. As Yuan gazed at the scripture pavilion, he felt a gentle nudge from beside him. Turning, he found a splendidly dressed youth beside him. Hey, what is your name, kid? The young man inquired, tilting his head back. Yuan, and you? Yuan responded. I am Zhang Wei, the 6th young master of the Zhang family, renowned for our dealings in magical artifacts. The boy's face radiated with pride. After a brief moment of silence, Yuan scratched his head and asked, and then? Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yuan's reaction did not align with what his elder brother had described. Wasn't he supposed to be immediately flattering him? Our family business is substantial, generating tens of thousands of spirit stones daily. Zhang Wei insisted, not wanting to relent. How many spirit stones do you have on you right now? Yuan's interest piqued. None. Zhang Wei replied, flustered. Huh, you're lying. Yuan rolled his eyes. Zhang Wei, growing anxious, explained, no, it's the rule of the Xianxia Valley. We cannot bring outside items in. All right, I'll take your word for it, but what does that imply? Yuan pressed, cutting through the pretense. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei leaned closer and whispered, the Xianxia Valley distributes fragmentary spirit stones daily. I was hoping you could give me yours, and once we exit, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Noticing Yuan's lack of response, he continued, you are currently far from qualifying as an outer disciple, since you cannot become one. You might as well give me those low-value fragmentary spirit stones in exchange for precious inferior spirit stones. Wouldn't that be splendid? Fragmentary spirit stones, mere shards of their complete counterparts, contain minimal spiritual energy and were of negligible value. 100 of them equated to a single complete stone. Usually, Zhang Wei wouldn't even glance at them. But here in the Xianxia Valley, they were considered the most valuable resource for cultivation. Yuan inquired, is it overlooked? On the surface, it is regulated, but clandestinely, they turn a blind eye. This is actually an opportunity for those with lesser talents, allowing them to acquire spirit stones to navigate the early stages of cultivation, thus indirectly supporting the disciples. The higher-ups tacitly approve of this, as it also tests the disciples' social skills, adaptability, and future planning, he explained. Who taught you this? Yuan asked. My brother. Zhang Wei blurted out, only to quickly correct himself. No, I discovered it myself. Yuan regarded him with skepticism, while Zhang Wei's cheeks flushed slightly. Asking me this. One person alone is insufficient. There are over 800 miscellaneous disciples. Yuan remarked. On average, 4 or 5 would suffice. To be safe, around 20 should be adequate. Xianxia asserted earnestly. Can this really be accomplished? Yuan pondered silently. He realized that the situation was even more challenging than he had anticipated. He aspired to enter the outer sect, yet resources would not be freely granted. Previously, he believed that only talent and comprehension were necessary, but it became evident that he had underestimated the complexity of the matter. Lacking connections or innate gifts to entice others to invest in him, he mused upon the stark realities of the cultivation world, silently hoping that his attributes would prove effective. I'm sorry, but I intend to enter the outer sect, Yuan declared, shaking his head at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yuan in surprise, his expression revealing skepticism. I possess a low-grade, dual spirit root. I can still give a try. What about you? He inquired, shaking his head. Isn't that rather disrespectful? Yuan glanced at the system panel. Name, Yuan. Region, Xianxia continent. Level, obscure 1100. Realm, Qi refining stage 1, 0-100. Attribute 1, balance of work and rest. You excel in balancing work and relaxation. The longer your rest period, the better the cultivation effect. Current rest time, 8 hours. Attribute 2, to be unlocked, with the system in place. Yuan quickly regained his composure. The designation of outer sect disciple was hardly a challenge, if you were to be a bit more audacious. Entering the inner sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. Such was his confidence. Xianxia cast a puzzled glance at Yuan before resuming conversations with others. After their interaction, Xianxia appeared to be more fluent in his exchanges, and after conversing with several individuals nearby, it seemed he had struck a deal. Yuan could distinctly see the triumphant smile on Xianxia's face. Is this what it means to be a rich second generation in the world of cultivation? Beyond Xianxia, others engaged in similar endeavors. Indeed, affluent individuals were abundant. Before long, it was finally the turn of the 6th row of disciples. Yuan followed the crowd into the scripture pavilion. Contrary to his expectations, the interior was filled with dim orbs of light, numbering in the thousands. The sect leader announced, "You may attempt to touch the orbs based on the quality and quantity of your spirit roots. Illuminating the orb signifies your eligibility to cultivate that particular technique. The brighter the glow, the better the cultivation effect. You may proceed to select." Yuan was taken aback. Is this how cultivation works? He observed as some disciples began to touch the orbs, which emitted faint glimmers. Xianxia calmly advanced toward the area designated for the golden water spirit root, swiftly touching the orbs as he passed, his pace quite brisk. Yuan also arrived at the section for the fire, gold, and wood spirit roots, noticing that there were introductions beneath the orbs. Some techniques pertain solely to the fire attribute, while others encompass both fire and wood attributes. And there are even those with 3 attributes. Yuan touched each one in turn. The spiritual orbs flickered between bright and dim, but overall, they exhibited a gradual increase in luminosity. Upon reaching the 1/5 mark, the brightness peaked, only to decline thereafter. Yuan realized that the requirements for aptitude in the subsequent techniques were progressively escalating, naturally leading to a decrease in compatibility. Logically speaking, as a time traveler, Yuan should have continued forward, selecting a high-level technique that would incite the elder's dissatisfaction and attract the attention of numerous disciples, thereby increasing his notoriety. This, in turn, would unlock the second entry in the system, allowing for accelerated cultivation and the astonishment of others, thereby perpetuating a cycle of fame until his unfortunate demise. With a deep gaze into the depths of the scripture pavilion, Yuan turned back, returning to the area of utmost brightness. He discovered the 3 most radiant orbs: the single wood attribute technique burning with skill, the dual gold and fire attribute technique refining spirit skill, and the 3 attribute technique burning wood refining spirit skill. Yuan regarded the names of these 3 techniques with curiosity. Why were there split versions? Surely, he would choose the complete version. He positioned himself before the burning wood refining spirit technique, resting his forehead against it. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing a slight headache. Fortunately, it was merely a simple memory, and a remarkable cultivation method allowed him to grasp the technique's content effortlessly. The yellow tier supreme technique burning wood refining spirit technique. Although the rank was merely yellow tier, it was fortunate that it was of supreme quality. He had witnessed many mid-tier spiritual roots selecting yellow tier techniques. Having made his selection, he was ready to exit. Yuan heard the voice of the Valley Master. He promptly walked out, bowing respectfully to the master before leaving the scripture pavilion. Just in time to see Zhang Wei at the entrance. Upon spotting him, Zhang Wei's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "What tier of technique did you choose?" "Yellow tier supreme." Su Yuan replied with a smile. "I selected a low-grade mysterious tier technique. Unexpectedly, the one most suited to me turned out to be low-grade mysterious tier. This solidifies my position as an outer sect disciple." Zhang Wei beamed, a clear look of pride adorning his face. Su Yuan's smile faded as he turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 3. Astonishing Cultivation Effects. Su Yuan slightly slowed his pace. Zhang Wei, still grinning, followed closely behind. The two returned to the queue together. Once Zhang Wei came to a halt, he began boasting about the mysterious tier technique he had selected, capturing the attention of several low-grade spiritual root disciples around them. His expression filled with triumph. However, observant Su Yuan noted that a few disciples regarded Zhang Wei with an unkind glint in their eyes. Nonetheless, most disciples were absorbed in their contemplations of techniques, their scrolls fluttering about. Su Yuan refrained from meditating on the technique, still accumulating time for a balanced approach to effort and rest. After all, contemplating techniques could also be considered a form of cultivation. He engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, you should be cautious. It appears that the seventh disciple to your left harbors some discontent towards you," Su Yuan whispered as a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei instinctively turned his head to glance over. Su Yuan quickly interjected, "Do not look over. It may startle them." Feigning indifference, Zhang Wei cast a fleeting glance in the direction of that disciple and scoffed quietly. "Ah, it's merely that scion of the Zhou family. We hail from the same cultivation city, and I didn't realize he possesses a greater talent than I. Humph. He must not have chosen a profound cultivation method. He is envious of me. How dare he provoke me? I shall subdue him." Furthermore, the 3rd, 7th, and 15th from the 5th row, as well as the 9th from the 6th row and the 25th disciple, seem to harbor some grievances towards you, Su Yuan continued. Zhang Wei's expression shifted, his previously proud demeanor dimming considerably as he grumbled, "Is it really that serious? Yuan on. Moreover, have you not noticed that many disciples who have received cultivation methods are deep in contemplation? Even those with superior spiritual roots in the 1st row are diligently pondering. You are positioned last in the 6th row. How can you lack awareness?" At this, Zhang Wei took a deliberate look around and confirmed Su Yuan's observation. Indeed, many disciples were silently absorbed in their cultivation, and amidst the seemingly boisterous crowd, few were engaged in conversation. With such remarkable talent and diligence, how can someone like me, with inferior spiritual roots, possibly compete? Zhang Wei's countenance darkened. He promptly closed his eyes to contemplate his methods. Not long after, he opened his eyes in confusion to find Su Yuan still observing the surroundings, showing no inclination to engage in contemplation. "Why are you not pondering your methods?" Zhang Wei inquired. Su Yuan shrugged. "I have resigned myself to my fate. My talent is woefully inadequate, and lacking a background renders effort futile. I cannot even enter the outer sect. A brief pause in my training matters little. You, however, aspire to join the outer sect. How can you afford to be complacent?" Zhang Wei: "That is a valid point, yet something feels amiss, though I cannot quite articulate it." After several rounds, the Valley Master finally emerged from the scripture pavilion. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of streams of light descended into the hands of the disciples. A J tablet appeared in Su Yuan's grasp, inscribed with the number 299. The Valley Master proclaimed, "This is your disciple token, as well as the key to a distant set of quarters. You may return and rest today. Your rooms have been stocked with various items, including disciple attire, a map of the valley, today, as resources, and a cultivation manual for the immortal Seed Valley. Starting tomorrow, lectures will be held in the valley's teaching hall, where advanced disciples will elucidate various cultivation methods and address inquiries. Notices will be posted in advance, and you may choose whether to attend. In 10 days, the first assessment of your cultivation will take place. I hope you are prepared." After the elder concluded his speech and gazed intently at the assembly, he soared into the air, vanishing like a streak of white light, exuding an air of grace that left Su Yuan envious. The crowd erupted in chatter, the noise escalating immediately. Su Yuan observed Zhang Wei engaging in discussions with several individuals, evidently negotiating matters regarding previous transactions. He shook his head, greeted Zhang Wei, and proceeded directly towards his residence. Halfway there, 5 individuals obstructed his path. "Friend, I am Zhou Wuyo. My family is engaged in the elixir business, and I have several esteemed elders within my sect. Do you understand? Follow me, and you shall never lack for elixirs or spirit stones," boasted a slightly plump youth. With an apologetic expression, Su Yuan replied, "I'm sorry. I've already made arrangements with someone else." "Is it Zhang Wei?" The youth scoffed. "He is merely a brash fool, lacking in intellect. What benefit is there in following him? When trouble arises, he will be unable to protect you." Su Yuan furrowed his brow. There was a veiled threat in those words. "I apologize," he said, lowering his gaze. A flicker of annoyance crossed Zhou Wuyo's chubby face, while the others glared at him with disdain. "Will you reconsider?" Zhou Wuyo asked, his expression impassive. Su Yuan shook his head. Zhou Wuyo cast a deep glance at Su Yuan before turning away. The four disciples behind him huffed in disdain and followed suit. Su Yuan watched their retreating figures in silence, pondering. Is this how cliques are formed upon entering a sect? Surely, they are under the watchful eyes of the higher-ups. Why did they not intervene? He shook his head and continued onward, unhindered as he successfully located his dwelling. It was a standalone house complete with a small courtyard, an internal training room, a bedroom, a restroom, a shower, and a kitchen, everything he could desire, which greatly pleased him. After a refreshing shower and donning fresh attire, he nestled in a bed and succumbed to a deep slumber, feeling utterly fatigued from the day's events. Meanwhile, the other disciples were not as quick to find rest. Zhang Wei had gathered a total of 13 portions of cultivation resources from various disciples, which amounted to 13 fragments of spirit stones. Although this sum was quite meager, it could significantly aid in the early stages of cultivation, enhancing progress by 30 to 40%. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Wei returned to his residence and immediately immersed himself in the training room to begin practicing a new technique. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Su Yuan rose with renewed vigor. After completing his morning routine, he found himself contemplating the fasting elixir in his hand. Upon reviewing the materials provided by the sect, he had unexpectedly discovered the fasting elixir, which allowed one to forego food for an entire day after consuming just one. It appeared to be part of the daily cultivation resources. Curious about the elixir's taste, he popped it into his mouth and began to chew. A wave of bitterness swiftly spread across his palate, prompting him to gulp down several mouthfuls of water in an attempt to wash it away. Yet the acrid taste lingered stubbornly. How absurd! This flavor is intolerable. He retrieved a map of the sect, endeavoring to locate the cafeteria, yet after an extensive search, he found nothing. Knock, knock. Su Yuan, are you awake? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. It was Zhang Wei's voice. I'm here, he called, rising to open the door. Zhang Wei entered with an air of triumph. Behold the animated eyebrows, exuding a delightful charm. Early in the morning, what pleasant tidings await? Sui Juaning Guayith. Zhang Wei's smile widened further. After a night of cultivation, I have successfully harnessed 15 strands of spiritual energy. And you? How many strands do you possess? Sui Juan Plaith. Well, how many do you think I should have? Zhang Wei speculated. I surmise that you have only managed to circulate 3 cycles, thus cultivating 3 strands of spiritual energy? Su Yuan nodded. You are quite perceptive. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder. No need for disheartenment. My talent surpasses yours, my techniques are superior, my resources abundant, and my diligence in cultivation far exceeds yours, making it entirely reasonable for my results to be 4 or 5 times more effective. You certainly know how to offer comfort. Su Yuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. This time, my entry into the outer sect is assured. Zhang Wei grinned widely. I shall return to my cultivation now. Farewell. With a wave, Zhang Wei departed, striding away with an air of self-satisfaction. Su Yuan turned and stepped into the cultivation chamber. He glanced at his system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Region: Chinka Continent. Level: Obscure 1100. Realm: Chi Refinement Stage 1, 0-100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing labor and leisure. The longer your rest, the more effective your cultivation. Current rest time, 87 hours. Let us see how this entry performs. Su Yuan settled into a meditative posture, a fragment of spiritual stone appearing in his hand. He then closed his eyes, commencing the formal comprehension of the burning wood refining spirit technique. As he began to meticulously decipher the intricacies of the technique, a flash of white light momentarily illuminated the entry on the system panel regarding the balance of work and rest, instantly resetting the rest time to 0. Concurrently, Su Yuan's mind became remarkably clear, and the previously obscure and complex principles of the technique swiftly unraveled to him. The process of cultivating the first layer of the technique became lucid. The first layer of chi refinement necessitates the expenditure of spiritual energy to construct 3 spiritual orifices. Typically, the first spiritual orifice requires merely 100 strands of spiritual energy for successful construction. The second demands 200 strands, while the third necessitates 300 to 400 strands. Of course, this represents the simplest methodology. The burning wood refining spirit technique possesses specific techniques for crafting spiritual orifices, requiring the cultivation of spiritual energy from the fire, wood, and metal attributes. During the construction process, using wood spiritual energy as fuel, igniting fire spiritual energy to impact the orifices, and subsequently reinforcing the orifices with metal spiritual energy enhances their stability. This method reduces the energy expenditure for opening the orifices by 20%, and with further proficiency, the reduction can be even greater. Flashes of insight coursed through Su Yuan's mind, and in a brief span, his understanding of the technique reached a foundational level. With clarity established, Su Yuan commenced the formal operation of the technique, adjusting his breath, drawing upon the initial strand of spiritual energy from his dantian, and initiating the circulation of his cycles. The spiritual energy in the air flowed in harmony with his technique, entering his body through his breath and pores, integrating into the process of his meridian circulation. At first, Su Yuan appeared somewhat clumsy, yet before long, he swiftly began to familiarize himself with the operation of the cultivation technique. The previously tumultuous flow of energy through his meridians, which struggled to find a path, improved rapidly, allowing him to effortlessly overcome several obstacles as if aided by divine intervention. Upon completing a full cycle of the technique, the solitary, incomplete thread of wood elemental energy in his dantian transformed into 3 complete strands, each representing wood, fire, and metal elemental energies respectively. Su Yuan was taken aback. According to Zhang Wei, one full cycle would typically yield only a single strand of energy, yet he had managed to condense 3 at once. Gathering his focus, Su Yuan initiated the second cycle. This time, he channeled all 3 strands of energy into his meridian simultaneously. As he performed the cycle, the 3 strands intertwined in a dance of rotation, distinct yet harmonious. The foremost tip surged forward like a tri-pronged spear, while the rear coalesced into a tricolored cord, providing substantial propulsion to the leading edge. The ambient spiritual energy, along with that from the shattered spirit stones in his possession, surged into Su Yuan's body at an accelerated pace. Simultaneously, Su Yuan's cycle refined this influx into his own elemental energy at a remarkable speed. Unbeknownst to him, his mastery of the cycle had transcended that of a novice, and had an experienced practitioner witnessed this, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. At the moment the cycle concluded, the energy returning to his dantian had multiplied to 12 strands. Su Yuan was equally astonished. Undeterred, he pressed on to initiate a third cycle, this time attempting to harness even greater amounts of energy. Ultimately, he found he could only utilize 3 strands. Yet he did not succumb to disappointment, continuing to operate the cycle with steady resolve. Just as he neared completion, a sudden heaviness clouded his mind, and his control over the energy became slightly sluggish. He realized the effect had waned. Fortunately, the timing was fortuitous, and he continued for 2 more breaths, enveloping the energy back into his dantian. Once more, his energy increased by 9 strands, bringing the total to 21, surpassing the results of Zhang Wei's arduous night of training. In Chapter 4, titled Inspiration from the Teachings, Su Yuan glanced at the clock in the training room, discovering that over an hour had elapsed, almost precisely 8 full periods of time. A realization washed over him. The duration for enhancing his cultivation efficiency was merely 1/10 of his rest period. With this newfound understanding, he looked down to find that the shattered spirit stones had inexplicably turned to dust. The efficacy of the spirit stones was crucial. Otherwise, he would not have had just the right amount of time for his third cycle. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan decided to attempt cultivation on his own. The moment he began, however, he encountered difficulties. He could only draw upon a single strand of energy to fuel the cycle. The extraordinary effects of the triad were out of reach, for even with just 1 strand, the speed of his technique's operation was now half compared to before. After the completion of the celestial circulation, he received an additional thread of semi-spiritual energy, a full thread of spiritual energy, and an incomplete one, Although the effects were diminished, they still surpassed those of other inferior spiritual roots. Su Yuan felt a sense of relief. Once the cool-down of the entry passed, the experience gained from cultivation remained intact. It would not be forgotten due to the cool-down. My proficiency in the technique has significantly improved, and with diligent practice in controlling my spiritual energy and mastering the celestial circulation, I can eventually achieve the effects activated by the entry, provided I have sufficient resources. At the same time, Su Yuan discovered another issue. During the celestial circulation, due to insufficient experience, he had inflicted considerable damage to his meridians. Now, he felt a slight throbbing pain in his meridians and realized he could not continue cultivating. He needed to rest for half an hour. The effects of the entry were indeed extraordinary, enhancing the cultivation outcome from various aspects. Choosing this entry proved to be a wise decision. Just then, a bright light notification emerged from the cultivation room, indicating someone was knocking at the door. Su Yuan exited the cultivation room and stepped into the courtyard, only to find Zhang Wei peering cautiously into the yard. Su Yuan inquired curiously, "Zhang Wei, aren't you cultivating? I just saw a notice at the lecture hall about a teaching session. An inner-sect senior brother is coming to deliver a lecture. Would you like to join me?" "Oh, is that so? I happen to have some free time." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. The two then headed toward the lecture hall. On the way, Su Yuan encountered Zhou Wuyo once again, who was now flanked by 7 disciples, exuding an imposing presence. Upon catching sight of Su Yuan and Zhang Wei, a flicker of disdain passed through Zhou Wuyo's eyes. "Make way," Zhou Wuyo commanded. Su Yuan and Zhang Wei had no choice but to stand aside, watching as Zhou Wuyo and his entourage departed. "How arrogant," Zhang Wei seethed. "If it weren't for the numbers, I would have confronted him immediately." "Su Juan question, didn't you also gather a few followers?" Zhang Wei paused, replying, "When did I gather followers? Aren't you seeking others to acquire fragmented spirit stones?" Su Yuan asked. "That was merely a transaction. I'll return it 1,000-fold," Zhang Wei boasted. "Gathering followers requires offering more spirit stones. I'm not foolish." "Did your brother teach you this?" Zhang Wei replied, somewhat smugly. "Did it require teaching?" "I understood it at a glance." Su Yuan said, "Alright. Let us go listen to the lecture." The two soon arrived at the lecture hall. This was the inaugural lecture, and many attendees gathered. Yet there were only 360 seats available. Fortunately, they arrived in time and found empty seats in the last row. Before long, the attendees were gathered. The doors of the lecture hall closed, and those who were late could only depart regretfully. Above the lecture hall, a figure soared in on a sword, executing a 720-degree low aerial spin before gracefully pausing mid-air above the podium. He then descended like a falling leaf, elegantly settling into a cross-legged position on the high platform, revealing a youthful man with a handsome countenance. "Another one showing off," Zhang Wei remarked enviously. Su Juan nodded slightly. These cultivators had a penchant for dramatic entrances, perhaps to ignite the aspirational hearts of their disciples. "Greetings, fellow apprentices. I am the inner-sect senior brother, Zhuge Jian, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, poised to break through into foundation establishment at any moment. Today, I shall impart the first lesson on the path of cultivation, the way of Qi. Qi, the essence derived from heaven and earth, the source of all life, flows in an unpredictable cycle, gathering yet never dispersing." Zhuge Jian commenced his lecture, and his intricate phrases fell upon Su Yuan's ears like an enigma. Bewildered, Su Yuan pondered why this lecture felt so dissimilar to his expectations. He turned to Zhang Wei, who appeared deep in thought. Nearby, some individuals were enraptured by the discourse, while others, like Su Yuan, wore expressions of utter confusion. It soon became apparent to Su Yuan that the understanding of the lecture was apparent from one's skin. The delicate-skinned individuals seemed to grasp the concepts, while those with dark and coarse skin struggled. The disparity lay not in the skin, but in their familial backgrounds. Disciples hailing from affluent families had undergone extensive education and possessed considerable knowledge, making comprehension of the lecture far easier. Conversely, those from impoverished backgrounds sometimes lacked literacy, relying on cultivation techniques for passive memorization of the methods, which became glaringly evident during the lecture. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan had been a lackluster student in both his past and present lives. He instinctively glanced at his status, but upon noticing that he had not accumulated much time, he abandoned the thought of activation, gradually drifting into a reverie, lost in the vastness of the void. After an indeterminate period, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, Su Yuan turned to Zhang Wei, who looked at him in exasperation and gestured towards the front. As Su Yuan looked, he observed that the lecture hall had emptied considerably. The senior brother had departed, and most disciples had left as well. Is it over? Su Juaning Guiyith. Well, what do you think? Over an hour has passed. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan asked, how much did you comprehend? About 20 to 30%. Zhang Wei replied proudly. Mainly because senior brother Zhuge's explanations were quite profound. The latter part was exceedingly esoteric. However, I took meticulous notes, and when I practice later, I can reflect on them and perhaps gain further insights. In this regard, I estimate my understanding is not far from those with superior spiritual roots. I am quite confident in my comprehension. Even my brother praises my insight. Su Yuan responded dismissively. Congratulations, then. Zhang Wei offered consolation. I know you found it difficult to follow, so do not be disheartened. Even if you understood everything, it would only enhance your cultivation speed by a modest 20 to 30%, which would not significantly affect you. Zhang Wei chuckled heartily. Su Yuan glanced at him and retorted, has anyone ever told you that you are quite insufferable? I can see why many find you disagreeable. With a sigh, Zhang Wei replied, I merely enjoy speaking the truth. I understand the rationale. I am simply innocent and kind-hearted, you see. Let's depart. Su Yuan turned and walked away. Hey, wait for me. The two of them returned side by side, and along the way, Zhang Wei enthusiastically recounted the lecture he had just delivered, his face still adorned with a smug expression. Su Yuan listened to a few snippets and grasped some of the concepts. On the way back, he collected the cultivation resources, including a pill for fasting, a fragment of spirit stone, and a vial of spiritual water for nourishing meridians. Upon entering, Su Yuan noticed Zhang Wei seeking out more resources and shook his head as he returned to his room. He glanced at the system panel, work and rest balance. Rest time, 18 hours. After some contemplation, Su Yuan decided to wait for another hour. Once the rest time reached 3 hours, he activated the entry. He intended to test the effects of the entry, to ascertain whether the enhancement in cultivation was linear or exhibited a curve. This would provide insights based on the 3-hour effect, and he planned to test for 6 hours next time for a clearer conclusion. However, the moment he activated the entry, a multitude of concepts from the recent lecture by the sect senior brother surged into his mind. Despite not having paid close attention, he had passively absorbed those words, and they now came flooding back. What had once seemed nebulous to Su Yuan became clearer, and in conjunction with Zhang Wei's explanations, it was easier to comprehend. His understanding of the cultivation techniques was deepening slowly yet steadily. Su Yuan did not anticipate that work and rest balance would have such an effect, but this was not the time to digest the information. He immediately began to circulate his energy for cultivation. To his surprise, during this circulation, he could only utilize a strand of spiritual energy, yet the process flowed remarkably smoothly. Upon completing the circulation, he successfully accumulated 2 additional strands of spiritual energy. The results were superior to his previous efforts, requiring significantly less time and causing minimal damage to his meridians. It appeared that the effects of 3 hours were quite commendable, though still far from the outcomes of over 8 hours. With a bit of time remaining, Su Yuan turned back to reflect on the lecture's content. A few minutes later, he exited the entry state, his mind returning to a somewhat muddled state. In reality, exiting the entry did not diminish his cognitive ability. It merely felt less clear in comparison to the heightened state he had experienced. Recalling the sensation of entering the entry state, Su Yuan contemplated thoughtfully. If the cultivation state of work and rest balance could be likened to a brief epiphany, then the more knowledge I accumulate, the more significant the cultivation effects will undoubtedly be. This accumulation does not necessitate deliberate contemplation. Passive experiences will suffice, such as daydreaming during lectures, perusing casual literature, or appreciating the beauty of nature. All these experiences can transform into accumulation, serving as nourishment for cultivation during moments of minor enlightenment. Just as he had just comprehended half of the sect senior brother's teachings, he estimated that he could enhance his cultivation effectiveness by 10% next time, which he considered an unexpected gain. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he grasped a hint of the art of utilizing entries. With a sudden thought, he stepped out. Before long, he arrived at a building known as the Book Pavilion. The distinction between the Book Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion was subtle, yet significant. The Scripture Pavilion housed cultivation methods, techniques, and spells, all of which could only be exchanged with contribution points or spirit stones. The previous selection of techniques was merely a benefit for newcomers. In contrast, the book pavilion was replete with a vast collection of literature, encompassing cultivation insights, biographies, cultural customs, and poetry. It was a treasure trove of assorted books, accessible without the need for contribution points, serving as a welfare for the sect. Upon entering the book pavilion, Yuan noticed an older disciple in the garb of a servant disciple dozing off. "Senior brother?" Yuan called out. The elder disciple awoke with a yawn, glanced at Yuan's disciple token, and said, "Feel free to browse, just don't create a mess." "Thank you, senior brother." Yuan bowed respectfully and began to peruse the books. The older disciple scrutinized Yuan quietly, thinking to himself, having just opened his valley, "This lad has come to read idle books? It seems he has no intention of entering the outer sect. Has he already given up after just one day? I too persevered for 3 months back then." He began to reminisce. Chapter 5. Yuan, the book lover. Lost in his thoughts, time slipped away unnoticed. The elder disciple, Xianxia, looked up at the sky, now darkened. He glanced inside and saw the young man still engrossed in the miscellaneous books, thoroughly captivated. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the title, 36 Culinary Techniques for the Qingling Rabbit. A smirk crossed his lips. Clearing his throat, Xianxia called out, "Junior brother, while there are indeed many assorted books here, there are also several pertaining to cultivation. For instance, on the 7th shelf, the 7th book, titled Detailed Explanation of the Qingmu Technique, offers an in-depth analysis of wood-based techniques. Though the Qingmu technique is merely a low-grade yellow technique, the principles within are fundamental to cultivation. Perusing it would surely be beneficial. As for the book you're holding," he cast a playful glare at Yuan. "Who taught you that? You rascal." Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies, it slipped out. I'll take a look right away." "Indeed, there are many such books. You must search diligently and possess an eye for discovering the profound." Xianxia smiled with satisfaction, sensing a legacy unfolding. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he observed Yuan flipping through the pages of the book like a picture book, quickly scanning through it until he completed it entirely. After placing it back, Yuan meticulously searched the shelves and accurately found another book titled The Beginning and End of Opening 100 Orifices, which was also beneficial for cultivation, but he once again observed Yuan rapidly flipping through the books, a manner of perusal that bore no semblance to study but rather resembled playfulness. Xianxia closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and lamented, "Truly, a decade wood cannot be carved." "Who are you referring to?" he retorted. With widened eyes, Xianxia realized that Yuan had somehow approached him. "Senior brother, may I take these books home to read?" Yuan inquired, clutching several volumes, the first of which bore the title A Few Matters of the Red Mansion. Xianxia, with a stern countenance, replied, "No, they cannot be taken away. Return them." "How absurd. What a pity. I'll have to return tomorrow." Yuan expressed regret as he placed the books back in their rightful place. Just as he was about to exit the library, a voice called from behind. "What is your name?" "I am Yuan, senior brother." "All right, I shall remember you." Ding. Reputation point gained 1. Yuan was taken aback and turned to glance at the senior brother, who had already resumed his slumber with eyes closed. A sense of perplexity stirred within Yuan. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yuan rested for a while. When the cool-down period of the entry reached 6 hours, he resumed his cultivation attempts. Initially, the content he had read during the day surged forth in his mind, the fleeting details returning to him, and he began to memorize and comprehend rapidly. His understanding of cultivation gradually improved, as though he had grasped certain insights, albeit in fragmented pieces. Not overly concerned, he set those thoughts aside and commenced his circulation of qi. This time, he was finally able to initiate the circulation with 3 strands of spiritual energy and employed the technique of triangular rotation. However, upon completing the circulation, his spiritual energy had only increased by 5 strands. This was still a result of his enhanced control. It seemed that the longer the rest period, the more effective the cultivation, but there must indeed be a limit. Otherwise, it would be too extraordinary. Yuan murmured to himself, and, exiting the entry state, promptly fell into slumber. As dawn broke, Yuan awoke naturally. After leisurely completing his morning routine, he began to stare blankly at the fasting pill. This pill was truly unpalatable. Pinching his nose, he swallowed it down with water, this time without chewing, yet the bitter taste lingered. How dreadful! Which alchemist concocted this? Couldn't they have added a bit of sugar? Su Yuan began pondering the feasibility of becoming an alchemist himself, but realized that it was not a practical prospect at the moment. He then contemplated where to procure fresh ingredients and seasonings, only to find that he had not a single fragment of spirit stone left to his name, rendering any purchases impossible. As he sighed in dismay, Zhang Wei came to visit once more. Su Yuan had anticipated this and left the door ajar. Zhang Wei pushed the door open with a beaming smile on his face. "So, what joyous news do you bring today?" Su Yuan Guayev. "Haha, can you guess how many strands of spiritual energy I currently possess in my dantian? 30 strands? Su Yuan guessed. 35, Zhang Wei declared, hands on his hips. "I have discreetly inquired and discovered that Zhou Wuyo, that foolish individual, has only managed to condense 18 strands of spiritual energy. And yet he struts around with an air of superiority, which is utterly amusing. Just look at his naive demeanor. Truly, it is no wonder that I excel. The profound techniques I practice are indeed formidable, coupled with my inferior dual spiritual roots and exceptional comprehension. My cultivation speed is likely comparable to the elite among those with medium-grade roots." The pride etched on Zhang Wei's face was impossible to conceal. Thus, he deliberately sought out an audience to flaunt his achievements. Su Yuan found it perplexing that Zhang Wei only sought him out to boast, neglecting others. In truth, Zhang Wei himself was unsure of the reason. He merely felt that Su Yuan possessed a certain uniqueness that set him apart from the rest. Yet he could not pinpoint what that was. Perhaps it was because Su Yuan was a transmigrator, lacking the subservient attitude that other so-called second-generation cultivators with backgrounds often displayed. Instead, he treated everyone as equals. Furthermore, with a system by his side, his confidence was substantial, and he occasionally introduced new terminology that intrigued Zhang Wei. As Su Yuan assessed his own spiritual energy, noting that he had only 30 strands, it seemed inferior compared to Zhang Wei. However, the duration of Su Yuan's cultivation was significantly shorter, and his techniques and resources were far less advanced. Even so, he had already surpassed Zhou Wuyo, and it was only a matter of time before he overtook Zhang Wei as well. By the way, are there lectures today? Of course. I checked yesterday and found there are 2 classes, one on the cultivation experiences related to the Li Huiju and the other on the essence of the Hotuju. Since I possess gold water spiritual roots, I see no need to attend. Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly. "You are mistaken. I once heard a senior brother say that mastery of one technique leads to an understanding of all techniques. Although these 2 methods may not be compatible with you, the underlying principles of cultivation are interconnected and foundational. It is always beneficial to listen." Su Yuan interjected promptly. "Who did you hear this from?" Zhang Wei asked, astonished. "From a senior brother at the library." Su Yuan explained. Zhang Wei's mind was momentarily bewildered. "So, why did you go to the library?" "That is not important." Su Yuan retorted. "I intend to go regardless. Will you join me?" "Very well, it will be good for my meridians to relax. I have exhausted too much recovery liquid." Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. The 2 arrived at the lecture hall without incident, and this time the attendance was notably reduced, yet the seats were still filled. The eagerness of beginners for cultivation experiences was evident. When the time arrived, a towering flame ignited on the high platform, startling the audience into exclamations. A stunning beauty clad in a crimson-feathered robe emerged from the flames, her snow-white skin contrasting beautifully with the vibrant fire, captivating all who beheld her. As the flames subsided, the beauty smiled gently, her mature voice resonating throughout the hall. "I am the 2nd senior sister of the inner sect, Nangong Huiyu. Today, I will commence the 2nd lesson on cultivation, focusing on the Li Huiju. This technique, although commonplace and of a lower grade, possesses its own merits. The explosive nature of fire embodies vitality. It can consume all, yet also brings forth the essential life required by the earth. The growth of life is inextricably linked to light and warmth. Thus, I will begin my discourse on the Li Huiju by examining its explosive characteristics." Zhang Wei listened intently. Initially, he thought the explanation of the Li Huiju had little relevance to him, but as he continued to listen, he experienced an epiphany akin to gaining wisdom from an external source, realizing that even minimal insight was preferable to his solitary research. Consequently, his focus deepened. A casual glance revealed Su Yuan with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, indicating his acknowledgement of the lecture's content. It wasn't until Zhang Wei approached that he discerned the soft, rhythmic sound of Su Yuan's breathing. He was dozing off. Sangui pose momentarily, nudging Su Yuan, who then looked up in confusion. Suppressing his irritation, Zhang Wei turned back to the lecture. Su Yuan, puzzled, glanced at Zhang Wei, then sniffed and drifted back into his reverie, reasoning that comprehending the technique would consume too much time and disrupt his much-needed rest. Better to recharge for future practice, when he could be more invigorated. The most advantageous aspect of the lecture was that the inner disciples conducting it paid no mind to whether one was attentive, as long as there was no disturbance. Thus, the session concluded, and the sister transformed into flames, vanishing dramatically. A perfect entrance and exit. Let us head back to our training, Zhang Wei remarked, patting Su Yuan. Isn't there another class? Su Yuan Wei perplexed. A little knowledge is beneficial, but not enough to warrant my time. I prefer to focus on my training and listen to the lectures on the Jin Shui attributes later, Zhang Wei replied. Su Yuan nodded. Oh, then best of luck. Zhang Wei stood up, noticing Su Yuan's reluctance to leave. Aren't you coming? He asked, bemused. Indeed, I wish to stay. One who masters one method can master all. A senior brother once told me this. Stop. Zhang Wei chuckled helplessly. In my life, I have never submitted to anyone. You are the first. You continue listening. I shall take my leave. Farewell. Su Yuan Guav. Zhang Wei sighed, shaking his head as he departed. You'll be in for a surprise during the upcoming test, he muttered. Su Yuan remained composed, undisturbed, awaiting the second lecture. Some disciples lingered as well, so Su Yuan did not attract much attention. Thus, after half an hour, the third lecture commenced. This time, the seats were not fully occupied, yet over 300 attendees were present. The lecturer, another inner disciple, was sturdy in build and delivered the Ho Tu Ju in a straightforward manner, unlike the enigmatic Zhuge's sword. Despite his unassuming appearance, his teaching exhibited a certain level of proficiency. Nevertheless, Su Yuan chose not to engage in deep contemplation. He allowed the information to pass through one ear and out the other, passively recording the content in his mind, intending to achieve sudden enlightenment during his subsequent practice with the entries. The lecture concluded after an hour and a half. Su Yuan meandered to the library, where he encountered the elder disciple once more. Greetings, senior brother. I have come to study. Without lifting his gaze, the elder merely acknowledged with a grunt. Su Yuan bowed, slightly in respect, before immersing himself in the bookshelves. He stumbled upon a collection of intriguing texts, pausing to examine them closely. However, when he encountered passages on cultivation, he merely skimmed through them, lacking the intent to delve deeper. Time slipped away until the library closed for the night, and with reluctance, Su Yuan departed. Observing his retreating figure, the librarian couldn't help but grimace. Where did this foolish boy come from? He neglects his cultivation. Truly hopeless. Chapter 6. The effects of 3 days of rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan mantanda disciplined routine. During the day, he attentively listened to the teachings of his senior disciples from the inner sect. Regardless of his subject, he was always present, sometimes attending as many as 4 lectures in a single day. To him, resting elsewhere was not true rest. The lecture hall provided the best sanctuary, allowing him to amass knowledge. The voices of his seniors were akin to the finest lullabies, lulling him into a peaceful slumber. Additionally, the safety of the environment alleviated any concerns of unforeseen events, which was an added boon. Once the lectures concluded, he would make his way to the library, where he became engrossed in various biographies. He often lingered until late at night, only leaving reluctantly when the librarian urged him to depart. Here, he accumulated a wealth of knowledge, including various methods for processing spiritual beast meat and spiritual vegetables. His theoretical understanding flourished, yet he lamented the absence of practical application. For the immortal Seed Valley offered no wild delicacies. On this particular day, Su Yuan surprisingly returned early. He settled into the cultivation chamber, contemplating the system interface. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, unknown, realm. Shi refining stage, first layer, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the greater your cultivation effects. Current rest duration, 3 days and 61 hours. Unbeknownst to him, he had accrued over 3 days of rest. This substantial duration allowed him to cultivate vigorously for 42 hours, an entire 8-hour session. He had been patient for long enough. Now he could indulge in his cultivation, activating balance of work and rest. In an instant, his rest time was reset. Suddenly, Su Yuan's mind felt remarkably clearer. The knowledge he had absorbed over the past few days surged forth, rapidly being remembered, understood, categorized, and distilled into its essence. His comprehension of cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate. Within just 1 hour, he had comprehended all that he had previously encountered. His eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. As anticipated, mastery of one method leads to understanding of all. I have gained a deeper insight into the circulation of the burning wood spirit refinement technique. What once seemed vague has revealed its profound significance. This will undoubtedly enhance my cultivation speed. After consolidating his theoretical gains, Yuan promptly began to circulate his qi. In an instant, 9 streams of spiritual energy were summoned from Yuan's dantian, weaving together in a mysterious manner to form 3 vibrant ribbons that danced through his meridians like ethereal dragons. As they coursed through his veins, rather than inflicting any harm, they imparted a soothing warmth wherever they passed, nourishing the meridians instead. The spiritual energy surged through the pathways with a swift yet steady flow, traversing them with remarkable speed and agility, completing its journey in mere breaths. In less than half an hour, the energy returned to the dantian, bringing back an additional 33 strands of spiritual power. His reserves surged dramatically from 30 to 63 strands. Yuan pressed on, continuing his cultivation. This time, the duration of his circulatory practice was even shorter. The additional energy he reclaimed increased to 36 strands. The rate of growth left Yuan in awe. He persisted. In the 3rd cycle, the spiritual energy rose to 39 strands. In the 4th cycle, it reached 40 strands. The more he practiced, the more adept he became at mastering the technique. However, at this juncture, Yuan realized that further enhancement would prove challenging. It was not a matter of proficiency, but rather that the ambient spiritual energy could not keep pace with his efficiency. Unfazed, Yuan continued his training. In the 5th, 6th, and finally the 7th rounds, only 1 hour remained. It was then that Yuan halted his circulatory practice. Finding that the spiritual energy within his dantian had surged to 298 strands. This was madness. Such an extraordinary rate of increase astonished even him. He pondered whether the effects of his balanced approach could rival those of superior or even exceptional spiritual roots. Yet, Yuan quickly reined in his thoughts and turned towards his 3rd cultivation objective. He began to channel the portion of the burning wood refining spirit technique that focused on establishing spiritual orifices. A full 90 strands of spiritual energy were summoned into action. Among them, 30 strands of fire energy enveloped 30 strands of wood energy, swirling together like a tempest as they plunged into the meridians, striking the first orifice. 30 strands of metallic energy followed closely behind, poised for action. The first orifice, being the closest to the dantian, was also the most susceptible to breach. As the fire energy surged forth, it erupted like a volcanic blast, assaulting the entrance of the orifice. Within, the space was rapidly expanded by the fire energy, which consumed itself in the process. Fortunately, the wood energy burned its essence to bolster the fire energy, compensating for its depletion. As the orifice reached a considerable size, a sensation of compression arose, and it exhibited a tendency to restore itself. At that moment, the metallic energy made its entrance, encircling the orifice and forming a framework to support its space, preventing any retraction. The fire energy illuminated the metallic energy, softening its sharpness, allowing it to merge seamlessly with the walls of the orifice, gradually solidifying its structure. The synergy of the 3 attributes of spiritual energy gradually expands the acupoints to a satisfactory level, eventually reaching an exceptional standard. Even when the spiritual energy is completely depleted, the acupoints remain remarkably stable, devoid of any sense of recoil. At this juncture, the acupoints have successfully coalesced. The acupoints will autonomously refine the spiritual essence into spiritual energy, simultaneously serving as a reservoir for storing spiritual energy, thus enhancing its capacity and offering a myriad of benefits. Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Glancing at the time, he realized that less than half an hour had passed, leaving him with ample time. He immediately pressed on to challenge the 2nd acupoint. 180 strands of spiritual energy were mobilized by Yuan, and this time, the control proved somewhat more challenging. However, thanks to the efficacy of the attributes, Yuan felt as though he were aided by divine intervention, mentally guiding the spiritual energy through the initial assault on the acupoint. The fire attribute spiritual energy surged forward, accompanied by the wood attribute, while the metal attribute reinforced the acupoint. After more than half an hour of diligent effort, The second acupoint was finally established. At this moment, the spiritual energy was not yet exhausted. He observed a slight tremor in the newly opened second acupoint, indicating some instability. There seemed to be an inexplicable connection between it and the first acupoint, as if they could be linked. Yuan was already well aware of this. He directed the remaining spiritual energy into the new acupoint, breaking down the barriers between them. Once the spiritual energy was fully expended, the two acupoints finally connected. Thus, the second acupoint was thoroughly unblocked. Crafting acupoints was no easy feat. Yuan sighed, reflecting on the arduous path of cultivation. With just 10 minutes remaining of the attribute effect, Yuan decided to forego it and close his eyes to rest. When the effect of work and rest balance dissipated, he rested for another 10 minutes before reopening his eyes to survey his surroundings. He noticeably felt an enhancement in his senses, and his body felt rejuvenated. Crucially, the acupoints had begun to autonomously recover spiritual energy, albeit at a slow pace, but the fact that it was automatic was a considerable advantage. Yuan glanced at the system panel, confirming that he was not in a cultivation state and could still accumulate rest time, which was quite pleasant. Name, Yuan. Region, Xianxia Continent. Level, Obscure 2100. Realm, Qi Refining Stage. First Layer, 66,100. Attribute 1. Work and Rest Balance. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer the rest period, the better the cultivation effect. Current rest time, 1 hour. At that moment, Yuan suddenly pondered whether he had perhaps overexerted himself in his cultivation. Had he advanced too rapidly by constructing 2 acupoints? He couldn't help but contemplate this. Thus, he rose and left the room, heading to the door of the adjacent house, where he knocked gently. Before long, Xianxia opened the door, looking at Yuan with surprise. "This is your first visit to me. A rare guest indeed. What brings you here?" Xianxia exclaimed with a smile. "Yuan multiplies. I heard the sound of birds chirping in your yard, and thought you might have some good news, so I came to check." Xianxia could no longer conceal the joy radiating from his face, and he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You guessed correctly. I have successfully constructed my first spiritual aperture. Ha ha, I nearly faced failure earlier, but fortunately, my fortune aligns with my intent." Reflecting on his previous insights from the teachings, he found a resolution to his difficulties. This progress could indeed be considered remarkable. Congratulations. But how long will it take to build your second spiritual aperture? With the assistance of the first aperture. Perhaps another 7 or 8 days, Xianxia replied. Yuan frowned slightly. "Doesn't that mean you one team make it in time for the first cultivation assessment?" "Only 5 days remain." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. "I am actually progressing quite swiftly. That fellow Zhou Wuyo still needs 2 more days before he even has a chance to attempt it, and to ensure a higher success rate. He must refine his skills for another 2 days before daring to construct his first aperture. My pace far exceeds his. That is hardly fast. You cannot continue to compare yourself to Zhou Wuyo. You should be measuring yourself against those with medium-grade spiritual roots. Are you aware of their progress? Can they construct 2 apertures before the first assessment? Why compare yourself to the weak? Are you not diminishing your own standing?" Xianxia fell into contemplation upon hearing this. "Indeed, I have gathered information on this matter. There was a disciple who ranked 170th in the Qi drawing, and according to his progress, he could just manage to construct a second aperture before the assessment. I still have a bit of a distance to cover." Yuan sighed in relief and said, "In that case, strive to advance 2 days earlier. If you can manage to elevate to 2 apertures before the assessment, that would be splendid." Xianxia looked at him with suspicion. "Why are you so eager for me to condense 2 apertures?" "Because we are friends, and I fear that your mindset may falter later." Yuan responded with a wry smile. "How could that be? My mindset is quite stable." Xianxia replied with a self-satisfied grin. "Among the low-grade spiritual roots, I rank first. Impressive, impressive." Yuan turned to leave. "I must attend the teachings. We shall talk later." "Wait," Xianxia called out. "What is it?" Yuan turned back. "You cannot continue like this. Attending the teachings is not meant to be done in such a manner. You are wasting your time." Zhang Wei spoke candidly, wishing to advise Yuan. Yuan regarded him earnestly and said, "You are a good person. Focus on your cultivation, for time is of the essence." With that, he departed. Xianxia furrowed his brow, sensing that Yuan's words carried a deeper meaning. What was he truly thinking? Is he not cultivating? Will my mindset truly falter? I fear it is your mindset that may collapse, plummeting from 299 straight down to 7 or 800. Zhang Wei muttered under his breath. A sudden sense of urgency enveloped him, and his previously relaxed spirit tightened. He immediately dedicated himself to rigorous training, inwardly cursing, "It would have been better had you not come to congratulate me." Life continued as usual. Su Yuan remained engrossed in the lecture hall and the library, attending every session and being escorted out of the library each night. He found this routine exceedingly fulfilling. Curiously, his actions attracted the attention of several disciples, culminating on the 9th day. In the lecture hall, the most frequently speaking intersect senior brother finally took notice of Su Yuan. He delivered 7 lessons, and Su Yuan was the only disciple who attended each one, albeit his mind often wandered elsewhere. Finding Su Yuan intriguing, he inquired about him through a miscellaneous disciple. "What did you say?" "He possesses the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire." "I am discussing the essentials of water attribute cultivation." He attended all 7 sessions? What was he thinking? The intersect senior brother was profoundly shocked, and Su Yuan's name left a lasting impression on him. Meanwhile, as Su Yuan read, he heard the system's prompt. Ding. Fame value 1. What happened? What did I do? Su Yuan questioned the system in confusion. The system remained silent, leaving him to swallow his perplexity. Could it be that this system had encountered a bug? He shook his head and resumed his reading. Before long, the 10th day arrived. 1,000 celestial seedlings gathered once more in the square, as the first cultivation assessment was about to commence. Chapter 7. The first round of cultivation assessment. Zhang Wei stood beside Su Yuan, his expression brimming with excitement. "Su Yuan, I have succeeded. I have broken through. I have constructed my second spiritual aperture." Dark circles surrounded his eyes, a testament to his diligent efforts over the past 5 days. Su Yuan congratulated him. "Impressive, Zhang Wei. I have witnessed your dedication, and your unwavering will has truly astonished me. This time, the spotlight should belong to you." Zhang Wei grinned widely, his self-satisfaction growing more pronounced. If he had only mastered the art of sword flight, he would have soared into the air right then and there. At that moment, he recalled something and glanced at Su Yuan with a hint of regret. "Alas, it's a pity. Your talent is too lacking, your resources scarce, and you do not exert yourself in cultivation. It will be difficult for you to enter the outer sect. But do not be disheartened, this is quite normal. There are 800 others in the same situation as you. With that in mind, doesn't it seem less daunting?" Su Yuan found it hard to discern whether Zhang Wei was genuinely trying to comfort him or if he was mocking him. He was indeed skilled at providing consolation. "I appreciate your kind words. Su Yuan duplies." Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Time is drawing near," Su Yuan reminded him. Zhang Wei quickly straightened his posture. After a brief wait, a beam of white light descended from the distant mountaintop. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, the Valley Master gracefully floated down, landing with a flourish. His flying sword circled him 9 times, leaving behind 9 brilliant trails of light before vanishing into the Master's sleeve. Zhang Wei's eyes shimmered with admiration and anticipation. Incredible. Suddenly, Su Yuan had an epiphany. All celestial seedlings were required to traverse the celestial seedling valley, even those with exceptional spiritual roots. Each time, they would be captivated by the Valley Master's flamboyant display, and as their own cultivation progressed, they would inevitably emulate him. The mystery was solved. He understood why the appearances of those intersect seniors were so ostentatious. It was all due to you, Valley Master, an unrepentant show-off, causing no small amount of trouble. The Master cast a calm glance over the assembly of disciples and spoke. "It brings me great joy to see you all once more. Today marks the occasion for you to showcase the fruits of your cultivation. Whether one is a mule or a horse will be revealed when brought forth for examination. This is not only an opportunity for me to observe, but also for you to gauge your own progress and recognize the disparities with others. Strive diligently in your practice without complacency. Now, let the evaluations commence, beginning with the last in rank." With a wave of his hand, an extraordinary magical artifact materialized upon the high platform, featuring a massive stone tablet inscribed with flowing characters, alongside a dimly glowing column of light that was evidently more than mere ornamentation. One disciple, under the scrutiny of 1,000 gazes, approached with a flushed face. He was the last in line, the final individual to successfully channel energy into his body, thus seizing this moment to make an appearance. Over the past 10 days, he had tirelessly devoted himself to cultivation, eager to shed the label of being the bottom dweller. The elder spoke with indifference. "Place your hand upon the central jade stone." "Yes, master." The disciple hurriedly stepped forward and pressed his hands against the jade. Mere moments later, a red glow illuminated the column of light, slowly rising a notch. Characters appeared on the stone tablet. 29 strands of spiritual energy. Oh, not bad. The elder nodded. As the last in rank, being able to refine 29 strands of spiritual energy speaks volumes not only of his talent, but also of his diligence. Encouraged by this, the disciple beamed with joy and descended from the platform. The second last disciple had been prepared at the side, and upon witnessing this figure, his face turned pale. When he placed his hand upon the jade stone and the inscription revealed 26 strands of spiritual energy, the elder's dissatisfaction was palpable. Too poor. Return and cultivate harder. The disciple, head bowed in acknowledgement, turned away dejectedly. Yuan observed this scene, feeling as though he were in a classroom where the teacher publicly announced grades. It is not the poor performance that instills fear, but rather the prospect of being ranked last. Many would overlook those in the middle ranks, instead forming lasting impressions of those at the forefront and those at the tail end. For instance, Yuan distinctly remembered the name of the young man with 26 strands of spiritual energy, Lu Shan, a name that seemed to mock the irony of his life's misfortunes. As the third last disciple ascended the platform, his expression was similarly grim. The inscription revealed 28 strands of spiritual energy, just shy of the last place's score. In that moment, the last disciple felt a surge of pride, knowing he was no longer at the very bottom. If it were me, wouldn't my system have leveled up instantly? Yuan mused, casting a glance at the 26 strands of spiritual energy, though regrettably, his abilities did not permit such a leap. The assessment of cultivation levels progressed swiftly, with results emerging in mere moments. The scores gradually ascended. By the time they reached the 500th rank, the spiritual energy count had risen to 70 strands. Upon reaching the 400th rank, it climbed to 90 strands, inching ever closer to the pivotal 100 strands. Finally, at the 350th rank, a disciple achieved 100 strands of spiritual energy, yet failed to unlock a spiritual aperture. It was not until the 333rd rank that a disciple successfully condensed their first spiritual aperture. Who might this individual be? It is astonishing that he has already condensed a spirit aperture. He must possess a lower grade spiritual root. The disparity between individuals is indeed as vast as the mountains compared to the valleys. Surrounding onlookers could not restrain their whispers, while those ranked lower craned their necks to catch a glimpse. The valley master cast a fleeting glance their way, and the crowd fell silent, though their expressions betrayed their astonishment. Naturally, this was merely from those ranked lower. The prodigies at the forefront did not even deign to cast a glance. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a subtle smile, an irrepressible joy illuminating his countenance. Yuan, observing his expression, understood that this fellow was eagerly anticipating an awe-inspiring display. One spirit aperture had already elicited gasps. How remarkable would it be when he revealed his two? Soon, the testing of the 32 disciples concluded, and only 3 managed to open an additional spirit aperture, underscoring the rarity of such an achievement. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. Zhou Weiyo, watching from behind, wore a look of disdain. What is this boy so thrilled about? Has he not merely acquired a profound level technique? A high-ranking technique does not necessarily equate to a boon. Without the comprehension of its essence, his cultivation speed might very well lag behind that of a yellow-level technique. Yuan offered Zhang Wei an encouraging glance, to which Zhang Wei responded with a look that conveyed, "Watch my performance." He then strode confidently onto the platform, placing both hands upon the jade stone. The beam of light, a blend of gold and green, rose slightly, appearing rather unimpressive. Zhou Weiyo immediately focused on the inscription on the stone slab. The first line materialized, 12 strands of spiritual energy. This revelation brought Zhou Weiyo immediate delight. After establishing his own spirit aperture, he had amassed 62 strands of spiritual energy, far surpassing Zhang Wei. The other disciples watching were not particularly astonished. Such a meager amount of spiritual energy indicated that a spirit aperture had indeed been opened. However, with the prior performances as benchmarks, Zhang Wei's achievement seemed less remarkable. Then, the second line of text appeared. 2 spirit apertures opened. A gasp escaped the Valley Master's nostrils, his expression tinged with surprise. "Wait, 2 spirit apertures?" someone exclaimed. Zhou Weiyo's face stiffened, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the final words of the second line. It was unmistakably 2. not one. Impossible, how could this be? Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. The square erupted into a cacophony, particularly among the prodigious disciples in the front rows, who turned their attention to him. In that moment, Zhang Wei's face seemed to radiate brilliance. He grinned widely, his joy effulgent. Indeed, well done, Zhang Wei, was it? You have impressed me greatly. The Valley Master offered his praise generously. Thank you for your kind words, Master. I shall strive to do even better in the future. Zhang Wei responded with a chuckle. Very well, you may step down. The Valley Master nodded. Zhang Wei descended the platform with poise, casting a look back at Su Yuan that seemed to say, take notes. Su Yuan shook his head with a smile and then ascended the platform, placing his hands upon the jade stone. He felt a warm current circulating within him before it returned to the jade stone. Upon confirming the completion of the assessment, Su Yuan swiftly withdrew his hand and departed with remarkable haste. The sect leader was momentarily taken aback. This disciple was indeed quite decisive in his actions. He turned his gaze towards the words that had emerged upon the stone tablet. 60 strands of spiritual energy. Open 2 spiritual apertures. What is this? The sect leader was now even more astonished. Just as he stepped down from the platform, Zhang Wei, who had been waiting for Su Yuan's assessment to conclude, also caught sight of those 2 lines of text. He rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, those 2 lines of text undeniably conveyed that Su Yuan had indeed opened 2 spiritual apertures, and astonishingly, there were still 60 strands of spiritual energy remaining. Was this reasonable? Was this normal? Zhang Wei's mind was in disarray. After all, Su Yuan was merely a disciple with inferior 3 spiritual roots. Moreover, he was aware that this individual certainly lacked abundant resources for cultivation, often idling away his time, dozing off during lectures, and poring over books in the miscellaneous library. After subtracting the time spent sleeping, how much time could he possibly dedicate to cultivation? His technique was merely of the yellow-grade elite, inferior even to Zhang Wei's. Yet, despite all this, Su Yuan had progressed faster than him. This was almost enough to shatter his composure. Suddenly, he recalled what Su Yuan had confidently stated 5 days prior, seemingly certain that he could break through to 2 spiritual apertures. The memory of flaunting in front of him, while Su Yuan merely smiled, occasionally agreeing with him, made Zhang Wei's lips twitch uncontrollably. He was not alone in his astonishment. Many others were equally taken aback, although Zhang Wei's earlier revelation had somewhat diminished their surprise. Those in the know were acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the situation. Zhou Wuyo's eyes nearly bulged out, questioning whether his vision had failed him twice in one day. What was his name? Su Yuan. I frequently see him in the lecture hall. We've never exchanged greetings, but he looks familiar. Oh, I often see him there too. Aren't you of the wood attribute? You see him often as well? A number of people exchanged a few words, each displaying expressions of astonishment and confusion. The elder coughed, restoring silence to the venue. Next, he urged. The disciple queued behind Su Yuan finally stepped onto the stage as if awakening from a dream. The sect leader continued to gaze at Su Yuan's retreating figure, his impression of the disciple deepening significantly. Primarily, he was aware of Su Yuan's background and aptitude. The only explanation for this situation was Su Yuan's exceptionally high comprehension. Could he be a genius in terms of insight? Such a genius was no less valuable than one with superior spiritual roots. The sect leader discreetly noted Su Yuan's name, marking him among the disciples of superior spiritual roots. Ding. Fame value 1. Ding. Fame value 1. Ding. Fame value 1. Ding. Fame value 2. Ding. Fame value 5. In the blink of an eye, the system notification for Su Yuan sounded 5 times, bringing his total fame value to 13. Su Yuan was perplexed. What could be the pattern behind this increase in fame value? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it, opting to let things unfold naturally. As Su Yuan passed by Zhang Wei, he noticed Zhang Wei still staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. You've returned to your senses. Su Yuan murmured. Zhang Wei snapped back, his gaze sharp and focused on Su Yuan as he lowered his voice. Tell me, what is your secret? I'll purchase it with spirit stones. Su Yuan, feeding helpless. Thought, what secret could there be? Does having an advantage count? Perhaps it is simply that my cultivation technique resonates well with me. By the way, according to the teachings, I should already be considered to have reached the minor achievement realm. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Minor achievement? Are you joking? I am still at the entry level, and there is still the preliminary stage before one can even think of minor achievement. How on earth did you cultivate? I really don't know. It just came to me naturally, you know? Su Yuan replied, his expression reflecting his reluctance to deceive. The sect leader's ears perked up, and he moved Su Yuan's name a step forward, placing it just behind the two supreme spirit roots. Chapter 8. The first round of assessment concludes. Upon returning to the group, Su Yuan noticed the surrounding disciples frequently glancing at him and Zhang Wei. Among them, Zhou Wuyo stared intently at Su Yuan, his expression shifting between various emotions. Despite being momentarily overshadowed by Su Yuan, Zhang Wei maintained an air of pride, lifting his chin and nodding enthusiastically at the other disciples, his face beaming with delight. In contrast, Su Yuan kept his head low, appearing quite modest. This inadvertently drew attention to Su Yuan through Zhang Wei, prompting many to redirect their gaze towards him. On the high platform, the assessments continued. The disciples following Su Yuan showed a marked increase in their chances of unlocking a meridian, with 1 in every 3 succeeding to do so. Yet none managed to unlock 2 meridians. It wasn't until the ranking reached 180 that a disciple finally unlocked 2 meridians. However, this disciple possessed a mid-grade 3 spirit roots, which failed to stir much excitement. Achieving 2 meridians with mid-grade roots was commendable, yet it was merely satisfactory. At this pace, both Su Yuan and Zhang Wei were assured a place within the top 200 in the first round of cultivation assessments, with the outer sect within reach. Zhang Wei's smile grew more pronounced, while Su Yuan nudged him in the ribs, softly advising, "Don't be too arrogant. The high-grade spirit roots have yet to make their move. Hold your composure." Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. "What are the high-grade spirit roots? I will catch up eventually." His tone brimmed with confidence. Su Yuan was left speechless. In the subsequent assessments, each disciple managed to unlock at least 1 meridian, and the rate of those unlocking 2 meridians surged. Zhang Wei's smile gradually faded, though he remained self-assured. By the time they reached the 50th position, the last mid-grade route also unlocked 2 meridians, without exceeding 3, yet still boasting over 300 units of surplus spirit energy. Zhang Wei felt that the gap between him and the top mid-grade route was merely a factor of 2. According to the current rankings, he astonishingly reached the 143rd position, securing a place within the top 150. Naturally, Su Yuan surpassed him, having achieved the 118th position. The ranking left Su Yuan feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he possessed a low-grade spiritual root. Wouldn't this draw too much attention? As the ranking reached the 49th position, the first disciple with a high-grade spiritual root stepped onto the elevated platform, attracting the gaze of the crowd. This marked the initial test for a high-grade spiritual root. The beam of light surged upward significantly. Zhang Wei fixated intently on the inscriptions on the stone tablet. 120 strands of spiritual energy. 3 acupoints open. Qi refinement level 1. Impossible. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. His progress was nearly 3 times faster than mine. The difference between 2 acupoints and 3 is immense. Su Yuan was not at all surprised. He had already gauged the disparity among spiritual roots, estimating it to be between 2 to 3 times. A medium-grade spiritual root is thrice that of a low-grade, while a high-grade spiritual root is similarly 3 times that of a medium-grade, assuming equal quantities of roots for comparison. Zhang Wei's advancement was comparable to that of a medium-grade spiritual root, thus making the performance of the least impressive high-grade spiritual root approximately 3 times his own progress quite reasonable. However, the expression of that high-grade disciple was far from pleasant as he descended from the platform with a stern countenance. Zhang Wei muttered, "He doesn't seem pleased." "Well, of course not. He has a high-grade spiritual root. His comparison is with peers of his own caliber, not with you." Su Yuan pointed out. "Are the more experts?" Zhang Wei's confidence took a hit. The 48th disciple stepped forward, placing his hand on the jade stone, also achieving 3 acupoints, with a spiritual energy reservoir reaching 200 strands. Absurd. Zhang Wei cursed inwardly. Yet, Su Yuan remained unfazed. It wasn't until the 15th disciple that a significant change occurred. 28 strands of spiritual energy. 4 acupoints open. Qi refinement level 2. What the heck? Is this what a high-grade spiritual root is like? A grave look crossed Zhang Wei's face. "Stay composed. This is merely the beginning." Su Yuan advised. Zhang Wei stared at Su Yuan in astonishment, realizing that Su Yuan was genuinely calm. Be it the previous 3 acupoints or the current 4, Su Yuan exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. He had assumed he possessed strong mental fortitude, But in this moment, he recognized that Su Yuan's composure far surpassed his own. That tranquility and serenity cannot be feigned. He even felt an illusion of seeing his elder brother's demeanor reflected in Su Yuan, knowing full well that his brother had already established his foundation. Su Yuan looked at Zhang Wei, puzzled. What is wrong? Why are you staring at me? Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Wei chuckled awkwardly, his mindset inexplicably lifting. Su Yuan sensed something was off about Zhang Wei, yet he paid little heed to these subtleties, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle. If I were to expend my 5 days of rest activating my potential, I wonder if I could compete with these high-grade spiritual roots? Indeed, since Su Yuan practiced 5 days ago, he is not engaged in any further cultivation. Initially, he was left with merely 28 strands of spiritual energy. However, the automatic increase in his spiritual apertures has forcibly elevated his energy to approximately 60 strands. The quantity of spiritual energy he passively recovers is undeniably abnormal, augmenting by 6 strands each day, surpassing the efforts of those with inferior spiritual roots in their cultivation. Lost in contemplation, the speed of the assessment continued unabated, swiftly reaching the third-rank disciple. This individual, too, possessed a superior spiritual root, specifically a singular superior root, with a staggering 1278 strands of spiritual energy. Having opened 4 spiritual apertures and attained the 2nd level of qi refinement. The disparity was striking, Zhang Wei murmured, his tone becoming somewhat more subdued. Su Yuan marveled as well. This achievement was nothing short of extraordinary. After only 10 days of cultivation, this disciple had successfully opened 4 apertures and reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, creating a vast chasm in comparison, compared to those with medium spiritual roots. They were on entirely different planes, let alone those with inferior roots who were scarcely visible in their wake. The last-ranked disciple was visibly disheartened, his spiritual energy trailing by more than double. The chasm between them was utterly disheartening. Yuan, please step up for your assessment. The Valley Master gently beckoned the exceptional spiritual root disciple, Yuan. Certainly, the young woman smiled gracefully, her figure floating upward as if she were but a wisp of smoke ascending to the high platform. Zhang Wei's expression shifted, the foundational spell of lightness technique. Has she already begun practicing spells? Su Yuan pondered, recognizing the significant gap. He had yet to witness even a single spell. The Burning Wood Refining Spirit technique inherently included only 3 spells, the first of which could only be practiced upon reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement. The detection apparatus emitted a brilliant beam of light, revealing faint golden characters upon the stone slab. 2,815 strands of spiritual energy. 6 spiritual apertures opened. 2nd level of qi refinement. A collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly, the atmosphere heating several degrees. Yuan had suddenly widened the gap by 2 apertures. Surely, even those who were exceptionally gifted must adhere to basic principles. No? Su Yuan mused, while he activated his own abilities. The surrounding spiritual energy had a limit to its absorption. Could it be that the exceptional spiritual roots were exempt from such constraints? Suddenly, Su Yuan arrived at a realization. The spiritual energy consumed by Yuan to open her apertures must be significantly less. If he could reduce his consumption by 10% through comprehension of his techniques, then Yuan's high-tier earth technique could potentially diminish her energy consumption by over 50%. The gap between them was indeed vast. Su Yuan quietly mused, finding solace in the notion that opening 2 apertures was hardly an issue. Aware of the importance of perseverance, he felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to Su Yuan, according to the Valley Master's evaluative standards, his rank was only surpassed by Yuan, a fact that remained unchanged even after the superior single spiritual root disciple demonstrated the opening of 4 apertures. In other words, according to the criteria set by the Valley Master, Su Yuan's performance with 2 spirit apertures surpassed that of a high-grade spirit root with 4 apertures. As for how much he fell short compared to Yuan, only the Valley Master himself was privy to that knowledge. It was now the turn of the last individual, Yi Bufan. A subtle smile graced Yi Bufan's face as he approached the retreating Yuan. This time, I shall take the lead, Yi Bufan conveyed to Yuan through sound transmission. Yuan raised an elegant eyebrow, glancing sideways at Yi Bufan's assessment results. Upon pressing his hands onto the jade stone, new characters emerged, revealing 2,230 strands of spiritual power. 7 spirit apertures successfully opened. Qi refining level 3. 7 spirit apertures. Liu Muvan Furuit Her Diligate. The instant the result of 7 spirit apertures was announced, the entire venue fell into silence, with all eyes fixed on Yi Bufan, their expressions displaying disbelief. This was indeed the 3rd level of Qi refining. A world apart. Compared to him, others had no grounds for comparison whatsoever. The elder nodded with a smile. Well done. Yi Bufan offered a modest smile, responding humbly. Thank you for your praise, Valley Master Yuan. The Valley Master nodded and then addressed the crowd. Today's assessment has concluded. From now until the end of March, there will be no additional evaluations until the final cultivation assessment. However, you should have a clear understanding by now, so I shall not elaborate further. You may disperse. The crowd gradually departed in small groups. Su Yuan also left alongside Zhang Wei. On their way, the two parted ways. Su Yuan was headed to the lecture hall, while Zhang Wei returned to his diligent practice. As Su Yuan walked alone, he reached a wooded area where a figure emerged, blocking his path. Zhou Wuyo? Su Yuan's expression turned serious as he regarded Zhou Wuyo. Behind him stood a full complement of 8 disciples. He anticipated that Zhou Wuyo would confront him midway. Zhou Wuyo approached with a blank expression. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, watching him closely while scanning the surroundings for a potential escape route. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Zhou Wuyo, a direct disciple of the Zhou family, possessing a low-grade 3 spirit root, and my family is engaged in the alchemy business, Zhou Wuyo stated. This was information Su Yuan was already aware of. So, Su Yuan Zhou Wuyo continued unabated. My family boasts 15 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 false stand cultivator, making it a formidable foundation establishment cultivation family. My father is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Su Yuan's expression grew grave. This family background was indeed impressive, although foundation establishment is merely the 2nd stage of cultivation. A single foundation establishment cultivator can sustain an entire foundation establishment cultivation family, easily occupying a small spiritual mountain. It is quite remarkable to have even 1 out of 100 low-grade spirit roots break through to foundation establishment. What exactly do you wish to convey? Su Yuan surmised Zhou Wuyo's intentions. He had no interest in joining the Zhou family or becoming any sort of vassal. After March, it became increasingly difficult for me to step beyond the threshold, resulting in a significant reduction in the resources my family can provide. While my cultivation needs are sufficiently met, other aspects fall somewhat short, sighed Zhou Wuyo. Su Yuan responded with a simple acknowledgement. Having heard Zhang Wei's complaints, he anticipated the unveiling of hidden intentions. I have investigated, and you possess a low-grade 3 spirit roots. During this period, there has been no supply of broken spirit stones, and you often attend lectures and read outside. Zhou Wuyo continued. Su Yuan furrowed his brow deeper, surprised that this individual had taken an interest in him. Apologies, but I must attend a lecture. I shall take my leave, Su Yuan stated. He sidestepped and headed towards the lecture hall, confident that Zhou Wuyo would not dare to act aggressively within the confines of the immortal Seed Valley, a place meant to assess disciples' abilities in all aspects. Any impression of bullying would surely have dire consequences from the sect. Wait, Zhou Wuyo called out. Su Yuan quickened his pace. I wish to collaborate with you, Zhou Wuyo suddenly declared. Collaborate? Su Yuan boasted. For these 3 months, I will fully assist you in your cultivation, helping you secure a position within the top 50 and qualify as an inner sect disciple. Once you achieve this, you'll have the opportunity to recommend an outer sect disciple. I hope to obtain this privilege in return, and I will provide numerous elixirs and spirit stones to aid your cultivation, Zhou Wuyo stated calmly. I recognize your innate talent. Your current pace of cultivation does not reflect your full potential. With adequate resources, entering the top 50 is highly achievable. This collaboration is mutually beneficial. Su Yuan slowly turned, his gaze revealing a hint of surprise. This individual bore little resemblance to the fool Zhang Wei described. Chapter 9. The Effects of 6 Days of Rest and Cultivation. Zhou Wuyo had surprisingly deemed him a genius. If Zhou Wuyo thought so, what the higher-ups in the sect? What the Valley Master? What the other disciples? It was unexpected that despite his efforts to remain low-key, he had inadvertently revealed glimpses of his remarkable talent. Consequently, astute individuals would likely have deduced his exceptional perceptiveness. With Zhou Wuyo's resources, achieving a top 50 position would not appear out of place. Truthfully, Su Yuan was intrigued. The advantages of being an outer sect disciple far surpassed those of a servant, as there would be no need for menial labor, numerous benefits to enjoy, and guidance from esteemed masters. The benefits of being an inner sect disciple naturally exceeded those of the outer sect, offering even more advantages, fewer tasks, and abundant rewards. Just the title inner encapsulated everything. Su Yuan could pursue his cultivation with greater stability. Theoretically, inner sect disciples must reach the 7th layer of qi refinement to apply, and the immortal seed valley was the only known shortcut. Zhou Wuyo discerned Su Yuan's hesitation. His indecision indicated that Su Yuan was indeed tempted. With a smile, he said, "I provide resources without any coercive demands. Even if you ultimately cannot enter the inner sect, I will not hold it against you. I can provide you with 25 resources. This is the utmost I can acquire in such a short span of time. Are you not planning to strive for anything yourself?" Su Yuan remarked, somewhat taken aback. "Rather than placing my faith in myself, I have greater confidence in your ability to enter the inner sect," Zhou Wuyo asserted. "Oh, and why is that?" Su Juaning Weiyev, slightly surprised. "When I first began my cultivation journey, I encountered you once. I requested resources from you, and you outright refused. It was then that I perceived a profound confidence in your eyes, though I did not comprehend it at the time." Zhou Wuyo paused briefly. "Having witnessed your astonishing achievements today, I am now certain that your composure is not merely a facade. Even back then, you exuded confidence. And upon witnessing the extraordinary performance of the exceptional spiritual root, you displayed neither excessive astonishment nor envy. I knew you were extraordinary." Observing Zhou Wuyo's eloquence and the admiration reflected in the eyes of those behind him, Su Yuan felt that Zhou Wuyo was indeed a remarkable individual. "Just as you said, I cannot guarantee anything." Su Yuan Zhou Wuyo's expression relaxed. "I understand this. One can plan, but success lies beyond one's control." Zhou Wuyo gestured towards the back. Immediately, a disciple approached, carrying a box. "Here are the 25 resources for today. Please accept them." Zhou Wuyo presented the box with both hands. "No need for contract?" Su Yuan asked, surprised. "No need," Zhou Wuyo affirmed. Su Yuan regarded him intently before accepting the box. "This disciple has been my attendant since childhood. You may call him Xiaoli. If there is anything you need, you can instruct him to handle it. He resides in room 318, conveniently located near your quarters. Should he be unable to manage anything, he will contact me. There will be no delay in your matters. Su brother." Xiaoli stepped forward eagerly, a lean youth. Su Yuan nodded. "No need for now." "Not a problem," Zhou Wuyo replied with a smile. "Then I shall take my leave. Su Yuan Statif, please attend to your affairs." "Su brother," Zhou Wuyo responded. After departing, Su Yuan returned to his residence briefly before heading to the lecture hall to attend a class. Upon receiving news, Zhou Wuyo's face flickered with doubt. He questioned whether his decision had been prudent, but since the matter had been resolved, there was no point in regret. Following the class, Su Yuan returned to his quarters. Although the sky was still bright, Su Yuan had already settled into a meditative posture in the cultivation room. He opened the box, revealing 25 shards of spiritual stone and 25 vials of recovery liquid, in addition to the 6 resources he had previously set aside, totaling 31 shards of spiritual stone and 31 vials of recovery liquid. These resources held little significance for him to truly enhance his abilities. He would still rely on the system. Su Yuan cast a glance at the system panel. Name, Sujuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, Obscure, 13,100. Realm, First Layer of Qi Refinement, 66,100. Entry 1. The Art of Balancing Work and Rest. You possess a remarkable ability to harmonize labor and leisure. The longer your periods of respite, the more profound the effects of your cultivation. Presently, you have enjoyed a rest period of 6 days and 11 hours. Unbeknownst to you, this duration has reached a remarkable 6 days. Previously, after a mere 3 days of rest, your spiritual energy reservoir expanded by approximately 260 strands, and you successfully opened 2 spiritual acupoints. What results might this 6-day respite yield? Activate the concept of balancing work and rest. A chime resonated in your mind. In the next moment, Su Yuan felt a surge of energy. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state in a single breath. In the darkness, an abundance of red, gold, and green luminescent points flared around him. Subsequently, he initiated the circulation of his energy pathways. A total of 9 strands of spiritual energy were summoned, twisting together like an agile spirit serpent, deftly maneuvering into his meridians and swiftly flowing within. The tricolored spiritual essence of heaven and earth was immediately mobilized, rushing toward his body at an astonishing pace. infiltrating through every pore and merging into the meridians as it entered the cycle of energy circulation. This time, the operation of his energy pathways was remarkably effortless. Su Yuan experienced an instinctive sensation, requiring minimal mental exertion. It naturally flowed along the predetermined path, conserving both time and energy. With a mere thought, Su Yuan withdrew most of his consciousness from the circulation and began to recall the courses he had attended and the books he had read during this period. A total of 32 lectures, presented by 14 esteemed inter-sect seniors, elucidated the intricate principles of various attribute cultivation methods, essential precautions during the cultivation process, and techniques for energy circulation, all vividly replayed in Su Yuan's mind, leading to rapid comprehension. The memories of the 500 texts he had perused in the library also resurfaced, with a plethora of fragmented cultivation knowledge emerging and corroborating the lessons from his seniors. Gradually, Su Yuan's understanding of the qi refinement stage surged. The operation of his energy pathways had become instinctual, seamlessly repeating with each cycle without deliberate focus. He immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, repeatedly contemplating the path of cultivation. By the time he had thoroughly grasped the essentials of cultivation from recent days, 4 hours had already elapsed. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Su Yuan's eyes as he regained awareness and sensed the state of his dantian. To his astonishment, the total spiritual energy within his dantian had reached 620 strands. How could this be achieved? Su Yuan marveled at the revelation. He then keenly sensed the conclusion of a new cycle of energy circulation, which had taken merely a quarter of an hour. The additional spiritual energy acquired amounted to an impressive 81 strands, completely surpassing his previous estimation of the ambient spiritual energy limit of 40 strands. Soon after, another cycle of energy circulation commenced. However, this time, Su Yuan took direct control of the process. The insights gained from 4 hours of contemplation began to resonate with the technique of flamewood spirit forging. As he guided the 9 strands of spiritual energy within his dantian, their form began to transform once more under Su Yuan's direction, transforming from a ribbon into a fiery golden python. Its body is composed of flesh infused with emerald-wood attribute spiritual energy, while its blood flows with fiery attribute vitality. The golden attribute energy shapes the python's exterior, resulting in a vibrant golden-red serpent that swiftly traverses through the dantian. As it moves, it instinctively draws in the abundant spiritual energy from the meridians, naturally completing its digestion during the circulation of the zhoutian, thereby integrating it as part of the spiritual python. The technique of burning wood refining spirit art seems to pulsate with life at that moment, leaving Su Yuan entranced. Upon the conclusion of the zhoutian cycle and the return to the dantian, the spiritual python dissipates into 108 strands of spiritual energy. After deducting the initial 9 strands, a single session of cultivation has augmented his spiritual energy by 99 strands. His total spiritual energy now stands at 2,719 strands. Breakthrough. With a mere thought, Su Yuan summoned a total of 360 strands of spiritual energy, reconstituting them into a spiritual python that plunged into the meridians, following the established pathways to the 3rd acupoint, where it unhesitatingly burrowed in. Inside the acupoint, the spiritual python commenced a tumultuous dance, and as it swam, the spiritual orifice began to gradually open, solidifying into a stable spiritual acupoint. The pace of his breakthrough was twice as swift as before, and Su Yuan sensed a reduction in spiritual energy consumption. After successfully opening the spiritual acupoint, he once again channeled spiritual energy through the first 3 acupoints, forming a robust structure. Once stability was achieved, the spiritual serpent dissipated, returning to the dantian as 80 strands of energy, with an actual expenditure of only 280 strands. The pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. Su Yuan used. His current achievement directly surpassed the finest results among mid-grade spiritual roots. Unyielding, Su Yuan pressed on for another breakthrough. The 4th acupoint yielded effortlessly under his command, consuming 532 strands of spiritual energy, enhancing his control over it further. After regaining some composure, Su Yuan breached the 5th acupoint. The consumption amounted to 1,007 strands of spiritual energy. Such a feat had already exceeded the top ranking among high-grade spiritual roots. At this juncture, Su Yuan's mental fortitude had waned significantly, Despite having an hour remaining, his spirit was utterly depleted. Clearly, he needed to seek a method to enhance his spiritual awareness. Su Yuan silently resolved this before entering a meditative slumber. Within his body, the GodTier operation continued instinctively. An hour later, upon exiting the trance state, his cultivation practice returned to normal. In the morning light, Su Yuan awoke feeling remarkably refreshed and clear-headed, his 5 acupoints continuously nurturing spiritual energy, revitalizing his physical form, and fortifying his senses. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was met with a cacophony from outside. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing Zhang Wei's voice among the noise. He opened the door with a look of confusion, only to find Zhang Wei engaged in a fierce struggle with several other disciples. It was evident that Zhang Wei was at a disadvantage, having received numerous punches and kicks. Su Yuan's keen eyes spotted one disciple lying on the ground, wailing in agony. He seemed to be one who had previously collaborated with Zhang Wei in a transaction. Around them, others peered from neighboring houses, watching intently, yet refraining from intervening. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuan began to piece together the sequence of events. Zhang Wei's performance the previous day had evidently ruffled some feathers among the disciples, as his rapid advancement likely stemmed from that very transaction. Certain disciples seemed intent on obstructing or intercepting that deal in a bid to hinder Zhang Wei's progress. Su Yuan took a couple steps forward, poised to intervene. Upon hearing the door open and the sound of footsteps, Zhang Wei instinctively called out, "Su Yuan, stay back. I can handle this myself." The response came in the form of several loud thuds. Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned, only to realize that his opponents had inexplicably fallen to the ground, writhing in distress. When he looked up, he found Su Yuan standing before him, hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of calm composure. Zhang Wei could hardly believe his eyes. It was evident that Su Yuan had come to his aid in that critical instant. But how had it transpired? It felt as though his vision had merely flickered, and his adversaries had collapsed. Chapter 10. Resolving trouble. Su Yuan was equally astonished. Just as he had intended to intervene, he discovered that his speed was astonishingly quick, yet he could maintain precise control over his body. With striking ferocity, he swiftly discerned various vulnerabilities among the disciples, employing the simplest of techniques, strikes and kicks, to bring them down with ease. Some of his techniques were drawn from eclectic readings and even combat videos from his previous life. During his prior cultivation experiences, he had inadvertently absorbed these skills. "When did you become so formidable? Have you trained in martial arts?" Zhang Wei asked, his expression one of disbelief. Su Yuan chuckled. "Perhaps I have always been this strong?" Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had never witnessed Su Yuan in action before, leading him to mistakenly assume Su Yuan was weak. The onlooking disciples nearby mirrored his astonishment, equally surprised by Su Yuan's prowess. From a distance, perched upon a tree branch, Lu Mu Wan also displayed a look of surprise. She had been practicing her lightness technique in the woods when she stumbled upon the skirmish involving Zhang Wei and others. Initially, she planned to observe briefly before leaving, but she was unexpectedly captivated by Su Yuan's display of skill. His speed, reflexes, and strength were far from ordinary, and he bore no visible signs of having trained in martial arts. To achieve such results, he must have reached the second level of qi refinement, where the energy begins to nourish the body. Having studied martial arts herself, Lu Mu Wan could discern that Su Yuan had not formally trained. Yet another question lingered in her mind. She did not recall any disciple at the second level of qi refinement. Who was this individual? Su Yuan seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward the direction of the forest. However, by the time he turned, Lu Mu Wan had already vanished into the foliage. Not perceiving anything unusual, Su Yuan turned back in confusion. In the distance, a throng of people was approaching with great fervor. Zhang Wei's expression shifted. That's Wu Jing, a middle-grade dual spirit root, who previously opened 2 meridians. Could these individuals be his? Su Yuan shot him a perplexed glance, thinking, "Brother, you've been embroiled in conflict for quite some time, yet you remain oblivious to the main character." Wu Jing approached with a stern countenance, his eyes icy as he surveyed his fallen subordinates who lay on the ground in anguish. He directed a chilling gaze towards Zhang Wei and Su Yuan, demanding, "Are you the ones who attacked my people without provocation?" Zhang Wei retorted with a cold snort. "They were the ones who assaulted my client first. Look, there's my client." Zhang Wei paused, realizing that his client had somehow appeared by the side, the bruises on his body mysteriously absent. Upon noticing Zhang Wei's gaze, The disciple wore a look of innocence, lowering his head and stealthily retreating. Zhang Wei felt his mind go blank, utterly bewildered. Wu Jing cast a glance at the fleeing disciple, then at the groaning disciples who were struggling to rise. A flicker of irritation crossed his features as he recognized that he had been ensnared in a trap, a pawn in someone else's game. However, the situation had escalated to this point, and he could not simply walk away. "You have assaulted my people," he stated with an air of severity. "I offer you two choices. Either endure my wrath or compensate me with 50 resources. Choose wisely." Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson as he surveyed the 27 disciples encircling him, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. He instinctively turned to Su Yuan, who maintained an expression of serene composure. This calmness, reminiscent of a mountain unshaken by an impending storm, steadied Zhang Wei's tumultuous heart. He hastily asked, "Su Yuan, what should we do?" Su Yuan gestured for him to remain silent. He then turned to Wu Jing and proclaimed, "It was I who defeated your people. If you seek trouble, address me directly." "Oh." Wu Jing glanced at his subordinates, all of whom nodded in agreement. He regarded Su Yuan with a hint of surprise. One of the five hurried to Wu Jing's side and whispered a few words. Wu Jing's expression subtly shifted, and his gaze towards Su Yuan bore a trace of astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. "Very well," he said evenly. "I shall extend the same choice to you. How do you wish to proceed?" Su Yuan instead smiled and replied, "Hold on a moment. You may have the numbers, but I am not without allies." With a wave of his hand, over 20 individuals emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Zhou Wuyo led the way, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Su Yuan had already noticed Zhou Wuyo, who had evidently been drawn to the commotion caused by Zhang Wei's earlier conflict. However, as Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo were at odds, the latter could not be expected to intervene. Upon seeing Zhou Wuyo approach with his entourage, a look of bewilderment crossed Zhang Wei's face, and his expression grew increasingly anxious. "Su Yuan, it's over, we are surrounded," Zhang Wei lamented. "Rest assured, they are our allies," Su Yuan replied. "What? Allies?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. Then he saw his former rival, Zhou Wuyo, approach Su Yuan and bow respectfully. "Senior brother Su, the people have been brought here." Su Yuan maintained his calm demeanor, nodding slightly, and turned his gaze toward Wu Jing. "If you desire a battle, we are prepared to oblige." Wu Jing's countenance darkened. Who was behind this, compelling him to confront such formidable foes? Moments ago, his subordinates informed him that 5 men were swiftly defeated by Su Yuan, awakening his suspicions about Su Yuan's unusual prowess. In that instant, he began to contemplate retreat, and now, that inclination surged within him, but he could not afford to lose face. The two factions faced each other, each boasting over 20 individuals, a total of slightly more than 50 standing on either side of the road. Wu Jing appeared grave, while Su Yuan wore a relaxed smile. Zhang Wei was eager to engage, and Zhou Wuyo harbored unspoken concerns. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Su Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Friend Wu Jing, it seems there has been a misunderstanding today. Someone has secretly orchestrated this, intending for us to clash. We cannot allow their schemes to succeed." Wu Jing's expression shifted to one of realization. "So that's it. No wonder I felt something was amiss." Su Yuan nodded. "Moreover, this is the immortal Seed Valley, and many eyes are upon us. Engaging in a brawl would inevitably displease those above. We seek the path of immortality, not petty disputes. I admit, I was a bit heavy-handed earlier. I will provide 20 resources as medical compensation for the injured disciples." Upon hearing this, Wu Jing relaxed his demeanor. Glancing at the bruises on Zhang Wei's face, he remarked, "My men were equally severe. Thus, I shall also offer 10 resources as an apology." He gestured behind him, and immediately someone presented a box. Wu Jing received it and tossed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was startled, catching the box, his expression a blend of confusion as he looked towards Su Yuan, sensing that the situation was unfolding differently than he had anticipated. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Thank you, Brother Wu Jing. It seems we have forged a bond through this encounter. I am Su Yuan, and we must look out for each other within the sect." Wu Jing smiled in return. "Naturally. I hold your strength in high regard, Brother Su Yuan. Perhaps we can sit down sometime to discuss the principles of cultivation." Just then, a disciple from afar shouted in surprise. Everyone turned to look. They saw a team in black attire hurrying toward them. Wu Jing waved his hand, and 5 disciples with bruises immediately retreated into the crowd. Su Yuan also urged Zhang Wei to step inside, though Zhang Wei remained bewildered. "Go inside and put your things away," Su Yuan instructed. "Oh, right," Zhang Wei nodded. The team approached, and the young man in black scanned the group of disciples. Seeing no signs of a brawl, he frowned and asked, "What are you all doing?" Wu Jing stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, we had agreed to attend the lecture together. The crowd has just gathered." The young man in black, wearing a stern expression, saw that there were indeed no signs of a large-scale confrontation, and his countenance soured. He turned to leave. Once the figure of the young man in black had vanished, Wu Jing exclaimed in anger, "Whoever it is, I will not rest until I uncover their identity." At that moment, Zhang Wei emerged, sensing the tension in the air, and inquired, "Su Yuan, what has happened?" Su Yuan shook his head and replied, "It's nothing now. Let everyone disperse." Wu Jing waved his hand, leading his subordinates away. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and the onlookers departed. In Su Yuan's courtyard, Su Yuan, Zhang Wei, and Zhou Wuyo settled down. Su Yuan occupied the central position, while Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo sat on either side, both casting disapproving glances at one another, their expressions far from cordial. Had it not been for Su Yuan's presence, a verbal clash would have undoubtedly ensued. "Now, Zhang Wei, do enlighten me about this situation," Su Yuan inquired. "I had merely stepped out, intending to attend a lecture, when I found one of my clients lying on the ground, and those 5 were just nearby. The client called out to me for help, and in a moment of impulse, I rushed in and confronted the 5. "Fool!" Zhou Wuyo interjected. "Who are you calling a fool?" Zhang Wei retorted angrily, "You cold-hearted wretch. Keep your distance from Su Yuan." Zhou Wuyo disregarded Zhang Wei, turning away from him, internally deeming him a naive simpleton. "It appears your client has been compromised. Su Yuan remarked, "You should reach out to your other clients and ascertain whether they are still willing to support you." "Impossible. Here, I offer 1,000-fold return," Zhang Wei exclaimed. Su Yuan chuckled softly, "But how many spirit stones does that amount to? The cost of betrayal is quite minimal." Zhang Wei, at a loss for words, suddenly recalled something and presented a box of spirit stones to Su Yuan. "This is the compensation from Wu Jing. Since you aided me, it rightfully belongs to you. Furthermore, I will replenish the 20 resources you lost, and with my gratitude, I shall ensure you receive at least 40 resources in return." Zhang Wei's expression was resolute. Su Yuan regarded him with a curious glance and replied, "Since I've already indicated it would be later, that implies no need for compensation. As for your gratitude, it is unnecessary. Do you still consider me your friend?" "Indeed. However, is later truly what you mean? Are you certain Wu Jing won't be angered?" Zhang Wei asked, surprised. "Fool," Zhou Wuyo crisply articulated. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Yuan had been the dominant force in the earlier encounter, capable of swiftly overcoming all 5 adversaries, making victory a certainty. "Get lost," Zhang Wei shouted. "Huh, this is not your territory," Zhou Wuyo replied. Zhang Wei, feeling frustrated, suddenly had a thought and laughed. "Zhou Wuyo, this time I am certain to enter the outer sect. You, on the other hand, may have to toil as a servant disciple for 3 years." Zhou Wuyo chuckled lightly. "On the contrary, I am destined for the outer sect, while you may find yourself uncertain without resources." Zhang Wei frowned. As the lecture hall was about to commence, Su Yuan suggested they go listen to the class, deferring other matters for later. Zhang Wei, his face flushed, replied, "I shall not attend. I need to rest and recuperate." Su Yuan turned to Zhou Wuyo, inquiring about his intentions. "This lesson holds no value for me," Zhou Wuyo replied. "Then I shall take my leave. You may do as you wish." With a smile, Su Yuan rose from his seat. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo exchanged glances before also standing up and departing. Parting ways as they exited, Su Yuan adjusted his attire and made his way towards the lecture hall. At that moment, a series of system notifications chimed. Ping. Fame value 1. Ping. Fame value 1. Ping. Fame value 1. Ping. Fame value 4. Perplexed by the 4 notifications, Su Yuan noted that his fame value had increased by a total of 7 points, reaching 20,100. The source of this increment remained a mystery to him as he pondered while walking forward. Suddenly, he noticed a graceful figure in the distance. He cast a fleeting glance, but paid it no mind, continuing onward without looking back. Chapter 11. The second lesson of the inner sect's senior brother. Wait, a voice, cool yet tinged with warmth, called out from behind, causing Su Yuan to pause. He turned, puzzled, and beheld a striking young lady. It was none other than Yuan, one of the rare individuals possessing exceptional spiritual roots. He had not anticipated encountering her on the road, let alone being called to a halt. Surveying their surroundings, he realized they were indeed alone. "Did you call for me?" Su Juaning Wei. "Yes," Yuan affirmed with a nod. As she observed him closely, she sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from Su Yuan. Her own exceptional spiritual roots enabled her to perceive the nuances of spiritual energy with remarkable acuity, allowing her to discern that Su Yuan was indeed at the second level of qi refinement and not merely a novice. This revelation astonished Lu Yuan, as she recalled his evaluation results from the previous day, confirming he possessed 2 spiritual apertures. Yet within a mere day, he had seemingly ascended to the level of 4 or even 5 apertures. Such rapid advancement was utterly extraordinary. Is something amiss? Su Yuan queried, notijin hersidenge. Lu Yuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, I find it curious that the upcoming lecture will focus on water attribute techniques. Yet you have spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire. Why attend? Surprised that Lu Yuan was aware of his spiritual roots, Su Yuan responded, The elder of the library informed me that in the path of cultivation, mastering one method allows one to grasp all. The principles contained within water attribute techniques also form the foundation of cultivation. It is always beneficial to broaden one's understanding. Lu Yuan paused, contemplating his words. Time is fleeting. I must head to the lecture hall, lest I miss my seat. I shall take my leave now, Su Yuan said, hastily departing with swift strides. Lu Yuan was rather indifferent to Su Yuan's fallacies. Her thoughts were consumed by pondering the reasons behind Su Yuan's progress. Yet, with her experience and insight, she could not discern the cause unless Su Yuan explained it himself. Suddenly, Lu Yuan sensed something and turned her head. There, a figure appeared to be approaching slowly. But in reality, it was closing in with remarkable speed. Before long, Yi Bufan's silhouette emerged. What did you discuss with him? Yi Bufan invited kaimni. Nothing much. Just asked a few casual questions. Lu Yuan paused before replying. Why should I involve you in my affairs? Yi Bufan responded pidecidly. Anyone who can capture your attention is not to be underestimated. Is that so? He certainly pales in comparison to you. Lu Yuan retorted. Naturally. Yi Bufan replied vite a fine simile. But the future is uncertain. Lu Yuan added. Yi Bufan, unfazed, remarked, you should exert yourself more. Don't fall too far behind. After saying this, he continued on his way, and his figure quickly vanished from sight. Lu Yuan shook her head, stating, Until I reach the Yuan-ing stage, I shall not indulge in romantic entanglements. With a light step, she leapt onto a tree by the roadside, traversing the treetops, avoiding the customary path. Once Lu Yuan departed, the Valley Master appeared atop a stone, pen in hand, jotting down notes. Lu Yuan's unwavering dedication to her path and her sharp observational skills were evident. Yi Bufan might face a romantic tribulation in the future, coupled with an excess of pride. As for Su Yuan, his aura felt somewhat peculiar. This young man was deliberately concealing his true abilities. The Valley Master hesitated briefly, placing Lu Yuan's name at the top of the list, relegating Yi Bufan to second place, while Su Yuan remained in third. Subsequently, the Valley Master tucked away his notebook and vanished like a wisp of smoke. As Su Yuan walked along the path, he heard the system notification sound. Ding! Fame value increased by 4. Another 4? My fame experience has reached 24. Su Yuan turned to glance back at the direction he had come from. Could it be due to Lu Yuan? He had realized that for an ordinary person to gain fame, many must be aware of him, whereas someone with extraordinary talent or strength could accumulate fame value with just one person's acknowledgement. This awareness was not merely about hearing a name. It required a certain level of understanding and genuine interest. This was his hypothesis, though it seemed likely to be accurate. Shaking his head, he continued onward. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw another exceptional spirit root, Yi Bufan, rapidly nearing him. Naturally, Su Yuan stepped aside to allow Yi Bufan to pass. As Yi Bufan hurried by, he cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuan's face, then disdainfully turned away to continue on his path. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, he did not notice Yi Bufan's change in expression. Instead, he focused on Yi Bufan's feet, where a swirling azure vortex encircled him, an indication of the Gale spell, a technique designed to enhance one's speed. In an instant, Yi Bufan vanished without a trace. I should learn some form of sorcery, Su Yuan mused, realizing that mere spiritual energy was of little utility. He thought of the scripture pavilion, the repository of techniques and spells. He recalled that upon advancing to the second level of qi refinement, he would have the opportunity to exchange for a spell for free, but alas, he could not venture there just yet. That would have to wait. Before long, The lecture hall was once again filled with disciples. Su Yuan sat in a corner, enviously eyeing the front row, which boasted 2 reserved seats belonging to 2 individuals with exceptional spiritual roots. He had nearly missed securing a spot himself, and after the seats filled up, Yuan had leisurely arrived, effortlessly claiming one of the prime seats, utterly unconcerned about the possibility of it being occupied. Such a place was beyond the reach of others. This was a source of profound envy for Su Yuan. Truly, having exceptional spiritual roots conferred significant advantages. Su Yuan thought to himself. Yet he mused that even if he were granted such a privilege, it would be futile. How could one idly indulge in distractions when so closely scrutinized? Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the heavens. The crowd looked up to behold layers of white clouds forming a celestial staircase. Zhuge Jian gracefully descended, and with each step he took, the clouds behind him exploded into a dazzling array of colors. Su Yuan felt his lips twitch. It was only when Zhuge Jian landed and settled into a meditative posture that the crowd regained their composure. Yi Bufan's expression was stern, barely concealing his irritation. He despised such ostentation before him. Yet Zhuge Jian's prowess compelled him to endure. He vowed that in 10 years he would surpass Zhuge Jian. Dear fellow disciples, it brings me great joy to see you again. Zhuge Jian smiled gently. This is my second lecture, and some of you may have attended my first. I am quite fond of the concept of fate, and with that in mind, I intend to present you with a challenge. Should you succeed, I shall bestow upon you a reward. The crowd brightened at this prospect, and even Yi Bufan lifted his head, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Observing their expressions, Zhuge Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. The challenge is simple, he continued. It pertains to the content of my first lecture. I have distilled the essence of that discourse into a set of test questions, 5 in total. You shall have 15 minutes to respond. If you answer them all correctly, the reward will be yours. With a flourish, Zhuge Jian waved his hand, and 290 scrolls of blank paper soared from his sleeve, landing precisely before the 290 disciples. As for the remaining 70, who had not attended the first lecture, they were left empty-handed, wearing expressions of discontent. Before Su Yuan, a scroll of white paper appeared, accompanied by a pen. He gazed incredulously at the disciples who unfurled their papers, diligently studying the questions in preparation for the test. This scene had taken him completely by surprise. He too unfurled his paper and, upon casting a cursory glance, immediately found inspiration. This indeed encapsulates the content delivered during the first lesson by Zhuge Jian. The initial 4 questions were swiftly addressed, while the final question proved to be notably intriguing. It not only required a comprehensive understanding of Zhuge Jian's teachings, but also demanded an integration of other cultivation knowledge, presenting a considerable challenge. However, for Su Yuan, this was merely a trifling matter, as he had long since mastered the concepts, having absorbed the wisdom contained within hundreds of tomes in the library, which had significantly expanded his knowledge and perspective beyond that of the average disciple. Question: the aura of heaven and earth is termed spiritual energy, and the energy of Tao cultivation is known as spiritual power. What distinguishes the two? Answer: refining essence into energy and energy into spirit. Spiritual energy is the breath of heaven and earth, not to be wielded by ordinary individuals. When spiritual energy enters the body, it merges with one's essence, energy, and spirit. Only through the unity of these 4 can one attain spiritual power, which is subject to human control and utilization. Question: the attributes of spiritual energy are categorized into the 5 elements, encompassing wind, clouds, thunder, snow, ice, mist, and illusion. However, to the naked eye, spiritual energy appears colorless, tasteless, intangible, and imperceptible, seemingly devoid of attributes. Why is this so? Answer: energy is mutable. Metal can transform into water, and thunder can become fire. The attributes of spiritual energy can transmute into one another. This is the natural law of heaven and earth. The human body behaves similarly. When spiritual power enters the heart, it may transform into fire, and when it enters the lungs, it may become metal. Such transformations exemplify the principle of change within constancy. The vastness of heaven and earth encompasses myriad energies, unifying as one. The whole is indeed nothingness, rendering it imperceptible. Although it appears attributeless, in truth, it encompasses all attributes. The profundity of heaven and earth is both grand and intricate. Su Yuan casually answered the questions, articulating his understanding for each of the 5 inquiries. He believed there was no need for pretense regarding such theoretical questions, as the essence of cultivation lies in 1's level of attainment and the excellence of 1's techniques. As for answering questions, merely a trivial endeavor, a demonstration of a modicum of capability. Su Yuan felt quite assured, and he was secretly envious of Zhuge Jian's rewards. For this individual was the senior disciple of the inner sect. Surely, the inner sect as senior disciple had already ascended to the status of a core disciple. Such a person should not be regarded merely as an inner disciple. In fact, his aspirations likely extended to becoming a true disciple. The rewards bestowed upon such a figure must surely be substantial, Su Yuan mused. Unbeknownst to him, he had already completed all 5 questions. After a while, the quarter hour elapsed. With a wave of his hand, Zhuge Jian gathered all 290 sheets of paper, returning them to his possession in a neat stack. Then, a mysterious flash of white light emanated from his hand. The stack of white papers divided into 5 piles, with one pile being the largest, the second also considerable, while the subsequent ones were significantly smaller, culminating in a mere handful for the smallest pile. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he grading the papers with just a flash of light? This was truly extraordinary. Zhuge Jian picked up the smallest pile, holding it aloft for all to see, revealing only a scant 5 sheets of paper. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhuge Jian examined each one, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, until his attention rested upon the final sheet, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 12. Selection of Spells. This response surpasses my own teachings. Zhuge Jian found himself musing in contemplation. Indeed, it was a profound confirmation built upon my foundational understanding. While I comprehended the principles, I had previously been unable to articulate them with such clarity. As he withdrew his focus from the blank sheet, his gaze swept across the assembly and promptly settled on a disciple, head bowed, seemingly preoccupied with some task. Unfamiliar with the identity of this disciple, he promptly transmitted a message to one of the outer disciples of the lecture hall, inquiring and subsequently learning the name of Su Yuan. With a smile, Zhuge Jian addressed the assembly. I am pleased to announce that 5 disciples have successfully completed the questions. Yi Bufan, Lu Mu Wan, Zheng He, Lu Mian, and Su Yuan. He lingered slightly on the last name before uttering it. Initially, the disciples present paid little heed. Yi Bufan and Lu Mu Wan possessed exceptional spiritual roots, while Zheng He and Lu Mian held superior roots, all recognized for their immense potential. However, upon hearing the name Su Yuan, a flicker of confusion passed among them. Who is this individual? Why does the name sound somewhat familiar? Whispers exchanged among the crowd soon focused their attention on Su Yuan, nestled in the corner. Wasn't he the disciple with inferior spiritual roots who had managed to open 2 spiritual apertures? His name was indeed Su Yuan, so that's who he is. No wonder he seemed familiar. He actually managed to answer 5 questions correctly? This was utterly unexpected. Upon reflection, it seemed less surprising, despite his inferior spiritual roots. He had demonstrated impressive comprehension by opening 2 apertures, indicating that his insight was evidently not lacking. Thus, it became clear, was it a talent for comprehension he possessed? Many disciples recalled Su Yuan's assessment results from the previous day. With a moment's reflection, they could easily remember. In juxtaposition with the current scenario, many experienced a sudden realization. Although Su Yuan's qualifications were modest, his perceptual acuity was decidedly formidable. A hint of surprise flickered in Yi Bufan's eyes. Hearing Su Yuan's name once more, and in conjunction with his own, prompted him to regard him with newfound respect, albeit momentarily. Lu Mu Wan, in thoughtful contemplation, noted that Zhuge Jian had paused for a brief moment on the last sheet of paper, even furrowing his brow slightly. Could it be that the content on that blank sheet had sparked Zhuge Jian's contemplation? Who had provided the answers? Lu Mu Wan speculated it was Su Yuan, as Zhuge Jian had clearly arranged the names in sequential order. Unperturbed by the commotion among the disciples, Zhuge Jian continued, I reward you with an opportunity to exchange spells in the scripture repository without charge. However, I must remind you that during this period in the Immortal Seed Valley, it is advisable to prioritize your cultivation progress and not to lose sight of your primary objective. You may exchange spells upon formally entering the sect. It is not too late. Many disciples cast curious glances at the bowed figure of Su Yuan, recognizing that Zhuge Jian's admonition seemed directed solely at him, while the other 4 were assuredly destined for the inner sect. Now, The examination has concluded. Please pay close attention. In this lecture, I shall expound upon the techniques of compressing and merging spiritual energy. The voice of Zhuge Jian resonated gently, enveloping the audience in an unparalleled silence as they attentively listened, casting aside the earlier trivial interlude. At this moment, Su Yuan slightly lifted his head, scratching his chin, having just heard the system notification. Ding, fame value 1. Ding, fame value 2. Ding, fame value 3. Ding, fame value 4. Ding, fame value 5. Ding, fame value 10. The 6 consecutive chimes surprised Su Yuan immensely. His public appearance had garnered an unprecedented surge in fame, an astonishing increase of 25 points, combined with his previous 24 points. He now possessed a total of 49 points, teetering just shy of the halfway mark. The 10 points likely stemmed from Zhuge Jian. Yet, given that Zhuge Jian's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, he certainly could not surpass the sect leader. Why then? Did he yield a higher fame value? Su Yuan found himself puzzled, but the specifics were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he had gained the opportunity to select a spell. This exhilarating prospect ignited a fervent desire within him to exchange for a spell, his mind already racing with thoughts of what type to choose. Throughout the lecture, Zhuge Jian occasionally glanced in Su Yuan's direction, but upon noticing Su Yuan's seemingly distracted demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was it his teaching that was lacking, or had Su Yuan already mastered the material? Observing Yi Bufan and Lu Yuan, both of whom were diligently engaged, Zhuge Jian pondered what right Su Yuan had to display such indifference. Consequently, his assessment of Su Yuan diminished somewhat, and the curiosity that had initially sparked within him began to wane. The lecture concluded after an hour and a half, and Su Yuan departed with the throng. He made his way toward the scripture pavilion, where the crowd gradually thinned. He soon discerned that 4 others shared his destination, walking ahead of him. Yi Bufan, Lu Yuan, Zheng He, and Lu Miaowen. These were the 4 disciples, like him, who had earned the qualification to exchange for spells. The scripture pavilion was not far from the lecture hall, and as Yi Bufan and the others arrived, Su Yuan followed closely behind. It seemed the elder guarding the pavilion had just stepped away, and they were waiting at the entrance. Su Yuan's arrival thus drew the attention of the 4, who regarded him with curious glances. He felt a peculiar sense of being an underachiever amidst a gathering of top students, an unsettling sensation washing over him. Zhang He wore a cheerful smile. Lu Miaowen maintained a serious expression. Yi Bufan was as unperturbed as ever, and Lu Yuan greeted him with a gentle smile. Their varied expressions conveyed a silent camaraderie, yet none spoke a word. Su Yuan offered a faint smile in return, acknowledging them. Creak! The grand doors of the scripture pavilion swung open, revealing a stranger of advanced years who stepped forth. With a warm smile, he addressed them. You must be the ones recommended by Zhuge Jian. Please present your tokens for my verification. Yes, elder. Yi Bufan was the first to produce his disciple token. Excellent. The elderly man smiled kindly upon seeing the first token, followed by Lu Muwan with the second, and then Zheng He and Lu Miaowen, representing the 3rd and 4th tokens, respectively. When the old man cast a final glance at Su Yuan's token, his expression shifted to one of surprise. The anticipated 5th token was absent. Instead, a 2 and a 9 appeared, causing the old man's countenance to grow peculiar. After flipping the token to confirm the name, he began to scrutinize Su Yuan. Ah, so you are Su Yuan, the elder mused, his eyes widening in realization. Ding, fame value 5. Su Yuan was taken aback and promptly responded, Su Yuan, greetings elder. Very well, you may all enter. You are free to select a spell of any grade or contribution. Once chosen, please return to me for registration. Yes. The 5 bowed respectfully and proceeded into the depths of the library. Yi Bufan had a clear objective, striding confidently into the interior until he vanished from sight. Lu Muwan soon followed suit, disappearing without a trace. Lu Miaowen began to inspect a nearby shelf, while Zheng He remained behind, engaging in light conversation with Su Yuan. Junior brother Su Yuan, you are quite impressive, Zheng He remarked with a smile. You flatter me. Senior brother, it is you who is truly remarkable. Su Yuan replied with a grin. My advantage lies merely in my superior single spiritual root. It is not a significant feat, Zheng He countered modestly. You, however, are different. With a lower grade spiritual root, your comprehension is extraordinary. Your innate talent rivals my own. Senior brother is far too kind. Su Juanin insisted. I am not exaggerating. Zheng He continued. For a prodigy of your caliber, practicing ordinary spells seems rather unchallenging. I recommend you consider a particular spell. What spell? Su Yuan inquired, intrigued, as he faced a dilemma in making his choice and was eager for Zheng He's guidance. This spell is called Xianxia Yantian Shu. Upon mastery, it allows one to convert spiritual energy into Xianjin Qi, enhancing the purity and control of one's spiritual power, and can evolve into various applications such as offense, defense, and speed. Most importantly, it significantly increases the likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The deeper the understanding, the greater the chances of success. Lu Miao Wan, who had been observing the spell's introduction, raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at them, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. His contempt was not directed at Su Yuan, but rather at Zheng He. He was well aware that Xianjun Yantian Shu was notoriously difficult to master. Even those with exceptional spiritual roots needed to deliberate extensively before attempting it. If one failed to grasp it, the most that would be lost is a bit of time. However, the real concern was the conversion of spiritual energy into Xianjin Qi. The benefits Zheng He mentioned were indeed valid, but the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation was already substantial. Transforming it into Xianjin Qi would demand tenfold more. Could a low-grade spiritual root ever hope to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement within a lifetime? It was utterly preposterous. Lu Miao, when held a deep disdain for Zheng He, this seemingly gentle and friendly individual was, in reality, quite treacherous. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of temptation. Was the spell truly as remarkable as claimed? Certainly, you may wish to explore the last bookshelf in the 99th row and ascertain whether the introduction aligns with my description. However, I must caution you that this particular spell is quite challenging to master. It would be prudent to consider whether you truly wish to pursue it. Oh, thank you for the information, Brother Zheng, Su Yuan replied with a smile. Zheng He, with a kind nod, then ventured into the shelves, swiftly vanishing from sight. Su Yuan examined the various bookshelves, discovering numerous spells. Some were offensive, others defensive, and yet others enhanced speed, alongside a myriad of spells serving various functions. However, these spells predominantly possessed singular effects, and with only one opportunity to choose. Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. Thus, he approached the bookshelf that Zheng He had pointed out. Indeed, he spotted the solitary tome titled Mysterious True Transformation Technique, distinctly different from the others on the shelves. This spell amalgamates various remarkable capabilities, including offense, defense, speed, and endurance. It can refine spiritual energy and transform the essence of mysterious true Qi. A minor proficiency can enhance the success rate of foundational establishment by 30%. Mastery can elevate the success rate of core formation by 20%, and full mastery can increase the success rate of nascent soul breakthrough by 10%. This spell is arduous to cultivate and must be practiced from the early stage of Qi refinement, presenting considerable difficulty. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. How extraordinary! Su Yuan's eyes widened. The prospect of enhancing the probability of a nascent soul breakthrough took his breath away. This spell was remarkably powerful. He had to choose it. As he moved closer, he suddenly noticed Yi Bufan standing in the corner, intently gazing at the mysterious true transformation technique. Su Yuan's approach seemed to startle Yi Bufan. He cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuan before scrutinizing the tome once more, then turned and departed to another area. Su Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Did he desire it or not? Clearly, this spell was indeed formidable, yet with the system at his disposal, Su Yuan felt undaunted. He seized the spell and made his way directly to the entrance to register with the elder. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan arrived, having made her rounds, and upon witnessing the vacant shelf, her expression turned to one of surprise. Who had chosen the mysterious true transformation technique? Was Yi Bufan so audacious? Lu Yuan was quite taken aback. Since it had been selected by another, she felt no need to linger in indecision. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Before long, Yi Bufan seemed to have resolved himself and returned to the now empty shelf, his countenance darkening as he inhaled the familiar fragrance in the air. He murmured, "I did not expect your resolve to be so formidable. I underestimated you." While other spells could be replicated at will, this particular spell permitted only one individual to learn it among a batch of celestial seedlings. He had evidently missed his opportunity. Shaking his head, Yi Bufan asserted, "Without this spell, I shall still break through to the nascent soul." His gaze sharpened as he selected another powerful spell and departed with a flourish. Chapter 13. Su Yuan's Choice. Are you certain you wish to choose this spell? The elder of the scripture pavilion was taken aback. Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed with conviction. You possess remarkable courage, but what about your spiritual roots? The elder shook his head. The implication clear. At this, Su Yuan fell silent. He could not explain to the elder that he was an exceptional talent. Very well then, the elder remarked. Seeing Su Yuan's determination, he brushed his hand over the tome, which then emanated a deep purple glow. He placed it upon Su Yuan's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into Su Yuan's consciousness. A bead of cold sweat emerged on his brow, yet he withstood the influx of wisdom. The elder displayed a hint of surprise. Interesting. Su Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, and respectfully bowed. Thank you, elder. Enough, return now. And do not regret your choice in the future, the elder instructed. Yes. Su Yuan nodded and departed the scripture pavilion with a light step. He turned toward the library, eager to continue his studies. From behind the bookshelf, he emerged, holding a scripture. He gazed at Su Yuan's retreating figure, his expression somewhat peculiar. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. The elder cast a glance at him and remarked, jealousy of others' talents hinders one from achieving greatness. His expression faltered, and he lowered his head to explain, I merely offered him a suggestion. It was his choice. The elder snorted lightly, choosing not to respond further. What thoughts could a mere teenager conceal from him? Bring it here. Yes. He hastily handed the spell book to the elder. A lower-grade arcane spell? Are you certain? The elder inquired. This is the one. He asserted firmly. The elder nodded, unsealing the book and placing it on He's head. Zheng's mind went blank, nearly causing him to stagger, but the elder waved his hand, steadying him. After a moment, he regained his composure, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Outside the scripture pavilion, atop a tree branch, the Valley Master took out a notebook to make some observations. He is envious of the talented, appearing gentle but possessing a sly nature. He has potential for dark cultivation, making him a good candidate for an undercover role. Lu Mian remains aloof, detached from matters, to be observed further. Yi Bufan is self-assured yet indecisive, requiring refinement. Sui Juan, a curious lad, audacious indeed. The Valley Master mused, I have observed my disciple sufficiently. It is time to find a place for a good rest and await the 3-month period. With that thought, he turned and vanished without a trace. The elder of the scripture pavilion glanced in the direction of the Valley Master's disappearance, muttering to himself, the Valley Master remains unchanged, outwardly appearing dignified while secretly favoring stealth and indolence. No wonder he remains stuck at a bottleneck. Alas! Meanwhile, he grumbled inwardly. That pavilion elder truly has an affinity for meddling in others' affairs, always eager to offer unsolicited advice. Who asked for your counsel? Does he not realize that understanding without voicing is wise? No wonder he has been relegated to the scripture pavilion as an elder. He must have offended someone. Su Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the events that were to unfold. He leisurely entered the library, casually selecting a book to peruse. The librarian, Xianxia, was as usual, reclining in his chair, dozing off. Su Yuan's arrival hardly stirred his attention, as he had become accustomed to the sound of Su Yuan's footsteps. With great satisfaction, Su Yuan noted the late hour, having read yet another 100 books. Xianxia awakened, chuckling helplessly. Little Su, do you intend to read every tome in this library? I shall try. There are only 79 days left. Su Yuan replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. There are so many books here, at least over 100,000 volumes. I was merely asking. Do you genuinely plan to do so? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. Is that not feasible? Su Yuan questioned, passive. It is possible. But if you find time too scarce, why not come and help me guard the place at night? That way, you could stay here overnight to read. Xianxia suggested suddenly. Huh? Su Yuan responded, bewildered. I can help you guard it? Of course. Xianxia replied, patting his chest. Though these books cannot be taken out, this is not a highly secured area, so any disciple may serve as a guard. That seems acceptable. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. You shall keep watch tonight, and I will return in the morning to relieve you. Feel free to read as you wish. Xianxia laughed heartily. All right, Su Yuan play. Xianxia clapped him on the shoulder, handing over a library token, before gracefully departing, disappearing in an instant. Su Yuan closed the library doors, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the vast collection of books. Previously, with Xianxia's presence, he had refrained from overindulging, but now, unmonitored, he could hasten his reading pace. Approaching a nearby shelf, he opened a book and swiftly flipped through its pages like waves crashing upon the shore. With his second level of Qi cultivation, he absorbed the content of the pages in an instant. While he could not retain it all at once, the information had already begun to embed itself within his mind, ready to be memorized once the entries were activated. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. Thus did Su Yuan tirelessly immerse himself in the literature. As dawn broke, Su Yuan reclined in Xianxia's chair, lazily dozing off, his demeanor now resembling that of a senior. Senior brother, I wish to read for a while. Avrikt feminine boy started Su Yuan walk. Rubbing his eyes, he sleepily replied, Feel free to read, just remember not to take anything out or make a mess. Is that you? Lu Muwan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuan yawned, stretching slightly, and said, Ah, it's senior sister Lu. What brings you here? I'm here to guard the library. Is there a problem? Su Yuan responded. Lu Muwan was momentarily speechless. Well, I shall go read now, she declared. Do as you please, Su Yuan nodded. Lu Muwan strolled in the library, only to glance back and find Su Yuan had once again succumbed to slumber. In this narrative, Su Yuan finds himself in a state of slumber, whether in the library or the lecture hall, prompting the question of how much time he truly dedicates to his cultivation. Lu Muwan struggles to comprehend Su Yuan, sensing an inherent peculiarity about him. Inspired by his words, one method encompasses all methods. She resolves to seek out cultivation experiences in the library, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Yuan, whose oddity seems to have intensified. Shaking her head internally, she delves into the exploration of various cultivation manuscripts. After a while, Yi Bufan enters the library, scanning the room until he spots Lu Muwan. Just as he intends to casually peruse a book, a familiar voice reaches his ears. Su Yuan, seemingly sensing his presence, speaks with his eyes closed, instructing, feel free to browse, but do not take anything out or create a mess. With that, he drifts back into his slumber. Yi Bufan's lips twitch slightly. After confirming that this indeed is Su Yuan, he furrows his brow, glancing between Lu Muwan and Su Yuan before huffing softly and picking up a cultivation manual to read. Half an hour later, Xianxia arrives. Junior brother Su, how are you? Su Yuan awakens with a hearty laugh, assuring him that all is well. Did someone come in just now? I think I sensed a presence. Oh, that's rather surprising. I usually don't see even a shadow, Su Yuan retorts, his expression slightly amused. I didn't mean it that way, Xianxia stammers. Su Yuan rolls his eyes, bids farewell to Xianxia, and heads to the lecture hall to indulge in his usual leisurely pursuits. After attending the class, he returns to his quarters to present a portion of resources to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, astonished, exclaims, Is this truly for me? I cannot accept it. Su Yuan shoots him a glance, replying, You must be dreaming. You will repay me 1,000-fold. Have you forgotten? It would only hinder your own cultivation. Zhang Wei hesitates. But when I lacked resources, my progress seemed better than yours. Entering the outer sect should be no problem for me, but perhaps not for you. Su Yuan counters. Your expression suggests you feel moved. Do you realize my clients have all backed out? I suspected as much, Su Yuan acknowledges. Thank you. Zhang Wei regains his confidence, declaring, Even if others conspire against me, what of it? With my inferior dual spirit roots and remarkable comprehension, coupled with your resources, entering the outer sect will be a mere formality. Rest assured, we shall shine as unparalleled talents in the outer sect, conquering all adversaries. Su Yuan's eye twitches slightly. I believe in you. Zhang Wei departs, brimming with self-assurance. Time swiftly passes, nearing 3 months. One day, Su Yuan informs Xianxia, brother, I may not be able to come tomorrow. What? Why? Xianxia inquires, surprised. In the coming days, I must exert all my efforts to ascend the rankings. Su Yuan replies. Upon hearing this, Xianxia realizes Su Yuan is still a budding immortal, and indeed, the days are dwindling. With a warm sigh, Xianxia expressed his hopes for Su Yuan to join the outer gate, wishing for the chance to meet again. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. Xianxia continued. In the future, if you wish to read, you may also visit the library within the peak. Although the collection may not be as extensive as mine, it will suffice for your needs. That's unnecessary. Su Yuan shook his head. What? No longer interested? Xianxia inquired, surprised. I've already finished. Su Yuan replied with a grin. You rascal, there are a total of 180,000 volumes in this library. You claim to have read them all? Su Yuan shook his head. I was merely jesting. Get lost. Xianxia laughed, playfully scolding him. Su Yuan chuckled heartily and departed from the library, returning to his room with lively steps. Zhou Wuyo awaited him there. How did the investigation go? Su Yuan asked. Zhou Wuyo responded solemnly. Among the top-tier spirit root cultivators, the strongest, Zheng He, has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, having just opened 8 meridians. The weakest among them has already attained the level of 7 meridians. As for the strongest among the mid-tier spirit root disciples, they have achieved the 2nd level of qi refinement with 6 meridians, while the least accomplished among them has also reached 5 meridians. That is the current situation. Upon reaching 5 meridians, one can enter the outer gate, and with 7, the inner gate. Zheng, he has just opened 8 meridians? Su Yuan remarked, astonished. The further one advances in cultivation, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Zheng He's progress is indeed remarkable. Zhou Wuyo sighed. How about you? Su Yuan inquired. I have only just reached the 2nd level of qi refinement and opened 4 meridians. Understood. You may return now and await my good news with peace of mind. Su Yuan said. Joy illuminated Zhou Wuyo's face as he sat down today as 25 resources and turned to leave. After his departure, Su Yuan felt a peculiar sensation within. Over the past 3 months, he had not practiced, yet the spiritual energy within him had naturally increased to 300 strands, meeting the conditions for opening 6 meridians. Is cultivation truly this arduous? He glanced at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, obscure 54, 100, realm, 2nd level of qi refinement, 66, 100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better the cultivation effect. Current rest time, 72 days and 82 hours. Having rested for 72 days without cultivation, how remarkable should the effect be? Su Yuan Gust. Chapter 14. Cultivation of the Xianxia Yin Tian Shu. Before leaving the Immortal Seed Valley, there will be a cultivation assessment. Thus, the primary purpose of Su Yuan's current cultivation is not merely to enhance his realm, but to delve into the Xianxia Yin Tian Shu. Entering the basics increases the foundation establishment success rate by 10. Rudimentary understanding increases the foundation establishment success rate by 20. Minor success increases the foundation establishment success rate by 30. Proficiency increases the foundation establishment success rate by 40 and the elixir formation success rate by 20. Major success increases the foundation establishment success rate by 50, the elixir formation success rate by 30, and the nascent soul success rate by 10. This spell holds immense significance for Su Yuan, as he possesses merely a low-grade 3 spiritual roots. The challenge of breaking through his bottleneck is undoubtedly far more arduous than that faced by those with superior spiritual roots. However, with the acquisition of this spell, transcending barriers becomes remarkably more manageable. Before delving into the profound intricacies of the Xianxia Yin Tian Shu, Su Yuan must first thoroughly absorb the extensive knowledge contained within the vast collection of books in the library, as well as the teachings he has gleaned from the lecture hall. With a solid foundation of knowledge, his comprehension of the Xianxia Yin Tian Shu will undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. Thus, after hanging a sign indicating he is in seclusion, Su Yuan activated the entry function. Activate the balanced labor and rest. Instantly, his designated rest period of 72 days and 8 hours was eradicated. In an instant, clarity surged through his mind. His capacity for recall, instantaneous memory, understanding, and insight soared to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, the Ranmu Duan Ling Gong within him commenced its automatic circulation, mobilizing 81 strands of spiritual energy, which coalesced into a tricolored spiritual serpent, deftly weaving through his meridians during the circulation. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly surged into Su Yuan's being. For the moment, Su Yuan paid no heed to the operation of the technique. His primary focus was on the absorption of knowledge. The contents of every book he had perused in the library surfaced in his mind, which he swiftly digested, understood, summarized, and refined, thereby augmenting his reservoir of knowledge. Su Yuan resembled an insatiable abyss, continuously filling himself with an array of knowledge pertaining to cultivation, including information on spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, spiritual mines, talismans, detailed elucidations of techniques, classifications of spiritual energy, and the identification of spiritual veins. He committed an abundance of knowledge to memory and understanding. His comprehension of the immortal cultivation realm escalated at a breathtaking pace, and the depth of his knowledge expanded exponentially. Gradually, 6 days elapsed. When Su Yuan finally opened his eyes, not a trace of fatigue marred his expression. His spirit remained vibrant and resplendent. He had successfully digested a staggering 180,000 volumes of literature. Simultaneously, he had absorbed and comprehended the 280 lectures he had attended in the hall. The extent of his gains surpassed his expectations. He felt an unshakable foundation of knowledge solidifying within him, with minimal uncertainties regarding qi refining and foundation establishment. And he even harbored considerable insights into the process of forming a core. With a gentle exhalation, he stretched his body and, furrowing his brow, consumed a Baigu Dan. He was finally ready to engage with the Xianxia Yin Tian Shu. As anticipated, the initial phase proved challenging. Profound insight into qi refining was imperative for entry. The difficulty was far beyond what an average disciple could endure. Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable complexity. What intentions did Zheng He harbor in introducing him to this spell? Shaking his head, he acknowledged that although Zheng He's motives were dubious, the spell was indeed exceptionally suited to him. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate the Xianxia Yin Tian Shu. Within just 1 hour, he had grasped the foundational aspects and commenced his practice. Turning his gaze inward to his dantian, he noted that the total amount of spiritual energy within had reached an impressive 112,898 strands. After 5 days of continuous cultivation, the total accumulation of spiritual energy within Su Yuan's dantian had astonishingly reached 110,000 strands. This staggering amount took Su Yuan by surprise. Quickly regaining his composure, he deftly manipulated the spiritual energy, gradually constructing a three-dimensional talisman in accordance with the requirements of the profound true transformation technique. This intricate talisman embodied the knowledge of formations. Talismans, variations of spiritual energy, energy fusion, the 5 elemental transformations, and the control of spiritual energy. Unsurprisingly, Su Yuan's initial attempt ended in failure. Goodness. The difficulty is rather exaggerated. Su Yuan mused, reflecting on the challenges posed by this technique. Unlike ordinary talismans, which are flat and two-dimensional and may be complex but not insurmountable, the three-dimensional talismans of the profound true transformation technique are exceedingly intricate, comprising 108 components and consuming exactly 108 strands of spiritual energy. Should he fail in the arrangement, all 108 strands would dissipate, vanishing without a trace. A certain force of nature would directly extract those 108 strands from his dantian. The initiation of this spell is inherently linked to the cosmos, and the name transformation of heaven is not without reason. Each failure incurs significant losses, and for a practitioner at the qi refining stage, losing 108 strands of spiritual energy is a heart-wrenching experience. Few can endure such setbacks. Thus, the level of difficulty is indeed maximal. However, for Su Yuan, the loss of 108 strands was merely a trifle. With a tranquil demeanor, he continued his attempts. After 9 consecutive failures, the construction of the three-dimensional talisman became increasingly refined and solidified with each attempt. Thanks to the state of balanced effort and rest, Su Yuan identified and corrected the reasons for each failure. After the 10th refinement, success was finally achieved. A complete three-dimensional talisman manifested within his dantian. Immediately, Su Yuan activated the talisman. A substantial amount of spiritual energy surged into the talisman, which subsequently transformed into strands of profound true qi. 12 strands of spiritual energy could be converted into a single strand of profound true qi, and within a quarter of an hour, he managed to produce 9 strands. Curious about the efficacy of the spell, Su Yuan focused his mind, allowing a strand of profound true qi to flow through his meridians to his fingertips. With a swift release, it transformed into a tricolored shield, enveloping him. Su Yuan tapped the shield, producing a resonant clang akin to metal striking metal. He then released another strand of profound true qi, which morphed into a tricolored spear, a green wooden shaft with a sharp golden tip, engulfed in flames. Resembling a genuine fire-tipped spear, emanating an impressive aura of magical energy. However, the confines of the small training chamber were evidently inadequate to contain the might of this strike. Su Yuan waved his hand, dispersing the spear into tricolored motes of light that blended into the ether. This profound true qi is remarkably versatile. Su Yuan exclaimed, marveling at its mimetic properties. Mastering the art of manipulating the essence of Xianxia is undoubtedly a formidable task, requiring a profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, the transformation of spiritual energy, the variations of attributes, and the foundational knowledge of spells. Su Yuan, possessing a substantial reservoir of knowledge, coupled with the clarity of his mental state, was able to swiftly conjure protective shields and long spears. He was elated as his prowess surged dramatically. No longer was he merely a brute who resolved conflicts with raw physicality, but had transformed into a noble cultivator. However, a single three-dimensional talisman was evidently insufficient to meet Su Yuan's aspirations, prompting him to diligently pursue the creation of additional talismans. Upon attempting to construct a second three-dimensional talisman, he encountered a sense of repulsion emanating from the first, which slightly elevated the difficulty of his endeavor. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in forming the second Xianxia talisman. The confluence of these 2 talismans not only accelerated the production of Xianxia essence, but also established a tenuous connection between them. As Su Yuan proceeded to forge the third Xianxia talisman, he felt a significant increase in repulsion. He encountered failure a staggering 13 times before finally achieving success. Upon a successful formation of the third talisman, it immediately linked with the previous 2. With deft manipulation, Su Yuan combined all 3 Xianxia talismans into a triangular structure, resulting in a more formidable Xianxia talisman. The efficiency of spiritual energy transformation was enhanced by more than 3-fold, reaching an astonishing 9-fold increase. When he attempted to forge a 4th Xianxia talisman, he endeavored 99 times without success. It seemed that the current limit of his cultivation realm was defined by the 3 talismans he had already created. Reluctantly, Su Yuan ceased his efforts. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind. The triad of Xianxia talismans departed from his dantian, traversed through his meridians, and nestled within the first spiritual aperture, securing itself at the center. Within the aperture, spiritual energy surged forth, and the energy stored therein, under the transformation of the Xianxia talismans, transmuted into Xianxia essence. Furthermore, any spiritual energy automatically replenished in the aperture would also directly convert into Xianxia essence. Following this method, Su Yuan expended spiritual energy to conjure several more triad Xianxia talismans, placing one in each of the other spiritual apertures. Notably, during the process of crafting the triad Xianxia talismans, Su Yuan effortlessly opened the 6th and 7th spiritual apertures, elevating his cultivation level to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. With a total expenditure of 6,000 strands of spiritual energy, with a remaining reserve of an impressive 100,000 strands of spiritual energy, Su Yuan initiated the operation of the Xianxia Yantian technique, gradually converting it into Xianxia essence. Simultaneously, he continued to refine his skills in utilizing Xianxia essence. Each practice session consumed a significant amount of it. While others might lament such expenditure, Su Yuan remained indifferent to the consumption of Xianxia essence. As the duration of clarity concluded, only 7,000 strands of Xianxia essence remained within him. Yet his mastery of various techniques involving Xianxia essence had reached an impressive level of proficiency. Thus, the cultivation concluded. Su Yuan collapsed onto his bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. Bang! 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 Su Yuan! Su Yuan! The sound of knocking reverberated from the door, rousing Su Yuan from his dreams. He stifled a great yawn and opened the window to peer toward the entrance. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo poked their heads over the courtyard wall, curiously surveying the interior. Su Yuan called out, "What's the matter?" Zhang Wei exclaimed with delight, "You've finally awakened. Today marks the last day of March. The final cultivation assessment is about to commence, and we shall soon depart from the immortal Seed Valley." Su Yuan realized, it's time already. Wait for me. After refreshing himself, Su Yuan emerged and opened the door. Let us go. Let us go, Zhang Wei urged, pulling Su Yuan toward the square. Zhou Wuyo cast a questioning glance at Su Yuan, who reassured him with a confident expression. Zhou Wuyo visibly relaxed and followed Su Yuan toward the square. Disciples from various residences within the immortal Seed Valley stepped out, their hearts brimming with excitement, apprehension, or nervousness as they made their way to the square. Regardless of the identities they would assume upon leaving the immortal Seed Valley, Their journey in the Seven Absolute Sect was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 15. A Betrayal from the Valley Master. The trio of Su Yuan swiftly arrived at the square, where a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. They each found their designated positions according to the rankings from the previous cultivation assessment. Su Yuan stood in the 118th position, while Zhang Wei occupied the 143rd. Several disciples with medium-grade spiritual roots glanced at Su Yuan multiple times. He responded with an awkward yet courteous smile. Wu Jing happened to be nearby and greeted Su Yuan. "Brother Su Yuan, long time no see." Wu Jing smiled. "It's Brother Wu Jing. How is your cultivation progressing?" "All well with the outer sect." Su Yuan inquired with a smile. "Haha, it's coming along more or less." Wu Jing chuckled. "What peak do you plan to choose, Brother Su Yuan?" Su Yuan, taken aback, responded, "We can choose for ourselves? Indeed, we are not among the top 10 ranked disciples, who may be selected by the peak masters. As outer sect disciples like us, it's first come, first served. As long as there are vacancies, we can join the peaks of our choice." "Ah, I see." Su Yuan nodded, feeding Rui's truth. He had already familiarized himself with the general workings of the Seven Absolute Sect while in the library. The sect comprises 7 peaks, renowned as the Seven Absolutes, namely, Dan Absolute, Qi Absolute, Shu Absolute, Shun Absolute, Ling Absolute, Lei Absolute, and Xian Absolute. The Dan and Qi Absolutes specialize in alchemy and weapon forging, respectively, serving as the 2 main pillars of the sect's revenue. Moreover, the realm of techniques is characterized by the exquisite and intricate nature of its arts, while the realm of the divine is renowned for its profound spiritual awareness and insight. The realm of spirits delves deeply into the studies of spiritual power and energy, whereas the realm of thunder pertains to techniques associated with the lightning element, requiring no further elaboration. Lastly, the realm of mysteries is shrouded in enigma, with the fewest practitioners among the peaks, and its library offers scant details. Wu Jing sighed, pondering the fortune of being chosen by the peak master. It is said that such disciples are referred to as core seeds, destined for superior training. However, this privilege belongs solely to those with exceptional or superior spiritual roots. As for someone like me, with merely a medium-grade spiritual root, the prospects seem utterly bleak. Su Yuan shook his head, reflecting inwardly that the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Being selected could very well spell trouble. As the appointed hour approached, over 1,000 disciples gathered in the square, eagerly anticipating the proceedings as they gazed up at the empty high platform. Seasoned disciples had already lifted their gazes toward the heavens, and Su Yuan too, familiar with the ritual, looked skyward. Suddenly, a single star-like spark fell from the sky, bursting in midair into hundreds of brilliant lights that shimmered dazzlingly even in the daylight. The disciples widened their eyes in astonishment as the myriad starbursts converged at the center of the high platform, coalescing into the familiar figure of the Valley Master. Su Yuan inwardly remarked on the Master's flamboyance, realizing that it was indeed the venerable Valley Master himself. With a broad smile, the Valley Master addressed the speechless disciples, exclaiming, "The time of 3 months has arrived. I reminisce about 3 months ago, as if it were but yesterday. This is the starting point of your journey into cultivation, and I hope you will persevere steadfastly henceforth." The familiar sentiment left Su Yuan feeling rather exasperated. After a full quarter of an hour, a sudden cough echoed overhead, abruptly silencing the Valley Master. The crowd looked up to see 7 floating thrones that had appeared above them, upon which sat 7 distinct cultivators, both male and female. "Young and old," the old Valley Master announced, "the assessment of your cultivation will be conducted by the 7 peak masters. Let us warmly welcome the masters of the 7 peaks." The 7 thrones gracefully descended, landing lightly upon the high platform. Su Yuan observed that each throne bore a unique character inscribed upon its back. Dan, Qi, Shu, Shun, Ling, Lei, Xian, undoubtedly representing the respective peak masters. The 7 masters surveyed the assembly of disciples, though their attention predominantly lingered on Yi Bufan and Lu Muwan. "This batch of disciples is quite commendable," remarked the master of Danju Peak with a smile. "2 possess exceptional spiritual roots, surpassing our usual count by 1. Last time it was not my turn. This time is surely my opportunity to select," declared the master of Shuju Peak. Following the established order, it was indeed the case that Shuju Peak would be the first to choose this time. However, it also depended on whether the disciples were willing. The Valley Master interjected. The master of Shuju Peak remained unfazed, confident that no one would refuse the personal invitation of a peak master. The master of Shunju Peak smiled, knowing she would be the second to select, with the possibility of choosing yet another disciple with an exceptional spiritual root. The master of Lingjue Peak furrowed his brow slightly and summoned the Valley Master, conveying telepathically among the high-grade spiritual roots, which possesses the greatest potential. The Valley Master promptly replied, Lu Mion shows considerable promise. The master of Lingjue Peak's expression softened, and he nodded, saying, Excellent, you shall not be overlooked. The master of Leijue Peak remained remarkably composed, for his task was simple, to select the most outstanding candidate among those with lightning attributes. Wang Siming, the master of Xuanjue Peak, also called upon the Valley Master. He inquired, among this batch of disciples, excluding those likely to be chosen, who stands out the most? The Valley Master displayed a moment of hesitation. Wang Siming's eyelids twitched as he stated, a 200-year-old Xiang flower. The Valley Master's expression brightened, yet he remained tight-lipped. Wang Siming's eyes gleamed as he added, and a Kaiyang stone. The Valley Master's eyes lit up, and he remarked, Su Yuan, this lad is quite remarkable. It seems there is no one of his caliber among the high-grade spiritual roots. Wang Siming questioned, having previously acquired the roster of high-grade spiritual root disciples. He possessed a low-grade 3 spiritual roots, token number 299, ranking 118 during the initial assessment, and he anticipated an even higher position this time. After the Valley Master spoke, he offered no further commentary and was soon summoned by the masters of the Pill and Weapon Peaks. Wang Siming fell into deep contemplation. That old rascal, Lance, had an uncanny ability to discern talent. Any low-grade spiritual root he favored undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. However, Xuanjue Peak had always preferred quality over quantity, and there had never been a precedent for admitting a low-grade spiritual root disciple. He pondered this conundrum. With a grand gesture, the Valley Master summoned the testing apparatus, which landed before the disciples. He cheerfully announced, Now, all disciples wishing to enter the outer sect and above, please step forward. The rest, kindly stand back. Thus, over 700 disciples reluctantly stepped back, aware of their limitations and recognizing that they had no chance of entering the outer sect, thus sparing themselves the embarrassment before the peak masters. Zhou Wuyo decisively followed the crowd, placing all his hopes on Su Yuan. His admission to the outer sect hinged upon Su Yuan's recommendation. If he could gain entry through Su Yuan, the advantages would far exceed the ordinary route, as he would effectively become one of Su Yuan's followers. With a disciple from the inner sect as a backing, he could demand greater resources from his family. A significant difference indeed. Only about 250 disciples remained, particularly those ranked lower, whose expressions were filled with anxiety. The testing commenced with the top-ranked disciples. Ye Bufan, please step forward, the Valley Master commanded. Ye Bufan hesitated momentarily before calmly approaching the stage. The 7 peak masters scrutinized Ye Bufan as though examining a rare and exquisite gem. Possessing an exceptional dual spiritual root, he was already endowed with extraordinary talent. Attaining the golden core was a certainty, and the nascent soul was within reach. Who would not covet such a disciple? Ye Bufan bowed respectfully to the 7, stating, I have met all esteemed peak masters. The 7 responded with gentle smiles and nods in acknowledgement. After completing his formalities, Ye Bufan ascended the jade platform. Casting a glance back at the line of disciples, his gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Muwan and Su Yuan. A proud smile gracing his lips as he placed his hands upon a jade stone. A radiant beam of light erupted, capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Inscribed upon the stone were the words, 30,132 strands of spiritual energy. 10 acupoints open. 4th layer of chi refinement. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The 4th layer of chi refinement? This alone would grant him immediate entry into the outer sect based on cultivation alone. An astonishing surplus of spiritual energy amounting to 30,000 strands. How had this been achieved? Truly remarkable. The disparity was staggering. The peak masters were equally impressed. In merely 3 months, without the aid of abundant resources, relying solely on his own cultivation, he had reached the 4th layer of chi refinement. An exceptional feat. The master of Danju Peak chuckled. You're not far from the 11 acupoints. Well done, nodded the master of Chi Ju Peak. Ye Bufan responded with a serene smile. At that moment, the master of Shu Ju Peak spoke. I am the master of Shu Ju Peak. Do you wish to join us? Yi Bufan, upon hearing this, responded respectfully. I am willing. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Come on my side. Yi Bufan calmly approached the master of Shuju Peak. Envy glimmered in the eyes of the onlookers. Yi Bufan had now secured his position as a core disciple, directly chosen by the master. Following Yi Bufan, Lu Mu Wan took the stage. Without the theatrics, she placed her hands upon the jade stone. 1,903 strands of spiritual energy. 10 acupoints open. Fourth layer of Qi refinement. Another fourth layer of Qi refinement. However, with Yi Bufan preceding her, although the crowd was still in awe, their reactions were considerably subdued. Lu Mu Wan raised her gaze to the various peak masters. The master of Shunju Peak smiled warmly. My dear, come to my side. All right. Lu Mu Wan obediently stood beside the master of Shunju Peak. Thus, 2 individuals with exceptional spiritual roots were selected. The 2 fourth layers of Qi refinement represented a significant advantage. It was evident to all that Yi Bufan had outpaced Lu Mu Wan by a considerable margin. The third individual, Zheng He, stepped forward with a beaming smile. He performed his greeting, yet the peak masters responded with far less enthusiasm, although they still acknowledged him. Zheng He's achievements were commendable as well. 1,289 strands of spiritual energy. 8 acupoints open. Third layer of Qi refinement. This was already an outstanding accomplishment, and the peak masters offered their affirmations. He looked expectantly towards the master of Ling Ju Peak. However, the master of Ling Ju Peak remained silent. After a round of consideration, the master of Qi Ju Peak finally spoke. I see you possess a golden attribute. Come to my side to learn the art of weapon crafting. Yes, Zheng He exclaimed, invigorated, as he finally caught the attention of a peak master. Zheng He then joined the master of Qi Peak. Following him, Lu Mioan also achieved the progress of 8 acupoints and was accepted by the master of Ling Ju Peak. Subsequently, another disciple of the Thunder Spirit Roots was accepted by the master of Thunder Peak, while a disciple possessing both fire and wood dual attributes was taken in by Pill Peak. Ultimately, only the master of Profound Peak hesitated, leaving the other disciples of high-grade spirit roots filled with anticipation and anxiety during their assessments. Su Yuan observed calmly from below the stage, indifferent to the selection of masters. His thoughts were solely on enjoying a hearty meal at the peak, as he had endured 3 months of fasting pills, which had left him feeling quite ill. Unbeknownst to him, it was soon his turn for the cultivation evaluation. He stood upon the platform, maintaining a serene demeanor as he placed his hand upon the jade board. He then glanced at the stone slab, his expression unchanging. 8,083 strands of spiritual power. 7 spiritual acupoints open. Qi refining stage 3. A wave of suppressed gasps arose from the audience, but in comparison to the high-grade spirit roots, such achievements seemed rather insignificant. Su Yuan felt that while he had been somewhat ostentatious, it was not overly so. Ding, reputation value 1. Ding, reputation value 1. Ding, reputation value 1. The system's notifications chimed 3 times before falling silent, yielding a total of merely 3 points of reputation, bringing his total to 57 points. He had thoroughly exhausted the admiration of his peers. Just as Su Yuan prepared to leave the stage, the master of Profound Peak spoke. Su Yuan, would you like to join Profound Peak? This declaration stunned the entire assembly. Even the other peak masters turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 16. Level Up, New Attributes. Su Yuan stared blankly at the master of Profound Peak. His mind raced, surveying the astonished, envious, jealous, and bewildered expressions of the thousands of disciples below, as well as the inquisitive, surprised, and doubtful faces of the other peak masters. He realized he was in a predicament. He could not refuse the master, lest he find it impossible to continue at 7 absolute peak. However, he steeled himself and replied, Disciple's talent is humble. It is unlikely I will achieve great success. At this moment, Master Wang Siming of Profound Peak instead smiled and said, with your low-grade spirit root, yet your cultivation has reached the level of a high-grade spirit root. If you consider yourself dull, what of others? Come forth. Yes. Su Yuan, feeling resigned, obediently stepped beside the master of Profound Peak. Yi Bufan seemed to reassess Su Yuan, giving him a proper look for the first time. Lu Yuan exhibited curiosity, as she was aware that after the first round of evaluations, Su Yuan's cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of Qi refining, and now he had just entered the early 3rd stage, clearly concealing his true capabilities. Zheng He, standing with the instrument peak disciples, wore a complex expression, seeming to have underestimated Su Yuan. The earlier mockery of him might become a significant plot twist. Zhang Wei, watching from below, was momentarily stunned by Su Yuan's results, then suddenly exclaimed, "Su Yuan is my elder brother. He has become a core seed." Ha ha! Zhang Wei provocatively glanced at one of the mid-grade spirit root disciples, having discovered the identity of those who had previously targeted him. The disciple with medium spiritual roots wore a gloomy expression, avoiding Zhang Wei's gaze, filled with deep regret. Meanwhile, Zhou Wuyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have struck gold this time. Surely, my family will support me wholeheartedly. I might even have a chance to contend for the position of family heir." The system notifications rang in Su Yuan's ears like a series of firecrackers. Ding. Reputation points 1. Ding. Reputation points 6. Ding. Reputation points 7. 10 system prompts erupted continuously. Among these, the first 3 notifications only amounted to 3 points. And he concluded that they originated from a group of disciples still at a low level of cultivation. The remaining 6 points, including one with a value of 6 and another with 7, came from the Peak Master. His reputation points soared to an impressive 103. Ding, level up. Name, Sujuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level notable, 103-1000. Realm, Qi Refining Stage, 3rd layer, 33-100. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. You are adept at balancing work and relaxation. The longer your rest periods, the better your cultivation effects. Current rest time, 68 hours. Entry 2, To be chosen. Upgraded? Su Yuan felt a mix of emotions, both amused and bewildered, as he hadn't paid much attention to the increase in reputation. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation value had reached its peak, and upon seeing the additional entry options, his heart raced with anticipation. At that moment, the Peak Master transmitted a message. Su Yuan, shortly after leaving the Immortal Seed Valley. There will be a trial outside the valley, a challenge set by our ancestor. You may showcase your abilities freely, and it is highly likely that Yi Bufan will emerge victorious. Just take the opportunity to hone your skills. Wang Siming added a reminder. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was there a trial outside the valley? How come he hadn't seen any mention of it in the library? Since the Peak Master suggested he need not dwell on it, he dismissed the thought. Nodding and understanding, he felt eager about the choices awaiting him for the second entry. His gaze fell upon Entry 2. Upon focusing his thoughts on Entry 2, 3 lines of text materialized before him. Natural law. You possess a keen ability to comprehend nature, making it easier for you to grasp the profound truths of the universe. Skill approaches the Tao. You are adept at mastering skills. When pushed to their limits, it becomes easier to perceive the Tao. Arts can communicate with the divine. You excel in the study of spells. When researched to their extremes, it becomes easier to grasp divine abilities. Su Yuan contemplated the 3 entry options. The second one intrigued him greatly, as skills were directly linked to earning wealth. The better the skills, the more lucrative the rewards. The third option was also appealing. Stronger spells would naturally enhance his power, and with greater strength. The pursuit of wealth would become significantly easier, not to mention the potential to comprehend divine abilities, which represented a pinnacle of power. However, both of these options had conditions that required him to push his skills and spells to their limits, to truly unleash their potential. In contrast, the first entry offered immediate benefits. Certainly, more importantly, the attributes of balance of work and rest and natural law are indeed complementary. Whether it be techniques, approaching the Tao, or art that communicates with the divine, both necessitate extensive practice, which, in turn, disrupts the accumulation of time for balance of work and rest. In contrast, natural law is different. By simply observing the heavens and the earth, the mountains and rivers during one's leisure time does not count as cultivation. One can effortlessly gather significant insights during rest, subsequently activating the comprehension of the great Tao through the balance of work and rest. With this thought, Su Yuan's mind was illuminated, and he resolutely chose the first attribute. Natural law. The second and third attributes vanished, and natural law manifested on the system panel, becoming an intrinsic part of Su Yuan. At the moment the attribute was loaded, it felt as if he had suddenly acquired a new talent. His perception of the world around him inexplicably transformed, as if he could discern a certain rhythm of the universe. Lost in contemplation of the heavens and the earth, Su Yuan's mind emptied. He did not ponder the nature of that rhythm, but simply attuned his body to the world. Wang Ximing regarded the entranced Su Yuan with curiosity, impressed by his ability to be so immersed even in his presence. When Su Yuan finally returned to reality, the disciples' cultivation assessment had concluded. Zhang Wei had successfully entered the outer sect and was now excitedly waving at Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled and gave a thumbs up, congratulating him on his achievement. Zhang Wei immediately began to boast to those around him, radiating a sense of triumph akin to a small man reveling in his newfound success, which prompted the surrounding disciples to regard him with newfound respect. Su Yuan smiled focused. He had already surmised Zhang Wei's behavior and reflected that this boy was indeed not without reason for being disliked by many. At that moment, the Valley Master appeared and addressed the crowd. The cultivation assessment has concluded. You may proceed to the Immortal Seed Palace for registration and choose your preferred peak to join. The 1,000 disciples dispersed, heading to the Immortal Seed Palace to register, marking the division of this batch of immortal seeds. Su Yuan felt a sense of nostalgia. Having interacted with most of the over 1,000 individuals due to attending all the classes, they were theoretically all peers, yet their futures would diverge vastly. The Peak Master of the Technique Peak spoke. Now that the disciple selection has concluded, we may commence the Valley Trial. This time, the Technique Peak will surely take the lead. One Peak Master chuckled. Ha! Taking the lead comes with no rewards, merely a formality. The Technique Peak Master replied with a smile. I once walked this path, yet regrettably gained little. The Pill Peak Master sighed. It will be beneficial for these youngsters to undergo some trials. Indeed, let us proceed. The 7 Peak Masters each carried a disciple and soared into the sky, heading toward the depths of the Immortal Seed Valley. The Valley Master followed suit, eager to join the festivities. Su Yuan, standing beside Wang Ximing, inquired, Master, will there be rewards for this trial? There were rewards, but those are mere relics of the past. The Ancestral Master had once left a plethora of rewards during the trials. Yet with each generation of disciples, these treasures have long since been exhausted. Now, only the trials remain, devoid of any rewards. Wang Ximing chuckled. The most formidable 7 skills of our 7 absolute sect are, in fact, the finest reward from the trials, each acquired by 7 unparalleled prodigies. It can be said that this trial out of the valley is the very origin of our 7 absolute sect. Su Yuan suddenly comprehended. With this revelation, he understood why the trial out of the valley was merely a formality. There were no rewards to be had. His enthusiasm waned. As they approached their destination, he noticed a shimmering silver portal at the center of the valley. Go! Wang Ximing exclaimed, giving Su Yuan a push toward the portal. The other disciples faced a similar fate, as the 7 core seeds were collectively thrust into the silver gateway. The portal rippled and then sealed itself. What do you think? How many levels can they surpass? 5 levels, perhaps? Quite a stretch. We shall see soon enough. A few Peak Masters awaited, and shortly after, a disciple emerged first. As he stepped out, 2 beams of light flashed above the portal. 2 colors? Still needs improvement. The Master of Thunder Absolute Peak remarked, eyeing his chosen disciple. The disciple bowed his head in shame. Why be so harsh? A newly emerged disciple has learned nothing yet. 2 colors are commendable, chuckled the Master of Dan Absolute Peak. Soon after, the second disciple emerged, who was the core seed of Dan Absolute Peak, and he too displayed 2 colors. The Master of Thunder Absolute Peak smiled faintly. That is true. The Master of Dan Absolute Peak wore an unpleasant expression, glaring at the disciple from his sect. For the next hour, several more disciples came forth. Lu Miaoan stepped out of the silver door, revealing 4 colors. However, when Zheng He emerged, he displayed only 3 colors. The Master of Spirit Absolute Peak beamed at the Valley Master, who was pleased with his discerning eye. His recommendation to the Master of Spirit Absolute Peak had proven reliable. And importantly, the benefits would not escape him. Subsequently, Lu Miaoan also exhibited 4 colors, while Yi Bufan shone with 5 colors. Yi Bufan's performance was of a unique caliber, bringing pride to the Master of Technique Absolute Peak. Yet, after waiting for a while, Su Yuan remained absent. Observing this, the Valley Master inquired of the Master of Mystic Absolute Peak, Wang Peak Master, did you not inform Su Yuan to choose martial combat? Could it be he has entered the literary contest instead? Wang Ximing hesitated momentarily before responding. I forgot to remind him, but normally, disciples should opt for martial combat. Shouldn't they? The Valley Master suddenly recalled something. I believe he selected the Xianxia Tian Yin technique. He may indeed lack combat prowess at this moment. Wang Ximing expressed surprise. Why would he choose that spell? Who prompted him to make that choice? The Valley Master cast a glance at Xianxia. Wang Siming furrowed his brow, his expression turning somewhat unfavorable. Should we wait for him to emerge? The Master of Divine Absolute Peak inquired. Never mind. I am quite busy and must take my leave. I too have pressing matters and shall depart. Several Peak Masters ascended into the air and left without hesitation. The Master of Shujua Peak hesitated momentarily, yet deemed it unnecessary to remain, for Yi Bufan had rightfully claimed the first position. The duration of the literary trial is unpredictable. Some emerge within a quarter of an hour, while others may linger for 10 days or even half a month. Wang Siming waited for half an hour before deciding to leave, as Xianmiao Valley was exceedingly safe, offering no reason to stay. The Valley Master remained until the end, waiting another half hour, but upon realizing that Su Yuan would not emerge anytime soon, he too departed, as he needed to oversee the transfer of disciples and had no time to linger. Within the silver portal, only Su Yuan remained. Chapter 17, The Trial. Suddenly, Su Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar realm. He gazed in wonder at the silver grass, silver trees, and even the silver stones adorning the ground. The entire landscape shimmered in silver, a place of extraordinary beauty. Just as he began to explore, a silver silhouette materialized before him. What are you doing in such a manner? A silver fox appeared out of thin air, glaring at Su Yuan. Who are you? Su Yuan Wayeth. His voice tinged with caution. I am the spirit of this trial realm, the guardian of the entire testing ground. The silver fox declared, tilting its head proudly. Oh, how am I to undertake this trial? Su Yuan asked, intrigued. The founder has left you 2 methods of examination, one through combat, the other through literary prowess. Which do you wish to choose? I suggest you opt for combat. It will conclude swiftly. Your opponent will be a combat puppet, and the initial stages pose little challenge. Recommended the silver fox. Su Yuan pondered briefly. Since the spirit of the realm advised combat, he would, in fact, choose the literary trial. What if he were injured during a physical confrontation? He had entered in his true form. I choose the literary trial. Su Yuan declared. The silver fox appeared speechless. Very well, prepare yourself. The first challenge is a general knowledge test. Before Su Yuan, a table and a scroll of white paper appeared, laden with numerous questions. Upon reaching the final page, he was taken aback by the figure of 1,000. 1,000 questions? Su Yuan exclaimed, his expression blank. You chose this path. Hasten and begin. No cheating. I shall be watching. The silver fox stood upright, floating beside him with arms crossed. Su Yuan had not anticipated that even in a foreign realm, he would be tasked with answering questions. He picked up the pen from the table and began tackling the questions. There were many, yet none surpassed the bounds of his knowledge. Su Yuan answered with ease, barely pausing to think, as the answers sprang forth readily. As time slipped by, he approached the completion of the test, reflecting on his previous life as a student. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours had passed. Stretching languidly, Su Yuan sighed. At last, I am finished. The silver fox observed Su Yuan's problem-solving process with keen interest, initially displaying disdain, which gradually transformed into surprise and ultimately astonishment. Upon comparing Su Yuan's answers with the reference ones, it could no longer suppress its curiosity and inquired, Are you a monster? What is the matter? Su Yuan responded. You answered every question correctly. The silver fox remarked with a complex expression. These are merely common knowledge. They can all be found in the library. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. You're the only disciple to have answered all the questions correctly. The silver fox stated with a languid tone. That is nothing. I simply enjoy reading. Su Yuan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. The silver fox regarded him intently and asked, What is your name? Su Yuan. He answered casually. Ding, reputation value 7. Su Yuan was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the silver fox. You are remarkable, Su Yuan. You can directly skip the first 5 stages of the literary contest and proceed to the 6th stage. The silver fox declared. Oh, Su Yuan nodded indifferently. To him, the distinction between the 5th and 6th stages was negligible. There were no rewards, and he merely felt that since he had nothing else to do, accepting the challenge of the trials was rather inconsequential. In the next moment, a humanoid silhouette materialized before him, revealing an intricate network of meridians within, with a strand of red spiritual energy circulating through it, seemingly attempting to traverse the circuit but halting after covering merely 1% of the path. Although this was an unfamiliar diagram of a cultivation technique, Su Yuan immediately discerned that the strand of fiery spiritual energy was traversing through the water meridians, causing his eyelids to twitch. Such a fundamental error was quite astonishing. Based on the condition of the spiritual energy's operation, please provide suggestions for improvement. The silver fox inquired. Is that all? Simply retract it by 2 minutes, then proceed from the Xianxia meridians, right? Su Yuan said yes. The silver fox's eyes flickered, responding, that answer is impeccable. Please proceed to the next question. Once again, the humanoid silhouette appeared, and this time the red spiritual energy had traversed 1/10 of the distance, albeit moving as slowly as a snail. The circulation of this fiery spiritual energy is sluggish. Please provide your recommendations for improvement, the silver fox requested. This is simple. Just reduce its size a bit. The strand of fiery spiritual energy is too loose, and its head is not sufficiently condensed. Isn't it quite normal for its speed to be slow? Su Yuan shrugged. The silver fox paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by this answer. It glanced at the reference response. 1. Charge through in one go. 2. Reduce the quantity of fiery spiritual energy. 3. Broaden the meridians. 4. Alter the operating route. Methods as follows. Noting the absence of this answer, the silver fox commanded, please demonstrate. Scratching his head, Su Yuan rose and approached the humanoid silhouette. How do I control it? Su Yuan guidi passive. You can manipulate it directly with your spiritual consciousness, it indicated, and upon touching that strand of fiery spiritual energy with his fingertip, Su Yuan discovered that his spiritual consciousness could indeed exert control. He immediately manipulated this wisp of fiery spiritual energy to rotate and condense, causing its form to shrink by 2/3 in an instant. Subsequently, with exquisite control of his spiritual power, he shaped it into a small serpent of flame, remarkably lifelike. This fiery serpent then slithered smoothly through a meridian, traversing an entire circuit according to the calculated route, completing a full cycle. The silver fox observed Su Yuan's actions, its gaze gradually becoming vacant, eyes wide with astonishment as it stammered. How did you achieve this? Can spiritual power truly transform into a spiritual serpent? Furthermore, have you studied the Fire Rock Sutra? Su Yuan looked at the silver fox's incredulous demeanor, somewhat puzzled. Isn't this the arrangement set by our ancestor? Is my manipulation of spiritual power truly so impressive? It shouldn't be remarkable for cultivators of higher realms, should it? The silver fox, equally baffled, retorted, you are aware that this is extraordinary for cultivators of higher realms. Yet you, at merely the 3rd level of chi refinement, achieve such proficiency? Don't you find that rather absurd? Also, you still haven't explained how you learned the Fire Rock Sutra. Su Yuan shrugged and replied, from the route taken in its previous movements. It is evident that this wisp of fiery energy is enticing the natural spiritual energy through the dual attributes of fire and earth. It is quite easy to deduce the subsequent operational pathways. In what way is it easy? The silver fox's lips twitched slightly. Look, by deducing the next 10th from this 1/10 of the route, doesn't it seem rather effortless? Then, from the current 1/5, we can logically deduce the next 1/5, and subsequently complete the remaining 3/5, making it seem quite natural. Su Yuan gestured naturally, demonstrating the steps. First this way, then that way, and finally this and that. And it would suffice. The silver fox squinted at the meridian map several times, and upon confirming its lack of understanding, shook its head and said, you are quite peculiar. Aren't you the spirit of the secret realm? Why concern yourself with such matters? Has the trial concluded? I wish to return. I am eager to enjoy some roasted meat. Su Yuan glanced around, but found no exit. Thus his gaze returned to the silver fox. The silver fox extended its palm, soothingly saying, do not be hasty. You have flawlessly passed this trial, and if you jump through 3 more challenges, you will directly reach the final 9th trial. What say you? All right, let us expedite this. Su Yuan replied. The silver fox's expression turned serious as it said, follow me. Where to? Su Yuan way passive. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to follow the fox forward. As they walked, he heard a distinct sound of rushing water, growing increasingly closer and louder, until he passed a towering tree and beheld a celestial river cascading from the heavens, rendering him momentarily speechless. Silver waters flowed gently from the clouds above, plunging into a silver lake below, with mist rising in ethereal wisps, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. I have long wanted to ask, why is everything here silver? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Here lies the silver spirit waterfall, a wondrous spectacle birthed from the harmonious union of heaven and earth. The water, known as the silver radiant spirit water, is a rare and precious resource of the earth tier. The venerable ancestor once remarked that those of exceptional insight, upon beholding the silver spirit waterfall, may attain a profound understanding of the essence of the cosmos. The silver fox exclaimed, "Wow, earth-tier precious spirit water must be immensely valuable." Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The silver fox, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "Have you missed the crux of the matter? You cannot take this water. Even if you could, it would transform into ordinary water." "Why is that? Don't the sect members take it?" Su Yuan wayed passive. The silver fox shook its head, explaining, "To carry away the silver radiant spirit water, one must first comprehend the 18 profound insights encapsulated within the waterfall. However, those who grasp these insights are not concerned with the spirit water itself. Moreover, only newly inducted disciples can enter this place, thus none can extract it." "Well then, what is your purpose in bringing me here?" Su Yuan asked. The silver fox replied, "To seek understanding. Let's see if you can sense even a fragment of the insights contained within the silver spirit waterfall. Even the slightest comprehension, akin to the mere skin of the surface, would suffice." Su Yuan gazed at the waterfall and then at the fox, questioning, "Be honest with me. Have you piqued my choices? If I had selected differently, would you have tested me on artifact forging or spellcasting?" The silver fox looked at Su Yuan in bewilderment. Blinking, "You, a mere disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, have just embarked on your journey for 3 months, and you wish to forge artifacts? Or undergo spell-casting trials? Have you been possessed by another spirit?" Su Yuan shook his head, conceding, "You make a fair point. How long do these trials last?" "There is no time limit," the silver fox replied. Su Yuan, astonished, turned to the silver fox. "So, I could remain here indefinitely? What do you intend to do?" The silver fox asked, taken aback. "I wish to stay here and cultivate," Su Yuan declared promptly. The silver fox's mouth twitched as it remarked, "Actually, there is a time constraint, for this place opens only once a year. By this time next year, you will be forcibly expelled. Then I shall remain for a year." Su Yuan resolved. The silver fox regarded him oddly. "Aren't you eager to venture out for roasted meat?" "Roasted meat? What is that?" "I cannot recall. Those silver fruits over there look quite delectable." "Those are my rations," sighed the silver fox. "Why are you so stingy? I misjudged you." Thus, the fox and the young man engaged in a lively exchange. Chapter 18. A year. Days later, in the grand hall of Xianxia Peak, the peak master Wang Siming had just completed his training and was attending to matters within the sect when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to call out. "Come fort." A steward hurriedly entered. "Master, where is this year's core disciple candidate?" "I do not see any record of him," Wang Siming inquired. It seems he is still in the trial's secret realm." The steward scratched his head in confusion. "Still in the trials?" Wang Siming exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, I inquire daily of the Lord of the Orchid Valley, who ventures to the portal of the secret realm each day to ensure that disciples remain within its confines." "What is the situation?" Wang Siming expressed his confusion. Uncertain, the steward shook his head. "In that case, when he emerges, bring him to me," Wang Siming commanded. "Understood. I shall follow up on this." Days passed once more. "Where is that lad?" "He is yet to appear." After several more days, Wang Siming, having concluded his cultivation and attended to his affairs, stroked his chin in contemplation. "Ah, it seems I have forgotten something." He summoned the steward. "Are there any matters left unresolved?" "None," the steward replied. A month later, Wang Siming occasionally recalled Su Yuan, yet soon dismissed the thought amidst his busyness. Ultimately, he ceased to remember Su Yuan entirely. Meanwhile, the steward transitioned to another position after 6 months, and a new steward took over, inadvertently forgetting this matter entirely. Thus, Su Yuan's name faded from the high-ranking memories of Xianxia Peak. Even his contemporaries quickly forgot his existence. In this inexplicable manner, Su Yuan seemed to have vanished from the sect, becoming as if cloaked in invisibility. Only Zhang Wei frequently remembered Su Yuan, often approaching Xianxia Peak to inquire. Initially, he aspired to join the peak, only to discover that the admission requirements were exceedingly stringent, rendering those of inferior spiritual roots ineligible. Regrettably, Zhang Wei returned each time empty-handed. Zhou Wuyo fared even worse. He had hoped to soar to great heights with Su Yuan's assistance, but unexpectedly, Su Yuan vanished. He found himself dramatically integrated into the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples, and his family's investments rapidly dwindled, nearly failing to fulfill the promised benefits for the 24 disciples. Fortunately, Zhang Wei, still mindful of Su Yuan's kindness, assisted Zhou Wuyo in repaying that debt. Their relationship improved through this exchange, even though Zhou Wuyo continued to harbor disdain for Zhang Wei. Among their peers, Yi Bufan and Lu Mu Wan blossomed into extraordinary talents with superb spiritual roots, making remarkable strides in their cultivation due to a wealth of resources. Within a year, they attained the late stage of qi refining and began to emerge prominently. Each descended from the mountain to experience the world, gaining substantial renown, with Yi Bufan even entangled in ambiguous relations with a sorceress from the demon sect. Shortly after Zheng, he entered Qijue Peak. He too faded into obscurity, much like Su Yuan, as if rendered invisible, seldom mentioned thereafter. Each individual's path diverged, and the world of cultivation continued to turn without regard for any singular figure. Yuan, little fox, what shall we have for breakfast today? Su Yuan inquired, yawning and bleary-eyed. You lazy creature, all you do is eat, sleep, and stare vacantly at the waterfall, neglecting your cultivation and the practice of spells. Just how lazy can you be? The silver fox, infuriated, flew to perch atop Su Yuan's head, using its tiny paws to scratch his scalp vigorously. Apply a bit more pressure. My head feels a tad itchy, Su Yuan remarked. The silver fox was rendered speechless by Su Yuan's laziness. It remarked, you don't have much time left. Su Yuan rolled his eyes, responding, you shouldn't say such things. A year has nearly passed. What do you think? The silver fox pouted, indeed the time is fleeting. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan glanced at the silver fox and chuckled. Are you reluctant to part with me? The silver fox turned its back, snorting disdainfully. Who would miss you? I can't wait for you to leave. Well, I had intended to visit you annually, but alas, little fox is unwilling. Su Yuan lamented. Are you dreaming? You still wish to venture into the trial's secret realm? The silver fox retorted, casting a disdainful look. Do you doubt my capabilities? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Naturally, little fox scoffed. How about we make a wager? Su Yuan proposed. On what? The silver fox inquired warily. Bet that I can accomplish it, and if I succeed, you must hand over that treasure you've hidden. Su Yuan declared, revealing his intent. And if you lose? Little fox asked. Fear not, I shan't lose. Su Yuan laughed heartily, rising swiftly, with the mysterious energy beneath his feet manifesting, propelling him like a cloud toward the direction of the silver spirit falls. What are you up to? Little fox followed closely. Su Yuan settled by the lakeside, sitting cross-legged, and said to little fox, Next, I shall delve into profound comprehension. You shall guard me. Little fox was about to protest, but suddenly noticed a significant change in Su Yuan's aura, as if he had harmonized with the silver spirit falls, his essence merging entirely with it. What is this? Little fox's eyes widened in astonishment, yet it found itself holding its breath involuntarily. Su Yuan opened the system panel. Name, Su Yuan region, Chinka continent level, notable, 1, 331,000, realm. Qi refinement stage 3, 33. 100, entry 1, balance of work and rest. You excel in balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your training results. Current rest duration, 330 days and 5 hours. Entry 2, Tao follows nature. You possess a keen understanding of nature, making it easier to perceive the Tao from the mysteries of heaven and earth. His notoriety increased slightly during his time in the secret realm, but after a 30-point rise, it stagnated. His cultivation remained at Qi refinement stage 3, yet the mysterious energy within him had amassed immensely. Most astonishing was the balance of work and rest, which had extended to an extraordinary 330 days. Such a remarkable duration. Su Yuan had waited so long to comprehend the silver spirit falls, activating the entry, balance of work and rest. In an instant, the entry was activated. His thoughts accelerated manifold. However, before Su Yuan could begin to comprehend nature, the entry glimmered once more, undergoing a second activation. Su Yuan's state elevated yet again. In an instant, Su Yuan comprehended that the first entry possessed hidden effects. With a respite of 330 days, once activated, the entry could sustain an extraordinary state for 33 days. However, if this duration exceeded 10 days, it would enter a secondary activation phase, reducing the time tenfold, leaving only 33 days of effect. Once time was curtailed, the natural cultivation effects became even more astonishing. In a fleeting moment, upon grasping the reason, Su Yuan devoted all his focus to the understanding of the silver spirit waterfall. In an instant, the insights he had gleaned from observing the silver spirit waterfall over the past year surged forth from his memory like a tidal wave. In Su Yuan's current perception, Every trajectory cascading from the silver spirit waterfall seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, captivating him entirely. His spiritual awareness appeared to flow along the shimmering silver waters, ascending against the waterfall's current, as though he were suspended in the clouds, akin to a celestial being. The wondrous scenery and memories collided within Su Yuan's consciousness, unleashing an eruption of enlightenment akin to a volcanic explosion. Strands of clarity surged in his mind. He perceived within the silver spirit waterfall the fervent flames, the gentle spring breeze, and the piercing golden rain. The little raccoon was astonished to witness three marvelous rhythms rising from Su Yuan, resonating at a deeper level with the extraordinary vista of the silver spirit waterfall. It was as if the waterfall and Su Yuan were sharing a profound dialogue, with the silver spirit waterfall serving as a silent mentor, personally revealing the mysteries and wonders of the universe to him. The three extraordinary rhythms emanating from Su Yuan transformed into an overwhelming momentum, compelling the little raccoon to instinctively retreat several dozen meters. He had transcended the realm of techniques. The little raccoon was left speechless. It understood that the profound truths of the universe were divided into four realms: technique, momentum, intent, and spirit. Upon reaching the fourth realm, the spirit realm, one could grasp the path of divine abilities. Though the technique realm was merely the first, it demanded exceptional perception to comprehend, with most cultivators only grasping it upon reaching foundational establishment. The momentum realm was even more formidable. At this stage, one had made significant strides in understanding the universe, capable of summoning the momentum of nature, resulting in a significant surge in all aspects of strength. Simply exerting one's momentum could grant an overwhelming advantage over foundational cultivators in battles of the same tier. The trial of the ninth gate merely required the comprehension of a sliver of the technique realm. Was Su Yuan attempting to defy the heavens? Despite being merely at the third level of Qi refinement, Su Yuan had already attained the momentum realm, and astonishingly, he had comprehended three aspects, seemingly not even at the initial stage of this realm. No, his momentum was still rising. The little raccoon's mind buzzed. After entering the momentum realm, Su Yuan's communication with the silver spirit waterfall became remarkably effortless. It felt as if he had returned to the embrace of his mother, nurtured by the very essence of the universe. Waves of realizations surged and elevated, deepening Su Yuan's understanding of the natural world. The silver spirit waterfall transformed in his eyes, at times flowing like gentle flames, at times bursting forth as a vibrant spring, and at other times showering down countless sharp golden sword rains. Observing the silver spirit waterfall from various angles provided an array of wondrous experiences. The aura surrounding Su Yuan gradually ascended to an astonishing level, fierce and unyielding, before it slowly transitioned into a state of tranquility and peace. This was not a diminishment of strength, but rather a manifestation of Su Yuan's newfound control over his powers. In that moment, it seemed as though he could perceive the essence of the world beyond its mere form. Yet, he deduced that the remaining time would only suffice to comprehend one aspect of this cosmic essence. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to embrace the piercing nature of the sword rain. For indeed, offense is the finest form of defense. Before his eyes, the silver spirit waterfall ceased its chaotic dance and transformed into a river-like cascade woven with countless golden threads, each resembling the sharpest of blades, piercing through Su Yuan's very being. In an instant, his body became riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth as he was enveloped in a crimson shroud. Little Li, witnessing this transformation, grew anxious and yearned to rush forth to heal him. However, the menacing aura emanating from Su Yuan erupted with astonishing ferocity, sending Little Li hurtling backward, a visible wound marring her form. Sensing the urgency, Su Yuan waved his hand, summoning the luminous waters of the lake. A torrent of silvery streams surged forth, enveloping his wounds in a restorative embrace. His skin gleamed with a radiant silver sheen, while a smaller current flowed toward Little Li, encircling her injury as well. Little Li gazed in awe at the sight of Su Yuan, enveloped in the shimmering waters, momentarily entranced. Chapter 19. Comprehending the Essence. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Su Yuan, soaring towards the heavens as he ascended against the flow of the silver spirit waterfall, akin to a golden swordfish bravely rising upwards. Initially, his strength surged forth with vigor, yet as he progressed, the might began to wane, the formidable sword intent rapidly depleting. Nevertheless, Su Yuan continued to grasp the profound meaning of the silver spirit waterfall, the waves of sword intent rising and providing unwavering support for the golden fish's ascent. The sword intent surged continually, crashing, and crashing again. Though at times it was swept back by the powerful waterfall, each assault by Su Yuan propelled him further upward. Little Li stood by, cheering him on, her hopeful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Surely he would succeed. She prayed fervently within her heart. As if he had heard Little Li's encouragement, Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, channeling a surge of sword intent that surged up towards the waterfall, gathering strength for a final ascent. In an instant, the remaining sword intent underwent a magnificent transformation, becoming a radiant point of golden essence, soaring through the air and embedding itself within Su Yuan's brow. A golden sword mark appeared on his forehead, glimmering with a sharp brilliance. At that moment, a connection was forged between Su Yuan and the Silver Spirit Waterfall, and he sensed that he had attained the qualification to re-enter the secret realm. Turning to Little Li, a smile gracing his lips, he spoke gently, "I have succeeded. Congratulations!" Little Li exclaimed, her joy sincere and effusive. Su Yuan smiled softly, glancing at the time remaining, which was but a fleeting hour. Yet, he did not hasten to cultivate. Instead, he reflected upon the principles of the burning wood refining spirit technique and began to modify the method. The yellow-gray technique felt rather inadequate to him. In his transcendent state, drawing upon his current understanding of the two forces and an insight into one intention, he altered the burning wood refining spirit technique with remarkable ease. The trajectory of the technique's operation transformed into something exceedingly intricate yet fluid, with the flowing spiritual energy transcending mere ordinary essence, now directly employing the profound true energy. He seamlessly integrated the profound true transformation technique into the burning wood refining spirit technique, elevating its level by several tiers, reaching an approximation of the celestial grade techniques, albeit at the lower tier. Typically, only techniques of the nascent soul realm would engage with the concept of intention. However, Su Yuan, having comprehended intention first, then reversed engineered the technique to align with his current cultivation level, thereby accelerating his practice. Once the modifications were complete, Su Yuan commenced his breakthrough. The 8th and 9th apertures shattered effortlessly at his behest. Subsequently, he constructed 3 profound, true symbols within the 2 spiritual apertures. In quick succession, the 9 apertures connected, forming a complete cycle, with the circulation of the profound, true energy flowing ceaselessly within, enhancing both the recovery speed and the operational velocity of the profound, true energy by several folds. Within his dantian, a golden small cauldron was fashioned by Su Yuan, upon which a diminutive golden sword materialized. Beneath the cauldron, the green wood, symbolizing the force of wood, burned with a gentle flame, continuously refining the red fire. Inside the cauldron, the profound, true energy churned and refined, transforming into a deeper, more profound form, already exhibiting signs of vaporization. With unwavering determination, Su Yuan pressed on, continuing to open the spiritual apertures. In the blink of an eye, he expended 80% of the profound, true energy. With a single breath, he unlocked 9 spiritual apertures, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage of Qi refinement, and once again constructed a 9-aperture cycle. At this juncture, the effect of the technique began to wane. 3 days of relentless cultivation left Su Yuan feeling quite fatigued. As the technique's cool-down commenced, a haze enveloped his mind, and he collapsed backward. The little raccoon approached, cradling Su Yuan and placing him gently on a soft blanket. It gazed intently at Su Yuan, who was slipping into slumber, its eyes wide open with curiosity, seemingly fascinated by the mystery that was Su Yuan. Morning arrived. Su Yuan felt a tickling sensation upon his nose. He quickly opened his eyes to see the little raccoon hastily retracting its paw. In a hurried retreat, it scurried behind a tree, oblivious to the fact that its rapidly wagging tail was quite visible. "All right, little raccoon, I am awake. Where are you?" Su Yuan inquired with a smile. "Huh? You're awake? You great sloth." The little raccoon nonchalantly emerged. Su Yuan chuckled. "So how was that? Am I impressive? I believe I have passed your 9th trial. Haven't I?" Although it was somewhat forced, a glimmer of understanding emerged. Little Li twitched the corner of her mouth. momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Su Yuan. Should she inform him that he had misconstrued her request? Ahem, very well, you have passed. Little Li nodded. At last it was resolved. Su Yuan sighed, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, Little Li retrieved a jade stone from her bosom and presented it to Su Yuan. What is this? Your treasure possession? Haha, I was merely jesting. You truly have given it to me. Su Yuan waved his hand, indicating that she should take it back. No, this is not my treasure. It is a legacy reward left by our ancestor. Since you have passed the trial, it rightfully belongs to you, Little Li asserted. A legacy reward? Su Yuan's eyes widened. Hadn't the sect leader mentioned that all rewards have been claimed? Almost all rewards have been taken. Yet there remained an unclaimed prize from the 9th round of the literary contest. The disciples who entered were all brutes, lacking knowledge, each believing that all rewards have been seized. How amusing. Haha. Little Li laughed heartily. Are you not going to inform them? Su Juaning Weiyev. This is the ancestors' trial. I cannot divulge any secrets. Little Li shook her head. Su Yuan nodded, instinctively enveloping both himself and Little Li in a protective barrier of profound energy. Before opening the jade box, inside lay 3 legacy jade slips. 3? Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, they encompass the unparalleled art of formations, Qianzhanju, the extraordinary runes, Fu Yin Tian Di, and the sublime swordsmanship, Jianin. Our ancestor, known as the Master of 10 Absolutes, possesses 10 supreme arts. Yet the 7 Absolute sect currently inherits only 7 of them, Little Li recited with pride. Su Yuan gasped. Are all these for me? Is this not a form of favoritism, granting me 3 at once? Little Li shot him a disapproving glance. You have comprehended 3 of the fundamental truths of the universe. Is it not reasonable to consider them as 3 separate rewards? Little Li raised her head, seemingly concerned about any ensuing changes. However, nothing transpired, and her head was held even higher. Su Yuan observed her subtle movements, and, noticing that she faced no repercussions, decisively tucked the legacy jade slips into his robe. Clearing his throat, he remarked, well, time is running short. At this, Little Li's demeanor fell. Are you leaving? Yes, it's about time, Su Yuan replied. Oh. Little Li nodded softly. Do not worry. I have secured the qualification to enter the secret realm, and I shall come to visit you whenever I can. I will also bring you delectable treats from outside. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Really? You must not forget the roasted duck. Little Li's eyes sparkled. Of course. Su Yuan nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, later on, I will see if I can acquire the identity of the Valley Master of Xianxia Valley. Then I shall be able to enter at any time. Little Li immediately encouraged him. Then you must strive hard. The old man is merely at the false dance stage, just a step away from the golden Dan. If he does not break through soon, his lifespan will soon dwindle, and in 10 years, he is likely to venture out and take a risk, leaving the position of the Valley Master vacant. Is that old man truly at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage? His usual flamboyance belies the fact that he is stuck at the bottleneck of the Golden Dan, with his energy nowhere to be channeled. Su Yuan couldn't help but grumble about the Valley Master for a moment. Afterward, Su Yuan spent a few more days playing with the little raccoon and became familiar with the dynamics of power and intent. Eventually, he decided it was time to take his leave. As he stepped out of the silver light gate, he caught the reluctant gaze of the little raccoon. The moment he exited the portal, 9 beams of colorful light erupted towards the sky. In an instant, a figure appeared out of thin air, pressing down with a hand, causing the colorful light to be subdued back around the portal. Dozens of array flags swiftly descended, obscuring the view of the surroundings. Once the colorful light faded, Su Yuan opened his eyes to see a disheveled old Taoist looking at him with curiosity. Who are you? Su Yuan asked in surprise. I am a most formidable talent of the 7 Absolute sect throughout the ages, a transformation stage cultivator who once cleaved through 19 continents. Known as the legendary Nan Gong Xianwang, the old Taoist proudly proclaimed his title, but in his enthusiasm misstepped and fell flat on the ground. Ouch, my old back! He cried out, sounding quite genuine. Su Yuan glanced at the cleaning tools beside him and then back at the disheveled old man, a look of skepticism on his face. Why do you look at me like that? Do you doubt me? Allow me to demonstrate a sword technique, so you may witness my prowess. The old man stood up, forming hand seals, and a small, chipped flying sword wobbled into the air. Suddenly, it darted toward a nearby rock with great speed, creating a bowl-sized crater upon impact. How about that? Impressive, right? Someone like you, just beginning your journey as an immortal seed, has probably never seen such a spell. This is a sword technique, quite formidable, remarkable, truly remarkable. Su Yuan clapped his hands, realizing the old man mistook him for a newcomer to the realm of immortals. It was understandable, as it was that time again for a new batch of immortal seedlings to arrive at the immortal seed valley. Who else but seedlings could appear in such a place? Cough, cough. Old friend, you ought to take it easy. With age comes the need for self-care. A bit of Tai Chi practice or a leisurely stroll would do you good. Tai Chi? Ah, I happen to have time. Let me teach you a move. Su Yuan struck a Tai Chi posture on the spot, combining what he had seen in parks and short videos from his past life, imparting all he could to the old Taoist. It took a full 15 minutes to finish teaching. Have you grasped it? Su Yuan asked calmly. The old Taoist looked at him as if he were an imbecile. I'm a cultivator. You think this mundane martial art will fool me? Do you take me for a fool? You do not understand. Tai Chi encompasses the profound principles of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and the 5 elements of the universe. If you can grasp even a fragment of its essence, at the very least, you shall no longer fear injury to your lower back. Should you manage to comprehend a bit of its profundity, the ability to cleave the heavens and obliterate the earth, even to defy immortals, would not be a mere dream. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Really? The old Taoist appeared somewhat intrigued. Su Yuan patted the old Taoist's shoulder, offering him an affirming glance. Trust me, I am a person who cherishes respect for the elderly and love for the young. I never tell lies. Su Yuan's eyes remained unwavering. Then I shall give a try. The old Taoist was increasingly tempted. Shall I practice it once more? I have already memorized it. Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until next time, Su Yuan bid farewell to the old Taoist and sauntered out, only then realizing that his palms were drenched in sweat. Chapter 20. The Forgotten Disciple. Ding, fame value 540. Hiss. Suan is eyelids twitched. Listening to the lingering sound of the system notification in his ears, he felt a pang of toothache. Indeed, a master of the transformation stage. Without a doubt, his unusual behavior was noted by that old fellow. However, he never anticipated that the old man would refrain from seizing the opportunity. Yet, Su Yuan was still filled with trepidation. Fortunately, it was within the righteous sect, and thankfully, the old man was not a wolf among sheep. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The world of cultivation is indeed perilous, where a master of the transformation stage can emerge unexpectedly. Su Yuan's momentarily inflated ego was swiftly deflated. He stealthily traversed the valley, deliberately avoiding any passing celestial seedlings. Thus, he soon arrived at the entrance of the valley, where 2 guard disciples stood vigilantly at the gate. Su Yuan approached with an air of composure. Halt! Where do you intend to go? One of the guard disciples barked. Su Yuan replied with a cheerful smile. I am not one of this generation's celestial seedlings. He exuded an aura of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Oh, you seem somewhat unfamiliar. One guard disciple immediately relaxed his stance. It appears I possess a peculiar talent. Others tend to forget my presence quite readily, which troubles me greatly. Su Yuan feigned a look of distress. The nearby disciple gasped in astonishment. Such a talent exists? I am uncertain, but it seems to be the case. Su Yuan responded. Incredible. How shall we describe such a talent? It can indeed be quite useful at times. Alas, I must return to report. Su Yuan nodded and exited the celestial seedling valley. The 2 guard disciples watched as Su Yuan walked away. One disciple inquired, Hey, what was that person's name? I do not know. Did we ask? I suppose we did not, right? Can you be certain? He possesses such a talent. Hiss, does the effect manifest so quickly? The 2 disciples exchanged glances. Su Yuan's ears perked up, and he mused to himself. These 2 disciples are indeed quite endearing. Following the map within the library of scriptures, Su Yuan made his way towards Xianxia Peak. Along the journey, he witnessed numerous beams of sword light darting through the sky, and he observed individuals soaring on celestial cranes above the clouds, which stirred a sense of envy within him. At this moment, he could only glide at a low altitude. He resolved to seek a method for sword flight and acquire a flying sword soon. It must be said the sect was indeed vast. With his current speed, it took Su Yuan a full hour to reach the foot of Xianxia Peak. Halt! Exclaimed a disciple stationed at the peak. This is Xianxia Peak. What brings you here? I am a candidate for the immortal seed, here to join the peak. Su Yuan duplies. The guarding disciple was taken aback. So soon? I recall there were still a few days left. Oh, my cultivation is quite commendable, so I came ahead of schedule. Su Yuan checketh. revealing his aura of the third layer of chi refinement. Ah, junior brother, impressive indeed. Just out of the valley and already at the third layer of chi refinement. You must have a superior spiritual root, correct? Just average, Su Yuan modestly responded. You need to register. Proceed upwards. In about 15 minutes, you'll find a grand hall. The immortal Xian Hall, where you can complete your registration. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude courteously and continued his ascent towards the peak. The guarding disciples exchanged remarks. Ah, it's that time of year again, when the immortal seeds emerge from the valley. I wonder how many prodigies will be born this year. I heard there's one with an exceptional spiritual root, though merely a 5th grade one. Such a pity. What a pity indeed. You, with your mere middle grade spiritual root, are concerned about the development of others with superior roots? Well, I was merely inquiring about the sect's overall prospects. Go on, continue your watch. Don't let any outsiders in. We seem to have neglected to check that disciple-s token. Should we call him back? Forget it. What's there to check? That youthful demeanor indicates he has never tasted blood or undertaken a mission. He is undoubtedly an immortal seed. I am quite experienced. Oh, that's true. As Su Yuan ascended, he soon arrived at the immortal Xian Hall. He peeked inside and noticed a middle-aged disciple soundly asleep at his desk. Hello, is anyone there? Su Yuan called out, his voice resonating. Yet the slumbering brother appeared to be in a deep state of repose. Surveying the immortal Xian Hall, Su Yuan noticed a registration process displayed nearby. First this, then that, and so forth. Su Yuan paused, thinking to himself, I can handle this. Thus, he searched around and soon found a registration book and records. Flipping through the pages, he indeed discovered a vacant spot in last year's records, specifically for an inner sect disciple, which was likely reserved for him. With ease, Su Yuan proceeded with the task. After a series of actions, he obtained the official token of a disciple from Xianxia Peak and left a trace of his aura within the Hall's essence talisman, thereby concluding the registration process. Su Yuan glanced at the map once more, seeking a secluded and tranquil location. He marked his chosen spot before pressing down on the disciple token. A flash of white light emanated from the token, signifying that it had acquired the functionality of a key. All was in order. Su Yuan clapped his hands and meticulously arranged his belongings. Observing the middle-aged man still sleeping soundly, he pondered with some curiosity. Do cultivators truly enjoy sleeping so much? Shaking his head, Su Yuan exited the grand hall. After some time, the middle-aged cultivator awoke, stretched, and yawned. After a grueling 360 days, he seized the last opportunity to indulge in a brief slumber, which felt utterly delightful. He harbored no concerns about intruders, if anyone were to enter. The disciple tokens on their persons would trigger a reaction from the array, thereby awakening him instantly. With a few days left before the celestial seedlings emerged, this was the perfect time to be lazy. Su Yuan meandered to his residence on Xianxia Peak. The peak was substantial, and he had chosen a rather remote area, spending a quarter of an hour searching for it. As he passed a large stone, a small valley revealed itself before him. Within the valley lay a flat expanse, with 2 acres of spirit fields safeguarded by array restrictions, emanating a soft white spiritual light. At the end of the flat land stood a charming 2-story building, its dark green walls harmonizing beautifully with the verdant flora of the valley, evoking a palpable sense of vibrant natural beauty. Approaching the building, the token emitted a wave of restrictive energy, causing the door to swing open automatically. Inside, the furnishings were complete and arranged with remarkable efficiency. In the courtyard, there was a pond where dozens of fish swam joyfully. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the fish swam to the edge of the pond, mouths agape as if anticipating food, their eyes glimmering with innocence. Su Yuan glanced around and scratched his head. I currently have no food for you. He rummaged through his pocket, discovering only a few scraps of fruit. I hope you don't mind this. He tossed the remnants into the pond, prompting a frenzy among the fish as they vied for the morsels. Su Yuan chuckled softly and proceeded into the bedroom, lying down on the bed and quickly drifting into a deep slumber. 2 days later, in the Valley of Celestial Seedlings, the 7 peak masters reconvened to select disciples. The supreme 5-element root was claimed by Lingjue Peak, while the other peak masters chose a disciple with superior spiritual roots. Subsequently, several peak masters gathered in the center of the valley, ushering the chosen disciples into the trial's secret realm. At that moment, the master of Shujua Peak suddenly recalled something and inquired, Senior Brother Simon, I remember you accepted a disciple with inferior spiritual roots last year. What has become of him? Wang Siming slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I just remembered, I completely forgot about him. Forgotten? The master of Shujue Peak widened his eyes in disbelief. How could one forget this? He had remained in the secret realm for so long. After that, I was uncertain what transpired. Let me inquire about it. Wang Siming sent a message to his peak. Ultimately, the Xianxia Palace responded, stating that they had never received this particular disciple. What is going on? The other peak masters inquired with curiosity. It remains unclear. That disciple did not register at my peak, Wang Siming remarked. The master of Shujue Peak, his expression grave, turned to the bewildered Valley Master beside him, asking, Lands, what about that disciple? Who? Valley Master Lan replied in confusion. What was his name? I recall he had the surname Su, possessing a low-grade spiritual root, the one chosen by Master Yuan. Oh, now I remember. I haven't seen him since then. If he had emerged, I would certainly know, as there are disciples guarding the valley entrance, Valley Master Lan stated. Could it be that he perished inside? Speculated the master of Shujue Peak. The group fell into a solemn silence. Wang Siming furrowed his brow and finally sighed. There is no record in Xianxia Valley. When we opened the secret realm, it indicated that no one was inside. You peak masters should inquire at your respective peaks. If there is no record of this person, it could very well be true. The other peak masters promptly inquired at their own Xianxia palaces and, upon confirming the absence of any information regarding Su Yuan, their expressions turned to one of lament. There is little they could do. Life and death are dictated by fate. Although the trial realm is generally safe, there are combat scenarios within, and it is not uncommon for accidents to lead to untimely demise. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The old Valley Master, too, wore a somber expression as he recalled that young man, who had been one to conceal his talents, thoughtful and cautious, yet ultimately met his end in the secret realm. What good, then, is caution in the end? Even the safest trial realm can result in death. Is it truly beneficial to be overly cautious and timid? The old Valley Master seemed to have come to a resolution and spoke. Esteemed Peak Masters, I intend to leave the sect for training. Please inform the sect leader and discuss a new candidate. With that, he inclined his hands in a respectful gesture and departed without a backward glance. The others were momentarily stunned, not expecting such a sudden reaction from the old Valley Master. However, upon reflection, they understood the shift in his mindset. Wang Siming sighed. That young man had considerable insight. What a pity. In the distance, an elderly man sweeping the floor observed this scene with an odd expression, a mixture of humor and exasperation on his face. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. You fools, can you truly manage the sect? A disciple so brazenly walks out of the valley, enters Shujue Peak, and even registers himself without anyone noticing? How absurd. Chapter 21. Niobin's Business Acumen. Su Yuan waited for 3 days. New disciples began to swarm into each peak. At this juncture, Su Yuan finally strolled out of his cave abode with an air of confidence, greeting unfamiliar disciples with cheerful greetings, senior brothers and sisters. The older disciples, not suspecting a thing, assumed Su Yuan was a new disciple, reciprocating with greetings, junior brother. Meanwhile, the new disciples, having never seen Su Yuan before, eagerly called out, greetings, senior brother. They mistook him for an experienced disciple, and Su Yuan, in turn, amiably responded with greetings, junior brothers. In summary, Su Yuan seamlessly integrated himself among the disciples of Xianxia Peak, and no one noticed his peculiarities. Su Yuan approached an elder disciple and inquired, Senior brother, where can I recommend a servant disciple for admission to the outer sect? Ah, junior brother, you possess high-grade spiritual roots? Well, I am quite familiar with this matter. Allow me to guide you. It is right over there. Thank you very much, senior brother. What is your name, junior brother? Please call me Xiao Su. Ha! You are too modest. Yam Yubin. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to find me at cave 9527. Understood. Thank you for your support. Brother Niu. Not at all. Ha ha ha. Niobin then led Su Yuan towards a grand hall, gently pushing him inside before waiting outside. Upon entering, Su Yuan observed several young celestial seedlings already engaged in the process. He calmly positioned himself at the end of the line and, after observing for a while, grasped the procedure. When his turn arrived, he spoke. I recommend the servant disciple Zhou Wuyo. Which peak does this servant disciple belong to? I did not pay attention. Really? Sigh, you newcomers are so careless. Let me check for you. All right. After a brief moment, the disciple handling the affairs finally sighed in relief. Ah, from Danju Peak. Here is your token. Thank you. The official glanced at the token, confirmed it was that of an inner sect disciple, and without even looking at Su Yuan's name, slapped it onto a magical artifact. The artifact emitted a green glow, indicating approval. The official returned the token to Su Yuan without raising his head. Su Yuan scratched his head. Is that all? What else do you expect? The official waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. Su Yuan shrugged and exited the grand hall, only to find Neo Bin still waiting for him. Hey, junior brother Yuan, all sorted? All sorted. Cool, mate. You must be tired of staying in the celestial seedling valley. I shall take you out for a delightful feast. Neo Bin exclaimed enthusiastically. Su Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, but upon hearing of the culinary delights, he found it hard to refuse, replying, all right. However, I have no spiritual stones. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I'll treat you, Neo Bin declared, patting his sturdy chest. The two friends linked arms and strolled through the inner streets of Xianxia Peak. Su Yuan noticed some disciples setting up stalls and exclaimed, there are actually disciples selling goods here? Quite normal. Outer sect disciples and servant disciples frequently venture outside for training, sometimes bringing back items they no longer need. They can contribute to the sect for a discount, hence the stalls. Additionally, some skilled disciples sell their creations at much lower prices than outside, Neo Bin explained with familiarity. Hey, brother Neo just returned from outside? Haha, indeed. Junior brother Shui, are you selling talismans? This batch seems to be of much better quality than last time. There's been some improvement. Hey, brother Neo, are you planning to take advantage of the new disciples again? Wu Lao-san, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? I'm treating the new junior brother to a meal. Do you comprehend the bond shared among fellow disciples? I find it hard to believe. Neo Bin, having traversed a considerable journey, is acquainted with many. Su Yuan, initially a loss for words, was unexpectedly greeted by system notification. Ding, fame value 1. Ding, fame value 1. Ding, fame value 1. A trifecta of accolades. Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. It appears that Neo Bin is indeed a figure of renown, and by associating with him, one can garner fame as well. Neo Bin led Su Yuan to the second floor of a tavern, exuberantly declaring, this establishment is owned by a core disciple and frequently stocks the finest cuts of elite beast meat. The dishes are exceptional, but will it be expensive? Ingwayer Sujuan. Oh, expensive? Not at all. As an inner sect disciple, you enjoy myriad benefits and have ample opportunities to amass spirit stones. Worry not, Neo Bin called out. Bring forth the dishes. What meat do we have today? A servant disciple hurried over. Today we have the exquisite meat of the elite beast, the snow cart pig, and also the fine meat of the azure vine snake. Let us have a pound of each, and charge it to the spirit rice account. And bring 3 assorted side dishes. Understood, senior brother. It will be ready shortly. Neo Bin ordered with great flair. Su Yuan, astonished, remarked, can we finish 2 pounds? Fear not, I have a hearty appetite, and you, being of a lower realm, may not eat much. Should you find yourself full, simply pause and refine the rest. Neo Bin assured him, thumping his chest. Su Yuan feigned understanding. Neo Bin smiled knowingly. Although generous, how much could a newly emerged disciple truly consume? Ultimately, it would all find its way into his own belly, leaving him little to lose. Before long, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The pork was a glorious golden hue, the snake meat aromatic from simmering, and there were 3 plates of vegetarian dishes, vibrant with spiritual energy. Accompanied by a bowl of purple and green spirit rice, Su Yuan couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Neo Bin laughed heartily, dig in. Then I shall not hold back. Su Yuan replied. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan's chopsticks darted down. In mere moments, a piece of braised pork had vanished, and his cheeks bulged as he chewed rapidly. His eyes sparkled at the delightful combination of flavors, enhanced by a mouthful of purple rice, evoking a wave of pure bliss. Delicious, truly delicious, Su Yuan exclaimed, savoring the rice. Neo Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware that disciples from the Immortal Seed Valley go months without tasting meat, and certainly they would indulge heartily. Yet, Su Yuan's veracity made it seem as though he hadn't eaten meat in a year. In just a brief moment of Neo Bin's astonishment, Su Yuan seized a piece of snake meat and savored a sip of broth. Deliciously tender and refreshing. It has a flavor reminiscent of fresh bamboo. How delightful. Su Yuan feasted with abandon, swiftly sampling 3 vegetarian dishes. Truly, they were spirit vegetables, rich in spiritual essence. Once ingested, they began to release their energy autonomously. Su Yuan's technique, the refining wood to cultivate spirit, engaged automatically. drawing the energy into his meridians and rapidly transforming it into profound, true energy. Wait, slow down your eating. Yuan hastily grasped Su Yuan's hand. I apologize. It's been so long since I've savored something so delectable, Su Yuan awkwardly remarked, fearing his rapid eating had disrupted Yuan's meal. No, you're merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, right? Consuming too much premium beast meat could overwhelm you. Are you not feeling the rising heat within, or the chaotic flow of spiritual energy? Su Yuan replied in the negative. No. Yuan shot him a skeptical glance. Impossible. I am at the 5th level of qi refinement, and even I must slowly assimilate this meat. I feel nothing at all, Su Yuan said, proceeding to consume 2 more pieces of meat. Nothing? Has this meat gone bad? Yuan took a piece for himself, and immediately sent spiritual energy surging toward his dantian and meridians. Although the quantity was limited, the impact was potent, necessitating a focused effort to assimilate it. No problem at all. Yuan was taken aback. Then he turned to see Su Yuan already reaching for a 4th piece of pork. A wave of anxiety washed over Yuan, fearing that Su Yuan might suddenly burst. However, his worries proved unfounded as Su Yuan continued to enjoy his braised and stewed meats, finishing off the rice and vegetables as well. Yuan could only watch in astonishment until the table was entirely bare. Full? He asked numbly. I should be about 3/10 full, Su Yuan replied, patting his belly. Yuan's mouth twitched as he shouted, Someone, bring the same dishes again. The waiter peeked over, astonished to see the empty plates, and promptly replied with a smile, Certainly. Please wait a moment. Before long, another table was served. This time, Yuan was no longer shocked and began to compete with Su Yuan for the dishes. After they finished, Yuan felt he was still only 3/10 full, for 7/10 had vanished into Su Yuan's belly. Yuan realized that in this culinary contest, he had been somewhat outmatched by Su Yuan, a fact that astonished him. Moreover, Su Yuan seemed to consume the meat without any need for refinement, further opening Yuan's eyes. Had he not known that Su Yuan possessed an exceptional spiritual root and had gone to Ling Ju Peak, he would have assumed Su Yuan was of the highest caliber. However, he suspected Su Yuan possessed a unique constitution. In truth, Su Yuan had been holding back. Otherwise, Yuan would have scarcely managed to bite. You're something else. Yuan gave Su Yuan a thumbs up. You're too kind. Su Yuan replied, Next time it's my treat. Ah, who knows how long it will be until that next time. Yuan suddenly sighed with a bitter smile. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones this meal cost? How many? Su Yuan asked curiously. 130 spirit stones, with the meat alone costing 120. Yuan explained. So much. Su Yuan's eyes widened. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm treating you, so don't take it to heart. Yuan's eyelids twitched, clearly feeling the pinch. Brother Nyo, how can one earn spirit stones? Su Juan Guayirth. Yuan's spirits lifted. You've come to the right person. Inner sect disciples receive a monthly stipend of 30 spirit stones, but that is scarcely enough. Do you know what I, Brother Nyo, do? What do you do? I'm an alchemist, Yuan declared. Su Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming, I never would have guessed. I thought you were a demon hunter. Ah, that would be too mundane, Yuan replied, though in truth, he was afraid of death. Oh, recently, I have made some progress in my craftsmanship and plan to open a shop in the market outside the sect, Yuan continued. Oh, that sounds promising. But didn't you say we could set up stalls here? Su Juan Guayirth. Prices here are not favorable, and sales can be sluggish. Unlike medicinal pills, most of our fellow disciples already possess magical artifacts. However, the market outside is different. Many loose cultivators lack artifacts and are willing to pay a good price. And sourcing materials is much easier, Yuan explained. Su Yuan, puzzled, asked, Are you suggesting that you teach me how to craft artifacts? No. Neil being vispirited. Opening a shop isn't as simple as it sounds. There are costs for rent, taxes, and reputation to consider. However, inner disciples of the 7 absolute sect enjoy certain privileges, allowing us to rent a shop at a lower rate in the market. And simply by holding a title, we can reduce taxes by half. The status of an inner disciple carries weight. Loose cultivators recognize that, you see. Yuan shot him a knowing glance, urging Su Yuan to grasp the implications. With a peculiar expression, Su Yuan replied, But I am not truly at the late stage of qi refinement. Ah, that matters little. How would those loose cultivators know? Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He then added with a grin, If you can secure a title, I will grant you a 10% stake. You would need to lift a finger and could earn 20% profit, easily bringing in 200 spirit stones a month. Su Yuan stared at Niu Bin in disbelief, sensing the unreliability of the proposal. Well, I think I should consider other options, he said. Niu Bin sighed. It seems I Niu Bin must find a way to open the shop myself. Alas, with rent and taxes being so high, what am I to do? I just spent over 100 spirit stones. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Brother, you seem rather scheming. I am but a novice. So, what do you say about effortlessly earning 200 spirit stones each month? Niu Bin pressed, fixing his gaze on Su Yuan. That is feasible, but it would only be a nominal title. Su Yuan multiplies. Then let us proceed with the registration. Niu Bin exclaimed, pulling Su Yuan along as he casually tossed down 130 spirit stones and dashed away. Wait, what exactly are we registering for? Please clarify. Su Yuan said, exasperated. Chapter 22. Taking over a shop, Su Yuan accompanied Niu Bin for 2 busy days, and, through Niu Bin's diligent efforts, they completed all necessary procedures and secured a shop. They now stood before a store in the 7 Absolute Market outside the sect. The shop was quite spacious, boasting a front area of 100 square meters, with 4 independent rooms at the back that could be transformed into crafting spaces. Su Yuan gazed at the sign above the shop, his eyes widening. It read, Su Yuan's Artifact Crafting. Adjacent to it were the words, this shop is established by Su Yuan, an inner disciple of the 7 Absolute Sect. Stunned, Su Yuan turned to Niu Bin, his lips twitching. Brother Niu, is this what you meant by a nominal title? This is far too ostentatious. Niu Bin waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, what we need is to make a bold statement. Otherwise, how can others believe in our capabilities? Once we hang this plaque, visitors will surely flock to us. Su Yuan, speechless, remarked, I believe you are destined for failure. Niu Bin, brimming with confidence, replied, rest assured, business will flourish. I've already devised grand plans. With unwavering assurance. Niu Bin adorned the shop with previously crafted magical artifacts and displayed other low-cost items, swiftly preparing for a grand opening. 3 days later, Niu Bin and Su Yuan sat side by side at the entrance, counting the little birds perched on the branches. The 100 square meter space was devoid of any customers. Niu Yi, I believe running a shop requires a certain finesse. Your approach is too crude. Perhaps you should reconsider. Su Yuan bluntly critiqued. Niu Bin wore a perplexed expression. How can that be? I observe other shops displaying the names of inner disciples, and immediately, cultivators come to purchase magical artifacts. What is going on? Niu Bin appeared to be questioning the very fabric of his existence. Could it be that others have hired actors? Su Yuan astutely suggested. Surely not. What will they gain from that? Niu Bin questioned. This is a commercial tactic. Do you not understand the psychology of crowds? Shops bustling with customers naturally attract more visitors, while deserted ones repel them. Why not organize an event? Su Yuan naturally proposed. An event? Such as discounts, buy 3 get 1 free. Or perhaps prepare some giveaways like elixirs or talismans, he elaborated. Niu Bin immediately shook his head. No way. These are my meticulously crafted artifacts. And even the sourced items are not inexpensive. Discounts would lead to losses. As for elixirs, I lack the channels to procure them at low prices. And the same goes for talismans. Alas, your stubbornness. Were you not more agile in thought before? Su Yuan lamented. Niu Bin sighed. Fine, I shall give it a try. 3 days later, the 10% discount event yielded no remarkable results, as customers continued to evade the shop. Su Yuan observed in bewilderment as cultivators strolled past, most merely glancing at the storefront, peering inside, and then departing without a hint of hesitation. When Niu Bin detained a passerby to inquire why they didn't purchase anything, the response left him utterly speechless. I've never heard of this place. Who would dare to buy? Besides, if it's a shop of inner disciples, it must be exorbitantly priced. I cannot afford it. Niu Bin, bewildered, realized the situation was not as he had envisioned. Su Yuan came to understand that not every inner disciple could mindlessly open a shop. Only those with established reputations could draw customers. Niu Bin's attempt at securing a 100 square meter space in a prime location felt absurd, as it conveyed an impression of luxury, which was indeed the case. His artifacts were costly, and even with discounts, they remained so. Moreover, lacking any renown in artifact crafting, it was only natural for the shop to be deserted. Despite this, Niu Bin refused to concede, persisting for another 2 days. Ultimately, he succumbed to the reality of his situation. He withdrew his magical artifacts and returned the ones he had previously acquired, leaving with an expression of utter disinterest. Su Yuan stood dumbfounded. What shall we do about the shop, Brother Bin? It shall remain closed. However, I have already paid 2 months' rent. If you wish to play, feel free. If not, you may leave directly. The market will come to collect the rent, and should it remain unpaid, the taxes as well, the shop will be seized. It won't affect you. With that, Niobin departed, leaving Su Yuan in a state of disarray. Staring at the empty shop, he was at a loss for words for a long while. Shaking his head, he closed the shop door and returned to the sect. As for the shop, let whoever wishes to open it do so. In the miscellaneous area of Danju Peak, Zhou Wuyo was diligently selecting spiritual herbs, needing to prepare them before the alchemist's refining process. A year of servitude had rendered Zhou Wuyo's demeanor markedly more composed. After processing the herbs, he distributed them among the various alchemy rooms. Passing one room, he noticed two other workers engrossed in their tasks. One of them recognized Zhou Wuyo and whispered to his companion, "Hey, look at Zhou Wuyo." He was supposed to ascend to the outer sect, yet here he remains as a mere servant, still at the second level of chi refinement, just like me. Huh. He thought he had latched onto a powerful figure, only to find that figure had vanished. A year has passed, and he has become quite useless. I even considered joining him back then, TSK. Though their conversation was hushed, Zhou Wuyo, in the quiet of the alchemy room, overheard them. He remained unfazed. Such discussions were familiar to him. Initially, he would have felt anger and retorted, but now he had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life. Even his family had drastically reduced their support, almost to a negligible degree. To be honest, he had once harbored resentment towards Su Yuan, but he later realized that the world of cultivation was fraught with unexpected twists. All he could do was focus on his own path. During the past year, he had settled into a routine, diligently practicing all the alchemical knowledge he had acquired from his family, solidifying his foundation. With a little more accumulation of spirit stones to prepare elixirs, he would soon be ready to attempt alchemy, though time was scarce for a servant disciple. At that moment, a paper crane fluttered from a distance and landed on Zhou Wuyo's shoulder. Startled, he pointed at the crane, which then delivered a message. "Zhou Wuyo, you have been recommended by an inner sect disciple and may directly enter the outer sect. Please come to the Xianxia Hall to complete the necessary procedures." With that, the crane fell, and Zhou Wuyo deftly caught it. The two disciples stood stunned, momentarily bewildered by the crane's message. One of them quickly regained his composure and approached with a grin. "Brother Zhou, congratulations on your early entrance to the outer sect." "Huh. Moreover, being assisted by an inner sect disciple, I hear the benefits are far superior to those of ordinary outer sect disciples." The other disciple, now alert, quickly added, "Brother Zhou, I have heard of your reputation. Are you still in need of subordinates?" Zhou Wuyo, upon hearing this, responded with a smile, Certainly, certainly. I am rather busy at the moment, so I must take my leave to avoid keeping the steward waiting. Farewell." With a courteous gesture, he set aside his tasks and departed. Once Zhou Wuyo had distanced himself, the two exchanged knowing glances, their smiles fading. Who would have thought that Zhou Wuyo truly managed to attach himself to someone influential? Inner disciples, after all, are only recognized in the later stages of chi refinement, and there are even combat power requirements. It is surprising that he remained so composed. He has never made a sound before, has he? Perhaps he looks down upon us. What was the name of the inner disciple he is associated with? Was it Su Yuan? They resumed their discussion. Zhou Wuyo hurried to the Xianxia Hall and effortlessly completed the necessary procedures to become an outer disciple of Danju Peak, receiving a monthly supply of 5 spirit stones, which was 2 more than the average outer disciple. Additionally, he was entitled to exchange for a spell free of charge. Curiously, Zhou Wuyo inquired, "Esteemed steward, who is the inner disciple that recommended me?" "You do not know? From Xianju Peak, his name is Su Yuan," the steward replied, shaking his head and indicating that Zhou Wuyo could take his leave. "Su Yuan?" Zhou Wuyo felt a surge of emotion. Su Yuan had indeed kept his promise and had not forgotten him. He hurried to Xianju Peak to express his gratitude, but after searching in vain, he realized he could not find Su Yuan, and no one seemed to recognize him. He resolved to return another time. Subsequently, he contacted his family, and with their assistance, the supply of resources was promptly restored and even doubled. Zhou Wuyo immersed himself in alchemy, dedicated to enhancing his skills. Before long, he successfully refined a batch of low-grade pill of abstinence. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. "I actually succeeded on my first attempt. Could it be that I possess a talent for alchemy?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly attempted to refine a chi condensation pill. After 2 failures, he achieved success once more. At that moment, a bright light shone in Zhou Wuyo's eyes. He truly had an aptitude for alchemy. However, the pills he crafted needed to be sold to recoup his investment. Yet as a novice, he feared that his freshly made pills would be difficult to sell. Meanwhile, in the outer disciple area of Qiju Peak, Zhang Wei was diligently forging a low-grade magical longsword. Sparks flew, and intricate patterns gradually adorned the weapon as runes were inscribed into its core, ultimately forming an unremarkable yet functional longsword. An outer disciple beside him remarked in astonishment, "Zhang Wei, your talent for crafting is indeed remarkable. In such a short time, you have managed to forge a magical tool on your own?" Zhang Wei laughed proudly. "It's not as if I crafted it in just a year. I hail from a family of artisans and have been exposed to this craft for many years. Coupled with my keen insight, my talent is indeed superior to that of the average person, so it is only natural I possess such abilities. By the way, this is not my first magical tool. It is actually my 7th. How about you? How is your crafting coming along? Have you succeeded in making any?" The disciple who had previously praised Zhang Wei's skills suddenly stiffened, replying, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Zhang Wei, noticing this, smirked and shrugged. "Honestly, what can I say? Who could blame me for being a genius in crafting?" Zhang Wei returned the magical artifacts he had forged to his storage bag, contemplating the 7 inferior-grade artifacts that had accumulated within. How should he handle these items? Should he send them back to his family? After all, his family was already adept at crafting artifacts and did not require his meager contributions. Perhaps he could set up a stall. Dealing with finished products was truly bothersome. As Zhang Wei murmured to himself, a paper crane fluttered towards him. Startled, he caught the crane, which conveyed the voice of Zhou Wuyo. "Zhang Wei, I was recommended to the outer sect by senior brother Su Yuan a few days ago. He should be back now. Let's go to Xianxia Peak and look for him together. We'll meet at the foot of the peak." Zhang Wei exclaimed in delight. Has Su Yuan finally returned? He hurried out of the artifact crafting room and made his way to Xianxia Peak. Chapter 23. Idleness breeds idleness. My home is in the northeast, by the Songhua River. Su Yuan hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled leisurely along Xianxia Peak. He spotted the library halfway up the mountain and sighed. This library is far larger than the one in Ximiao Valley. Although the latter had been touted as more comprehensive, it was indeed quite basic. It seemed he had found a place to pass the time in the future. He continued to meander about the peak, unexpectedly discovering many beautiful vistas. Su Yuan often paused to take in the scenery, contemplating what supplies he might need for future visits. He even stumbled upon a serene pond nestled within the peak, igniting his interest in fishing. Additionally, he discovered a spirit beast garden filled with adorable creatures, pondering whether he might one day have the chance to touch one. Xianxia Peak indeed offered numerous delightful attractions, greatly uplifting Su Yuan's spirits as he finally identified several enjoyable activities for leisurely pursuits. While he was wandering, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "Oh, Zhang Wei," Su Yuan called out. The dejected Zhang Wei immediately lifted his head in surprise. He looked at Su Yuan with joy and jogged over. "Su Yuan, you've finally appeared. Were you looking for me?" Su Yuan replied with a hint of amusement. "If you were a woman, that would be one thing, but as a grown man, let us just forget it. I owe you spirit stones, and it's something I've always remembered," Zhang Wei stated earnestly, producing a storage bag to hand over to Su Yuan. Surprised, Su Yuan accepted the bag, probing within with his spiritual sense. Though small, the bag contained a substantial amount of spirit stones, roughly 2,000. "This is quite a fortune. How many do you have left?" he inquired. "Not many, just around 200 or so, but it's still enough to get by," Zhang Wei replied. Su Yuan regarded Zhang Wei thoughtfully and patted him on the shoulder. "Well, you could be a bit proud, straightforward, and hot-headed, and sometimes put on airs. You are still a man of your word. I have great faith in you." Zhang Wei twitched the corner of his mouth. "Su Yuan, why do I feel like you're scolding me? Come on, let's south go to my place and chat," Su Yuan said. "Wait, I forgot to call Zhou Wuyo. He is here too." Zhang Wei suddenly had an idea. He produced a paper crane, folded it, and uttered a few incantations. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the crane soared into the distance. Su Yuan observed it with keen interest. Zhang Wei explained, "This is a paper crane for short-distance communication. It's quite inexpensive, merely 3 fragments of spiritual stones each. Do you not possess any?" Before Su Yuan could respond, Zhou Wuyo arrived, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Yuan. "Brother Su, I am immensely grateful for your recommendation. I have finally entered the outer sect. Otherwise, I would have been stuck working as a servant for another 3 years. "Apologies," Su Yuan shook his head. "I have been confined to one place and was unable to recommend you as I intended a year ago. Not to worry. This past year has been a valuable ordeal for me. I have honed my foundational skills in alchemy which has fortified my base. Had I entered the outer sect sooner, I might have overlooked these essentials, Zhou Wuyo replied earnestly. He then added sheepishly, I had planned to prepare resources for you, Brother Su, but my family's support has been limited this year. I assure you, I will provide ample resources in the future. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. Our transaction was completed upon your recommendation. I, too, utilized your spiritual stones to enter the inner sect, did I not? Although it may seem insignificant, without Zhou Wuyo's resources, I truly could not account for my rapid progress. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wuyo's expression turned somewhat regretful. Gulme, let us return to my abode for a moment. Very well. The two followed Su Yuan to a secluded valley. Within the courtyard, Su Yuan prepared a pot of plain water for them. Zhou Wuyo inquired with curiosity, as an inner sect disciple. You could summon a couple of servant disciples to handle chores, right? I notice the spiritual fields are still unattended. Is that permissible? We shall see later. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. The three of them enjoyed their plain water and engaged in light conversation. Suddenly, Zhang Wei broached the topic of crafting magical tools. Oh, you have begun to forge magical tools? Su Yuan asked, surprised. Indeed, I am a natural talent in crafting, Zhang Wei boasted. Though my spiritual roots are of the gold and water elements, I possess a delicate touch in manipulating flames. The water attribute can yield remarkable effects during tempering, and I maintain stability even in high-temperature environments. In short, I am destined to become a master craftsman. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. In the future, I shall become a master craftsman and, in turn, achieve the golden core stage, leading my family to ascend as a golden core cultivation family. Stop. I see where this is going. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhou Wuyo shot Zhang Wei a disapproving glance and said, I have also managed to produce pills, specifically the qi condensing pill. Though it is of lower quality, the success rate is decent. I suppose I have some talent in alchemy, which is a slight edge over this reckless youth. Zhang Wei glared at Zhou Wuyo. You can call me reckless, but you dare claim your alchemical talent surpasses mine? You must be jesting. This is the truth. Zhou Wuyo replied calmly. Zhang Wei grew agitated. Su Yuan interjected, Oldait. Weren't we just discussing the issue of handling the finished products? I happen to own a shop. You may go there to process your items and receive a fair price for your consumables. Huh? You own a shop? Zhang Wei expressed his confusion, stating, I have heard that to open a shop, one must have connections within the market. Am I mistaken? You seem to hail from an ordinary family, do you not? Su Yuan's lips curled slightly as he replied, The journey has been somewhat convoluted, but indeed, I possess a shop. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei remarked, I have a few friends who are novice weapon makers. Their crafted tools are of mediocre quality, unfit for sale. Do you have space to display their wares? You also have friends in weapon crafting? Zhou Wuyo exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, disregarding Zhou Wuyo's comment. Of course, there's no issue. It's not as if I have anything better to do, Su Yuan responded. Zhou Wuyo inquired, what would the listing fee be? Listing fee? There's none. Just a 2-month rental period, after which it's all settled. It's hardly worthwhile for me to profit from such a trivial amount. Zhou Wuyo then said, Recently, I have also met several novice alchemists who possess a hodgepodge of stock. Along with my own, we could sell them at your shop, perhaps at a slightly lower price to ensure they move. Su Yuan recalled something and said, Did you not mention earlier that I could assign 2 miscellaneous disciples? They could take turns overseeing the shop. Zhou Wuyo nodded. That's a minor detail. The trio did not regard the shop with much seriousness, merely viewing it as a venue to dispose of novice creations. Such creations seldom fetched high prices, yet unsold items occupied space. Thus, finding a place to sell them was advantageous. After their casual conversation, the two took their leave, and Su Yuan shared the shop's location before heading towards the administrative office of Xianxia Peak. Esteemed elder, I wish to assign 2 miscellaneous disciples. For I am an inner sect disciple. Su Yuan presented his inner sect disciple token. What names? What names? The names of the miscellaneous disciples, of course. I have yet to find them. You haven't found them and come here? Find the individuals first, then return for registration. I do not allocate here. Oh. Exiting the office, Su Yuan contemplated and found a wooden board, inscribing 2 lines with his Xianxia energy. Inner sect disciple seeking miscellaneous disciples for menial tasks and sales. Must travel to the market. Interested parties, please inquire. Numerous disciples approached upon noticing Su Yuan's sign. Greetings, senior brother. Which inner sect brother is seeking assistance? I am. You? Indeed. Su Yuan affirmed. What is your name? Su Yuan. I am unfamiliar with you. Well then, I have matters to attend to. Fare thee well. Su Yuan realized that the miscellaneous disciples looked down upon him as an inner sect disciple. Soon, he understood that Xianxia Peak had high requirements for disciples, with the minimum being a medium-grade spiritual root. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples of Xianxia Peak were also of medium-grade spiritual roots, while those with superior roots were thrice as valuable. Naturally reluctant to align themselves with an inconspicuous inner sect disciple. Just as Su Yuan thought he would attract no attention, a shifty-eyed individual approached him. Senior brother, are you recruiting for sales? And you are? Su Yuan inquired with intrigue. My name is Song Kai, possessing a medium-grade 5 spiritual roots, and I am merely a servant disciple. I have no desire to tend to spirit beasts. I wish to work here instead. However, are there any benefits associated with this position? Benefits? Well, there's an opportunity to enjoy barbecue together. So Yuan multiplies. It's a deal. Song Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he added, I have a younger brother who is working as a servant at another peak. If you need more hands, I can invite him to join us. Oh, that sounds good. What's his name? Song Qian. You two have quite auspicious names. Indeed. Song Kai chuckled heartily. All right then. Su Yuan was indifferent. After all, managing a shop merely involved selling goods at a low price. Once the shop closed, he could arrange for the two to set up a stall, which would not pose much of an issue. Soon, Song Kai summoned Song Qian. Song Qian also appeared quite cunning, with quick, darting eyes. Su Yuan paid no mind, leading the two to the office for registration. Thus, Su Yuan acquired 2 diligent assistants, relieving them from the mundane tasks at the sect, allowing them to work alongside him instead. The brothers, Song Kai and Song Qian, were overjoyed, revealing their aversion to menial labor. Subsequently, Su Yuan took them to the shop, handed them the keys, and instructed them to contact Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo. Once matters were settled, Su Yuan set this aside and peacefully returned to his slumber. Chapter 24. The Gradual Prosperity of the Shop's Business. Song Kai arrived at Danju Peak and located Zhou Wuyo through the flying crane. I am Song Kai, the newly appointed assistant of Senior Brother Su. It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Brother Zhou. Song Kai greeted with a cheerful smile. Zhou Wuyo waved his hand, saying, I am Zhou Wuyo. There is no need for such formalities. Haha, Senior Brother is being modest. I have only recently arrived at the peak and have much to learn. I hope you will kindly offer your guidance in the future, Senior Brother Zhou, Song Kai remarked. We are all working for Senior Brother Su, so there is no need for such politeness. Zhou Wuyo replied with a smile. Song Kai then expressed his curiosity. By the way, Zhou Brother, what kind of items are being sold as mentioned by Senior Brother Su? Zhou Wuyo explained. Oh, it's that Zhang Wei and I have produced some elixirs and magical tools that are difficult to sell. Senior Brother Su conveniently has a shop where we can sell them, and some newcomers we know also have finished products to sell there as well. Song Kai stroked his chin and inquired, I haven't heard Senior Brother Su mention anything about a listing fee. Do you mean there is no listing fee? Zhou Wuyo responded. Song Kai was taken aback. No listing fee? What does this imply? He fell into contemplation. What could this mean? Senior Brother Su mentioned that the shop only has a 2-month lease, after which it will cease to exist. Leaving it vacant serves no purpose. Zhou Wuyo casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Song Kai shook his head. No one will ever complain about a lack of spirit stones, although Senior Brother Su did not explicitly state it. I sense there is a deeper significance. Zhou Wuyo was taken aback. He too began to ponder, yet could not discern the reason behind it. As the matter discussed today was also brought up by him and Zhang Wei, merely coincidental. Is it possible that Brother Su intends to manage a shop, utilizing these disciples' inexpensive artifacts to create initial traction? If, after 2 months, there is potential for success, Brother Su may choose to continue. If not, he would naturally withdraw. After all, it would be illogical to rent a shop merely for futile efforts. Low-tier items yield minimal profit, while high-tier ones can be exceedingly lucrative. Remarked Song Kai with keen insight. Zhou Wuyo suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I see, I've been rather naive. Moreover, there exists another layer of intention, which is to cultivate reputation. Song Kai elaborated. By providing convenience to his fellow disciples, Brother Su would evoke their gratitude, gradually accumulating prestige. Perhaps Brother Su's ambition is to become the chief disciple of the inner sect. What he is doing now is merely a strategic setup in advance. Zhou Wuyo's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Song Kai with admiration. May I ask where you hail from, junior brother? Ah, from the Song family of Hao US City. Could it be the renowned Song family, known for their commercial prowess? Indeed, replied Song Kai. Zhou Wuyo's expression shifted to one of understanding. Realizing why this individual possessed such sharp intellect, truly a worthy descendant of a family celebrated for its business acumen. Song Kai continued, Brother Zhou, it would be prudent to leverage your connections, ensuring that more disciples are aware of your assistance to Brother Su and the consignment support you provide. However, you must charge a small consignment fee, otherwise suspicions may arise. Simply state that you will take a nominal fee of 1%, and the more, the better. Leave the sales to me. 1%? Is that not too little? Perhaps 5%? Zhou Wuyo inquired. Ah, Brother Su is not here for profit. Song Kai replied. True enough. Zhou Wuyo nodded. I will activate my connections at once. To be honest, in my years as a handyman, I have met numerous alchemists, albeit of lower tiers. I also have some younger brothers who can assist with recording consignment information and verifying spirit stones. By the way, should I involve Zhang Wei as well? I'll send my brother over. A brief word will suffice. Song Kai summoned a paper crane, whispering a few instructions into it before it took flight. Before long, both Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei were engrossed in their tasks. Concurrently, Song Kai and Song Qian ventured to the marketplace, enlisting some of the Song family's personnel, predominantly mortals, yet sufficient to establish an initial reputation for the shop. Song Kai even sought counsel from his elders, receiving their affirmation and encouragement, assuring him of a bright future as a young inner sect disciple, particularly one from Xuanzhua Peak. By the very next day, the shop, Su Yuan's artifact crafting, had been restocked with various artifacts, elixirs, and even some talismans. These items, clearly of lower grade, were priced modestly. Song Kai and Song Qian busied themselves within the shop, arranging and pricing the items, with a few mortal attendants assisting, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Just 100 meters away, a short fellow spoke to a young cultivator, esteemed immortal master. Just ahead lies the shop I know to be the finest in Shijua market. Both affordable and practical. I have spent my childhood in this market and know it like the back of my hand. Is that so? You cannot deceive me. I possess but a scant amount of spirit stones. The young man tightened his belt and spoke earnestly. Master, I am merely a humble mortal. How could I ever dare to deceive you? I value my life. I assure you, I am not lying. However, it would be prudent not to mention me to others. I fear that if this information reaches other shopkeepers, they may resort to underhanded tactics against me. The diminutive figure shrank his neck and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, wary of prying eyes. Very well, leave me to see, he conceded. Before long, the youth found himself at the entrance of the Su Yuan refining shop. Upon gazing at the expansive establishment, he began to waver in his resolve. The shop was substantial, and the rent in the marketplace was surely exorbitant. Although it was located in a somewhat remote area, the quality of the goods sold here was undoubtedly superior to those found at street stalls. Turning around, he noticed that the diminutive figure had vanished without a trace. Good sir, what do you intend to purchase? A young attendant promptly approached, beaming with enthusiasm. We offer low-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Though they are of lower grade, they are crafted by disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, ensuring exceptional quality at remarkably affordable prices. For instance, this travel talisman, a low-grade item, typically costs 1 spirit stone elsewhere, but here it is merely 98 fragmented spirit stones. The attendant spoke rapidly, conveying his message with impressive swiftness. The youth's eyes widened in astonishment. So inexpensive? In reality, the travel talisman was priced at 103 fragmented spirit stones among wandering cultivators, making this offer a bargain by 5 stones. Such a low price cannot imply inferior quality. Can it? The young man inquired skeptically. The attendant gestured toward a line of text on the wall. This is a shop established by inner disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. Selling defective items would tarnish our reputation, and the disciple responsible would face punishment from a sect. In comparison, how could we possibly risk your paltry amount of fragmented spirit stones? The wandering youth examined the inscription at the entrance with newfound seriousness. He understood that such assertions of being an inner disciple held genuine weight, for otherwise, the marketplace regulators would swiftly shut the shop down. This revelation stirred something within the wandering youth, prompting him to say, May I enter to take a look? Absolutely. Please follow me. I shall provide you with a tour. The attendant guided the young man to the elixir section, where numerous shelves displayed an array of potion bottles. To the youth's astonishment, each elixir was accompanied by an introduction, detailing not only its effects, but also a brief background of the alchemist, specifying which disciple of the seven absolute sect had crafted it. Prices vary even for the same elixir, depending on the alchemist. Ahem, esteemed master, all the elixirs here are produced by disciples of the seven absolute sect. Prices fluctuate based on quality, yet their efficacy remains largely consistent. You may purchase according to your needs. It is undoubtedly worth every coin, the attendant replied eagerly. As the wandering cultivator continued to peruse the offerings, his interest grew ever stronger. The sect's alchemists were undoubtedly superior to the untrained practitioners outside. Although he discerned that these elixirs were the products of novice hands, they were still far more reliable than those concocted by unqualified alchemists, who might unwittingly produce toxic or inferior potions. Moreover, the prices are genuinely affordable, albeit slightly higher than those at street stalls. However, some prices are even lower than those at the stalls. With only 7 spirit stones and 238 fragmented spirit stones in his possession, the young cultivator began to seek out the items he needed. After a short while, he was left with merely 1 fragmented spirit stone as a precaution, having exchanged the remainder for 2 elixirs and a talisman. The young man departed with a cheerful disposition. Meanwhile, in the shop's courtyard, a young assistant handed over 2 fragmented spirit stones to a short-statured individual. Well done. Keep bringing in more customers. All right, brother. Song Kai, seated behind the counter, observed the selling process with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It seemed that the sales techniques he imparted overnight were indeed effective. From the outset, he had targeted low-ranking cultivators who were financially constrained, thus prompting him to recruit some scattered cultivators from the bustling market area. Although these individuals appeared inconspicuous, they favored camaraderie, and through word of mouth, the shop's clientele flourished. As anticipated, the number of scattered cultivators who visited in the morning was sparse, yet by afternoon, it surged to over a dozen. Numerous elixirs and talismans were sold, and even a low-tier magical artifact was successfully sold for the premium price of 20 spirit stones. By the second day of business, the number of visitors had escalated to over 100, some of whom had returned from the previous day. Clearly, they had tested the products and were satisfied with the value offered. By evening, as Song Kai and Song Qian reconciled the accounts, astonishment adorned their faces. Brother, our sales have already reached 358 spirit stones. We've sold off more than half of our inventory, exclaimed Song Qian. Ha, that's quite normal, Song Kai replied. While scattered cultivators may be poor, they are not foolish. It is evident that there is profit to be made here. Why wouldn't they spend? Remember, we only charge a mere 1% service fee, and after all this effort, we've only earned 13 spirit stones. That truly feels like charity, brother. What do you think Senior Brother Su means? Initially, he didn't even want 1%. Should we continue to exert ourselves in this seemingly futile endeavor? Song Kai's eyes sparkled as he responded, You do not understand. Those who ascend to the position of intersect elder do so through high cultivation, powerful spells, or deep connections. Yet none have achieved this through methods like ours. This approach, akin to the path of commerce, is a grassroots strategy that subtly influences lower-ranking disciples. Once these disciples elevate their cultivation and become outer or inner sect members, when Senior Brother Su raises his voice, claiming the title of Elder Brother, it will all fall into place. Haha, once others uncover Senior Brother Su's rising path, our standing as a commercial family will likewise ascend. Song Kai chuckled heartily, patting Song Qian on the shoulder. Do you understand now? Chapter 25, A Day of Angling. Su Yuan awakened early in the morning, brimming with vitality. He greeted the little fish in the pond, saying, Wait for me. I shall find you some companions. With a buoyant spirit, he made his way to Xianxia Street in search of culinary delights. Choosing an unfamiliar type of fishball, he savored a few bites, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he ordered 3 more baskets. Once satiated, he purchased an array of fishing gear from a nearby shop and, brimming with enthusiasm, returned to a deep pool he had previously discovered. Setting up a small stool, he meticulously prepared his fishing tackle and bait, casting his line with fervor. Suddenly, he felt a tug. The sensation came swiftly, and he quickly lifted the rod, only to find it empty. His bait had vanished. What? Peering intently at the water's surface, he could faintly discern several fish swimming where his bait had been, one of which, adorned with golden stripes, was feasting on the remnants. Very well. The first attempt may have faltered, but on the second try, luck would not be on their side. He cast his line anew. Thud! Another stir. With urgency, he raised the rod again, only to be met with disappointment. Once more, the bait was gone, and the fish remained elusive. I refuse to believe you have become cunning. I have prepared 10 buckets of bait. Unbeknownst to him, the day slipped by. His bucket remained devoid of fish, and his bait bucket was equally barren. Numb to the failure, he straightened the hook and cast his line back into the water, settling at the edge of the pool in a state of deep contemplation. While fishing may prove fruitless, it is at least an opportunity for introspection. A middle-aged man ambled to the edge of the pool. He was the head of the discipline hall, a frequent visitor to this serene spot for fishing. Over time, the area had become desolate, and today, unexpectedly encountering a disciple piqued his curiosity. Observing the young man, he noted he was merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, yet he paid little heed, maintaining a distance while he began to fish. After a while, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed in confusion. What was amiss? Why were the fish not biting today? Sensing something strange, he glanced into the pool and saw the fish swimming about energetically. Continuing to fish for half an hour, a sense of inexplicable irritation began to rise within him. Had the fish already feasted today? He surmised the issue lay with that disciple. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to discover that the disciple's hook was perfectly straight. Even more bewildering was the sight of the fish circling the bare hook, despite the absence of bait. Some fish foolishly attempted to nibble at the straight hook. Had it not been for its rigidity, those fish would surely have been caught. This unexpected occurrence surpassed his expectations. He observed for a while longer, noting no fluctuations in spiritual energy. This was not sorcery. It was fishing technique. The middle-aged man, captivated by the artistry of fishing, felt an inexplicable thrill at this skill. Thus, he found himself inadvertently drawn closer to Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had long been aware of the middle-aged man's presence, discreetly watching his fishing technique. Upon discovering the mediocrity of this middle-aged man's skills, a sense of joy blossomed within him. He too was a master of the Air Force. Sensing the approach of the middle-aged man, Su Yuan turned his head in puzzlement. Ahem, you seem familiar, disciple, he remarked. Indeed, you also appear familiar, senior brother. Su Yuan Duplaive. The middle-aged man's lips twitched as he introduced himself. I am Wang Jian. Oh, I am Zhou Wei, Su Yuan stated plainly. Noticing Su Yuan's lack of recognition, the middle-aged man expressed surprise. You do not know me? Su Yuan retorted. And you do not know me? Wang Jian chuckled. You, my disciple, possess some interesting qualities. Taking a seat beside Su Yuan, he pointed at the fishing hook, saying with a straight hook like that, you will not catch any fish. Su Yuan calmly responded, that may not necessarily be the case. As the saying goes, the willing shall hook. Oh? The middle-aged man was skeptical. Su Yuan cast a glance at him, his gaze sweeping over the pond until it landed on a familiar fish. This particular fish bore a golden stripe on its back and had devoured his bait numerous times. He positioned the hook directly in front of the swimming fish. With a focused thought, he subtly harnessed the power of the earth and sky, intertwining the vibrant vitality of what around the hook. The fish, sensing the familiar bait and the abundant life force, could not resist and took a bite. Su Yuan had already anticipated this moment, pulling up forcefully. In that instant, as the fish bit the hook, it was lifted from the water, momentarily dislodging itself mid-air, yet it gracefully arced down into Su Yuan's bucket due to inertia. The entire sequence was fluid and effortlessly poetic. Wang Jian stared in disbelief at the scene, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This is impossible, he exclaimed, fixated on the golden-striped spirit fish in the bucket, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. The spirit fish was highly sensitive to spiritual fluctuations, and the golden-striped spirit fish was the king among them, exhibiting a level of intelligence far superior to ordinary spirit fish, making it exceedingly difficult to catch by mere angling techniques. Yet, Su Yuan had showcased an extraordinary feat of directly catching the fish king, truly broadening Wang Jian's horizons. Su Yuan would not reveal that most of his bait had already been consumed by this fish king, which he had raised and therefore was exceptionally wary. Moreover, Su Yuan himself was quite surprised at his success, having merely attempted it casually, not expecting it to work. This endeavor had turned out remarkably well, full-bodied and elastic. Absolutely splendid. Incredible, simply incredible, Wang Jian exclaimed excitedly. Hee, just a small feat, Su Yuan responded with a faint smile. Ahem, Zhou Xiaoyu. Might you teach me your angling technique? Wang Jian inquired. Su Yuan glanced at him, stating, fishing is not merely a skill one can learn at will. It requires a heart as tranquil as water, an understanding of communication with the heavens and the earth, harmony between man and land, and unity with nature. An air of mastery emanated from Su Yuan, imparting an aura of profound mystery. Wang Jian listened, feeling a sense of mystique. Was this fishing? Was it a path to enlightenment? Wait, enlightenment? For a fleeting moment, he appeared lost in thought, suddenly recalling events from 40 years ago. Back then, he was at the pinnacle of the early golden core stage, unable to break through to the mid-stage. His master had informed him that he lacked the essence of the Tao, advising him to let things unfold naturally without force, and subsequently directed him to fish in the Baibo pond. 40 years had swiftly passed, and he had forgotten the purpose of his fishing. He had merely fished for fishing's sake. Yet at this moment, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, he finally comprehended that his master had intended for him to seek enlightenment here. With a tranquil mind, he connected with the universe, man harmonizing with the earth, and the earth in harmony with the heavens. The Tao is inherently natural. In a daze, he began to reflect on his 40 years of fishing experience, gradually merging with the entire Baishui pond. He perceived the graceful movements of the ethereal fish, felt the mountain breeze caressing the surface of the pond and his body, and listened to the melodious chirping of the mountain birds mingling with the rippling water. The culmination of 40 years of insights was awakened in this moment, cascading forth like a waterfall. Mountains, waters, winds, fish, and birds intertwined to create a unique synergy of nature. In his ears, he seemed to hear an inexplicable crack. The bottleneck shattered. Boom! A surge of momentum ascended. Su Yuan, observing from the side, was abruptly swept away by a wave of energy. Landing in the water like a drenched chicken, staring blankly at Wang Jian, Su Yuan wondered what had just transpired. What was this? Did it seem like a breakthrough? Could it be? He had merely uttered a few words, and the man had achieved a breakthrough? Was this reasonable? Golden light soared, and the momentum intensified. Realizing the situation was amiss, Su Yuan swiftly swam away, quickly making his escape upon reaching the shore. As he glanced back, he noticed several fleeing lights converging from a distance, forming a circle to prevent anyone from disturbing Wang Jian's breakthrough. In his heart, he silently lamented, fearing that if someone misinterpreted his actions as an attempt to interrupt another's breakthrough, he could be severely injured. How foolish that would be. Sighing, he pondered whether that earlier senior brother was a cultivation genius. Had he truly achieved a breakthrough simply from casual remarks? Was he the time traveler? Or was it Wang Jian? Had Wang Jian also awakened his potential? Cursing under his breath, Su Yuan thought, given that he had inadvertently aided in Wang Jian's breakthrough, it might be considered a favor. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask for a token of gratitude next time they met? Feeling that this was a fortunate turn of events, Su Yuan remained calm. But what about the fish? Wait, I haven't brought my fish back. He anxiously gazed towards the Baishui pond, dreading the prospect of returning empty-handed. Chapter 26. The Nine-Colored Celestial Fish. Ding! Reputation value 5. A notification echoed in Su Yuan's ears. He paused, surprise flickering across his face. Could he truly gain reputation value without using his real name? Deep in thought, he soon rationalized that it made perfect sense. A name is merely a label, and as long as it referred to him, it belonged to his reputation. Evidently, the fame value was provided by Wang Jian. After walking for a while, a notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Fame value 1. Su Yuan was taken aback. Where did this notification originate? Could it be that Wang Jian had spoken of him to someone else? As he continued on his way, the notification sound intermittently rang out, ceasing only after several occurrences. Noticing the silence, Su Yuan dismissed it from his mind. Before long, he arrived at a fish stall, where he found himself entangled in contemplation over several swimming fish. How much for these? He inquired. These are falling star fish, quite inexpensive, merely 7 spirit stones per pound. The stall owner replied with a cheerful grin. How do they taste? Su Yuan asked. Delicious. Truly delightful, came the enthusiastic response. In that case, I shall not purchase any. I fear someone might steal them. Besides, the flavor is rather mediocre. Then I shall certainly not sell you any. If you cannot eat them and they're not visually appealing, what use are they? The stall owner's expression stiffened, and his gaze turned hostile. Glancing around, Su Yuan noticed a solitary fish tank nearby, containing a seemingly listless little fish. Despite its lethargic demeanor, it shimmered with vibrant hues, 3 colors swirling like a neon light, rendering it exceedingly beautiful. What kind of fish is this? Su Juaning Waiyith, the stall owner, regaining composure, replied, "This is the exceptionally rare ornamental spirit fish, the 9-colored celestial fish. It is said that with each ascension in rank, it gains an additional color. 9 colors to immortality, a marvel indeed. Although this one is merely a fry, it is naturally tricolored and has the potential to reach the foundation establishment realm. If nurtured carefully, you could end up with a foundation spirit fish, a most profitable endeavor." Su Yuan probed further. "Why does it appear so listless?" "Oh, it's just hungry." The stall owner produced a shard of spirit stone and tossed it into the tank. Instantly, the little fish perked up, darting forward to devour the shard, and soon after, it appeared revitalized, its colorful glow becoming more pronounced as it swam energetically around the tank. "What do you think? Quite a sight, isn't it?" the stall owner asked with a grin. Nearby, a vendor selling talismans observed this exchange and subtly cast a glance at Su Yuan, who remained oblivious to him. Nodding in approval, Su Yuan remarked, "Indeed, quite impressive. How many spirit stones for it?" "Very inexpensive, just 200 spirit stones." Su Yuan stood and turned to leave. "Wait, the price is negotiable." He turned back and began to haggle with the stall owner. Ultimately, he acquired the 9-colored celestial fish for 130 spirit stones. It seemed the little fish understood it had been purchased, as it curiously gazed at Su Yuan through the tank, blowing tricolored bubbles from its mouth. After settling the payment, Su Yuan cradled the fish tank and made his way back, relieved that he had finally secured his prize. Once he departed, the talisman vendor remarked, "Isn't it rather unscrupulous of you? The spirit-eating fish is notoriously difficult to maintain. A common disciple who purchases it will soon face financial ruin." "What spirit-eating fish?" "This is a 9-colored celestial fish." The stall owner cast a glance at him and promptly began to pack up his stall. The talisman vendor scoffed, How could it possibly be the 9-colored celestial fish?" While they may appear similar at first glance, the differences are substantial. The devouring spirit fish consumes spirit stones without offering any return, whereas the 9-colored celestial fish is capable of providing high-quality spiritual energy in return. Moreover, even if it is indeed the 9-colored celestial fish, the requirements for recognizing a master are exceedingly high. It is said that one must possess a profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth. "Oh, how knowledgeable you are!" With that, the fish vendor finished packing his stall and departed. Su Yuan returned to the courtyard, and darkness had descended. He poured the 9-colored celestial fish into the pond, and a vibrant, tricolored fish immediately began to swim, exuding an exquisite beauty in the night. Surrounding it were dozens of other fish that soon began to swim around the tricolored fish, which quickly established itself as the leader of the group. Su Yuan watched with delight, but soon noticed that the tricolored fish appeared listless. "Is it hungry?" he pondered, puzzled. "Didn't he that vendor just feed it?" The tricolored fish surfaced, gazing at Su Yuan with a pitiful expression. Su Yuan chuckled softly and remarked, "You have quite the appetite, little fish." He retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, crushed it, and sprinkled the fragments into the pond. The tricolored fish eagerly pecked at the scattered spirit stone shards. As Su Yuan observed the fish consume the spirit stones, he felt a sense of joy, but soon he sensed something amiss. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites before long, the entire crushed spirit stone had vanished. The little fish surfaced again, looking at Su Yuan with a sorrowful gaze. A sudden realization struck him. "Your appetite seems excessive. Your aura is only that of a low-grade spirit beast, barely at the first level of chi refinement. How can you possibly consume an entire spirit stone in one go?" The fish stared back at him, puzzled, and began blowing bubbles, clearly still wanting more. "Well, let us see just how much you can eat," Su Yuan said, promptly feeding more spirit stones, crushing them one by one. The tricolored fish devoured them eagerly, and Su Yuan watched in disbelief as it consumed 10 complete low-grade spirit stones before finally appearing satisfied, swimming energetically in the pond. A faint tricolored glow mingled with the water, subtle yet enchanting. Su Yuan was taken aback. "You little creature, a single meal of 10 low-grade spirit stones? My allowance is only 30 spirit stones a month. If you keep this up, I'll be bankrupt in no time. Truly, the 9-colored celestial fish is beyond my means to sustain." He shook his head, dismissing the concern, thinking, if it becomes too burdensome, I'll simply find a river and release it to fend for itself. With that, Su Yuan turned to head back inside. The tricolored fish surfaced once more, watching Su Yuan's retreating figure, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Su Yuan was awakened by the alert sound of the system in his mind. Ding, fame value 1. Ding, fame value 1. What on earth is happening? Su Yuan rose from his bed in a state of perplexity. Standing by the window, he gazed thoughtfully at the fish swimming in the pond below. How might I acquire fame? Is the influence of Wang Jian truly that profound? Indeed, I merely uttered a few words that enabled him to break through his cultivation. It is only natural that others would mention me, thereby augmenting my renown. Yet, will Wang Jian seek me out? I utilized a false name, so he should not be able to locate me. Even if he does find me, it matters not. I have committed no misdeeds. With this thought, Su Yuan regained his composure. He proceeded to the courtyard, brewed himself a pot of tea, and settled into a chair, sipping tea while admiring the fish. Suddenly, he noticed a fish, which he had whimsically named Xiaokai, surfacing and gazing at him with its wide, pitiful eyes. You aren't hungry again, are you? Su Yuan shot a glare. Xiaokai looked back with an innocent expression, opening its mouth to blow bubbles in an endearing manner. Su Yuan's lips twitched. You. He sighed. Well, it was I who purchased you, so I might as well take care of you. He scattered 10 low-grade spirit stones into the pond, and Xiaokai immediately began to feast joyfully. Su Yuan was unconcerned. After all, he was in no rush to cultivate at the moment. He decided to take a break and accumulate some rest before resuming his training. Spirit stones could always be earned anew. As he sipped his tea, the system notification sound rang in his ears every half hour, which left Su Yuan somewhat exasperated. Could you please silence that notification? It's quite bothersome. To his surprise, the notification ceased, granting him a sense of relief. Today, Su Yuan did not intend to fish. Instead, he made his way to the library of Xianxia Peak to peruse its collection. To his delight, the library housed millions of volumes, accumulated over countless years. Although many were of little use, Su Yuan did not mind, savoring each book one by one. Upon returning home in the evening, he fed Xiaokai another 10 low-grade spirit stones before falling into a deep slumber. Thus, unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by. At the peak of Shujue, Yi Bufan wore an expression of discontent. Why have the spirit stone earnings decreased so significantly this month? Forgive me, senior brother. Recently, a new shop has emerged in the 7 absolute market, also dealing in low-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Their prices are even cheaper than ours. We cannot compete. An outer sect disciple replied, looking quite helpless. Why was I not informed of this sooner? Yi Bufan inwaited. You were not within the sect at the time. We cannot reach you. Yi Bufan paused, recalling that during his recent outings with the Enchantress, he had deliberately disabled his means of communication. How can that shop offer lower prices than mine? I already procure at the lowest rate. He pondered. They assist our sect's low-tier artifact and elixir masters in selling their goods, charging only a minimal commission. They are essentially operating at a loss to attract attention. Hence their low prices. What's the background of that shop? It appears to be run by an intersect disciple from Xianxia Peak. Though I have not heard of his name, he goes by Su Yuan. What? Su Yuan? Yi Bufan was taken aback to hear that name. Su Yuan. The character Su denoted distance, didn't he? Indeed, his subordinates were astonished that Yi Bufan was familiar with Su Yuan's name. Could he possibly be a master? What would he be up to? Yi Bufan pondered it. Should we take action? One subordinate promptly inquired. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow and shook his head. No. His establishment ostensibly serves to benefit lower-tier disciples. If we resort to underhanded tactics, it would provide them with ammunition against me in my quest for the position of senior brother. He paused slightly, narrowing his eyes. Could this young man also be vying for the position of senior brother? Such a maneuver certainly piques my interest. If I were to intervene, my chances of success in claiming the title would undoubtedly increase. He then commanded, mobilize the personnel at Xianxia Peak and locate Su Yuan for me. I shall pay him a visit. Understood. Chapter 27. Yi Bufan's astonishment, Shaojai. How is it that your aura seems to have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining 3rd level? Su Yuan crouched by the pool. Sensing the essence of the tricolored fish, the little fish surfaced, bubbling joyfully. Su Yuan also noted that the other fish in the pool exuded a hint of spiritual energy. They had previously been ordinary fish, but now exhibited a tendency to evolve into spiritual fish. Su Yuan's gaze towards Xiaokai shifted subtly. He gently patted Xiaocai's head, and Xiaokai nuzzled against his palm, clearly delighted. Amused, Su Yuan produced spiritual stones to feed her. Xiaokai eagerly accepted, devouring the stones with gusto. Thosuan is surprise. This time Xiaokai had an enormous appetite. After consuming a full 30 spiritual stones, her aura surged dramatically, elevating her to a new level and slightly increasing her size. She emanated the essence of a mid-tier spiritual beast. She truly has made a breakthrough. Su Yuan Marabiv. At that moment, Xiaokai levitated and a radiant tricolored light erupted. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned as the dazzling light enveloped him. In the next instant, the tricolored light transformed into a chain, binding Su Yuan and Xiaokai together. A golden sword materialized above Su Yuan's forehead, encircled by a tricolored halo, enhancing his enigmatic appearance. After 3 breaths, the brilliance faded, and Xiaokai plunged back into the pool, rousing Su Yuan from his reverie. He sensed a mysterious connection had formed between him and Xiaokai. Subsequently, waves of tricolored spiritual energy surged into his dantian. Su Yuan's cultivation method activated automatically, effortlessly converting it into Xianxia. To his astonishment, Su Yuan's Xianxia had inexplicably surged yet again. Xiaokai transmitted a thought urging him to praise her. Su Yuan looked at Xiaokai with curiosity. Did you do this? Xiaokai promptly nodded her little head and swam excitedly around the pool, brimming with joy. Su Yuan was acutely aware of the situation. It was evident that the spirit beast had chosen him as its master. Such occurrences typically manifest in high bloodline spirit beasts, possessing at least the potential of golden core level or above. In that very moment of connection, he indeed received a hint of feedback confirming that the spirit beast, Xiaokai, was none other than a 9-colored celestial fish. Could it be that the vendor was truthful? He had assumed it was mere bravado. He had purchased it solely because of his fondness for it, yet it turned out to be genuine. Su Yuan was taken aback, his heart stirred by the revelation. Such a precious spirit fish was sold for merely 130 spirit stones. The vendor must be a good person. Could it be that another exalted being was traversing the mortal realm? If he were to encounter them again, he would surely express his gratitude in person. Su Yuan endeavored to feed Xiao Kai more spirit stones, and the creature eagerly accepted. Having just broken through, it was indeed quite famished. Xiao Kai consumed a staggering 20 low-grade spirit stones. As digestion ensued, waves of tricolored spiritual power, through their mysterious bond, descended into Su Yuan's dantian, effortlessly transforming into profound, true energy. Glancing at the system panel, Su Yuan was astonished to see that his rest time had not been interrupted. Was this a glitch? Wait. He stared incredulously at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Qingku Continent. Level, notable, 976-1000. Realm, Qi Refinement Stage, 4th Layer, 99-100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. You excel in balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current rest time, 39 days. 11 hours. Entry 2. The way is natural. You possess a profound understanding of nature, making it easier for you to derive the great principles from the mysteries of heaven and earth. My notoriety has increased by over 300 points. When did this happen? Su Yuan was utterly shocked. During this period, he had not even glanced at the system panel, having turned off the system notification sound, thus remaining oblivious to the sudden rise in his renown. Something felt amiss. An unsettling intuition washed over him. Bang! Someone knocked on the courtyard door. Su Yuan turned to look, extending his spiritual sense beyond the door, and beheld a familiar figure, Yi Bufan. Furrowing his brows, Su Yuan rose and opened the door. Yi Bufan looked up, and upon confirming it was indeed Su Yuan, a faint smile graced his face. Su Yuan, I am Yi Bufan. Do you recognize me? Of course. I recognize you. You are the prodigious dual-spirit root genius of our generation. What brings you to my humble abode, senior brother Yi? Su Yuaning Waiyi. In just a few days, the triannual intersect competition will commence, and all inner disciples who have been admitted for 10 years are eligible to participate. I am confident that I will secure one of the top 3 positions in this competition, Yi Bufan declared with an air of pride. Su Yuan, taken aback, asked, Are the rewards substantial? Yi Bufan chuckled lightly. Naturally, they are significant. The key is that I will receive a nomination for the position of senior brother of the inner sect. Curious, Su Yuaning Waiyi. Why do you desire to become the senior brother of the inner sect so fervently? For this is the prerequisite to aspire to become the sect leader. Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled with ambition as he boldly declared his aspirations. Su Yuan was taken aback. You wish to become a sect leader? Impressive. Yi Bufan chuckled lightly. Within the sect, who does not yearn for the position of leader? Perhaps you? Or I? Su Yuan pointed at himself, bewildered. I have no desire to become the leader at all. Then why establish a shop to win over the lower-ranked disciples and enhance your reputation among them? if not to lay the groundwork for contending for the position of inner sect elder brother? Yi Bufan's gaze sharpened. Do you wish to be my rival? Su Yuan finally grasped the crux of the matter. The source of popularity must be that shop. What exactly had Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo been up to? Su Yuan shrugged. Senior brother, you think too much. I merely dabbled a bit. The shop has only a 2-month lease and will close when the time is up. Really? Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes. It should be so. That being the case, would you be willing to transfer the shop to me? Yi Bufan finally revealed his true intention. Su Yuan scratched his head, but the shop isn't mine. It belongs to a senior brother named Niubin. Niubin? Yi Bufan was taken aback by Su Yuan's response. Which inner sect is he from? I've never heard of him. He's a senior brother from the outer sect. You can speak with him, Su Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan sneered inwardly, interpreting Su Yuan's words as a rejection. It seems you indeed have ambitions for the position of inner sect elder brother. Su disciple, Yi Bufan remarked calmly. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. Have you misunderstood something? I am merely at the 4th layer of Qi refining. How could I contend for the position of inner sect elder brother? Is that so? Then allow me to test your worth, disciple. Yi Bufan's eyes narrowed as he reached towards Su Yuan, flames surging from his palm, radiating a potent aura of mystical energy. Su Yuan's expression changed. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Bufan would dare to strike directly. This was within his cave dwelling. Sensing the imminent danger, Su Yuan instinctively retaliated. A year of playful sparring with Xiao Li had transformed his use of the Xianxia yin technique into second nature. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped Su Yuan, shimmering with a metallic hue, appearing remarkably sturdy. The fiery palm collided with the golden shield, producing an intense hissing sound. Yi Bufan's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The once modest flames surged tenfold. Yet the thin golden shield, akin to a turtle's shell, effortlessly targeted Yi Bufan's assault. Yi Bufan even noticed flickers of red light sporadically emanating from the shield, dissipating as flames upon impact. After a brief standoff, the golden shield suddenly trembled. Yi Bufan was propelled backward, soaring out the door. In mid-air, Yi Bufan drew his flying sword and steadied himself rapidly, regaining his balance. He then turned his gaze towards Su Yuan, only to find Su Yuan wearing an expression of indifference, his eyes deep and penetrating. Yi Bufan's demeanor grew solemn. In that moment, the air fell silent. Only the gentle bubbling sound of a spirit fish by the pool broke the stillness. This is my abode. I kindly ask you to exercise restraint, senior brother, Su Yuan stated calmly. Yi Bufan took a deep breath and replied, Su Yuan, I underestimated you. I never anticipated that the most concealed individual among our generation would be you. Su Yuan's expression remained tranquil. What do you mean by that? What have you concealed? Yi Bufan's expression stiffened. Then he responded with composure. Very well, I acknowledge your abilities. I hope to engage you in a full-scale battle during the grand competition. He cast one last profound glance at Su Yuan before soaring away on his sword, leaving without hesitation. Su Yuan snorted softly. What a lunatic. He surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find nothing damaged by the earlier incident. Subsequently, he unfurled a paper crane to summon Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo, and Song Kai. Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo arrived promptly, with Song Kai soon following on his sword. Su Yuan regarded the trio and inquired, What is the situation regarding the shop? What happened? Zhang Wei asked, perplexed. Song Kai hastily reported, Senior brother, I took the liberty of increasing the handling fee by 1 point. I implore you to punish me. Zhou Wuyo interjected, This was a joint decision between Song Kai and me. It is not solely his fault. Su Yuan is liebstwicht. I am not referring to the handling fee. How extensive have your actions become? What is the daily customer flow? Upon hearing this, Song Kai smiled. Senior brother, you need not worry about my work. I manage it efficiently. We have a minimum of 200 customers daily. Our revenue reaches 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. And even with the handling fee, there is still a profit of 30 spirit stones. We have become quite renowned in the vicinity of the 7 absolute sect. Rest assured, this is merely the foundation. Once our reputation grows, we can venture into the mid-range product market, and the profits will undoubtedly increase. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched as he remarked, Do you understand the concept of a tall tree catches the wind? Just now, Yi Bufan came to see me. Yi Bufan? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. He came over? What for? To persuade me to transfer the shop. Su Yuan scoffed. How audacious. Zhang Wei fumed. We have worked hard to establish this business. and he simply wishes to pluck the fruit. What if he possesses a supreme spiritual root? So be it. We shall fight to the bitter end. Zhou Wuyo, filled with concern, asked, Senior brother, what should we do? Song Kai cautiously inquired. Has he left? Did you agree to his request? I told him to seek out Niu Bin, the true owner of a shop. He did not believe me, and even resorted to violence. Su Yuan expressed his frustration. Sang Wei examined Su Yuan closely. Passive. Where are your injuries? Su Yuan shot him a glare. I repelled him. Really? Song Kai's eyes sparkled. Then we can continue our business. Su Yuan immediately waved his hand. No need. From now on, let us refrain from selling those lower-tier items. You should find Niu Bin and have him take over the shop. Fame often invites trouble. Don't you understand? Upon hearing this, Song Kai pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that senior brother Su is already aware of the recent scarcity of supplies? Over the past month, amidst substantial sales, the inventory of low-tier weapon and potion makers from the 7 Absolute sect has nearly been depleted. Now is indeed the opportune moment to venture into the mid-tier market, and Niu Bin represents the source of those mid-tier resources. It is evident that senior brother Su had anticipated this situation. Moreover, senior brother Su is evidently vying for the position of the eldest disciple, having even repelled Yi Bufan. By the way, the internal sect competition is just a few days away. I should assist senior brother Su with the registration. As a servant disciple under Su Yuan, he has the right to handle such trivial matters for his senior. Senior brother, will you be participating in the competition in a few days? Song Kai inquired. Su Yuan replied, speechless, I am merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. How could I possibly participate in the internal competition? I do not meet the threshold. Song Kai responded, there are no restrictions on cultivation levels for the competition. Su Yuan retorted, somewhat irritated, then you should go ahead and register. Understood. Song Kai nodded, intending to register Su Yuan's name shortly. Chapter 28, Guidance. Yi Bufan hurriedly returned to his residence. Observing Yi Bufan's displeased expression, his subordinates wisely chose to remain silent. Refraining from approaching him, seated in his room, Yi Bufan's mood fluctuated. Su Yuan, no wonder he was chosen by the Peak Master of Xianju Peak. His low-grade spiritual root is capable of keeping pace with my top-grade spiritual root's prowess. This lad is quite extraordinary. Theoretically, the cultivation speed of a top-grade spiritual root is 27 times that of a low-grade spiritual root, and considering the gap between 2nd and 3rd grade roots, the difference could reach 30 times. What treasures, physique, comprehension, or opportunities does he possess? Or does he possess them all? Yi Bufan squinted his eyes. He reflected on himself and realized he had been overly confident throughout the past year, dismissing the notion that there are always greater beings beyond one's perception. However, today, Su Yuan's performance served as a wake-up call. It made him acutely aware that if someone like Su Yuan with a low-grade spiritual root could match his top-grade spiritual root, then it would be effortless for other top-grade roots with some opportunities or treasures to surpass him. Yi Bufan calmed his mind and fell into deep contemplation. Should he consider collaborating with the demon sect? He recalled the words of the demoness, becoming ensnared in a web of indecision. Meanwhile, in the shade behind Yi Bufan's cave, a golden core elder observed him with an expression of composure. The formations surrounding the cave were impenetrable to ordinary senses, yet they could not hinder the perception of a golden core elder, especially since he had personally arranged this formation. He could easily detect the emotional fluctuations emanating from Yi Bufan. What choice should be made, Yi Bufan? The golden core elder mused calmly. Yi Bufan, oblivious to the scrutiny, was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Ultimately, Yi Bufan remained indecisive and instead consumed a high-grade Qi gathering pill to continue his cultivation. The elder glanced at him before departing. This elder proceeded to the 7 Absolute Peak to report to the sect leader. The sect leader, Yi Bufan, maintained his composure. Oh, a handsome young man nodded calmly. By the way, sect leader, there's an inter-sect disciple from Xuanju Peak whose strength is surprisingly on par with Yi Bufan, and he is from the same cohort. I believe he warrants close attention. The elder added. Who? The sect leader inquired, taken aback. Su Yuan, I have investigated. He possesses a low-grade 3 spiritual roots. He was favored by sect Master Wang and became an inter-sect disciple. Currently, he is at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, radiating a profound aura of spiritual energy with a solid foundation. Moreover, he has comprehended the Xian, Zhen, Yin, Tian technique with remarkable insight. The sect leader expressed his surprise. Such a talent exists? Why have I not heard sect Master Wang mention him? I just found out. It seems he was thought to have perished in the secret realm. The elder scratched his head. What? The sect leader was startled. Sect master Wang isn't known for being so careless, is he? The elder shrugged. That is the reality. I found it quite unbelievable myself when I checked just now. Intrigued by Su Yuan, the sect leader asked, where is he? In cave number 4399 of Xuanju Peak. I understand. Continue to keep an eye on those exceptional spiritual roots. At your command. The Golden Core elder took his leave. The sect leader stroked his chin. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the hall. In the cave, Su Yuan spoke. Have you all encountered any difficulties in your recent cultivation, alchemy, or artifact forging? Please share your thoughts. Are you going to guide us, Su Yuan? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Our cultivation methods differ, and our spiritual roots are not the same. Can you really provide guidance? Also, what do you mean by alchemy and artifact forging? Feel free to speak. Su Yuan encouraged. Zhang Wei, you go first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei candidly expressed, I have reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement and opened 8 spiritual acupoints, but I am hesitant to open the 9th. The problem is that I do not know how to connect the first 8 acupoints to form a cohesive whole. Zhang Wei elaborated on his concerns. Listening intently, Su Yuan had him attempt to operate his meridian cycle. Just past the initial stage, you are cultivating too hastily and recklessly. Although you possess water spiritual roots, you are predominantly practicing with gold spiritual roots. Furthermore, there are 88 noticeable errors in your meridian cycle operation, of which 68 can be disregarded for now. The remaining 20 can indeed be amended. The first issue is as follows. Su Yuan guided him through the corrections. Zhang Wei, bewildered, complied with Su Yuan's instructions to modify his meridian cycle. Wang Wuyo, observing nearby, was taken aback. He had heard of such practices where higher-level cultivators assist those of lower realms in refining their techniques, thereby achieving a harmonious and perfect state with their cultivation methods. Yet, Su Yuan was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Could he truly accomplish this? Zhang Wei did not dwell on such thoughts and diligently fulfilled Su Yuan's requests. Upon completing the modified meridian cycle operation, the fluidity of his technique instantly improved by 35%. Additionally, the refinement of his spiritual energy also saw a significant enhancement. As the meridian cycle concluded, Zhang Wei leapt to his feet and embraced Su Yuan's leg, exclaiming, Foster father, please accept my bow. Su Yuan silently pushed Zhang Wei away. Exclaiming, step aside, Zhou Wuyo covered his face, feeling it was impossible for him to commit such an embarrassing act. He inexplicably envied Zhang Wei's neurotic personality. Zhang Wei continued, there are still 68 issues to address. Su Yuan waved his hand and replied, once you break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, I will discuss it with you. You must also engage in deeper contemplation and do share your concerns regarding artifact crafting. Immediately, Zhang Wei expressed the confusions he encountered during his crafting process, presenting one of his creations for Su Yuan's inspection. Su Yuan perceived the internal spiritual patterns of the artifact with his spiritual sense and remarked, your foundational knowledge in artifact crafting is indeed somewhat lacking. This inferior grade artifact primarily consists of communication patterns, supplemented by ignition patterns and vibration patterns. You have manifested 48 flaws among these 3 fundamental patterns. It is curious how you managed to successfully craft this artifact. Furthermore, the shaping process was rather sloppy. You must understand that the artifact's exterior must be compatible with the spiritual patterns. Not only is this artifact unsightly, but it also contains a significant conflict with the spiritual patterns, causing a noticeable stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy. How could you dare to sell something so flawed? Zhang Wei began to feel a pang of insecurity. Su Yuan, I thought my foundation was decent. Throughout my life, I have had genuine artifact masters to guide me, especially since my father is a 2nd-tier inferior grade artifact master, more than capable of teaching me. He added, this artifact is the best I've crafted recently. The ones I sold before were of even lower quality. He turned to Song Kai, right, Song Kai? When scattered cultivators purchased it, they praised it endlessly. Indeed, Brother Zhang's artifacts sell remarkably well. They are gone as soon as they hit the market, and some even wish to commission custom pieces from him. Song Kai affirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan observed the expressions of the two and sensed they were not jesting. He fell into contemplation, realizing that crafting artifacts seemed easier than he had anticipated. Su Yuan shook his head. You cannot compare yourself to those scattered cultivators. If you doubt your foundation, allow me to illustrate. He promptly pointed out the 48 issues. This spiritual pattern bends too sharply, and here, the connection is too rigid. When you wield your water attribute spiritual energy, it would be best to reduce the force by a third. Zhang Wei listened in increasing disbelief. Ultimately, he sank into a prolonged silence, beginning to question the quality of his artifact. Su Yuan disregarded him and turned his attention to Zhou Wuyo and Song Kai, both of whom displayed eager expressions. Calmly, Su Yuan declared, "Zhou Wuyo, you are next." "Yes, my questions are." Zhou Wuyo hurriedly began to inquire about various cultivation issues he had encountered. Su Yuan nodded calmly, addressing each of Zhou Wuyo's inquiries. Unbeknownst to them, a young man hovered above, openly observing their discussion. Initially, the young man listened to Su Yuan's guidance with indifference, but as the number of issues discussed exceeded a dozen, he became astonished. Zhang Wei's cultivation problems had revealed 48 flaws. If Su Yuan's numbers were indeed accurate, it would be remarkable. Even disregarding the unspoken aspects, Su Yuan's profound foundation in cultivation is undeniably formidable. Whether in cultivation, artifact forging, or alchemy, he has achieved a remarkably elevated theoretical level, seemingly surpassing even the current intersect senior brother, Zhuge Jian. Zhang Wei, Zhou Wuyo, and Song Kai have all benefited from Su Yuan's guidance, feeling as though the path ahead has been illuminated. Zhou Wuyo, in particular, experienced a breakthrough right then and there, reaching the third layer of qi refinement. This exemplifies the advantages of having a renowned mentor. Many problems are not insurmountable, but rather, they cannot even identify the problems themselves. With Su Yuan highlighting the issues, they have already gained immensely, not to mention the numerous corrections he provided. In truth, Su Yuan could have resolved their dilemmas in one go, yet he chose not to, allowing them the opportunity to contemplate their own solutions. With his suggestions as a reference, they could independently comprehend and attain breakthroughs. Otherwise, relying solely on themselves would lead to stagnation. The three soon bid farewell. Song Kai left behind the shop's earnings of 1,000 spirit stones for the month, and upon returning, he exchanged some Song Qian for further guidance from Su Yuan. After addressing their issues, the afternoon had already set in. With the remaining time, there was little need to visit the library. Su Yuan began to wander around Xuanjue Peak, soon drawn to the lively spectacle in the plaza of the performance hall. In the square, a considerable number of disciples had gathered, among them several intersect disciples engaged in combat on the platform, with attendants standing by to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Su Yuan watched with keen interest as some disciples unleashed fiery assaults while others launched a barrage of water arrows, creating an onslaught that was difficult to defend against, though he had perused numerous spell descriptions in books. This was his first encounter with such a plethora of spells in reality. "Hey, junior brother, who do you think will emerge victorious on the platform?" A young man beside him suddenly inquired. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, turning to see a dashing youth, and he quickly responded, "Greetings, senior brother. Both of these practitioners are masters at the late stage of qi refinement, while I am merely at the mid-stage, so I cannot discern the outcome. I hope for your understanding." "Oh, you can't tell?" the youth queried, puzzled. "Indeed, is that not quite normal?" Su Yuan nodded. "Why not take a guess? If you guess correctly, I shall reward you with 50 spirit stones," the youth proposed with a grin. "And if I am wrong?" Su Yuan asked, skeptical. "If you fail, you owe me 5 spirit stones. Are you not deceiving me, senior brother?" Su Yuan pressed. "Of course not," the youth replied, promptly producing a mid-grade spirit stone. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the two disciples on the platform. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I believe the disciple wielding the long sword will triumph." In the arena, one intersect disciple wielded a sword while the other brandished a knife, both manipulating their spiritual power to clash in midair. They deftly maneuvered to evade attacks, their bodies shimmering with spiritual light, employing defensive measures as well. After a quarter of an hour of combat, the contest remained evenly matched. The youth exclaimed, "Are you certain? I was merely guessing." "Su Yuan du Plaive." The young man nodded and observed intently. After a full quarter of an hour, the swordsman ultimately triumphed with a single decisive move, and the two agreed to stop there. The youth displayed an expression of surprise as he handed a mid-grade spirit stone to Su Yuan and subsequently inquired, "How did you deduce that?" Su Yuan shrugged and replied, "The sword is more elegant than the knife. Thus it carries a slightly higher chance of victory." In truth, he had merely made a random guess, and, even in defeat, he would only lose 5 spirit stones. The young man shook his head, saying, "I do not believe you." He gestured towards another platform and remarked, I just gave you a mid-grade spirit stone, which is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. You need not worry about the remaining half. There's another match. So make another guess. Su Yuan shot a glance at the young man, somewhat speechless. Yet he could not relinquish the spirit stones that had already found their way into his pocket. He casually responded, the water element spellcaster will win, right? The young man fixated his gaze on that match, seemingly weighing the potential outcomes of both competitors. In the end, astonishingly, the victor turned out to be the disciple of the water element spell, with the outcome hanging by a mere thread. It was truly a matter of half a move. Even he had not anticipated who would emerge victorious. The young man's gaze towards Su Yuan transformed, now tinged with a different light. Su Yuan dimankam. Once again he had guessed correctly, which felt entirely plausible. Was it not akin to flipping a coin and landing heads twice? Was that so difficult? Chapter 29. Conspiring with the sect leader to establish a betting scheme. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Pray, enlighten me on how you made your guesses. The young man suggested. Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was Niobin's ploy now being employed against him? Cough, cough. May I inquire your name? Senior brother? The young man said, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. It has been quite some time since anyone mentioned my name. I had nearly forgotten it. I am Gu Qingzhu. So is senior brother Gu. Su Yuan nodded and continued. You are an inner sect disciple, I presume? Roughly, came the reply. Will you be participating in the inner sect competition? Not at all. The young man countered, what about you? Of course, I will not participate. Su Yuan shrugged. I am merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. He fixed a sharp gaze upon the young man, stating, are you perhaps considering establishing a betting scheme? The sect leader nearly stumbled at Su Yuan's unconventional thought process. Initially speechless, he then rolled his eyes and clapped Su Yuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, junior brother, your insight is commendable. I did not anticipate that my intentions would be so readily discerned. Su Yuan adopted an air of seasoned wisdom and replied, I had an inkling. How could there be a competition without a betting scheme? Such matters are not easily managed. You should exercise caution, for the sect will surely investigate. Correct? Gu. The sect leader pondered for a moment before responding, I have never encountered any similar regulations. Su Yuan expressed surprise. Really? Gu shook his head, no. Is the upper echelon of the sect so unconcerned? Alas, the future appears bleak. Su Yuan remarked incredulously. Gu observed Su Yuan chastising the higher-ups and could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Very well, follow me. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. All right, I shall offer some suggestions, but beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. Very well. The two soon arrived at the tavern, ordering a lavish spread of food and drink. Gu, the sect leader, stared in astonishment at Su Yuan, who devoured the dishes with the swiftness of tempest, consuming an entire table of delicacies within mere moments. Su Yuan, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, it has been a month since I indulged so openly. I apologize for my rudeness. Gu waved his hand dismissively, observing Su Yuan's stomach, and commented, your appetite is rather extraordinary. Su Yuan replied calmly, it is simply innate. I possess a hearty appetite. Gu chose not to dwell on the topic and inquired, regarding the market you mentioned, how can one create a profitable venture? From your words, it seems you possess considerable experience? Experience is a strong word, Su Yuan began. But from my perspective, the crux of establishing a market lies in creating an information gap. The more one understands the competitors, the more comprehensive the information, the greater the chance of victory. He continued eloquently. Additionally, one must learn to mislead others. While gathering the most complete data, one should simultaneously promote selective information about the competitors, concealing critical details to artificially create an information disparity. Once the market is established, the probability of winning becomes substantial. Concealing information does not equate to fabricating lies. Even if others lose, they have no grounds for complaint. It is a surefire business strategy. Of course, this requires a robust intelligence network. Without a certain standing, I advise against pursuing it. He kindly cautioned his senior brother. Gu nodded in understanding and asked, if this were to be implemented, how many spirit stones do you think could be earned? Several million spirit stones, I would presume, Su Yuan replied casually. Gu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, how could there be such a sum? Several million spirit stones is no trivial amount. Perhaps I underestimated, Su Yuan continued. Our sect boasts over 100,000 disciples. While most are auxiliary, it is not uncommon for them to possess dozens of spirit stones. The outer disciples typically have hundreds to thousands of spirit stones. Inner disciples are even wealthier, with amounts ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of spirit stones. On average, If each person contributes 100 spirit stones, that amounts to several million, if we manage to win even half. Su Yuan chuckled. However, all I said was in jest. Even if we were to proceed, the sect's upper echelons would undoubtedly reap the rewards, and we might even face penalties. Thus, it is wise to keep things small and not overreach. Gu then asked, would you be interested in collaborating with me on this market? Su Yuan, astonished, pointed to himself. Me? You trust me so much, brother? I see great potential in you. Gu affirmed. Su Yuan quickly shook his head. I prefer not to be in the limelight. Invites trouble. 10%. Gu proposed. What? Su Yuan multiplies, passive. I will grant you 10% of the profits if you help me manage this market, intelligence, promotion. I will handle everything else. It would be a conservative estimate to earn over 100,000 spirit stones. Even 10% would yield over 10,000 spirit stones. Su Yuan was taken aback. You are quite impressive. I am, in fact, a core disciple. Gu replied with a gentle smile. This is far too risky. Su Yuan shook his head. 20%. Gu raised 2 fingers. Su Yuan swallowed hard. Yet he shook his head and said, Senior Brother Gu, I am not that kind of person. 30%. Master Gu extended 3 fingers. Su Yuan cast a sharp gaze at Gu Qingzhu and hesitated. Is there truly no such rule in the sect's regulations? You may review the sect's regulations. Indeed, there is none. Even if the sect were to blame you in the end, the most they would do is confiscate your spirit stones. There would be no further punishment. Master Gu stated with certainty. Senior brother, do you really value me so much? This is our first meeting. Su Yuan multiplies. I feel an immediate connection with you. Master Gu affirmed, I have little interest in spirit stones. I merely find the idea of opening a betting pool quite intriguing. You seem to resonate with me. So tell me, are you willing? Su Yuan quickly recalled the sect's regulations, and to his surprise, there were indeed no stipulations regarding such betting pools. Not only was there no punishment, but there were also no clauses whatsoever. I need to think it over, Su Yuan said. Tomorrow, I will provide you with the most detailed information regarding the inter-sect competition, so you can assess my prowess. Then give me your answer. This opportunity is singular. Master Gu chuckled lightly. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Su Yuan nodded. He understood that his ability to secure a 30% profit was contingent upon him bearing the potential risks. However, risk and reward are invariably proportional, and this reward amounted to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Wealth is paramount in this realm. He mused. Worst-case scenario, he could make a hefty profit and then retreat into the trial's secret realm. Who could possibly pursue him there? To be honest, Su Yuan was tempted, but he still needed to conduct some inquiries. After they parted ways, Master Gu instructed Elder Jean Dan to prepare a dossier on the disciples participating in the inter-sect competition, while simultaneously fabricating an identity for a core disciple named Gu Qingzhu. Meanwhile, Su Yuan summoned Song Kai, requesting him to investigate whether betting pools had been established in previous years and to gather information on Gu Qingzhu. Naturally, Song Kai did not dare to delay and set off to investigate overnight. In the dead of night, he returned to report to Su Yuan, Senior Brother. No one has organized betting pools in recent years. It seems everyone subconsciously believes the sect prohibits such activities. However, the regulations do lack a clear prohibition on this matter. I also found some basic information about Gu Qingzhu. There is indeed a core disciple from Xuanzhua Peak by that name, with at least foundational cultivation. As for more specific details, I am unaware. Song Kai conveyed. Su Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he is a core disciple, he should be able to manage over 100,000 spirit stones. Others will be oblivious to my 30% gain. They will merely view me as a pawn sent by the core disciple. He felt that this venture had promise. Financial gain was secondary. His primary inclination was to assist others. While it was indeed a risk, Su Yuan harbored a small ulterior motive. He could potentially gain some notoriety, although he did not wish to court fame through peril. The danger within the sect was relatively minimal. This opportunity was quite favorable and certainly worth pursuing. Speaking of the system, he cast a glance at the system panel and was taken aback. Name, Sujuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, Rising Fame, 11261W. Realm, 4th layer of Qi Refinement, 99,100. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. You excel at balancing work and rest. The longer your rest period, the better your cultivation results. Current restoration, 41 days and 8 hours. Entry 2, Natural Law. You possess a profound understanding of nature, making it easier for you to grasp the principles of the universe. Entry 3, To be Chosen. How did my fame increase by over 100 points in just a day? Su Yuan pondered in confusion. The system notification had been silenced, certainly hindering progress. Perhaps it should be reactivated. After voicing his thoughts, Su Yuan waited a moment, but noticed no increase in fame. Shaking his head, he focused on entry 3. And 3 lines of text appeared before him. Divided attention. You are adept at multitasking, able to manage several tasks simultaneously. Unblocked meridians. All your meridians are unobstructed, enhancing your cultivation speed. Celestial alignment. You share a mysterious connection with the Big Dipper, granting numerous benefits. Su Yuan contemplated the second entry, dismissing it as the cultivation speed from balance of work and rest was already remarkably swift. Opting for this would be redundant. Next, he considered the first entry. While the ability to multitask was indeed advantageous and could enhance combat capabilities, most ordinary cultivators could manage only 1 or 2 artifacts, yet he could potentially wield 4 or 5, enabling him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously. He recalled from his studies that certain unique techniques already possessed such effects, exemplified by the exceptional methods of Divine Peak. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to expend a slot on this ability. The final entry appeared to delve into the esoteric, yet it coincided intriguingly with his existing mystical entry, Natural Law, suggesting a potential synergy. Consequently, Su Yuan resolved to select Celestial Alignment. With a mere thought, he chose this entry. Instantly, Celestial Alignment was activated. Su Yuan looked up to witness 7 stars suddenly illuminating the sky, their radiant beams traversing the cosmos and enveloping him. In a critical moment, Su Yuan decisively activated entry 1, balance of work and rest. The rest period was instantly reset. Chapter 30, Enlightenment of the 7 Stars. Upon activation of balance of work and rest, the previous 41 days and 9 hours of rest transformed into 4 days and 2 hours of cultivation time. Not wishing to squander this opportunity, Su Yuan opted for a second activation of entry 1. To his delight, his attempt was successful. The cultivation time of 4 days and 2 hours was further reduced to merely 5 hours. Yet, the enhancement of his cultivation state intensified. 7 pillars of starlight descended from the heavens. A map of the Big Dipper first appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. Following this, the 7 stars fell, their brilliance resonating deeply as the celestial light entered his body, forming 7-star apertures that connected heaven and earth. In Su Yuan's mind, distractions were cleared. His thoughts became swift, and his comprehension ascended rapidly. The principle of Tao follows nature was passively activated, and the Beidou 7 stars diagram naturally conformed to the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Su Yuan's insight into the star chart was further enhanced. The 3 great inheritances acquired from the trial's secret realm, thousand array formula, symbol connecting heaven and earth, and sword chant, along with mysterious true transformation technique, burning wood refining spirit technique, and the numerous cultivation texts related to the stars that he had perused during this time flowed through his mind in succession. Waves of enlightenment surged within him. Within his body, the 7 orifices flowed, and in the sea of consciousness, the 7 stars shone brightly. With the 7 stars stepped beneath his feet, the radiance of the 7 stars enveloping him, and the 7 stars diagram above his head, Su Yuan attained enlightenment. A series of realizations blossomed in his heart, prompting him to begin crafting his own spells. He utilized the 7 stars diagram as the foundational principle, the sword chant as the essence, the thousand array formula as the framework, the mysterious true energy as the flesh, and the symbol connecting heaven and earth to commune with the starry sky, thus creating a sword formation technique, 7 stars mysterious true sword classic. Next, utilizing the 7-star orifices within his body, he established a grand array for body refining, birthing the 7 stars mysterious true body refining technique, drawing upon the 7 stars diagram that emerged in his sea of consciousness. He connected with the celestial starlight to hone his spiritual awareness, giving rise to the 7 stars mysterious true spirit forging technique. Manifesting a robe woven from starlight upon his body, he created the spell 7 stars protective mysterious light. Guided by the starlight, he moved with grace, developing the 7 stars flowing light step. Gazing at the starry sky, he fused the methods of celestial derivation found in mysterious true transformation technique with those in symbol connecting heaven and earth, leading to the realization of a deduction technique. 7 stars derivation technique. He improved upon the burning wood refining spirit technique, incorporating a function to draw in starlight to enhance the mysterious true energy, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. Seizing the remaining moments, Su Yuan welcomed the starlight into his body. He refined his physical form, trained his spiritual awareness, and advanced his cultivation simultaneously. A vast amount of starlight surged into him, instantly dividing into 3 parts, apportioned among his physical body, sea of consciousness, and dantian. Within the dantian, a substantial reserve of mysterious true energy had already accumulated, and at this moment, it began to surge forth. In the early stages of qi refining, 3 orifices constituted 1 layer. In the mid-stages, 9 orifices formed 1 layer. In the late stages, 27 orifices made up 1 layer, totaling 9 layers. A small note: in ancient times, 9 orifices were considered 1 layer, with a total of 13 layers in qi refining. Typically, completing the 9 layers of qi refining was sufficient to attempt foundation establishment. The difficulty of opening each orifice increased nearly exponentially. Su Yuan opened the first 18 orifices, consuming over 10,000 strands of mysterious true energy. Now, his body had amassed over 30,000 strands of mysterious true energy, of which 10,000 strands were derived from the 3-colored spiritual power of Xiaokai's return. Another 10,000 strands were granted instantaneously by the 7 stars' radiance, and the remaining strands were generated through the operation of his techniques and spiritual orifices. This mysterious true energy was sufficient for him to open numerous orifices once more. Notably, at the moment the 7 stars entered his body, he successfully opened 7 orifices, a serendipitous benefit bestowed by the spell. The 7 stars' orifices were scattered throughout his body, not following the sequence of qi refining to establish spiritual orifices. However, this very fact allowed him to use these 7 orifices as supporting points to open the remaining spiritual orifices, significantly reducing the effort required. Su Yuan ceased his contemplations and commenced the activation of the 19th meridian. Indeed, following the elevation of the burning spirit refining technique, the consumption of energy significantly diminished. Merely utilizing 3,000 strands of profound true energy, Su Yuan successfully opened 8 meridians in succession, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement. In addition to 1 naturally open meridian, the assistance of the star meridian was immensely beneficial in this endeavor. Continuing his breakthroughs, the consumption for the 6th layer of qi refinement increased. The remaining 30,000 strands of profound true energy were entirely expended after opening 7 spiritual meridians, combined with the one that had opened naturally, leaving him just 1 meridian short of attaining the peak of the 6th layer. With a hint of obsession, Su Yuan promptly retrieved his remaining 2,400 low-grade spirit stones and began the absorption and refinement process. The starlight continuously transformed into profound true energy, preparing Su Yuan for the opening of the spiritual meridians. As dawn approached, he had diligently cultivated throughout the night, refining 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and extracting an impressive 10,000 strands of profound true energy. Such a rate of absorption was unparalleled among other practitioners. Typically, an ordinary disciple at the 6th layer of qi refinement would consider it remarkable to refine 10 low-grade spirit stones in a night, whereas Su Yuan's efficiency had increased 100-fold. With this newfound energy, Su Yuan opened the final meridian of the 6th layer of qi refinement, establishing a connection with the 8 spiritual meridians to form a cycle of 9 interlinked meridians. Thus, for distinct cycles of 9 interconnected meridians emerged within him, enhancing both the recovery rate and quality of the profound true energy. He retracted his aura, returning to an inconspicuous appearance. Stretching leisurely, he exited his chamber and immediately noticed the pool in the courtyard, where dozens of spiritual fish shimmered with glimmers of starlight, a truly enchanting sight. "Oh, you've managed to absorb my starlight and truly become spiritual fish," Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The fish, which had already shown signs of transforming, had successfully broken their shackles today, thanks to his fortunate celestial influence. Little Kai leapt from the water, tracing a trail of tricolored brilliance in the air, devoid of starlight, yet leaving behind a splendid display above the pool. After several jubilant bounds, Little Kai left 7 streaks of tricolored light on the water surface, quite a sight to behold. "Ah, it seems you've grasped a bit of insight as well." Su Yuan remarked, astonished. Emerging from the water, Little Kai gazed innocently at Su Yuan. blowing bubbles as a request for spirit stones. Su Yuan's lips twitched. All right, perhaps I was overthinking it. He produced 20 spirit stones to feed little Kai, lamenting. I'm beginning to find it hard to afford your sustenance. Naturally, the most pressing concern was the astonishing depletion of spirit stones during his cultivation. 1,000 stones could vanish in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, he resolved to pursue the matter of the bet. At the tavern, Su Yuan encountered senior brother Gu once more. The young man possessed a handsome visage, yet exuded an air of mature composure, leading Su Yuan to suspect he was already in his 30s. Master Gu slid a stack of papers across the table toward Su Yuan. Take a look. This is the information on the inner sect disciples, Master Gu stated calmly. He cast a peculiar glance at Su Yuan, sensing the aura of his current cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which left him quite astonished. His surprise did not stem from Su Yuan's level of mastery, as the 6th level of Qi refinement is slightly inferior to that of an exceptional spiritual root. Rather, it was the astonishing speed at which Su Yuan had broken through. This indicated that Su Yuan had managed to break through 18 spiritual meridians in a single night, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of spiritual energy and a profound familiarity with his techniques. Truly remarkable. Su Yuan perused the information in his hands. Entry 1. Wei 1. Inner disciple of Xianxia Peak, 9 years since initiation, possesses an exceptional single spiritual root, 6th level of Qi refinement, training in an Earth-grade supreme technique, Earth Pulse Movement. Has mastered 3 mid-tier mystical spells with comprehension levels of minor achievement, basic understanding, and basic understanding respectively. He has slain 67 fellow cultivators of the same realm and 889 beasts of the same realm, as well as 17 cultivators from higher realms and 378 beasts, including 1 half-step second-tier beast. Entry 2. Yang Mengting, inner disciple of Xianxia Peak, 8 years since initiation, possesses an exceptional triple spiritual root, 6th level of Qi refinement, trained in an Earth-grade supreme technique, has slain 53 fellow cultivators of the same realm. Entry 3. Sun Hong, inner disciple of Danju Peak, 7 years since initiation, possesses an exceptional dual spiritual root, 6th level of Qi refinement. As Su Yuan examined this dossier, he inhaled sharply. The detailed information astonished him. The individual named Wei Wen was nothing short of a killing machine. Over the course of 9 years since initiation, he had dispatched over 1,000 beasts. Discounting the time spent on cultivation, it seemed this person was either engaged in battle or on the way to battle. Turning to the other entries, he found that each individual was exceptionally talented. There were as many as 5 experts at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Flipping further back, he finally located Yi Bufon's information. Entry 33, Yi Bufon, inner disciple of Shu Ju Peak, 1 year and 4 months since initiation, possesses an exceptional dual spiritual root, 7th level of Qi refinement, trained in an Earth-grade supreme technique. Blazing Prairie has learned 2 low-tier mystical spells and 3 supreme yellow-tier spells, has slain 7 fellow cultivators of the same realm and 32 beasts, as well as 1 cultivator and 2 beasts from higher realms. Is that all? Su Yuan scoffed. Yi Bufon boasted of ranking among the top 3, yet he could not even break into top 10. He was still far too young. Stealing a glance at Brother Gu, who appeared calm and composed, Su Yuan silently acknowledged the depth of his character. The acquisition of such detailed information indicated that Brother Gu possessed extensive connections, with friendships spanning the various peaks, enabling him to obtain these insights. What do you think? Shall we collaborate? The sect leader, Gu, inquired calmly. I am willing to give it a try, but I hope you can dispatch personnel to assist me, Su Yuan replied. That is not an issue, Gu responded nonchalantly. Very well. Let us draft the initial plans and promotional material based on this dossier. Su Yuan quickly fell into a focused state, beginning to organize the content as outlined. Brother Gu observed Su Yuan's actions with increasing curiosity. The more he watched, the more his gaze shifted towards Su Yuan with a different intensity. Once this task was completed, immediate regulations would need to be established to prevent such incidents from occurring again. Gu contemplated inwardly. Chapter 31. The Betting Turmoil. The next day, in an elegant courtyard on Xianxia Peak, Wei Wen was savoring tea with an air of utter tranquility. The dense aura of murderous intent had permeated the pond, tinting the water a pale crimson, where a bloodthirsty red carp swam, absorbing the ominous energy. Senior brother, a female voice echoed through the courtyard. Wei Wen turned, and the gate swung open on its own, revealing a woman entering. What is it? Senior Brother Wei. It has come to my attention that someone within the peak has opened a betting platform for the upcoming internal competition. I find this rather suspicious and have come to report it to you. Oh, who initiated it? Wei Wen inquired, a frown creasing his brow. A disciple named Su Yuan. But I suspect he is merely a puppet, for many individuals within the peak have been mobilized, including several inner disciples. I have no recollection of Su Yuan. He seems to be quite obscure, the woman replied. Oh, how intriguing. What are the betting options? The woman glanced at Wei Wen and continued. There are numerous betting categories. The first is for the top rank, featuring 3 contestants, you, Yang Mengting, and Sun Hong. Your odds are 1 to 13, Yang Mengting S are 1 to 12, and Sun Hong S are 1 to 11. Additionally, one can propose their own disciple's name, with odds set at 1 to 2. Wei Wen narrowed his eyes. Interesting. My odds are higher than the other 2? Who is the fool behind this arrangement? If he dares to gamble, place a bet for me. Here, take 30,000 spirit stones and wager it all on my victory. The woman hesitated slightly. What is it? Wei Wen frowned. I have heard whispers that Sun Hong has entered a golden core cave, and his current strength is uncertain. A golden core cave? Wei Wen's expression shifted, and he fell into contemplation. I have indeed heard he entered a cave, but he claimed it was merely a foundation establishment cave. Could it truly be a golden core cave? What about Yang Mengting? Wei Wen pressed. I've heard she ventured into the Divine Wind Valley and acquired a low-grade spiritual wind of the Xianxia, which she has refined. She now possesses the strength of a half-step foundation establishment. How could you possibly have learned such information? Wei Wen questioned. I heard it from Senior Sister in the inner sect of the Divine Absolute Peak. This information was disclosed before the betting platform appeared. The woman answered. At this, Wei Wen fell into deep thought. Will you still place a bet? Yes. Why not? Let us wager half, Wei Wen decided. What other betting options are available? There are also bets for the top 10 and top 20. Additionally, there is a particularly unique bet. The woman paused. Which wagers on which peak will have the most individuals in the top 10? Those betting on our peak's victory can receive odds of 1 to 3, while those betting on another peak can only get 1 to 13. Wei Wen furrowed his brow. Is it really structured this way? Quite insidious. As an inner disciple of Xianxia Peak, he was also vying for the peak's top position. If he refrained from betting, it would be one thing, but once he did, he must support his own peak. However, he knew that aside from himself, there were not many capable individuals within Xianxia Peak. Never mind. Let us put that aside for now. Wei Wen shook his head. The woman nodded and took her leave. After a while, she arrived at the designated betting venue, a convergence point known as the 7 Peaks. What was once an empty space had now been transformed with the establishment of a platform, surrounded by numerous disciples, creating a bustling scene. Su Yuan presided over the center, overseeing the entire event. There were a total of 10 windows, each abuzz with discussions among disciples, though few had yet placed their bets. The woman, a subordinate of Wei Wen, approached the first window without hesitation and declared to the attendant, I bet 15,000 spirit stones on Wei when securing first place. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was taken aback and swiftly approached her with a smile. Esteemed sister, are you certain you wish to wager 15,000 spirit stones on Wei Wen's victory? Absolutely, she affirmed, nodding her head. She promptly handed over the substantial sum of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. This spectacle drew astonished reactions from many disciples. Who is she? Such a bold wager. She just placed a hefty bet on Brother Wei Wen for first place. Oh, I recognize her. She is a servant disciple of Brother Wei Wen. So, he is essentially betting on himself. That is quite amusing. As Su Yuan listened to the murmurs, his eyes brightened, and he announced, currently, the 10th betting window for Xianxia Peak has the highest stake, totaling 30,000 spirit stones, while Xianxia Peak has the lowest with merely 2,000 spirit stones. His words immediately cast a pall over many disciples from Xianxia Peak. Hey, junior brother, don't you have faith in our Xianxia Peak? Only 2,000 spirit stones in total is simply unacceptable. A voice rang out among the crowd. Honestly, our Xianxia Peak is losing face. I would rather lose my bet than see us fall behind the other peaks. I'm putting all 20 spirit stones I have on Xianxia Peak to finish in the top 10. One of the servant disciples, seemingly provoked, stepped forward and placed a bet of 100 spirit stones on Xianxia Peak. Su Yuan regarded this disciple with approval. The disciple nodded calmly in response and turned away, exuding an air of righteous determination. Well done, junior brother. Losing face is not an option. I shall bet as well. I'm in too. Sigh. Brother Wei, one has such wealth in spirit stones. Why doesn't he bet on Xianxia peak? One cannot blame Brother Wei one. He is more prudent. After all, whose spirit stones are not hard-earned. Still, that's not right. Sure, the esteemed sister might hear you. Let her hear, the woman, subordinate to Wei one, quipped, her lips twitching before she hurriedly departed, making her way back to the peak. Soon, she returned to report the matter to Wei one. Frowning initially, Wei Wen's expression softened as he said, I am aware of this situation. I shall go personally. He took to the skies on his sword and soon landed near the platform, where disciples from Xianxia peak quickly gathered around him. Brother Wei, Wei Wen nodded, a slight smile breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I am now aware of the betting situation, and I shall place my wager on Xianxia peak. Brother Wei is formidable. Brother Wei is impressive. He strode up to Su Yuan, surveying him briefly before tossing a storage bag into his hands. 20,000 spirit stones. Wagered on Xianxia peak. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly recorded the bet and issued a betting certificate to Wei Wen. He then proclaimed loudly, the total amount wagered on Xianxia peak has reached 30,000 spirit stones, ranking third, while Xianxia peak lags behind at a mere 9,000 spirit stones. A wave of commotion rippled through the disciples, and the news quickly reached Xianxia peak. Before long, Yang Mingting arrived on her sword. Her brows furrowed as she observed the betting board and the throng of gathered disciples. It was clear to her that retreating was no longer an option. She cast a deep glance at Su Yuan, then produced a storage bag and tossed it aside. I wager on Xianxia peak to win 3,000 spirit stones. Excellent. Su Yuan quickly counted the amount and announced, the total wager on Xianxia peak has now reached 40,000 spirit stones, currently in the lead, while Danju peak has a total of 12,000 spirit stones, ranking last in the betting. Surprised murmurs arose from the crowd. Danju peak last. But alchemists are among the wealthiest professions. Not necessarily. I've heard that while alchemists earn spirit stones quickly, they also spend them just as fast. Medicinal herbs, materials, and spiritual flames all require funds. Many alchemists are practically destitute. That can't be, as discussions surged. Some eager disciples from Danju peak could no longer sit idle and stepped forward to place their bets. The amount wagered by Danju peak surged upward swiftly. Su Yuan periodically announced the betting totals. Gradually, the expressions of the disciples turned peculiar as they regarded him. This fellow seems to thrive on chaos. Although they knew he was exaggerating, they felt compelled to place bets. This marked the first time such a grand wagering event transpired, impacting the reputation of each peak, the cohesion of its disciples, and their financial standing. Nobody wished to be at the bottom, lest they be ridiculed for ages to come. Wei Wen frowned at the unfolding scene, sensing something amiss. He glanced toward the various peaks, wondering why no enforcement teams or elders had intervened to halt Su Yuan's actions. Was the sect truly allowing this disciple to flout the rules? Rules? Wei Wen recalled the regulations carefully and was astonished to find no clause against such activities. Absence of prohibition equated to permission. Did this young man exploit a loophole? Yet, Wei Wen was certain that Su Yuan was not the mastermind behind this. One daring enough to engage in such antics would at least be a core disciple. Observing the escalating bets, Wei Wen quickly contacted seasoned intersect disciples. Though those with over 10 years of experience did not participate in the competition, it did not preclude them from placing bets. As the stakes continued to rise, Su Yuan's initial glee gradually morphed into anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, the cumulative total of wagers from each peak had astonishingly soared past 500,000. Altogether, this amounted to nearly 4 million spirit stones. This does not even account for the bets placed on several other platforms. The total number of spirit stones wagered on the first bet has exceeded 1 million. Su Yuan suddenly felt a tinge of anxiety. It seemed that this matter was spiraling out of control. What on earth has Brother Gu done to mobilize so many disciples to spread this gossip? It feels as if the entire sect is aware of it. When Su Yuan noticed a core disciple at the Foundation establishment stage approaching curiously and placing a bet of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the situation began to escalate dramatically. The arrival of a core disciple at the Foundation establishment level immediately prompted other core disciples from different peaks to come and place their bets. The total amount wagered swiftly surpassed 10 million. At this point, Su Yuan thought things had reached a climax. However, when a golden core elder appeared, the entire venue fell silent, as everyone feared that the elder would reprimand Su Yuan and the others. To his astonishment, the elder calmly placed a bet of 100 high-grade spirit stones on the absolute peak to win. The million spirit stone wager left Su Yuan utterly dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief as dozens of golden core elders descended, each one eager to place their bets, all appearing as if they were gambling addicts. Wei 1, Yuan Qing. Li Pingyan, come to my cave dwelling, called out a golden core elder from the Xianxia peak. The three inner sect disciples, all of whom were likely to rank in the top 10, were momentarily stunned upon hearing the elder's words, but then elated. Clearly, they were being taken away for special treatment. Other peaks soon followed suit. At that moment, Su Yuan felt utterly bewildered. The situation seemed to have slipped entirely out of his grasp. Yet, it appeared that no one paid any heed to him. The mere pawn seated at the center of the betting platform, he was treated like an instrument. Su Yuan's expression brightened with this development. He had flawlessly executed his previously devised plan, gaining fame without losing his anonymity, accruing valuable reputation, and amassing a substantial sum of spirit stones while remaining uninvolved. This was a splendid spiral of success. Chapter 32. Acquiring the Sword. The 9 stars aligned sword. Nightfall. The betting platform closed for business. In a secluded location, Su Yuan met with Brother Gu. Su Yuan appeared somewhat anxious, while Gu Qingzhu maintained a tranquil demeanor. Su Yuan swallowed hard and said, Brother Gu, I fear we cannot contain this situation. You must have connections with the Golden Core Elders. Perhaps we could share some of the profits to mitigate the risks? Gu Qingzhu remained unruffled, his composure as serene as a still lake, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why must you be so flustered, junior brother? It is merely a handful of spirit stones. Can others truly engage in murder and thievery within the sect? Despite his words, the sheer amount of spirit stones was indeed daunting. If anyone learns the exact figures, I won't dare step outside, not even in broad daylight. Su Yuan lamented with a bitter smile. Gu, the esteemed master, patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. It is just a minor affair indeed. As a master of the nascent soul stage, what kind of situation have I not encountered? He pays little attention to the matter of betting. Rather, he finds it amusing and decides to engage, eagerly anticipating the expression on Su Yuan's face upon discovering the truth. Surely, it would be quite a spectacle. By the way, how many spirit stones are there in total? Gu Zhongmin casually inquired. Quite a substantial amount. I believe it would be prudent to consult the Golden Core Elder, if possible. The nascent soul elder would be even better. Su Yuan's tone was laced with astonishment. Speak freely. Gu Zhongmin waved his hand. 1. 38 billion spirit stones. Su Yuan declared. Gu Zhongmin, originally composed, suddenly faltered, swaying momentarily before regaining his balance through profound cultivation, though his body still trembled slightly. His eyes widened, hands gripping Su Yuan's shoulders. His breath becoming slightly hurried. How much? What did you say? Su Yuan's face flushed crimson, feeling uncomfortable. Brother, please be gentler. Gu Zhongmin snapped back to reality, hastily releasing his grip, smoothing out the creases on Su Yuan's shoulder with a warm smile. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. How much did you say? Sucidi? Well, 38 billion spirit stones. Su Yuan iteratif. Although Gu Zhongmin regained his composure, he was still visibly shocked. How could there be so much? Su Yuan explained. A disciple suggested whether contribution points could be used in place of spirit stones for betting. I thought it was reasonable and agreed, not anticipating it would escalate to such an amount. Moreover, this is the first round of the grand competition and everyone wants to get involved. Hence, the considerable sum is not entirely exorbitant. Not exorbitant? Gu Zhongmin inhaled sharply, already contemplating how to allocate such a fortune. Importantly, this sum was earned by him, half for the sect and half for himself. How much do you expect to earn? Gu Zhongmin's tone was slightly anxious. Not much. Perhaps 1 or 2 billion at most, Su Yuan replied. This reduction in expectations caused Gu Zhongmin's expression to shift. How could it be so little? That amount is still significant. Su Yuan coughed lightly. Initially, we only aimed to earn a few million spirit stones, didn't we? Gu Zhongmin took a deep breath. The past is the past. The present is different. Since there is an opportunity to earn such a fortune, we should seize it to the fullest. Su Yuan sighed. Unfortunately, there are too many people involved now, and information has become transparent. Everyone has regained their rationality. Thus, the success rate of the bets is quite low. If it weren't for the competitive spirit among the peaks, we wouldn't have profited much at all. In fact, we could have incurred losses. We've been fortunate so far. Oh, which peak is most likely to achieve victory? Gu Zhongmin reflected on the data and stated, is it Ling Ju Peak? Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed, even though Ling Ju Peak does not have any in the top 5. They possess 3 among the top 10. Ling Ju Peak excels in spiritual power, both in quality and quantity, especially in arena battles, where many contests turn into protracted struggles, enhancing their chances of victory. Numerous disciples from other peaks have placed bets on Ling Ju Peak's triumph. Gu Zhongmin, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, his gaze unconsciously resting on Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt a sense of unease under the scrutiny. He cleared his throat and suggested, perhaps we should have Elder Jean Dan intervene. We cannot manage such a vast amount of spirit stones. Gu Zhongmin nodded with a smile. You make a valid point. I will arrange for someone to cover us. There may be a division of benefits, as long as you are aware. Rest assured, your share will not be diminished. At the very least, it will be 3 million. Su Yuan's expression softened. Even if it were merely 3 million, he would be exceedingly content. Suddenly, Gu Zhongmin remarked, during the competition, there are certain restrictions on talismans and elixirs, yet the limitations on magical artifacts are relatively few, as the ability to wield such artifacts is an extension of one's own capabilities. If I recall correctly, you do not possess any exceptional magical artifacts, do you? Su Yuan was taken aback. Are you implying, Senior Brother Gu, that I am participating in the competition? Gu Zhongmin looked at Su Yuan with a bemused expression. He had already checked, and Su Yuan was indeed registered. Was he attempting to deceive him? Gu Zhongmin continued, as a reward, I shall provide you with a magical artifact in advance, considering the effort you have exerted. Oh, really? Su Yuan exclaimed, in surprise. Indeed. What type of magical artifact do you require? Do you have a complete set of sword-type magical artifacts? Ideally, more than 7. Su Yuan multiplies. 7? Gu Zhongmin was momentarily stunned. It was already commendable for someone at the chi refinement stage to wield 2. Well, I just want some spares in case of damage. Su Yuan explained. All right, I will see what I can find. Gu Zhongmin's consciousness delved into his storage ring, searching diligently. Su Yuan scratched his head, sensing the extravagant air in Gu Zhongmin's words. Truly, he was a core disciple. Although he was a core seed himself, he had yet to perceive any distinction between his status and that of ordinary inner disciples. 300 years ago, I believe I collected a set of exquisite sword-type magical artifacts. Where could they be? Gu Zhongmin's consciousness swept through the vast storage ring, quickly locking onto a sword case. Gu Zhongmin's eyes brightened. Found it. With a wave of his hand, a massive sword case materialized before them. Su Yuan was taken aback. This sword case was as tall as a person and wide, resembling a sturdy door. He stood in a daze. Gu Zhongmin patted the sword case and chuckled. This is one of my prized possessions. What do you think? Su Yuan curiously examined the sword case, but discerned nothing and shook his head. I cannot perceive anything of note. Gu Zhongmin smiled lightly and waved his hand, opening the sword case. A rich aura of sword energy surged upward. The immense sword energy roared outward like a tempest. When it brushed against Gu Qingzhu, it felt like a gentle breeze, but when it reached Su Yuan, his body absorbed the outpouring sword energy effortlessly, leaving him feeling quite invigorated. Gu Qingzhu was taken aback. He had initially anticipated seeing Su Yuan's folly. Yet at this moment, he was genuinely astonished. This young man was decidedly unusual. Su Yuan lifted his gaze and beheld that within the sword case lay a total of 9 flying swords, radiating hues of various colors: blue, red, white, purple, yellow, black, gray, and blue. Each sword exudes a formidable aura, intertwining with fierce sword energy that seems to connect, resonating in harmony and vibrating the air, evoking a sense of awe. Master Gu introduced. These 9 flying swords are each exquisite magical artifacts, crafted by a master artisan in one breath. They share an extraordinarily close connection, forming a cohesive set with the sword box, significantly reducing the difficulty of manipulation. One could say they are the pinnacle of perfection, known as the 9-star convergence sword. Observing these weapons, Su Yuan harbored doubts about Gu Qingzhu's identity, suspecting that being a core disciple was insufficient. At the very least, he must be a true disciple or a golden core elder. This set of magical artifacts was simply too flawless. It is known that exquisite magical artifacts are arduous to forge, requiring meticulous precision, devoid of any flaws or imperfections to be created. Even a first-tier, exquisite magical artifact is a challenge to produce. Yet here, 9 of them emerge simultaneously, forming a complete set, the value of which is immeasurable, reaching a collectible level. There is something quite peculiar about this Senior Brother Gu. With great effort, Su Yuan lifted his head, swallowing hard. Senior Brother Gu, are you truly giving this to me? It's yours. If you don't take it, I will. Gu Qingzhu extended his hand. Su Yuan swiftly placed his hand on the sword box, subsequently enveloping it with his spiritual consciousness and stowing it away in his storage bag, which instantly became brimming. Su Yuan feltilatif. Master Gu also nodded with a smile. Very well. If this collaboration proceeds smoothly, I shall grant you a significant opportunity. Su Yuan, indifferent, replied. Having those spirit stones is sufficient. They will suffice for my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Opportunities are not something I pursue. Master Gu looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled expression, doubting his understanding of the 300,000 spirit stones needed for foundation establishment. That's enough for even the later stages. Clearing his throat, he added, all right, I must attend to my duties now. You should return and refine the magical artifacts. They are exquisite, and mastering them will take time. You might find them useful. Master Gu hinted. Indeed. Su Yuan nadif gachuedi. Eager to experience the effects of refining these exquisite magical artifacts. He had created the 7-star mysterious true sword cannon, but had yet to use it personally. The two parted ways, retreating to their respective quarters, while the spirit stones from the transactions remained temporarily sealed at the main Peaks Martial Arts Plaza. Back in his quarters, Su Yuan could hardly contain his excitement as he took out the sword box and began to play with the flying swords. Such fine swords, he exclaimed joyously, as he probed into the sword with his spiritual consciousness and unexpectedly sensed a faint trace of sentience. This revelation filled Su Yuan with surprise. This indicated a potential transformation into a spiritual weapon. He was astounded, for at the foundation establishment stage, one typically employs spiritual weapons, and the distinction between spiritual weapons and magical artifacts lies in their sentience. With sentience, a magical artifact possesses a soul, granting it autonomy, reducing the cultivator's consumption, lowering the difficulty of control, and enhancing the weapon's power. Within this flying sword, a hint of sentience was indeed nurtured. He hurriedly examined the other flying swords, and indeed, each possessed a trace of sentience. Upon further inspection of the sword box, he discovered the nurturing patterns within, which had a rather low efficiency for cultivation. To have cultivated these flying swords to exhibit even a hint of sentience, how long must it have taken? What manner of identity does Senior Brother Gu possess? Such a magical artifact, given away so casually, holds a foundational value of at least 100,000 spirit stones. The more Su Yuan observed, the more he was enamored. He immediately began to infuse his profound, true energy and spiritual awareness into the swords for refinement. As for the grand competition, it mattered not. He merely awaited the division of spoils. Chapter 33, Prelude to the Competition. On this day, the sky was clear and bright. The entire 7 absolute sect buzzed with excitement. Disciples hurried towards the main peak, their faces alight with animated discussions. Which peak did you bet on? Hee, the spirit absolute peak. Damn, a traitor. And you? I too chose the spirit absolute peak. Birds of feather. Who do you think will win the championship? I placed my bet on Senior Brother Wei 1. I bet on Sun Hong. I've heard he has nearly perfected his 9th layer. Disciples from the lowest ranks to the Golden Core realms were all abuzz. In previous inter-sect competitions, there had never been such fervor. But this time it was different. It pertained to everyone's purse. How could they not be concerned? At daybreak, the Law Performance Square on the main peak was already thronged with figures, all gathered around the arena. Some inter-sect disciples participating in the competition wore tense expressions, their anxiety palpable. Though they seemed detached from the race for the top 10, it was quite the contrary. Should they encounter any of the top 10 disciples, even if they could merely deplete their stamina, spiritual energy, or awareness, or reveal some hidden cards, it would still impact their chances of victory. This compelled all participating inter-sect disciples to remain on edge, fearful of being chastised. Many regretted their decision to enroll, but the betting came too late. They had long since signed up and could only give it their all. At the Xian absolute peak, Su Yuan stretched leisurely, sipping tea while feeding the little fish. A total of 49 swimming fish had stabilized at the level of low-grade spirit fish during this time. The benefit of their advancement was the ease of feeding. Each fish required only a fragment of spirit stone. As he tossed the pieces, the fish leapt from the water, their large eyes eagerly fixed on him. Each fragment sent them soaring through the air, glimmering like starlight, a truly beautiful sight. Particularly lively was the little colorful fish, which brought much joy to Su Yuan's heart. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking echoed. Senior brother, came the anxious calls from outside. With a casual wave of his sleeve, Su Yuan channeled his spiritual power to open the door. Song Kai rushed in without delay. As he beheld Su Yuan calmly seated at the table, sipping tea with an air of leisure, his previously agitated heart began to find some semblance of tranquility. What is it? Su Yuan Guayuth. The grand competition is about to commence. Aren't you going yet, senior brother? Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo have already secured a spot for you, Song Kai asked. Of course I will go. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. He still wished to keep abreast of the competition's outcome, eagerly anticipating the amount of spirit stones he might acquire. I'll feed the fish and then leave. Please wait a moment, Su Yuan said. All right, senior brother. Song Kai curiously glanced towards the pond. Xiao Kai, noticing his gaze, playfully spat out some pond water towards him. Song Kai attempted to evade it, but the tricolored water came too swiftly, and he found himself drenched. Xiao Kai joyfully leapt about, exuding a sense of triumph. Song Kai could only chuckle wryly as he wiped his face, feeling even more inept than a mere fish. Xiao Kai, stop it, Su Yuan admonished with a smile. Having discerned that the water contained a hint of tricolored spiritual energy, which would benefit Song Kai. Xiao Kai was just playing with you, he said cheerfully. At that moment, Song Kai also noticed the peculiarity of the water on him. A faint spiritual energy had merged with his body, rendering his own spiritual energy somewhat purer. He quickly absorbed the energy enveloping him, and his gaze towards Xiao Kai shifted. Is even a fish by senior brother's side so extraordinary? Su Yuan fed Xiao Kai a few more spirit stones until it was satiated. Now let us depart, he declared. Oh yes, Song Kai nodded, emerging from the courtyard. Su Yuan summoned a low-grade flying sword, standing atop it as he gracefully ascended into the air, leisurely making his way towards the main peak. The art of sword flight was quite simple. Having perused in the library, he grasped it with a mere glance. It was straightforward and easy to comprehend. However, this was merely the foundational technique, devoid of any complexity. Song Kai followed suit, ascending on his own sword, trailing behind Su Yuan. From afar, Su Yuan observed the bustling scene atop the main peak, where numerous disciples had gathered, creating a grand spectacle. From his elevated vantage point, he quickly spotted Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei waving at them. Confirming their position, he descended outside the martial arts square. Song Kai forged ahead, and it took Su Yuan a while to maneuver through the crowd to join Zhang Wei and the others, who were situated atop a small hill with an excellent view. So many people! Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Wei, brimming with excitement, declared, "This is the first time I've seen so many disciples gathered in one place. I aspire to stand on the arena one day, basking in everyone's admiration. Alas, there is no opportunity this time." Clearly disappointed, he turned to Su Yuan and asked, "What about you, Su Laoda? Do you think you can make it into the top 10? I'll place my bet on you to enter the top 10. Zhou Wuyo added, "I wager that senior brother will secure a place in the top 3. Su Yuan was taken aback, looking at the two of them. "Why are you betting on me? I'm not even participating in the competition." Both Zhang Wei and Zhou Wuyo were momentarily stunned before turning to look at Song Kai. Song Caishen's expression stiffened as he anxiously glanced at Su Yuan. Noticing that Su Yuan was still observing elsewhere, he awkwardly turned his gaze towards Zhou Wuyo and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei communicated through thought. "Song Kai, what is going on?" Song Kai scratched his head and replied telepathically, "I seem to have misunderstood my senior brother's intentions." Zhou Wuyo inquired, "Have you placed any bets?" "I wagered that my senior brother would win the championship. Ultimately, it matters little whether I win or lose. What counts is maintaining a good attitude," Song Kai declared. Zhou Wuyo gave a thumbs up. "You're impressive." Su Yuan, sensing something amiss, turned to the trio and asked, "What are you discussing through thought? Are you hiding something from me?" Song Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the venue, silencing the crowd. Everyone looked up, and in the next moment, 7 beams of light soared from various peaks, converging in midair above the sect, forming a magnificent rainbow bridge that swiftly connected to the main peak. Upon this grand rainbow bridge, the peak masters and golden core elders had already assembled, their immense presence causing the disciples to breathe heavily with awe. The spectacle was so grand that it left those who had witnessed previous competitions utterly astonished. Is it truly this extravagant? The radiant rainbow light extended toward the martial arts square, enveloping everyone in its brilliance, as beams of light cascaded from the rainbow bridge onto the 7 viewing platforms. Golden core elders and true disciples descended, filling the previously empty stands in an instant. The 7 peak masters took their seats at the forefront of their respective platforms, surrounded by various auspicious phenomena, such as blooming lotus flowers and drifting colorful clouds, exuding an air of undeniable majesty. Once the rainbow light dissipated, everyone regained their composure. Su Yuan internally scoffed. I must admit, this sect undeniably has traditions. Even the entrance is so ostentatious. Alas, it makes me want to devise a few entrance styles myself. If I ascend to a higher realm in the future, but lack a distinctive entrance, I might be ridiculed. At that moment, Su Yuan felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He turned to see Wang Siming, the master of Xianxia Peak, regarding him with a look of incredulity. A hint of evident confusion etched on his face. A thought transmission materialized in Su Yuan's mind. I previously heard that you were making a name for yourself, and I thought it was just a coincidence. I never expected it to truly be you. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Wang Siming spoke. Su Yuan was taken aback and whispered, What? I'm not dead. When did I die? How am I unaware of this? All right, after the competition ends, I'll take you for the Xianxia baptism. You've delayed for a year, and still Haven T made it onto the core roster of Xianxia Peak. Wang Siming replied telepathically. Although puzzled, Su Yuan nodded. I understand. Wang Siming was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Su Yuan's return. Fortunately, it was not too late. This lad had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement, and with a low-grade spiritual root achieving such progress, his potential was extraordinary. He must not be snatched away by other peaks. Su Yuan remained oblivious to Wang Siming's intentions, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the grand competition. Pleased at the prospect of witnessing the prowess of his senior brothers and sisters. Suddenly, the leaders of the 7 peaks rose simultaneously, addressing the heights with a resounding proclamation. We pay homage to the sect master. Upon hearing this, the multitude of disciples promptly rose to their feet, bowing in unison toward that direction. The entire martial arts plaza, home to over 100,000 disciples, echoed with a thunderous chorus. We pay homage to the sect master. The grandeur of their voices reverberated across the heavens, embodying the pomp deserving of the sect master's entrance. Su Yuan lowered his head, joining the fervent shout, before curiously lifting it once more. Before him, a young man strode forth from the skies, each step accompanied by the blossoming of golden flowers, a truly dazzling spectacle. Yet, Su Yuan paid little heed to the visual effects. He was utterly taken aback by the young man's appearance. This left Su Yuan momentarily speechless. The young man seemed to sense Su Yuan's gaze, casting a glance in his direction. Their eyes met briefly in the air, only to part almost instantly. Su Yuan felt as though he had glimpsed a smile, tinged with ambiguity, upon the sect master's face. Goodness, goodness, goodness! Su Yuan exclaimed inwardly, realizing that his senior brother was, in fact, the esteemed sect master of the 7 absolute sect. This was the individual wielding the greatest power beneath the grand elders. The one who commanded the entire sect. What was he playing at, engaging with me in this manner? Oh heavens! The intricacies of sect politics are far too deep. I must retreat to the secret realm. However, after a few moments of internal exclamation, Su Yuan found himself filled with delight. Steady now, steady. The stakes have been solidified. It turns out the sect master himself is orchestrating this. No wonder he is unafraid of reprimands from the higher echelons. I am destined to win effortlessly. The sect master is the MVP, and I am merely the fortunate bystander. With a glance around the gathering, the sect master proclaimed, I hereby announce the official commencement of this sect's grand competition. Elder you shall preside over the proceedings. Let us begin with the miscellaneous disciples competition, followed by the outer sect contest. Yes, replied an elderly man, his hair white, yet his visage youthful. He ascended into the air, commencing his role as the host of the competition. Su Yuan watched with keen interest as the contests unfolded. The miscellaneous disciples and outer sect competitions were vibrant affairs. Yet, the participants were eager, rushing through their battles, resulting in the swift conclusion of both competitions. Remarkably, within merely 2 hours, both contests had concluded, marking the swiftest competitions in history. Typically, these 2 events would consume an entire day. Now, I announce the commencement of the inter-sect competition, 10 matches at a time. Those whose names are called please proceed to the stage. Zhou Honghua, Li Zipping, Yuan Dao, each name was called in succession. Su Yuan remained unfazed until, finally, his name was announced. Su Yuan. All disciples are requested to proceed to their respective platforms for the competition. Su Yuan's countenance faltered, doubting his own hearing. Yet the elder reiterated, confirming he had not misheard. He swiftly turned, casting a terrifying glare at Song Kai. Song Kai, feeling awkward, replied, "Well, senior brother, I signed you up. You should hurry to the stage. The elder is waiting impatiently." Chapter 34, The First Battle. Su Yuan, lacking combat experience. Ding, fame value 1, 323. In the brief moments before stepping onto the arena, the incessant notification sounds echoed in Su Yuan's ears, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Resigned, he silenced the system alerts. A glance at the system panel revealed, name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, Rising Star, 39, 261, 000. Realm, 6th layer of Chi Refinement, 99, 100. Entry 1, Balance of Work and Rest. Current rest time, 55 days. Entry 2, Natural Law. Entry 3, Auspicious Stars. During this period, due to the betting activities, his fame had surged by 2,500, and merely by calling his name, he had gained an additional 323 points of fame. To be frank, such a substantial amount of fame was enticing, yet it was also ostentatious. This was different from the betting. After its initiation, he could retreat for a while, and most would forget him. However, if he revealed formidable strength, even in hiding, he would remain in people's thoughts, and the two situations were fundamentally disparate. The cultivation world held utmost regard for cultivation and strength. Given this, he resolved to feign weakness. A loss would suffice. It was not a significant matter. Lost in thought, he arrived at the edge of the arena. On the opposite side, a young woman gracefully descended to the stage like a sparrow landing. Sister Xiao has won decisively. A chorus of excitement erupted from the crowd. It's Sister Xiao. Victory is assured. Sister Xiao's Qingfeng Ju technique has reached a level of mastery, rivaling the power of an 8th layer Qi refinement expert. Amidst the crowd, voices of surprise and exhilaration filled the air. ISNT, that the junior who initiated the betting? Why is he also competing? This feels rather odd, doesn't it? I sensed his aura, and he is merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. How can he dare to compete? Such confidence. With a calm demeanor, Su Yuan ascended the arena steps. As he stepped onto the platform, the outside sounds faded away. I am Li Xiao from the Shujua Peak. I look forward to your guidance. A melodic voice rang out from across the arena. Beside the stage, a late-stage Foundation establishment steward gestured for Su Yuan to bow. Su Yuan promptly returned the gesture, declaring, I am Su Yuan from the Xuanjua Peak. I look forward to your guidance. The two stood 30 meters apart, awaiting the steward's command. Among the spectators, several disciples from the same cohort as Su Yuan were astonished to see him compete. Lu Yuan was among them. Recognizing Su Yuan vividly. How dare he step on a stage? The lowest level in the intersect competition is the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Su Yuan's participation seems futile. She could not help but comment. Yi Bufan stood beside Lu Yuan, yet his expression bore no trace of the usual disdain. Instead, it was marked by gravity. He is quite formidable. Lu Yuan was taken aback, gazing at Yi Bufan, as if witnessing a rare display of seriousness on his face. She turned her attention back to Su Yuan, her eyes filled with intrigue. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Liu Muvan inquired. Yi Bufan narrowed his eyes and declared, it must be Su Yuan, and undoubtedly, he will triumph with overwhelming dominance. Is that truly possible? Lu Muwan's expression reflected her skepticism. Everything occurring outside the arena bore no relevance to Su Yuan. The steward announced, the contest commences, strike to the point. Li Xiao, with her petite frame, swiftly retreated, surrounded by a shimmering azure radiance, her speed dramatically increasing. She then conjured a blue feather fan, directing it towards Su Yuan. In an instant, a flurry of azure wind blades surged towards him. Su Yuan is Gaze Sharpant. His opponent had ingeniously fused a single target offensive spell with a magical artifact, transforming it into a barrage-type spell. Each spell carried the formidable strength of a high-grade yellow tier attack, and should 3 of those azure blades strike him simultaneously, it would unleash the devastating force of a peak yellow tier assault. Such a potent spell made Su Yuan feel that feigning defeat was entirely plausible. However, he was equally averse to pain, and thus could not afford to be struck by too many blades. The 7-star flowing steps. Su Yuan employed his self-developed footwork, and around him, 7 starlight points shimmered. With a single stride, he moved rapidly between the 7 luminous points, each movement altering their positions, rendering his steps extraordinarily elusive and mysterious. This was the essence of the 7-star flowing steps, utilizing starlight as a guide, shifting through space. At that moment, the azure wind blades approached him from all directions. Instinctively, Su Yuan evaded, his form transforming into starlight, as if 7 shimmering phantoms vanished from their original spot, only to coalesce at a different location, effortlessly slipping through the onslaught of wind blades. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He glanced back to find the wind blades had collided with the arena's protective array, dissipating into nothingness. He then turned to see Li Xiaoxiao, her expression grave, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly this easy? Reflecting upon the encounter, Su Yuan realized his lack of combat experience rendered him too rigid in his control of spells, making it difficult to manage the potency of his own magic. He steeled himself. It appeared that feigning defeat would not be as simple as he had presumed. He needed to hone his skills, aiming merely to collide with a single wind blade. This junior strength is formidable. I must give it my all. Li Xiaoxiao musa internali. With a second flourish of her fan, the azure wind blade spun at the fan's tip before sweeping towards Su Yuan in a manner reminiscent of a tempest. Su Yuan's expression turned serious as he focused intently on the 15 overlapping wind blades. His spiritual awareness seemingly discerned their subsequent trajectories, and seizing the moment, he lunged toward the predicted path of one of the blades. Li Xiaoxiao smirked. I anticipated your evasion. Watch as I alter the trajectory. With her spiritual awareness, she manipulated the wind blades, deftly altering their paths, a testament to her exquisite control over magic. The azure wind blades instantaneously shifted course, their transformations rapid, agile, and intricate, leaving one in awe and unprepared for the onslaught. As Su Yuan paused at a certain location, the anticipated assault did not manifest. A dozen blades of wind, akin to the strokes of a masterful artist, traced his form with precision. Standing still, he turned his head once more to observe the wind blades that had once again collided with the arena's barrier, casting a puzzled glance toward Li Xiaoxiao. What was going on here? Li Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, realizing that her opponent had anticipated her every move. His combat experience was extraordinary, particularly the way he had glanced back, a gesture rife with provocation, yet devoid of any theatricality, executed with utmost naturalness. This incited Li Xiaoxiao to clench her silver teeth in frustration. The audience below was equally astonished. What was initially thought to be a lopsided contest revealed Su Yuan's agile form, which had allowed him to gain the upper hand. Junior brother, your footwork is impressive. But behold my next move. Li Xiaoxiao proclaimat. With a flick of her wrist, the feather fan in her hand transformed into a shimmering azure feather sword. The blade gleamed as it darted towards Su Yuan in an instant. A change swept over Su Yuan's countenance. The potency of the attack was beyond his expectations, and he sensed that being struck would be quite painful. Hesitating for a moment, he resolved to evade rather than confront the assault head-on. The azure sword rushed closer. Underfoot, starlight twinkled as the two figures, Su Yuan and the sword, briefly intersected without a trace of contact. Li Xiaoxiao altered her hand seal, causing the azure sword to abruptly change its trajectory, once again targeting Su Yuan. As it neared him, an astonishing transformation occurred. Several azure phantoms flickered at the sword's tip, effectively sealing off Su Yuan's escape routes. With a decisive step, Su Yuan gathered 7 beams of starlight in midair. In a single bound, he leapt skyward, executing a series of 7 steps in the air, swiftly altering his position. Not only did he evade the razor-sharp assault of the azure sword, but he also rapidly closed the distance between himself and Li Xiaoxiao. The starlight lingered in the air like a dream, dazzling in its magnificence. Su Yuan's form resembled a soaring eagle, exuding both majesty and grace. What splendid footwork! Exclaimed Wang, siming from the sidelines. Truly remarkable. Many disciples were taken aback by Su Yuan, reassessing their views. With such agility, his participation in the battle could hardly be deemed a disgrace. High atop Xianxia Peak, Wang Siming's eyes sparkled with interest. This young man possesses exceptional footwork. Where did he learn such finesse? With his skill alone, he could be promoted to a core disciple. The nearby golden elixir elder expressed approval, clearly possessing discerning eyes. Su Yuan's movements were astoundingly swift, as he effortlessly soared above Li Xiaoxiao. Glancing down, he met her astonished gaze. Xianxia, having prepared her defenses, awaited his attack, aware that her magical artifact lay at a distance, and that she was currently in a state of defensive vulnerability. Yuan glided over her head, landing lightly before casting forth a low-grade flying sword toward her. Its languid speed paled in comparison to the swiftness of Xiaoxiao's azure sword. Being at least 10 times slower, Xiaoxiao attempted to evade, yet to her astonishment, the leisurely flying sword seemed to anticipate her every move, arriving at her evasion point before she could react, striking against her magical robe. Just as Xiaoxiao began to accept the reality of her defeat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Remarkably, due to the impressive defense of her robe, the power of the low-grade magical artifact was insufficient to breach its protection. Instead, the flying sword was repelled and returned to Yuan's grasp. At this moment, the azure sword rejoined Xiaoxiao's side, significantly bolstering her defenses. Nevertheless, she continued to regard Yuan with a complex expression. "Are you attempting to humiliate me?" Xiaoxiao gritted heartit. "Senior sister, please do not misunderstand. It seems quite reasonable that I possess only one low-grade magical artifact after just 1 year of training," Yuan replied. "Li Xiaoxiao's gaza sharpanat. You've only been training for a year?" Yuan shrugged. "Is there something amiss?" There were indeed numerous discrepancies. She had been training for 7 years. Yuan continued. "Senior sister, let's carry on, but please refrain from using the flying sword. Its power is too great. The previous azure blade sufficed. I cannot dodge every time." Li Xiaoxiao snorted, her feather fan flickering as another 10 wind blades surged forth. This time, Yuan was more experienced, seizing the opportunity to collide his body against one of the azure blades. Of course, he could not withstand the impact with his flesh alone, which would be painful. Instead, he harnessed a bit of profound energy to form a thin protective shield around himself, aligning his arm with the azure blade to prevent any mishaps. Moreover, he had intentionally positioned himself at the edge of the formation, ensuring that should he be struck by the wind blade, he would perfectly land outside the array, allowing him to withdraw from the contest seamlessly. The execution was impeccable. Ding! Contact achieved. Yuan's focus sharpened, yet the anticipated forceful impact did not materialize. The azure wind blade collided with a profound energy shield, shattering against it as if it had struck a stone wall, disintegrating into azure fragments that subsequently transformed into azure specks of light, failing to breach the shield he had casually erected. Yuan widened his eyes, glancing at the azure blade and then at Li Xiaoxiao, his expression brimming with evident astonishment, stimulated by Yuan's seemingly natural look of bewilderment. Li Xiaoxiao indignantly turned and leapt off the stage. "I concede. I shall not grant you the opportunity to humiliate me." With that sharp retort, she tossed her head and departed. Yuan was taken aback. "Senior sister, don't leave. I was merely careless before. I have gained experience now." However, Li Xiaoxiao had already vanished into the crowd. The Foundation establishment elder announced loudly, "On Xuanju Peak, Yuan is the victor." Afterward, he transmitted a message to Yuan. "Young man, you have some skills, but do refrain from teasing others next time. This is a competition. Defeating your opponent with full effort is also a form of respect." Yuan sighed, reflecting, "I never anticipated she would be so weak." Chapter 35. The Strength of Yuan. In disbelief, he realized that he had actually defeated senior sister Xiao. The prowess of this senior brother was remarkable. His footwork was exquisite, and his defense was astonishing. Many cultivators participating in the inter-sect competition turned their attention, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. This left Yuan feeling somewhat speechless. A glance at the system panel revealed a surge in his fame value, increasing by approximately 600 points. "Senior Su, you are truly extraordinary," exclaimed Zhou Wuyo, brimming with excitement. "Incredible. Absolutely incredible," Zhang Wei echoed, equally exhilarated. Yuan shot a glare at the two. Enough with the shouting. He then turned his gaze to Song Kai, who was lurking in the corner. "When did I ask you to sign up?" Song Kai replied, "Wasn't it when you were giving us guidance last time? Asked if you wanted to participate, and you told me to register." "Indeed, I instructed you to register. But that was not an invitation for you to sign me up." Sujuandi Tortith. "But I am merely a servant disciple. I don't have the qualifications to compete in the inter-sect contest. So, I assumed you wanted me to help you register," Song Kai explained, shaking his head. Yuan regarded Song Kai with skepticism. "In the future, pay attention. I prefer to act discreetly, shunning the limelight." Zhang Wei, puzzled, asked if you despise fame. "Why engage in betting? Su Yuan replied, exasperated. I need to earn spirit stones. Is that not a valid reason? At this moment, Zhou Wuyo interjected. But one can also earn spirit stones in the competition, right? Su Yuan posed, intrigue. How much can one earn? Zhou Wuyo explained. The champion receives 50 superior spirit stones, equivalent to 500,000 inferior spirit stones, along with a spirit tool valued at 300,000 spirit stones. The choice of 3 profound tier spells, and a nomination qualification for the inner sect's eldest senior brother. 500,000 spirit stones? A spirit tool? Su Yuan felt a fleeting temptation, but ultimately dismissed it. He could earn 3 million spirit stones through the competition without revealing his hidden cards. Thus, he reaffirmed his resolve to concede in the next round. It was still not too late. On the main peak's high platform, Master Gu secretly overheard Su Yuan's conversation with the others and thought, this young man seems disinclined to win. That won't he do. He has cultivated the profound, true transformation technique, granting him tenfold strength in the same realm, coupled with a superior magic weapon and exquisite footwork. He still has a chance to place in the top 10. The spirit stones would be. As Su Yuan awaited the next match, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Little Su, it's your brother Gu. Startled, Su Yuan looked up to meet the gaze of Gu Qingzhu, who wore a broad smile. He immediately cupped his hands in respect. Why not aim for the top 10? Are you afraid of attracting attention? Master Gu transmitted. The tall tree invites the wind. This principle holds true, but without enduring storms, how can one witness the rainbow? Su Yuan spread his hands, channeling his spiritual energy to manifest droplets of mist, creating a rainbow that shimmered in his grasp. As Gu Zhangman's eyelids twitched, he transmitted a message. Should you manage to secure a place in the top 10, I shall personally advocate for your admission as a core disciple of the main peak. You may reside with me, and should anyone dare to trouble you, they will have to contend with my support. Unleash your talents without hesitation. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to infiltrate and attempt to harm you, I would be able to intervene. What is there to fear? Gu Zhangman's words exuded an air of authority and unwavering confidence, stirring emotions within Su Yuan. This proposition plunged Su Yuan into a state of inner conflict. Moreover, if you attain a position in the top 10, the portion of spirit stones allocated to you could increase tenfold, from 300,000 to 3 million, or perhaps even more. Consider this carefully. Gu Zhangmin continued. Once you gain notoriety, you can retreat into seclusion and avoid public appearances. I will accumulate your external tasks, ensuring you remain within the sect. Gu Zhangmin discerned Su Yuan's psyche and character. He was cautious yet avaricious. He yearned for fame, but was ambivalent about it, a curious contradiction. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was indeed tempted. He cherished caution, but understood that resources could not be acquired through mere timidity. This time, a significant endeavor could secure him ample resources for years of cultivation to come. Thus, his current display of audacity was a prelude to future discretion. The crux of the matter was the relative safety within the sect. With the sect leader as his backing, there was no need to fear the repercussions of his boldness, which would diminish over time. Ahem, this was your assurance. I shall rely on your protection henceforth. Su Juan whispered, as he lacked the ability to communicate over such a distance. Not a problem. You are to my liking, once you ascend to the golden core stage. Come to be my true disciple. Gu Zhangmin chuckled heartily. Su Yuan smirked, realizing this was nothing more than an empty promise. Golden core? That was still far off. The two conspired from a distance, while several onlookers regarded Su Yuan with puzzled expressions. Turning to them, Su Yuan smiled and inquired, I heard you wagered on my entry into the top 10, the top 3, and even the first place? How much did you stake? Zhou Wuyo replied, 300 spirit stones for the top 10. The odds are 2 to 1. Zhang Wei chimed in, I bet 80% of my assets, totaling 800 spirit stones. For the top 3, the odds are 2.5 to 1. Su Yuan turned his gaze to Song Kai, who gulped and said, I didn't wager much. Just 3,000 spirit stones, all on your victory. The odds are 3 to 1. Su Yuan was taken aback. You possess such wealth? My family hails from a lineage of merchants. We have a bit of money, Song Kai replied awkwardly. Su Yuan regarded him thoughtfully before addressing the others. Prepare to collect your winnings. The three were momentarily stunned, their expressions revealing astonishment at Su Yuan's sudden shift in demeanor. At that moment, Su Yuan began to observe the arena battles with utmost seriousness, mentally cataloging each combat sequence that unfolded before him. He witnessed familiar figures stepping onto the stage, Yi Bufan faced an opponent with 5 years of training and emerged victorious after a flurry of exchanges. Lu Muwan also took to the stage. Despite her exceptional spiritual root, her short training period led to her defeat, concluding her journey in the first round with a sense of regret. As Lu Muwan descended from the stage, she instinctively glanced in Su Yuan's direction. Su Yuan acknowledged her with a nod, a simple gesture of greeting. Lu Muwan pressed her lips together lightly and returned the nod before blending into the crowd as an observer. This year was not the time for her to showcase her talents, but rather to participate. Su Yuan, too, noted that the top 10 competitors had already taken the stage, each displaying formidable prowess, dispatching their opponents in mere moves, showcasing a level of skill that was nothing short of exceptional. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Su Yuan. It seemed that competing against the top 10 would not be a trivial endeavor after all. A total of 280 participants entered the first round of the competition, and 140 were eliminated almost immediately. The second round commenced swiftly, with Su Yuan and Huang both stepping onto the stage. "Go, senior brother," Zhou Wuyo called out enthusiastically. "You can do it, Su Yuan." Su Yuan nodded lightly, his steps measured and relaxed as he ascended the platform. A gasp rippled through the crowd. "Look, it's brother Huang from Ling Ju Peak. He is a popular contender for the top 20. I've wagered 50 spirit stones on him, making it into the top 20, exclaimed a spectator. That person who toyed with Sister Xiao is doomed now. He dared to humiliate my sister. This is his reckoning. A small disciple with a bun hairstyle remarked gleefully beside Li Xiao. Li Xiao clenched her fists, her voice cold as she retorted, "A loss is a loss. Next time, I will personally defeat him." The bun-haired disciple, attempting to comfort her, replied, "Sister, perhaps you should reconsider. He is a few years younger than you. You might be surpassed by him. Whose side are you on?" Li Xiao snapped, giving her companion a light smack. "Ouch, I know I was wrong." Opposite Su Yuan stood a robust figure. Huang Bo. Su Yuan cast a skeptical glance at the high platform, wondering if there were any underhanded tactics at play. How could he face such a formidable opponent so early in the second round? Master Gu, frowning, assured himself that there was no foul play. Luck was simply unpredictable. On the high platform of Xianfeng Peak, Wang Siming smiled. What a pity. Though Su Yuan's strength is commendable, facing Huang Bo this early will likely lead to his elimination. This may be for the best, sparing him from lingering attention. The majority of the observing disciples tacitly accepted Su Yuan's impending defeat, diverting their focus to other evenly matched duels that promised more captivating spectacles. Huang Bo assessed Su Yuan before stating, "Your footwork is impressive, but it must expend considerable energy. No, if I manage to strike you even once, you shall lose. The longer this drags on, victory is assured for me. You might as well concede. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Su Yuan regarded him with calm confidence. All the information about Huang Bo was firmly lodged in his mind. Originally at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Huang Bo had astonishingly reached the 8th level, specializing in physical cultivation. His physique was formidable enough to contend with beasts, and his mastery of the iron hammer was exquisite. A single blow could claim half the life of a beast. The Foundation establishment steward calmly regarded the two individuals, confirming their readiness before declaring, "The match begins." In the next moment, Huang Bo advanced with a graceful stride, steadily closing the distance to Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression sharpened, and he conjured a low-grade magical weapon in his hand. Below the stage, Li Xiao scoffed, seeking death. This time, however, Su Yuan was different. Rich and profound energy enveloped the sword, causing it to shimmer with a tricolored brilliance. "Go," Su Yuan whispered, and the tricolored sword light surged toward Huang Bo, its speed rivaling that of Li Xiao's previous azure sword. Huang Bo furrowed his brows and countered by drawing a massive hammer, striking fiercely at the tricolored flying sword. The material of that low-grade magical weapon could hardly withstand his blow. With a piercing sound, the flying sword sliced through the air, emitting a shriek. The tricolored sword traced an elegant arc, abruptly accelerating past Huang Bo's defenses, hurtling towards his face. Huang Bo's expression shifted. He swiftly conjured a layer of earthen yellow shield before him for protection. The sword's resonance echoed. A shrill cry of the flying sword surged into Huang Bo's consciousness. What? Huang Bo was struck with terror, astonished by the mental assault. The sword's sound wave disrupted his mental clarity, rendering his spell-casting obscure. The earthen yellow shield dimmed significantly. Su Yuan's gaze intensified as he swiftly identified the shield's weakness. The flying sword collided with the shield, piercing through it and striking Huangbo's arm. The force of the impact erupted from that point, the profound energy tearing through Huangbo's formidable flesh, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, blood gushing forth instantly. Wounded, Huangbo regained his senses from the sonic assault and grasped the now powerless sword, squeezing it forcefully until the low-grade magical flying sword shattered in his grasp. Yet, he stood there, stunned, gazing at the wound on his arm. He had lost. Had that injury struck his heart or neck, he would have sustained grave harm. Any attempt to retaliate against Su Yuan now would only reveal his embarrassment and rage. The victory goes to Su Yuan of Xuanju Epique, declared the Foundation Establishment Steward. The proclamation created a ripple of astonishment, as many disciples who had not paid attention to the match turned to look. Those who had been following the competition were even more shocked. A swift defeat, another instant victory, yet the victor was someone so unfamiliar. Su Yuan's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Wei Wen and Sun Hong turned their gazes towards him, scrutinizing Su Yuan. He had become the focal point of the crowd, his notoriety rapidly rising. Chapter 36, Collision of Momentum. Su Yuan returned to the viewing platform and opened the system panel for a glance. His notoriety had surged to 300 points. Nearly 2,000 more have been added. It could be said that he has become renowned throughout the 7 absolute sect. Su Yuan felt quite pleased. With even greater achievements to come, his fame would surely rise further. Initially, he thought accumulating 10,000 fame points would take a long time. But now he realized the task was less daunting than anticipated. However, the next level would likely prove challenging, as it seemed that the 7 absolute sect had been thoroughly exhausted after this wave. Just as Su Yuan settled, he spotted a familiar disciple from the Xian absolute peak approaching, none other than Wei Wen. Su Yuan took the initiative to bow Brother Wei. Su Jr., you truly are astonishing. Wei Wen exclaimed. Su Yuan smiled shyly. I am far from your level. Wei Wen's expression turned serious. This upcoming inter-sect competition is of great significance, concerning the interests of the entire peak. I hope both you and I can secure positions within the top 10. Of course. Su Yuan duplies. Let me brief you on the situation. Wei Wen continued. You may not be aware, but in recent days, elders of the Golden Core stage have been actively involved, providing special training for disciples across the peaks. Consequently, I have benefited from this, and my cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. I also possess a supreme magical artifact, exquisite robes, and special secret techniques, greatly enhancing my combat power. I believe the top disciples from other peaks have received similar treatment, resulting in a significant disparity between the top 10 and the top 20. Wei Wen suddenly smiled. I must thank you for the opportunities you've created. I have indeed reaped unexpected rewards. Su Yuan shook his head repeatedly. I did not create those opportunities. I merely managed them. Haha, I understand, but I still wish to express my gratitude. At the same time, I must caution you to be wary of formidable opponents, such as Sun Hong from the Dan Absolute Peak, Yang Mingting from the Shun Absolute Peak, Sima Jikong from the Shu Absolute Peak, Lan Sishan from the Qi Absolute Peak, Lei Yuqin from the Lei Absolute Peak, Huang Yi and He Lianyu from the Ling Absolute Peak, as well as Dong Minwan. Among others, they are not easy to contend with. As his words fell, Wei Wen furrowed his brow upon noticing 3 experts from the Ling Absolute Peak approaching. Huang Yi scrutinized Su Yuan and remarked, You possess some strength, but it is merely that the gap in our cultivation levels is akin to a chasm. As he spoke, he deliberately exuded an aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement, pressing down on Su Yuan. Wei Wen frowned and stepped forward to shield Su Yuan. But at that moment, He Lianyu and Dong Minwan blocked his path. Wei Wen's expression darkened. What are you trying to do? Are you resorting to underhanded tactics? He quickly turned his gaze to Su Yuan, concerned that his state of mind might be affected before the battle even began. However, to his surprise, Su Yuan remained entirely unfazed beneath the pressure of the 9th level of Qi refinement. It is known that the power disparity between realms can vary 2-fold to 3-fold. The gap between the 6th and 9th levels of Qi refinement is indeed substantial, especially since the Ling Absolute Peak excels in enhancing spiritual power, making the difference even more pronounced. Particularly at such close proximity, the pressure of the aura is most evident and direct, yet Su Yuan remained calm and composed. Huang Yi furrowed his brows, feeling as though Su Yuan before him was an insatiable abyss, absorbing his very essence. Unyeding, Huang Yi concentrated, channeling his own spiritual energy in an attempt to manifest a more formidable aura. Amused, Su Yuan observed Huang Ye's expression, which seemed to convey a desire to obliterate him. He felt no intimidation. Instead, he clandestinely absorbed the techniques of aura manipulation demonstrated by his opponent. It was a simple process, projecting one's spiritual energy and consciousness outward to exert a certain pressure upon the surrounding environment. Should there be a significant disparity in spiritual energy and consciousness, such pressure could even disrupt an opponent's spiritual flow. Su Yuan too summoned his own aura. In an instant, the fire-attributed spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was stirred by Su Yuan's consciousness, drawing in the ambient energy within a radius of several meters, all gravitating towards him. As Su Yuan exerted his pressure towards Huang Yi, the very spiritual energy of this small realm simultaneously bore down upon Huang Yi. The immense pressure generated by the surrounding spiritual energy was no trivial matter. Suddenly, Huang Yi felt as if a volcano was bearing down upon him. To his eyes, Su Yuan transformed into a raging sea of flames, with fiery tongues lashing out towards him, as if his skin was on the verge of charring. His once proud spiritual energy and physique felt as fragile as paper before the oncoming wave of fire. Huang Yi could not contain a cry of alarm and staggered backward. Then, just as quickly, the sea of flames vanished, the volcano dissipated, and everything returned to normal. His skin was unscathed, not a single burn marred his body. Yet, beads of sweat dripped profusely from his forehead, face, and back. The surrounding disciples stared in astonishment at this scene. Elian Yu turned to Huang Yi and inquired, "What happened?" Huang Ye's lips quivered as he struggled to articulate his recent experience, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at the serene Su Yuan. A flicker of clear apprehension reflected in his eyes. Su Yuan offered him a gentle smile, but to Huang Yi, it appeared as mockery. "Let us go." Huang Yi, feeling shame, turned to leave. Helian Yu and Dongmin Wan exchanged a bewildered glance before directing their puzzled gazes towards Su Yuan. The earlier clash of auras had solely targeted Huang Yi. They had felt no pressure, yet they sensed the atmosphere had briefly thickened. Both took note of Su Yuan, then withdrew to await their turn for the upcoming match. Wei Wan, who had been standing beside Su Yuan, felt the sensation more acutely. The fluctuation of spiritual energy in the environment seemed oddly familiar. He found himself lost in thought. "Wei Xiao, I've called you," Su Juan exclaimed. It turned out the elder had already summoned Wei Wan to take the stage, but he had been momentarily oblivious. Wei Wan, regaining his focus, nodded. "All right, I will take the stage." He soared towards the arena, and as he soared through the air, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the golden core elders on the platform. Suddenly, a realization struck him. That was the might of the heavens and earth. Wei Wan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, that sensation is akin to the presence of the golden core elder. Wei Wan grew increasingly certain. As initially he found it difficult to associate Su Yuan with the golden core elder, thus failing to recall it first. However, now his heart was profoundly shaken. Su Yuan had managed to grasp the momentum of heaven and earth, a feat that could only be achieved by those at least at the foundation establishment stage. The competition had commenced, yet Wei Wan found himself distracted, nearly failing to evade his opponent's strikes. Regaining his focus, he resolved to exert his utmost effort, eager to dispatch his adversary swiftly and inquire about Su Yuan's circumstances. Meanwhile, the golden core elders observing from the high platform had all witnessed the recent anomaly. An elder from Danju Peak, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "Is that the momentum of heaven and earth? The fire element. It embodies the essence of explosion, warmth, and combustion. How could he, with his current cultivation, possibly comprehend such a force?" He hastily addressed the Peak Master of Danju Peak, declaring, "This disciple must be accepted. He is an extraordinary alchemical prodigy." The Master of Danju Peak was equally stirred. "I recall this disciple, Su Yuan. However, I do not recall seeing his name on the core seed roster." Hearing this, Wang Siming, the Master of Xianju Peak, reprimanded, "Hey, what are you thinking, old man? Su Yuan is a disciple of my Xianju Peak. Finyu, you can't even ensure the well-being of your own disciples. How can you claim to teach?" The Master of Danju Peak retorted, displeased. Wang Siming paused, acknowledging his oversight, yet reminded, "You were present at the time as well." At that moment, the Master of Chiju Peak cleared his throat and remarked, "Actually, I believe you would also be well suited for Chiju Peak. Get lost." Both the Masters of Danju Peak and Wang Siming exclaimed in unison. The Master of Chiju Peak scowled. Were these two seeking conflict? At this juncture, several other peaks, with the exception of Lei Ju Peak, joined the fray, visibly astonished by Su Yuan's display. Although Su Yuan's momentum appeared somewhat immature, possessing it or lacking it represented entirely different realms of understanding. Master Gu cast a glance at the bickering peak masters, his demeanor remarkably indifferent. Let them quarrel. After all, none would be able to claim Su Yuan, as he had already conspired with him in advance. His vision was the most discerning. Master Gu had entirely forgotten that he had initially found Su Yuan merely intriguing. The second round of the competition concluded swiftly. All 10 formidable contenders remained undefeated. Advancing to the next round. Next came the third round, a transition from 70 to 35, where the intensity of the battles would escalate. Before long, the third round commenced. Su Yuan was once again among the first to take the stage, which was customary. As his name was called, he stepped onto the platform. Opposite him stood Huang Yi, a figure bearing a grave expression. Huang Yi, a standout among the inner disciples of Ling Ju Peak. Below, the crowd erupted in excitement. Ha ha ha! Su Yuan is up against Huang Yi. What a narrow path for enemies. Just moments ago, Huang Ye's kin, Huang Bo, was defeated by Su Yuan. And now he faces Huang Yi. However, it is Huang Yi, a formidable contender who can vie for the top position alongside Sun Hong and others. It seems that Su Yuan's prospects are dimming. Initially, I believed he could secure a place within the top 10, but now it appears that hope has faded. Most disciples expressed their regret towards Su Yuan, lamenting his fate. Clearly, they perceived his defeat as inevitable. Yet, in the spectator area of Ling Ju Peak, Lianyu and Dongmen, one did not underestimate Su Yuan. Although they were unclear about the recent developments, and Huang Yi had refrained from disclosing them, it was evident that Su Yuan was not an ordinary individual. Why did they seek to provoke Su Yuan? It was merely based on the battle dynamics. Anticipating a confrontation between Huang Yi and Su Yuan, hoping to gain a slight advantage from the sidelines. Yet it seems this has backfired. Huang Yi was the first to clasp his hands in greeting. I am Huang Yi from Ling Ju Peak. I humbly request guidance from senior brother Su. Su Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this and reciprocated the gesture. I am Su Yuan from Xianxia Peak. I look forward to your guidance. The Foundation establishment elder cast a curious glance at Huang Yi, then declared, the match begins. Chapter 37. Subduing the opponent. Huang Yi's expression grew serious, and, immediately, exquisite robes glimmered upon him, a rich aura of spiritual energy forming a protective sheen around his body. This was not sufficient. He simultaneously cast a defensive spell, enveloping himself in a layer of semi-transparent, earthy yellow shield, adopting a defensive stance from the outset. The dense and robust yellow shield expanded, transforming into a barrier that shielded Huang Yi from all directions, while he wielded a magnificent hammer, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yuan. What formidable armor! Su Yuan inhaled sharply, taken aback by Huang Yi's timidity. Come forth, Su Yuan. Let me experience your might. Huang Yi's tone was grave, yet tinged with anticipation. Has he discerned my intentions? Su Yuan's expression softened as he glanced at Master Gu on the high platform. Master Gu nodded in acknowledgement, with a sense of relief. Su Yuan spoke. Then, Brother Huang, please prepare yourself. Let the sword come forth. Su Yuan formed a hand seal. A splendid flying sword erupted from his storage bag. The sword hummed softly, as if imbued with spirit, responding to Su Yuan's call. This was one of the 9-star convergent swords, which he named the Shaking Light Sword. A slight smile graced Su Yuan's lips as he altered his incantation. Sword chant first move, sword ascend. Awareness extinguish. The essence of Xianxia rapidly depleted, and flames appeared to ignite upon the Shaking Light Sword. The surrounding spiritual energy converged towards the sword, amplifying its might. Go! Whoosh! The Shaking Light Sword soared upward, swiftly ascending to the heavens, then plummeted like a falling star, emitting a piercing cry that resonated throughout the arena. Countless disciples, even from afar, heard the sword's wail, feeling a sharp pain in their minds as if flames flickered in their consciousness, albeit fleetingly, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. They were outside the arena. What about within it? Huang Yi's lips trembled, but his gaze hardened. The hammer in his hand radiated a golden glow. He chose not to evade. Instead, he crouched low before springing up, bringing the hammer down upon the Shaking Light Sword. Clang! The sword clashed violently with the colossal hammer. At the moment of impact, the crimson flames and earthy yellow light collided, causing the latter to shatter into fragments. And the mighty hammer was sent flying by that singular strike. It careened, toward the opposite side. The radiant sword, undeterred, struck against the yellow shield. Following a crisp crack, the shield erupted into shards, revealing Huang Yi, who had mysteriously knelt, his hand cradling his forehead. Within the piercing cry of the sword, a formidable wave of spiritual force surged forth, rendering Huang Yi unable to maintain his footing. The radiant sword did not waver, continuing its assault upon the protective aura of Huang Yi's exquisite robe. The aura trembled, momentarily dimming, yet, true to its quality, the robe's brilliance remained substantial. Su Yuan summoned the radiant sword back to his side, infusing it once more with streams of profound energy, causing the sword to gleam anew. Second form, sword division. Soul disruption. The radiant sword hummed in the air, and in the next instant, an illusory duplicate emerged, creating a spectral semblance of the radiant sword. Two swords soared forth simultaneously, weaving and darting toward Huang Yi. Just then, Huang Yi extricated himself from the psychic assault, only to find the second wave of attacks descending upon him, his expression frozen in terror. At that moment, he dared not receive the blow head-on. He activated his movement technique, propelling himself into a rapid flight. Huang Yi found himself envious of Su Yuan's agile footwork, capable of maneuvering through the air. While cultivators typically could ride their swords to fly, why couldn't he ascend into the sky? The answer lay in the fact that aerial maneuvers with swords were cumbersome and demanded divided attention, necessitating defense from all angles. In battles of chi refinement, aerial combat could often prove disadvantageous, while Su Yuan's footwork required no sword to soar, greatly enhancing his agility and practical combat efficacy. As the swords advanced, Huang Yi invoked a defensive technique, conjuring a swirling earthen barrier around himself, primarily to evade the corporeal radiant sword. However, he was inevitably struck by the illusory sword, believing that the mud wall and the robe's aura would suffice for protection. Yet, the phantom radiant sword pierced through both layers of defense, directly invading his sea of consciousness. The radiant sword immediately disrupted his awareness, forcing Huang Yi to mobilize his spiritual sense to suppress and dispel the sword's illusion. However, this disturbance rendered his evasive actions considerably stiff. The true body of the radiant sword struck Huang Yi, who had been unable to evade. The fiery sword aura emanating from the blade ruthlessly fragmented the magically condensed mud wall, causing violent friction with the robe's brilliance. The robe's aura rapidly dimmed, its spiritual energy plummeting by 2/3. Regaining consciousness from the turmoil of his soul, Huang Yi, upon witnessing the dimming of his robe's aura, hastily infused it with spiritual energy. Yet, the rate at which he replenished his energy could not compete with the consumption inflicted by the sword's assault, and the robe's radiance continued to fade ominously. In the external realm, without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yi turned and fled. The pressure was overwhelming. He realized that his attacks could not reach Su Yuan, while Su Yuan could continuously deplete his spiritual energy, making defeat merely a matter of time. No, I must retaliate. Unwilling to succumb to such defeat, Huang Yi summoned a flying sword to his hand, an exquisite artifact of remarkable quality. Such rare flying swords are seldom seen in the outside world. Yet within the 7 absolute sect, they appeared with remarkable frequency, thanks to the contributions of the Qi-Ju peak. Go! Huang Yi commanded the sword, employing his sword control technique to its fullest as he launched an accelerated assault towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan demandan fast. 7-star protective light. 7 beams of starry light illuminated around Su Yuan, forming a radiant barrier. As the exquisite flying sword struck, it entered the realm of the 7-star protective light. As if ensnared in a gravitational field, becoming rigid and immobile, the starry light, seemingly delicate, concealed immense weight. Each strand bore the heft of 1,000 pounds. The protective light was akin to heavy armor, safeguarding Su Yuan with utmost security. With a mere gesture, Su Yuan concentrated the essence of his energy into a sword chi, which struck the exquisite flying sword, sending it hurtling back to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Huang Yese Confrontation Padith, and he felt a tremor in his spiritual consciousness. At this moment, the shaking light sword finally expended the brilliance of its protective garment, striking Huang Ye's shoulder. His flesh was as resilient as iron, and despite the collision with the flying sword, he did not falter immediately. A thin layer of black skin was pierced, allowing a trickle of blood to escape, only to heal instantaneously. Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a formidable physique! Are you some kind of armored maniac?" Su Yuan was genuinely impressed by Huang Yi, who had mastered 2 defensive spells, each possessing the formidable might of the yellow tier. For an ordinary disciple, breaching such defenses was no simple task. The subsequent exquisite protective garment was enough to instill despair, with its continuous energy restoration rendering it virtually invincible. Moreover, Huang Yi had even cultivated a body refinement defensive technique, with that layer of black light proving stronger than bronze skin. Huang Yi understood that his physical body could not withstand Su Yuan's relentless onslaught. Faced with the futility of both attack and defense, he sensed that Su Yuan had yet to exert his full strength, yet he found himself in a woeful predicament. In this moment, Huang Yi was completely subdued, thoroughly overwhelmed. This outcome had been anticipated the moment he stepped onto the stage. How could one who comprehended the forces of heaven and earth be anything less than extraordinary? Raising his hand, Huang Yi addressed the steward. "I concede." The foundation building's steward nodded, casting an admiring glance at Su Yuan before declaring, "Su Yuan of the Xianxia Peak is victorious." A roar of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The recent battle, though appearing lengthy, was in truth exceedingly brief. In the blink of an eye, Huang Yi was vanquished, although a few exchanges had occurred, and it seemed he did not lose as decisively as Huang Bo. It was nevertheless Huang Yi, the strongest disciple of the Lingju Peak in a decade, who had been effortlessly subdued by a disciple who had only been training for a year. The crowd gazed at Su Yuan as if he were a monster. He was extraordinarily powerful. Where did this prodigy emerge from? What sort of technique was that? It appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet its might was overwhelming. Was it the sword technique that was formidable? No, it was the individual who was formidable. With the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refinement, he triumphed over the 9th level of Qi refinement with an overwhelming demeanor. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Lu Yuan's mouth hung agape, momentarily forgetting to close it, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes unable to conceal her astonishment. How did he cultivate to this level? Yi Buffan's lips twitched. Was this guy the one who had previously challenged me? He recalled the earlier encounter when he had provoked Su Yuan, feeling as though he had been courting death, had it not been within the confines of the sect. He estimated that grass would have already grown 3 feet high on his grave. Furthermore, he clearly recognized the disparity in strength between himself and the top 10 contenders. While he could not even fathom Su Yuan's limits, Yi Buffan found himself entangled in a struggle of choices, hesitation flickering across his face once more. As Su Yuan made his way along the edge of the arena, each disciple regarded him with a mix of admiration, envy, and other inexplicable emotions. His fame began to soar, establishing him firmly within the ranks of the 7 absolute sect. Numerous female disciples cast lingering glances in his direction. Su Yuan, however, remained unfazed. He had already planned his upcoming seclusion for cultivation. Ordinary disciples would not venture to the main peak, as it was the core of the sect. Finding a secluded spot to practice for a decade or 2 would be sufficient for him to soar to great heights. Su Yuan took a moment to calm his mind and returned to the spectator area. At that moment, the top 10 contenders from the other peaks had already regarded Su Yuan as a formidable rival. The inner sect senior brother, Zhuge Jian, smiled as he remarked, "So it is that Su Yuan." When I first heard his insightful responses, I sensed his extraordinary comprehension. I predicted that this young man would surely rise to prominence, soaring through the clouds and traversing the world. See, my predictions were not in vain, were they? Beside him, the inner sect's second senior sister, Nangong Huiyu, chimed in. "Are you planning to invite him to join us?" "Why not? I believe that a talent of his caliber would not refuse my invitation." Zhuge Jian chuckled lightly. As a supreme genius himself, he understood the hearts of other exceptional talents. Venturing into the world and exhausting every horizon was their ultimate destiny. In Zhuge Jian's view, this grand competition had already lost its suspense, having devolved into a stage solely for Su Yuan's performance, with the ultimate first place beyond dispute. Chapter 38. The majestic sword cannon and powerful strength. Su Yuan pondered momentarily, then turned his steps towards the area where the disciples of the divine absolute peak were observing the match. Many noticed his movement, finding it somewhat peculiar. Su Yuan's footsteps flashed, and he quickly arrived at the divine absolute peak, striding directly to Yang Mengting. Yang Mengting's expression grew slightly serious, as she was unaware of Su Yuan's intent. "Senior Sister Yang, I have an unusual request. May I ask if you would be willing to listen?" Su Yuan Wayeth. What would you like to say? Young Mengting asket. Su Yuan chuckled, expressing his belief that the traditional competition format was too slow, prompting him to invite his senior sister to engage in a battle elsewhere for a swifter resolution of their contest. He assured her that he would enlist a steward to oversee the match. Yang Mingting, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement, stipulating that if he could indeed persuade the steward to supervise and acknowledge the outcome, she would comply. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled and replied affirmatively, asking her to wait momentarily while he sought out a more suitable location. Yang Mingting observed his swift departure with curiosity, unable to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, Su Yuan circled around to the disciples of Danju Peak, where Sun Hong had also noticed his peculiar behavior and awaited his approach. When Su Yuan stood before Sun Hong, he smiled and suggested, "Brother Sun, the arena contests are progressing too slowly. Why don't we find a place to spar privately? There are certain techniques that are best not displayed in public. I trust you understand my meaning." Sun Hong responded nonchalantly, "I have no interest." Su Yuan, unable to contain his mirth, retorted, "So Brother Sun is afraid. Childish." Sun Hong replied with indifference, "Oh, and what of now?" Su Yuan unleashed a formidable aura that bore down upon Sun Hong. The latter's demeanor shifted instantly. His expression turned serious, dispelling any previous nonchalance. "Very well, I agree." Sun Hong's eyes sparkled with intense fervor, revealing his combative spirit. Su Yuan quickly grasped that Sun Hong was a stoic warrior at heart. Next, Su Yuan ventured to other peaks, calling upon Shi Ju Sima Jikong, Qi Ju's Lan Xishan, Lei Ju's Lei Yuqin, Ling Ju's Lian Yu, and Dongmen Wan, even mentioning Wei Wen and Huang Yi. Subsequently, he approached the sect leader and whispered, "Brother Gu, could you arrange a more private venue for me? I intend to complete the inter-sect competition in one go." Sect leader Gu had already observed Su Yuan's actions and communicated telepathically. "What are you up to?" "Nothing much. The arena matches are random, and the top 10 will need to face each other later. So, why not expedite the process by competing in advance?" Su Yuan explained. "You seem quite confident. I am curious to see what you have up your sleeve." Sect leader Gu, intrigued, agreed to assist Su Yuan in making the arrangements. As a result, disciples watching the matches noticed that the top contenders began to leave the training square, heading toward another hall for their contest. 3 Foundation establishment stewards also entered with them, which stirred a sense of intrigue among the onlookers. What is their intention? Uncertain, but it appears the top 10 are gathering for an early confrontation. Are they bypassing the arena for a hidden bout? I'm concerned, as I have placed bets. What if there's foul play? Foul play seems unlikely. Did you not notice that the leaders of each peak have entered? Even the sect leader is involved. Does this mean we will not witness the battle of the top 10? Hard to say. Let us wait and see. Everyone was enveloped in confusion regarding the unfolding events. Many have speculated that this must be related to Su Yuan, whose previous actions were evident to all. Inside the Grand Hall of Martial Arts, in a spacious training chamber, 10 elite disciples from the intersect had gathered. Sun Hong, Yang Mengting, Wei Wen, Sima Jikong, Lan Xishan, Lei Yuqin, Helian Yu, Dongmen Wan, Huang Yi, and Su Yuan. How shall we compete? Should we start 5 matches simultaneously? Sun Hong questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Huang Yi, who had already been eliminated. Master Gu, seated in the viewing area, also observed with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan chuckled and addressed the other 9. "Let us not complicate matters. I wish to challenge all of you at once. 1 against 9. The faces of the other 9 transformed in unison, shock evident in their expressions as they gazed at Su Yuan. Wei Wen immediately cautioned, "Su Yuan, don't be foolish. How could you possibly take on all 9 of us alone?" Sun Hong frowned, asserting, "I have no interest in teaming up with others." Su Yuan laughed heartily, replying, "That is not for you to decide." With that, he executed the 7 stars flowing light step, leaping into the air. Then, a large sword box appeared behind Su Yuan. With a mere thought, numerous flying swords surged forth from the box, encircling him in a dazzling display of 9-colored sword light that illuminated the entire training hall. Casting Su Yuan as the sovereign of swords, an invisible aura enveloped everyone, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Buzz centered around Su Yuan. The spiritual energy within 100 meters began to stir violently. The metallic attribute of the spiritual energy became particularly vibrant, the formless and colorless essence gradually revealing a golden hue. At that moment, the heavens themselves seemed to shift. Around the 9 flying swords, countless golden threads extended outward, intertwining with the surrounding metallic spiritual energy, enhancing the terrifying presence of the swords. The 9 inner disciples were struck with horror, frantically channeling their spiritual power to withstand the immense pressure suddenly emanating from all directions. What on earth was happening? While Sun Hong's eyes still burned with fighting spirit, confusion was also starkly apparent. The other disciples were equally perplexed. Meanwhile, in the spectator area, the 7 peak masters and Master Gu abruptly rose to their feet. Their expressions transformed as they gazed at Su Yuan. The master of the divine absolute peak blushed with excitement, exclaiming, This is an artistic conception. A sword intent of the metallic attribute. She had reached the peak of the golden core stage, desperately seeking comprehension of such a concept, yet had not yet grasped it. She looked to Master Gu for confirmation. Another peak master spoke up. Indeed, this is an artistic conception, a force that can generate the momentum of the heavens and earth, creating a region advantageous to oneself. Moreover, intent can directly influence the surrounding spiritual energy, harnessing it for one's own use. The power is magnified. But how is this possible? All the peak masters turned their gazes toward Master Gu, with only Wang Siming showing signs of deep astonishment. For he had clearly recognized that what Su Yuan was demonstrating was indeed sword intent. At this moment, the sect leader Gu also regained his composure, expressing his thoughts with a sigh. Indeed, this is the essence of intent, the sword intent of the metal element, sharp and capable of cutting, yet possessing a certain fluidity. It is a most peculiar sword intent. Although it is but a mere wisp, it is undeniably a realization. The various peak masters focused intently on Su Yuan's movements, attempting to glean some insight. Su Yuan cast a glance at the sect leader and others observing from a distance, his expression tranquil. This was intentional. Why? For future stability. By showcasing his talents and potential, he could later decline any excursions with justifiable reasons. And when it came time to acquire resources, he would face no reservations. He did not wish to expend great effort for a single resource. It would be far better to secure a substantial gain in one fell swoop. In the future, resource acquisition would be effortless. Moreover, he would only reveal himself to the higher-ups, while the outer sect remained entirely oblivious to his circumstances, eliminating any concerns about exposure. This was utterly perfect. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan gazed leisurely at the 9 talented individuals braced for action, smilingly inquiring, Are you prepared? Sun Hong shouted, Bring it on. The others brandished their artifacts, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation with Su Yuan. With a flick of his hand, Su Yuan executed the first form of the 7-star profound sword classic, 7 stars descend. Boom! The first move, inspired by the sword's resonance, was a technique that descended from the heavens. However, this time, Su Yuan unleashed 7 swords simultaneously, combining them into the formation of the Big Dipper sword array. The other 2 swords transformed into hidden stars, descending alongside the 7-star sword array. In that instant, it was as if true celestial bodies were plummeting to the earth, a tremendous momentum pressing down upon them. Concurrently, the 9 swords emitted a harmonious chime, producing a melody of soul annihilation that surged toward the consciousness of the 9 individuals. Yang Mengting of Shenzhou Peak changed her expression, immediately employing the unique spiritual attack secret technique of Shenzhou Peak. Within her consciousness, a protective pagoda emerged, nurturing a small, ethereal green sword. The bizarre, soul-annihilating sounds that intruded upon her consciousness transformed into 7 beams of sword light, swiftly approaching. Yang Mengting activated the green sword, colliding with one of the beams of sword light. A tangible clanging sound resonated within her illusory consciousness as the green sword shattered a segment upon impact, successfully blocking that particular beam of light. Yet, the remaining 6 beams of sword light struck the 2-tiered pagoda, which shattered under the assault, leaving only a base behind. Yang Mingting's expression eased slightly. She had managed to defend against it, albeit at the cost of nearly breaking her secret technique. However, this was merely a single strike. Others could continue their assault. Yang Mingting understood that this was merely a prelude to the attack. The true killing move lay ahead. Indeed, upon opening her eyes, she beheld 9 flying swords already closing in. Among the 9 present, 4 had already fallen. What a formidable strategy! Sun Hong gritted his teeth, fixating on an incoming flying sword, and with a fierce grip on his fire-tipped spear, he thrust it forward with determination. The tips of the sword and spear collided in mid-air, standing in a brief standoff, before Sun Hong's fiery spear slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the wall with a sound akin to a lament. The flying sword shattered through Sun Hong's numerous defenses, ultimately pausing motionless at the center of his brow. Sun Hong gazed intently at the sword and the distant Su Yuan, as if etching this moment indelibly into his memory. With a single move, Sun Hong was defeated. The same fate befell the others. Wei Wan, a prodigy in Qi refinement, also found a blue flying sword suspended before his heart, leaving him frozen in place. Paralyzed by fear, Yang Mengting sighed. Her forte lay in spiritual awareness spells, yet it was evident that Su Yuan surpassed her in this regard. The spiritual assault interwoven within the swordplay was merely an auxiliary effect, a mere overture, yet it proved insurmountable. Su Yuan, what kind of monster are you? With a flick of his hand, 9 swords returned to the scabbard on Su Yuan's back, which automatically shrank to the size of a ruler, slipping into his sleeve. He then clasped his hands in salute towards the 9 individuals, saying, "Thank you, esteemed seniors." Chapter 39. The competition concludes. After a considerable time, the grand doors of the Hall of Manifestation opened. Sun Hong and the other disciples emerged, their expressions heavy with gravity. Su Yuan was the last to exit, his countenance equally solemn. The 10 appear to have lost their ability to articulate, returning silently to their original resting places. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they observed this scene, wondering about the outcomes of the contest and the reasons behind such somber expressions. One reason was undoubtedly their swift defeat at Su Yuan's hands, while another stemmed from the warnings issued by the sect leader and the peak masters, who had instructed the disciples to refrain from disclosing Su Yuan's true prowess to anyone, not even the Golden Dan elders, under the penalty of treason against the sect. How could their faces not reflect such gravity? I shall take my leave. You may continue to observe. Su Yuan addressed Song Kai and the others. Song Kai, taken aback, inquired, "Senior brother, will you not continue to fight?" Su Yuan replied with a smile, "No need. I have matters to attend to at the main peak." Song Kai and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape, yet unable to voice their thoughts as they watched Su Yuan vanish into the crowd. At that moment, the sect leader, back on the high platform, proclaimed, "I announce that Su Yuan has triumphed over Sun Hong, Wei Wan, Yang Mengting, and the other 9, achieving a consecutive victory and temporarily securing the first position. Should anyone manage to defeat Sun Hong and the others, they may challenge Su Yuan for the title of first place. If no challengers arise, the title shall belong to Su Yuan. Subsequent contests will continue to contest for second, third, the top 10, and the top 20. Let the competition resume." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd at this announcement. What? Su Yuan has achieved an unbroken string of victories? How astonishing. He has defeated 9 of the top contenders in one breath. Even Sun Hong has fallen? Did he not acquire treasures from the Golden Dan Cave? How could he falter so easily? Could there be foul play involved? Did you not witness Su Yuan's battle against Huang Yi just now? Such ease and victory reveals that Su Yuan's prowess far surpasses that of Huang Yi, a conclusion that is hardly surprising. The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, expressing their astonishment. Meanwhile, the disciples who had placed their bets grew increasingly anxious, for Su Yuan had seized a position among the top 10, including the coveted top 3 in first place, causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Particularly, those who had wagered on the first position faced near total losses, with some lamenting their heavy misfortunes. At this moment, Song Kai exclaimed with delight, I placed my bet wisely. I've earned 6,000 spirit stones. What a windfall." He continued, "I too have profited, though I only wagered 80% of my wealth, as I believe Su Yuan might not secure a top 3 finish. I thought it prudent to reserve some spirit stones for purchasing alchemy materials. Bravo, my Su Yuan. Truly remarkable." Zhang Wei remarked with admiration. Zhou Wuyo cast a glance at the two, his expression dimming slightly. Among the trio, he had won the least. Why was this so? He had recently discovered a certain talent for alchemy, leading him to gradually distance himself from Su Yuan. He was not one to willingly remain in another's shadow, aspiring instead to carve out his own independence. This subconscious shift had gone unnoticed until now, only becoming clear to him at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, though seemingly foolish and dazed, had steadfastly supported Su Yuan, clinging to him for support. In contrast, upon learning of Su Yuan's inferior spiritual root, Song Kai did not relinquish his role as a dedicated servant disciple. Rather, he grew even more appreciative of Su Yuan's potential. Zhang Wei appeared the most naive, while Song Kai exhibited shrewdness, leaving Zhou Wuyo somewhere in between, convinced of his own cleverness. Zhang Wei patted Zhou Wuyo on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, what are you pondering?" We should hurry and queue up for our rewards. We need to share the good news with our leader, Su Yuan. Zhou Wuyo returned to reality, smiling brightly. All right, Zhang Wei, let us go. Zhang Wei paused, surprised to hear Zhou Wuyo address him by his proper name for the first time, casting a curious glance at him. Sensing something unusual in Zhou Wuyo's demeanor today, Song Kai chuckled, his expression brimming with the wisdom of a merchant. The subsequent inter-sect competition proved to be rather unremarkable. The strength of the top 10 contenders was indeed of a caliber that felt almost unapproachable. Their opponents were easily defeated within mere exchanges, often in just a few moves. The vanquished disciples bore bruises, as if the top 10 were merely venting their frustrations upon them, leaving them powerless in the face of such overwhelming strength. Before long, the top 10 had been determined. Xuanju at peak astonishingly claimed 3 positions, with Su Yuan, Wei Wen, and another fortunate disciple named Yuan Xing securing their places. Thus, the largest betting pool was won by Xuanju at peak. The disciples of Xuanju at peak erupted in exuberant cheers that reverberated, shaking the very dust from the main peak. In stark contrast, the disciples from the other 6 peaks were engulfed in despair, their spirits crushed. Their gazes flitted about in search of Su Yuan, this sudden dark horse, only to discover that he had already vanished. Of course, the competition was far from over. The final contest for the top 3 was fiercely contested. Yang Mengding, San Hong, and Wei Wen all exerted their utmost abilities in a fierce contest. Ultimately, Wei Wen astonishingly faced defeat, succumbing to both Yang Mengding and Sun Hong, who claimed 2nd and 3rd places respectively. The odds of the betting had become a prophetic echo. Master Gu, standing on the elevated platform, wore a radiant smile, having not only discovered an extraordinary talent, but also amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. Indeed, he had struck gold. However, Master Gu knew it was time to conclude the event. With an imposing aura, he commanded the attention of the entire assembly, and silence fell as all eyes turned to Gu Qingzhu. With a grave expression, Master Gu proclaimed, "Recently, our sect has encountered a grave betting incident that has resulted in significant adverse consequences and substantial losses for numerous disciples. Many who suffered losses in the wager suddenly brightened. Could it be that their spiritual stones would be recovered? Yet, due to previous deficiencies in our regulations, the penalties for such actions remain ambiguous. This trend must not proliferate, as it threatens the harmony of our sect. Therefore, the results of this betting shall stand. The initiator, Su Yuan, is required to redeem spiritual stones for all disciples based on their wager amounts and odds. Furthermore, half of the betting funds will be surrendered to the sect as a penalty, and Su Yuan himself shall face 10 years of confinement as punishment, serving as a warning to others. In the future, such incidents must not recur, and this matter will be incorporated into our regulations. Violators will face severe penalties, ranging from the forfeiture of their cultivation to the loss of life itself. Let this be well noted." Master Gu's piercing gaze commanded the room, instilling a sense of dread among the more than 100,000 disciples. The 7 peak masters silently cursed the master for his unscrupulousness. They knew full well that he had orchestrated this betting event. Having profited immensely from it, he then blocked others from following suit. Truly despicable. Master Gu concluded, "I hereby announce the end of this sect competition. It is dismissed." He then departed first. The elders from various peaks soared into the sky, returning to their respective peaks, amidst murmurs of dissatisfaction regarding the Master's actions. Before long, at the main peaks hall, Master Gu and the 7 peak masters had convened, with Su Yuan also present. Master Gu, with a warm smile, addressed him, "Su Yuan, I have decided to accept you as my direct disciple. Do you consent?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand to respond. At that moment, Wang Siming interjected, saying, "Master, I have a word that I am uncertain whether I should speak." "Then perhaps you should refrain," Master Gu replied. Wang Siming persisted, "Very well, I shall speak. Master, Su Yuan is originally an inner disciple of our Xuanju peak, a core seed. If he is to be promoted to a true disciple, it should rightfully be as a true disciple of Xuanju peak. This arrangement seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Su Yuan gazed at Wang Siming in astonishment, admiring the peak master's boldness. Master Gu, upon hearing this, smiled mildly and remarked, "He is merely an inner disciple. I have investigated and found that Su Yuan is not yet on the core seed list, and furthermore, you have not taught him even a single spell or offered any guidance in the past year. Instead, I, who share an intimate bond with Su Yuan, have already placed him on the core roster of the main peak, signifying his status as a true disciple of our esteemed sect. Wang Siming, taken aback, inquired, "When did this occur?" Master Gu, maintaining his composure, replied, "Just a few days ago, I have registered him. You may verify the records. Even if he were to venture into the secret realm and encounter the elder Yuan in-group, my authority remains intact." Wang Peak Master, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Consider whether, over the years, you have been remiss in your guidance of disciples. Have you not diligently fostered the growth of the peak? Look within yourself for the reasons. Moreover, I am a master here. Master Gu spoke with rapid-fire eloquence, rendering Wang Siming speechless. Su Yuan, observing the fluidity of Master Gu's discourse, was momentarily awestruck. Master Gu then turned his kindly gaze towards Su Yuan, asking, "What say you? Are you willing?" "I am willing," Su Yuan responded, casting an apologetic glance towards Wang Siming. Wang Siming appeared visibly frustrated, yet he recognized the fault lay within himself, as he had indeed become neglectful of his disciples while focusing on his own comprehension of the profound realm, preparing to attempt a breakthrough to the Yuan-ing stage. He had spent recent years solidifying his foundation and had even begun considering candidates for the next peak master, with Su Yuan being quite suitable, albeit regrettably. Ultimately, witnessed by the 7 peak masters, Su Yuan was formally accepted into the main peak, becoming one of the true disciples of a master. Well, Su Yuan, you may collect your rewards from the grand competition, and then proceed to contemplate your actions in solitude, the master said with a cheerful demeanor. Su Yuan's previously joyous expression froze in disbelief. Am I truly to contemplate in solitude? And will my share? The 7 peak masters exchanged knowing glances. Master Gu quickly signaled and remarked, "What share? I do not comprehend. Now, prepare to go to the Yuan pool for your contemplation." Yuan pool? What place is that? Su Yuan asked, confusion etched on his face. However, Su Yuan was aware that the Yuan pool was a place rich in liquid spiritual energy, as documented in the library. Cultivating there would be akin to absorbing spirit stones. A decade spent there would likely equate to the value of the spirit stones promised by the master, yet this belonged to the sect's assets. There was no need for the master to personally provide spirit stones. Truly, this master was quite astute. Chapter 40. Relocation and Preparation. The 7 peak masters departed, leaving only Su Yuan and Master Gu in the vicinity. Master Gu shot a glare at Su Yuan. "Do you understand the rules, young man? Can matters of share be discussed so openly?" "Oh, I feared you might retract your words," Su Yuan murmured softly. "Am I the sort to do so?" Master Gu feigned anger. Su Yuan remained silent for a significant 10 breaths. The silence was deafening. Master Gu's expression darkened as he tossed a ring to Su Yuan. "Here, take a look. This is the true disciple token, worth 30 million spirit stones. Do not say I lack credibility." Master Gu huffed. Su Yuan accepted the storage ring, curious to delve into its contents with his spiritual sense. Within lay an expansive space, containing several sets of true disciple robes, a true disciple token, and a multitude of spirit stones, which he roughly counted to confirm indeed there were 30 million. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "I estimate that the final profit should amount to 1 billion spirit stones. If we consider 30%, that would be 300 million. Gu Zhangmin shot him a glare. "Do you understand the rules? Half of it must be submitted to the sect. The remaining 500 million will be distributed among the disciples who assisted, along with various unseen expenses that you cannot even fathom. Moreover, that storage ring is worth as much as a magical treasure. Be content with what you have." Su Yuan replied languidly, "If I recall correctly, the library contains records stating that this ring is standard for true disciples." Gu Zhangmin's expression stiffened, his gaze turning oddly inquisitive as he looked at Su Yuan. "What peculiar books have you been reading? Shouldn't such matters be beyond the knowledge of a mere qi refining cultivator? Do not return it to me." Gu Zhangmin added, "Thank you for your generous gift, sect master." Su Yuan speak for the wealth. Gu Zhangmin chuckled. "You rascal. Hurry along to the main peak and find yourself a cave to reside in. You may choose a 3rd-tier cave. Do you know where the Yuan pool is? You can enter with the true disciple token. You can cultivate there for a period each day, or even for an extended duration, as you see fit, for a total of 10 years. Use it wisely." "Understood." Su Yuan bid farewell and departed. Gu Qingzhu, with a relaxed expression, stroked the ring in her hand, a small profit of 970 million spirit stones. "Alas! How should I spend it? What a dilemma." Gu Zhangmin feigned a distressed look, but alas, no one was there to witness it. Su Yuan arrived at the Xianxia Hall on the main peak and selected a third-tier cave, situated in a relatively secluded area. The spiritual energy in a third-tier cave was sufficient for a golden core cultivator's practice, which was certainly more than adequate for Su Yuan. Subsequently, Su Yuan returned to his cave on Xianxia Peak, casually purchasing a fish tank artifact along the way. As he entered his small courtyard, the water tank erupted with splashes, a group of spirit fish peering curiously above the surface. Xiao Kai leapt into the air, joyfully flicking her tail, leaving behind a stunning trail of tricolored light. Su Yuan casually tossed several spirit stones into the water, exclaiming, "You must be hungry. Feel free to indulge. There are plenty of spirit stones." The spirit fish began to swarm around the stones, eagerly pecking at them, their tails swaying in delight. Yuan sat nearby, observing, and unexpectedly noticed that the spirit fish around Xiao Kai had developed tricolored spots on their scales, as if they had been imbued with her unique hue. He scooped up one of the fish to inspect, finding no abnormalities within. In fact, its spiritual energy seemed to have become richer and purer. The fish blinked innocently at him with one eye, while the other kept darting toward the coveted spirit stones, its eager demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Su Yuan. He directly fed it a fragment of a spirit stone before releasing it back into the pool. After a moment, seeing that they had all eaten their fill, Su Yuan summoned forth a stanksaped artifact, the essence of the mysterious truth infused within, and the magical artifact immediately expanded. Subsequently, with a surge of his spiritual power, Su Yuan summoned forth 49 ethereal fish, along with Xiao Kai and the pool water, all of which were effortlessly drawn into the fish tank. The 50 fish settled quietly within the tank, curiously surveying Su Yuan and their surroundings, seemingly puzzled by his actions. "Let's depart to our new home," Su Yuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his feet performing the 7-star step. In the blink of an eye, he ascended into the air. A shimmering sword emerged beneath his feet, swiftly carrying him towards the main peak. After ensuring the ethereal fish were comfortably settled, Su Yuan returned to the Xianxia Peak, to the library pavilion. Dressed in the garments of a true disciple, Su Yuan entered with an air of calm composure. The steward of the library pavilion, upon seeing the purple robe, immediately changed countenance, rising respectfully to bow, and just as he was about to pay his respects, he recognized Su Yuan's face and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it you? What has happened to your attire?" As a frequent visitor, the steward was well acquainted with Su Yuan. Maintaining his poise, Su Yuan produced a true disciple token, stating, "I recall the library pavilion possesses copies. Please prepare them for me. I intend to take them all." "What?" The steward glanced at the true disciple token, then at Su Yuan's face, and as he processed Su Yuan's request, a large question mark appeared in his mind. "When you express doubt, it is not you who is at fault, but rather it is I," Su Yuan reiterated, gesturing towards the true disciple token. May I conduct a verification?" the steward inquired. "Here you go." Su Yuan casually handed it over for inspection. The steward placed it on a specialized artifact for assessment, and a stream of text began to unfurl. His expression shifted to one of incredulity as he regarded Su Yuan. "True disciple of the main peak. Su Yuan? Indeed. That name belongs to you. This is quite a surprise. Su, true disciple. I've been looking after you quite well during this time. Haven Ti. Once you prosper, do remember to take care of me." Su Yuan was taken aback by the steward's sudden shift in demeanor. He had yet to learn the stewardess name. That sounds agreeable, but can this transaction be processed? I wish to borrow the copies from the library." Su Yuan inquired once more. "Certainly. My name is Xianxia. Do remember it, senior brother. By the way, which copies does senior brother Su seek?" the steward asked. "All of them. Su Yuan multiplies. All." Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. "Is that not feasible? I find it rather troublesome to borrow repeatedly." Su Yuan saith. Xianxia's eyes brightened as he remarked, "Senior brother Su, that is indeed a challenging request. No one has ever borrowed so many copies at once. Let me check. With the privileges of a true disciple, one can borrow up to 10,000 copies at a time, with no time limit. However, to borrow again, one must first return the previous ones. Such inconvenience?" Su Yuan frowneth. Xianxia immediately adopted a contemplative expression, and then suddenly, with a fist clenched in excitement, he struck his left palm. "I have an idea. Oh, senior brother merely wishes to avoid the hassle of back and forth. Then leave it to me. Once you finish with Su, true disciple, send me a message, and I shall personally deliver the new copies to you," Xianxia declared enthusiastically. Su Yuan gazed at Yin Jiuzong in silence, as if the abacus beads had been cast upon his face. For the next decade, he was ostensibly required to endure punishment, confined to a wall of reflection, which rendered his movements to and from the main peak somewhat inconvenient. Yet, it was merely a trifling matter. Very well. I shall entrust this to you, Elder Yin, Su Yuan declared. A trifling marinda. Yin Jiuzong responded eagerly. Is there any possibility of borrowing text from the libraries of other peaks on your behalf? Su Yuan inquired further. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiuzong immediately replied, Not a problem at all. With your token, I can facilitate the borrowing. Pleased. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction and promptly borrowed 10,000 copies of text from the library at Xianxia Peak. He then ascended on his sword, gracefully departing. Yin Jiuzong clutched the communication jade slipped tightly, a smile gracing his face. He had inexplicably forged a connection with a true disciple. Most true disciples of the Seven Absolute Sect were at the Golden Core level. Even if they were not at present, they would likely attain that status in the future. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Noticing Su's penchant for reading miscellaneous texts, Yin Jiuzong reflected that the scriptures in the library would not sustain him for long. He had observed that Su Yuan seemed to lack specific preferences, willing to read any category of literature as long as it possessed some substance. Thus, he considered leveraging his family's resources to gather texts from the outside world, continuously supplying them to Su Yuan, thereby fostering a lasting rapport. Yin Jiuzong's eyes sparkled with excitement. His family excelled in this endeavor, with many members working in libraries and academies, making the collection of texts remarkably convenient. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, the weight of being a true disciple had yet to sink in, as he soared through the air clad in the purple robe of a true disciple. Many fellow disciples recognized him. Su Yuan's reputation had grown considerably, and the news of his elevation swiftly spread, leaving many astonished and incredulous regarding its veracity. As he flew through the skies, intending to return to the main peak, two figures ascended from a nearby peak, making their way toward him. Su Yuan recognized them as familiar faces, the two instructors from the Immortal Seed Valley. Ah, it is Brother Zhuge and Sister Nangong. Su Yuan greeted with respect. Zhuge Jian quickly waved his hand in dismissal, saying, You flatter me, Su Yuan. Now that you have ascended to true disciple status, akin to an elder, I can no longer address you as brother. Otherwise, I would be reprimanded by the elders. Su Yuan chuckled upon hearing this and asked, Brother Zhuge, is there something of importance? Zhuge Jian replied, Indeed, there is a personal matter, but might we seek a quieter place? Then let us proceed to my cave abode. Su Yuan nodded. Excellent. Zhuge Jian had no objections. Meanwhile, Nangong Huiyu observed Su Yuan, seemingly attempting to discern what extraordinary qualities allowed him to attain true disciple status so effortlessly. The three of them flew together toward the main peak, and upon their arrival, Zhuge Jian adopted a more reserved demeanor. On the main peak resided numerous foundational disciples and Golden Core elders, and even Zhuge Jian dared not act recklessly. Descending from midair, they made their way along the main path, soon arriving at Cave 369 on the peak. Su Yuan graciously welcomed the two, and the trio seated themselves beside a tranquil lake within the cave, sipping tea while admiring the ethereal spirit fish swimming in the water, an experience imbued with serene delight. Chapter 41. Invitation and Elaboration. The 7-star transformation technique. Nangong Huiyu blinked her beautiful eyes, observing the spirit fish in the lake with curiosity. Brotersu, you actually have a school of spirit fish in your lake. They appear to be of the same variety? Xiao Kai concealed herself, remaining unseen by the two. Su Yuan chuckled. Indeed, they may hail from the same place. Zhuge Jian glanced at the fish, noting they were merely low-grade yellow-tier spirit fish, and paid them no heed. He then spoke earnestly. Su Yuan, we have come to invite you to join us on a journey to a place of opportunity. Zhuge Jian scrutinized Su Yuan's reaction. Su Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, calmly lifted a cup of tea, and took a sip without any discernible response. A flicker of unease crossed Zhuge Jian's heart. This demeanor felt somewhat off. As the atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence, Su Yuan raised his head in confusion. And then, what? Zhuge Jian inquired, puzzled. Su Yuan echoed his confusion. You merely mentioned a place of opportunity. What is it? What dangers lie therein? Will you not elaborate? Zhuge Jian nodded. It is an ancient relic, harboring a long-sealed battlefield that has transformed into a secret realm. We unexpectedly discovered the entrance to this realm, which will only open in 3 months, prompting my immediate return to the sect to report. Subsequently, the sect dispatched a nascent soul elder to investigate, only to find that entry to the secret realm is exclusively permitted for chi refining cultivators. The opportunities within are bound to be plentiful, yet entry is limited by cultivation levels. Thus, if you join forces with us, we shall undoubtedly seize significant opportunities, and there may even be possibilities for transcending to God transformation. Zhuge Jian's expression grew animated as he fixed his intense gaze upon Su Yuan. With only a month remaining, we have come specifically to invite you to participate. Both Yu and I can challenge foundational levels beyond our means. With your addition, along with a disciple from the sect's hidden peak, we shall surely achieve great success. Hidden peak? Su Yuan seized upon a key point. The hidden peak represents the sect's concealed strength. Its specific location remains unknown. The disciples there possess remarkable prowess. Do not speak of this matter to others. As you are a true legacy disciple, I can certainly confide in you, Zhuge Jian replied. Su Yuan nodded in understanding, lifting his teacup for another sip. He even found the leisure to toss some spirit stones into the lake, causing the spirit fish to scramble for them. Though the fish were still small, requiring only fragments of spirit stones for nourishment, this did not imply the feeder's lack of financial means. What do you mean? Zhuge Jian inquired. Well, Su Yuan smiled, feeding the fish once more. Nangong Huiyu observed this scene, her expression contemplative. Zhuge Jian did not ponder too deeply, furrowing his brow as he addressed Su Yuan. Though you have now attained true inheritance and possess ample resources, the path of cultivation is not one that can be traversed merely through solitary effort. The refinement of one's mindset, willpower, spiritual insight, and understanding of the Tao all necessitates the trials and tribulations of exploration and experience. As someone who has walked this path before, I urge you to heed my words. Do not be deceived by my current realm of merely the 9th layer of chi refinement. My foundation is solid. During my foundational stage, I established an exceptional Tao foundation, and a breakthrough to the golden core is imminent. The nascent soul is within reach. Zhuge Jian's tone was fervent. Su Yuan, rendered speechless, contemplated for a moment before directly stating, in truth, I have no desire to venture out for training at this time. So I must apologize. This so-called opportunity is one I shall not pursue. Zhuge Jian frowned. Nangong Huiyu tugged at Zhuge Jian's sleeve. He regarded her with curiosity. She gestured towards the spiritual fish and tossed out some fragmented spiritual stones, inciting a fierce competition among the fish. Observing the scene, Zhuge Jian glanced at the spiritual fish and then back at Su Yuan, sighing, indeed, you have become a true inheritor. The fervor has waned. But that is of no consequence. Su Yuan felt exasperated, thinking Zhuge Jian was merely inciting him further. He spoke up, please, give me a strand of your hair. What for? Zhuge Jian inquired warily. And yours as well, Su Yuan added, glancing at Nangong Huiyu. She did not hesitate, swiftly cutting a strand of her azure hair, wrapping it delicately in a handkerchief, and presenting it to Su Yuan. Zhuge Jian, seeing this, also plucked a few strands and handed them over, perplexed. What do you intend to do? With a gentle smile, Su Yuan replied, I possess a technique of divination that I have seldom employed. My hands are itching for use. It is fortuitous to borrow your hair for a demonstration. Moreover, I shall be able to ascertain your fates through these strands. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to show my concern for you both. Zhuge Jian's eyelid twitched, yet he was astonished. A technique of divination? Where did you acquire such knowledge? That I cannot disclose, Su Yuan replied, glancing at the sky. Let's wait a moment. At this, Zhuge Jian could only bide his time, continuing to sip his tea. During this interval, Song Kai arrived to arrange the furnishings in Su Yuan's cave abode. Song Qian, managing the shop, delivered goods on several occasions. The Song brothers swiftly organized the cave, planting flowers, tidying up, repairing the stone bricks, and arranging furniture. They worked diligently, although Su Yuan did not provide many explicit benefits. The numerous implicit advantages motivated them greatly. The most straightforward of these was that their family recognized their association with a true inheritor, instantly elevating their statuses to that of foundational offerings within the clan, which multiplied their resource supply by at least 20 times, along with a plethora of internal benefits from a sect. In essence, the saying, one person achieves the Tao, and even the chickens and dogs ascend was not mere rhetoric. Subsequently, even the top 10 from the inter-sect competition came to congratulate Su Yuan on his attainment of true inheritance, and he received each of them with a warm demeanor, maintaining the grace befitting a true inheritor. At last, night descended. The moon perched upon the branches, while countless stars twinkled in the sky, with the Big Dipper shining particularly brightly among them. At this moment, Su Yuan had ascended to the highest point of the cave dwelling, where a precipice loomed. He had meticulously arranged a ritual platform. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu stood nearby, observing with keen interest. Dressed in a flowing purple robe that shimmered with a faint violet glow, Su Yuan exuded an air of profound mystery. Draw forth the sword. With a flourish of his sleeve, a sword box soared into the air, releasing 7 flying swords that hovered effortlessly around him. The ethereal energy within Su Yuan's body surged forth, coalescing into strands of starlight that gathered at the tips of the swords. Bidu Kixing Yongtian Formation. With a mental command, the 7 swords ascended to the platform, tracing intricate lines in the air. In a matter of moments, a mysterious star map materialized upon the ritual platform. The swords were then embedded into 7 designated positions, forming the core of the formation, their energies interconnected, with the tips pointing skyward towards the constellation of the Big Dipper. Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu exchanged astonished glances, completely taken aback by this unexpected display of prowess. Su Yuan then turned to them, saying, "The execution of this formation will require spiritual stones. May I count on your reimbursement?" "Certainly." Zhuge Jian nodded in agreement, and Nangong Huiyu did likewise. Su Yuan's expression softened as he focused intently, 2 strands of hair rising to the center of the formation. He executed a series of hand gestures, channeling his consciousness into the formation, while also mobilizing his profound energy. Crucially, Su Yuan infused the essence of his own comprehensions and the forces of nature into the formation. The essence of sharp metal, the power of fire, and the vigor of wood were all woven into the 7 exquisite flying swords, elevating the formation to an unprecedented pinnacle. Then, Su Yuan declared, 7 stars, Yantian secret technique. Gold essence intertwines, fire and would follow, guided by the 7 stars. Fortune and misfortune deduced, formation, arise. 7 beams of starlight erupted from the core of the formation, soaring skyward toward the clouds. These radiant pillars of light were visible from afar. On the main peak, several elders glanced toward Su Yuan's cave dwelling, their expressions tinged with surprise. Gu Zhongmen remarked with curiosity, "What is Su Yuan up to?" "This is causing fluctuations in the protective formation of our sect. This talent is impressive." After a quick survey, Gu Zhongmen determined there was no immediate threat and returned his attention elsewhere, dismissing the actions of a mere qi refinement practitioner as inconsequential. The starlight pierced the heavens for a quarter of an hour before finally connecting with the celestial Big Dipper. Sensing this celestial alignment, Su Yuan swiftly began to calculate with his right hand, predicting the fortunes and misfortunes that awaited Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu in the secret realm. Meanwhile, with his left hand, he activated his ring, causing spiritual stones to cascade like a waterfall into the formation. The stones ignited spontaneously, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged towards the heavens, as if engaging in a trade with the Big Dipper itself. Zhuge Jian felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, his palms subtly damp with sweat. In the realm, such secretive divination techniques were exceedingly rare. Although the 7 absolute sect possessed such methods, few could master them. While he was astonished by Su Yuan's display, he was equally apprehensive about the potential adverse outcomes. His greatest fear was not a disastrous result, but the notion that individuals adept in these arts seemed incapable of revealing the celestial secrets, instead resorting to vague utterances that required interpretation. A misjudgment could yield counterproductive consequences. Suddenly, the flow of spiritual stones came to an abrupt halt. Su Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As soon as the blood left his body, it evaporated into nothingness, leaving Zhuge Jian in a state of shock. Nangong Huiyu hastily produced a medicinal pill and tossed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan caught it deftly and swallowed it, his complexion rapidly regaining its rosy hue. "Alas, I have overexerted myself. My cultivation is still lacking. It seems only a nascent soul could fully unleash such power," Su Yuan mused with a sigh, shaking his head in dismay. Upon witnessing Su Yuan's repeated headshakes, Zhuge Jian's heart trembled. His voice quivered as he inquired, Su Yuan, how are you faring?" After a brief cough, Su Yuan regained his composure and replied, "All is well. There are no internal injuries, merely a slight depletion of vitality." A brief period of rest will suffice. Zhuge Jian was left speechless. Was he inquiring about his own well-being? Yet he still managed to say, I sincerely appreciate your efforts. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It is no trouble. The insights I have gleaned may not be entirely accurate. Consider them mere references. Zhuge Jian's expression grew solemn as he prepared to heed the cryptic words that were to follow. Su Yuan began. When you are uncertain whether to proceed left or right, choose the path ahead. When you encounter a great serpent, meet its gaze. And when you believe your journey is entirely secure, remember to employ your life-preserving measures. That is all. Zhuge Jian was taken aback. Su Yuan's directness, albeit somewhat ambiguous, was far clearer than the convoluted verses of other diviners. Might this be too straightforward? Zhuge Jian couldn't help but ask, is straightforwardness a flaw? Su Yuan replied with surprise. Very well, allow me to rephrase. In the face of an unclear path, discern the way forward. When confronted by a serpent, muster your courage to meet its eyes. Tranquility does not equate to safety, and in dire straits, defy fate to survive. Zhuge Jian, Nan Gong Huiyu. By the way, I must apologize. Let us settle the accounts. I believe we have expended 37,000 spiritual stones. Would you prefer to redeem contribution points or utilize spiritual stones? Su Yuan's teeth gleamed with a bright, starry white in the night. Zhuge Jian felt a bit flustered. How did he perceive that they had spent such a hefty sum? Surely it was but a trifling amount. Nevertheless, Zhuge Jian remained silent. Acquiring 3 prophetic phrases was already a significant gain. He readily settled the account of spiritual stones. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan smacked his thigh in frustration, internally cursing. How careless! I did not anticipate Zhuge Jian's wealth. What a loss! I have missed out on a fortune. Had I known, I would not have forced that blood. Such a waste of expression. Chapter 42, A Leisurely Life, Cultivating While Fishing. As Su Yuan gazed at the departing figures of the 2 adventurers, he could only offer them silent blessings. Unlike him, they were determined to strive for their future, while Su Yuan, blessed with extraordinary fortune, was destined for divergent paths. May they return safely, he sighed. The art of divination, though intriguing, was not infallible. Placing too much faith in its predictions could lead to dire consequences. From the depths of the lake, Xiaokai emerged, bubbles escaping from her mouth, her large eyes fixed intently on Su Yuan. Was she hungry again? Su Yuan's expression stiffened. Xiaokai nodded her little head eagerly. Amused, he tossed her some spirit stones, which she joyfully devoured. With each stone consumed, a steady flow of mysterious energy surged within Su Yuan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He thought of the Yuan pool. Continuous cultivation within it would inevitably interrupt his rest. However, if Xiaokai were to cultivate there, it would be an exquisite opportunity to harness the pure spiritual energy contained within, while also conserving the spirit stones he needed to feed her. The more he pondered, the more promising the idea seemed, and his gaze towards Xiaokai sparkled with excitement. Sensing his fervent interest, Xiaokai curiously raised her fish head, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Reluctantly, she returned one of the spirit stones to him, guarding the remaining dozen with a possessive demeanor that made Su Yuan chuckle. Prepare yourself. We are heading to a splendid place where you can feast to your heart's content. Su Yuan mused, contemplating what else he needed to gather. A vague feeling of forgetfulness nagged at him, yet he couldn't quite grasp what it was. Indeed, I've packed everything, and there's nothing left in the cave. It hasn't been long since I arrived at the sect. Once Little Lee completes her foundation establishment, I shall visit her. What could I possibly have left behind? Finally, it dawned on him. The shop in the market. I believe I instructed Song Kai to hand over matters to Niu Bin. That should be all settled. Moreover, this would not affect him, and perhaps it might even help him accumulate some reputation points. Glancing at the system panel, Su Yuan noted that he required 2,000 reputation points for his next upgrade. He remained unperturbed, confident that once he achieved foundation establishment, he would easily meet the requirements. Let us go, he declared, summoning the fish tank and placing Xiaokai along with 49 spirit fish inside before making his way towards the Yuan pool. Meanwhile, at the 7 Absolutes market, within the shop of Su Yuan's artifact refinement, Niu Bin was sweating profusely as he attended to a steady stream of customers. Is this truly the shop established by senior brother Su Yuan? Indeed, I made inquiries through relatives in the market, and it is confirmed that this shop was personally set up by senior brother Su Yuan. This is the shop of the illustrious Su Yuan, who triumphed over intersect prodigies. How splendid! I shall bask in the brilliance of senior brother Su Yuan. A shop run by senior brother Su Yuan must guarantee quality, and the prices are surely fair. The brothers Song Kai and Song Qian were bustling about in the shop, while the low-ranking attendants they had hired hurriedly gathered goods, fetched items, and completed deliveries. It was truly exhilarating. The emergence of Su Yuan had caused a tremendous stir among the disciples of the Seven Absolute sect, and naturally, the minor sect practitioners and lone cultivators within the bustling Seven Absolute market became increasingly curious about him. Consequently, Su Yuan's sole enterprise inevitably came into the spotlight of numerous cultivators. Even if only a small fraction of them visited out of sheer curiosity, the shop would soon become overwhelmingly crowded. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Qian took a moment to rest in a chair and remarked, "Fortunately, senior brother Su instructed us to cease the sale of low-grade items, or else our shop would have been completely inundated. This is senior brother Su. His vision and strategy are far from simple. One must learn, observe, and contemplate more." Song Kai then approached and patted Song Qian on the shoulder. "I understand, brother." Song Qian nodded. "Indeed, this shop is exceedingly popular. Brother Niobin, do you have any solutions?" Song Kai directed his gaze toward Niobin. Niobin walked over, puzzled, and replied, "What can I do? I am merely an outer disciple. Senior brother, Su has appointed you to manage the shop. There must be a reason for this. Please consider it carefully," Song Kai urged. Upon hearing this, Niobin fell into deep thought. A flurry of ideas raced through his mind until he hesitantly suggested, "The only idea I can think of is to open a branch." Song Kai was taken aback. "Is that feasible?" Niobin nodded. "In fact, this shop was established jointly by me and senior brother Su, so I have the authority to open additional branches under the same name based on this store. Opening a branch is certainly possible." Realization dawned on Song Kai as he responded, "Now that you mention it, I see that the establishment of a branch truly requires your involvement, brother Niobin." However, Niobin inquired, "However what?" "However, this is, after all, leveraging senior brother's reputation to earn spirit stones, and thus the profits cannot be primarily allocated to you," Song Kai stated quite directly. While it might seem inappropriate for Su Yuan to say such a thing, it was perfectly acceptable for Song Kai. Niobin immediately replied, "I certainly understand. Being able to follow senior brother Su is already a great privilege. I wouldn't dare to ask for much." Song Kai then softened his tone. "In that case, we shall arrange for another store to operate within the Seven Absolute market. This time, it needs to be larger, with supplies from the Zhang family, the Zhou family, and our Song family, as well as low-price consignment from numerous disciples of the Seven Absolute sect. Our supply is abundant, and with senior brother's reputation, we need not worry about sales. Thus, in no time, senior brother Su's enterprise will flourish." Song Qian promptly asked, "Brother, should we consider opening branches in other markets as well?" Song Kai immediately shook his head and said, "Do not act on your own accord. Opening a branch at the Seven Absolute Square is inconsequential. Senior brother Su originally entrusted us with the management of this establishment. However, if we were to venture into other markets, we must report to senior brother Su. We shall discuss this matter further with him later." Once the three of them reached a consensus, Niobin took the spirit stones provided by Song Kai and hurriedly made his way to the marketplace management office to lease a shop. At the rear of the main peak on the 9th mountain, Su Yuan cautiously approached a stone valley within the peak. Upon his arrival, he felt a significant concentration of spiritual energy, comparable to that found in a third-tier cave, and this was merely the exterior. "What are you doing here? This is a forbidden area." A stern voice startled Su Yuan, and he turned to see a bald man glaring at him from atop a stone pillar. Su Yuan retrieved his true disciple token and infused it with spiritual power to activate it. "I am the true disciple Su Yuan, here to utilize the Yuan pool." Su Yuan declared promptly. "Oh, it's you." The bald man nodded and said, "You may enter. Isn't there an elder to inspect?" Su Yuan inquired curiously. "I'm merely the gatekeeper," the muscular man replied. "There are formations here connecting to the protective sect array, which will automatically detect and deduct your usage time." "Ah, understood. Thank you, elder." Su Yuan replied with a respectful gesture. The man scoffed, "I'm not an elder." As he spoke, the man rolled on the ground, transforming into a blue ox, which then leaped to a nearby patch of grass to graze. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly peculiar. He glanced at the blue ox several times, which rolled its eyes at him, snorted loudly, and resumed its leisurely grazing of the spiritual herbs. Su Yuan observed that the entire area was indeed filled with spiritual grass, evidently cultivated by someone. However, the cultivator was certainly not the ox. It must have been disciples of the sect tasked with planting and managing these resources. Yuan offered a slight bow before proceeding deeper into the stone valley. Once Yuan disappeared from sight, the blue ox muttered to itself, "I, Niu Lao San, have truly opened my eyes." A treasure like the Yuan pool is being used by a mere 6-layer Qi refinement novice. Although he cannot utilize much, it is still the first time I have seen someone at the Qi refinement stage enter. What path does this lad tread? Should I cultivate some rapport? Never mind. He is merely at the Qi refinement stage, perhaps later. The blue ox regarded Yuan with indifference, as the disciples it supervised were all at the foundation establishment stage, rendering a Qi refinement novice hardly noteworthy. Upon entering the valley, Yuan found 9 paths extending before him. 5 of these paths were closed for use, while only 4 remained open. He cautiously approached one of the unoccupied paths, not out of fear of danger, but rather concern over his inability to bring Xiaokai and the others along with him. As he reached the midpoint of one path, a wave of formation energy swept over him. In the next moment, his true disciple token began to glow, displaying the date of November 29th in the 9th year, along with the notation of 11 hours. Subsequently, a beam of white light radiated from the token, enveloping Yuan and marking him with a label akin to passage. A radiant white light emanated from Yuan, forming a slender thread that connected to the fish tank's magical apparatus, linking to the little fish named Xiaokai. Innocently, Xiaokai wriggled its body and gazed curiously at its now whitened tail. Subsequently, the white light from the 9-colored celestial fish dispersed into 49 finer strands, each connecting to the 49 spiritual fish. Observing this spectacle, Yuan smiled faintly, concluding that his efforts had borne fruit. He stepped forward, closely scrutinizing the happenings within the fish tank. Indeed, the formation did not impede their entry. Once Yuan crossed the threshold, the pathway appeared to assume a closed demeanor. He walked to the end, and astonishingly, he beheld a pool spanning 100 meters in both length and width. Surrounding the pool were colossal blocks of milky white spirit stones, which, based on their appearance, were at least of high-grade quality. Yuan inhaled deeply, absorbing the spiritual energy, and approached for a closer examination, only to discover that it had been ensnared by formation, rendering direct absorption impossible. Upon inspecting the pool's contents, he was taken aback by the sight of flowing liquid spiritual energy. "Such astonishing spiritual liquid," he exclaimed. He produced a container, intending to collect some, but as expected, he failed. Shrugging off the disappointment, he turned his attention to Xiaokai and the 49 spiritual fish, who were now exhibiting remarkable vitality. Xiaokai opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply as spiritual energy wafted from the pool, drawn into its being. Within Yuan himself, the profound essence began to manifest gradually. Clearly, the effects were palpable. The plan was unfolding perfectly. Chapter 43. The Self-Cultivation of Spiritual Fish with Delight. Yuan watched as Xiaokai absorbed the spiritual energy. He subsequently decided to immerse them all in the spiritual pool. His gaze remained fixated on the spiritual fish, fearful of any mishaps, which would be unfortunate. Fortunately, his concerns proved unwarranted. Due to the formation's constraints, the spiritual energy could not be transported in containers, and the same applied to the spiritual fish. Once the spiritual fish reached their absorption limit, even if they swam vigorously in the pool, no additional energy would enter their bodies, thus preventing any catastrophic explosion. Nonetheless, being surrounded by spiritual energy significantly accelerated their growth rate manifold. After a while, Xiaokai also reached a temporary limit, unable to absorb any further. Yuan discovered that the maximum amount of spiritual energy Xiaokai could absorb equated to that of 40 low-grade spirit stones, revealing that the quantity it typically requested was indeed minimal, merely a half satiation. Was it perhaps concerned about alarming him, fearing that he might cease providing spirit stones? From that point onward, Xiaokai's absorption speed would hinge upon its digestive capacity. The quicker it could metabolize, the more rapidly it could absorb. However, Yuan felt no apprehension in this regard, as Xiaokai had demonstrated an astonishing speed in refining spiritual energy, which he had witnessed previously. It was merely within this spiritual pool that Xiaokai's absorption rate appeared slow. Contemplating the abundance of spiritual energy, Yuan suddenly remarked, "With so much spiritual energy available, Xiaokai, you must not let it go to waste." As he spoke, he pointed with his finger, sending a strand of spiritual consciousness into the sea of awareness of the little fish, Xiaokai. Xiaokai looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled expression. Noticing her lack of reaction, Su Yuan continued to impart the contents of his self-created martial arts techniques, the 7 Stars Mysterious Body Refinement Method and the 7 Stars Mysterious Spirit Forging Method. One focused on spirit forging, the other on body refinement. Despite absorbing both techniques, Xiaokai remained bewildered, evidently unable to comprehend their complexities. Su Yuan, however, was not surprised. He had a backup plan. Spiritual consciousness, infused with spiritual power, entered Xiaotsai's body, and he began to explore her anatomical structure. He discovered that the internal meridians of the 9-colored celestial fish were exceedingly intricate. To his astonishment, he found 118 already activated acupoints within Xiaokai. Although these spiritual orifices were quite small, they were gradually enlarging with the absorption of spiritual energy, and there was no need to open them further. Goodness, Xiaokai, are you inherently gifted with such profound capabilities? Su Yuan inhaled deeply, realizing that Xiaotsai's bloodline was indeed remarkable. He swiftly focused his mind and began to circulate the techniques according to their requirements. The fish's meridians were indeed different from those of humans, with variations in acupoint locations, but this posed no challenge for Su Yuan. These techniques were originally his own creation, and he was intimately familiar with the details. A few modifications would render them suitable for a fish's cultivation. The paths of the 2 techniques flowed within Xiaotsai's body, operating without interference, continually drawing in spiritual energy to refine her soul and physique. Xiaokai willingly submitted to Su Yuan's manipulation, cooperating fully. Remember the circulation route I've taught you. Try to cultivate it on your own. Su Yuan communicated through their contract. Xiaokai nodded eagerly and began to learn Su Yuan's circulation method. True to her nature as a 9-colored celestial fish, despite being a fish and somewhat dazed, she grasped the circulation route with an innate ease. In a mere half-hour, Xiaokai had mastered entirely. Su Yuan released his control over the spiritual consciousness and observed as Xiaokai began to circulate the techniques autonomously. With her innate ability to absorb spiritual energy, the trio of energy-gathering powers commenced their work. The rate of spiritual energy consumption surged dramatically. Su Yuan chakil excellent. Every bit counts. This raised Xiaotsai's limit to 120 spirit stones. He then turned his attention to the other spiritual fish, attempting to impart the techniques to them as well, only to discover that their intelligence was too rudimentary, lacking any special bloodlines, rendering them incapable of learning the martial arts. Just as Su Yuan sighed in contemplation, a tricolor de radiance illuminated Xianxia. To his astonishment, the colorful light connected to 49 other spiritual fish. Subsequently, these fish began to significantly increase their intake of spiritual energy, as if they had instinctively learned the 2 techniques under Xiaotsai's influence. Su Yuan was taken aback. Xiaokai, you are truly remarkable. Xiaokai joyfully flicked her tail, lifted her head above the water's surface, and released a few spiritual bubbles, exuding a sense of pride. The consumption limit of those spiritual fish has been elevated to the level of a low-grade spiritual stone, no longer the trivial fragments of spiritual stones. Su Yuan smiled in silence, suddenly realizing that his body had begun absorbing spiritual energy without his notice. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the 7 Stars Mystical Body Refining Technique and 7 Stars Mystical Spirit Refining Technique were autonomously operating. A glance at the system panel revealed that his rest time had not been deducted. What could this mean? Su Yuan glanced at Xiaokai. Pondering, it seemed that the feedback from his contract with Xiaokai had activated the synchronized cultivation method within him, implying that it was not he who was cultivating, but rather Xiaokai guiding him in his practice while he remained in a state of rest. After confirming that the system was functioning properly, he was left speechless. Could this system truly allow him to exploit such a loophole? Would it malfunction? After waiting for an hour without any incident, he noticed that both his physical and spiritual essence were indeed growing slowly. Relieved, he fetched a reclining chair and a small table, set down a cup of spiritual tea, and retrieved a copy of a treasured book, contentedly delving into its pages. This tome was an autobiography of a Golden Core elder from 3,500 years ago, recounting his legendary life over 2 centuries, interspersed with captivating tales and valuable insights into cultivation. Su Yuan immersed himself in it as if reading a novel, thoroughly engrossed. Within the main hall of the peak, Master Gu pressed his palm against the control core of the mountain protecting array. He had received word that Su Yuan had entered the Yuan pool for cultivation. Soon, he pinpointed Su Yuan's location, but the hazy mist obscured his condition. a measure taken to safeguard privacy, largely advocated by many female elders who wish to prevent the master from prying. Many of these female elders directly engaged with the Yuan pool, and thus, the principle of do not gaze upon what should not be seen had led to the inability to view the cultivator's states over time. However, the consumption rate of spiritual energy from the pool could still be monitored. The rate of consumption showed that 289 low-grade spiritual stones worth of spiritual energy was expended every hour. Master Gu was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. That amounted to 289 low-grade spiritual stones consumed in just 1 hour. Would that not total 3,000 spiritual stones in a day? Even a top-tier, single spiritual root would not exhibit such speed. How on earth was this lad cultivating? Master Gu was puzzled. However, he quickly regained his composure, calculating that at this rate, over 10 years, it would consume a staggering 12 million spiritual stones. Yet, Su Yuan could not possibly be in a constant state of cultivation, which would lead to a corresponding decrease. Additionally, the accelerated cultivation speed from breakthroughs would offset some of the consumption, ultimately still resulting in over 10 million spiritual stones. With a calm smile, Master Gu reflected that this benefit from the Yuan pool was a personal expense of Su Yuan's. He had neither contributed nor earned any merit, thus could not expect to receive such an opportunity without justification. Even as the master, he could not arbitrarily allocate resources. This was entirely from his own pocket. And should the consumption be excessively high, he would incur a loss. Initially, I had overestimated him, yet he continues to astonish me with his remarkable abilities. If only his cultivation speed could match his extraordinary talent, it would not be long before he attained the Yuan-ing stage. As for the Hua Shin stage, I have yet to achieve that myself. With a sense of relief, Master Gu departed from the control center, calmly attending to the affairs of the sect. Before long, 6 months had elapsed. By the Yuan pool, Su Yuan wore a grave expression. He cast his fishing rod with force, the hook darting through the water like a mighty dragon, swiftly targeting a school of spiritual fish. The fish scattered in all directions, but one was momentarily hindered by its companions, allowing the hook to ensnare it, dragging it to the shore. Frustrated, Su Yuan reprimanded Little 36. How could you be so foolish? Did you not learn the 7-star flowing light technique? If you cannot evade such a simple trap, have you not been diligent in your studies? The captured spiritual fish hung its head, accepting the lesson with a dejected demeanor. Meanwhile, a group of spiritual fish floated on the surface, watching the scene unfold, emitting a chorus of peculiar laughter, a marvel in itself, as fish could laugh. Casting a glance at them, Su Yuan coldly remarked, "You are also mid-tier yellow-grade spiritual beasts, equivalent to the 6th level of Qi refinement. This is a crucial time as you approach your elementary examinations in cultivation. If you cannot manage the physical education of the 7-star flowing light technique, have you not thought to review your Chinese 7-star Xian True refinement technique, mathematics 7-star Xian True body refinement technique, and foreign language 7-star Xian True water sword technique? What are you doing here, dawdling? If you fail, you will all have to retake the exams." The group of spiritual fish promptly withdrew, retreating to a distance to resume their training. Su Yuan released Little 36, which hurried back to its companions, bumping into one and appearing quite agitated. Little Kai approached, gently patting Su Yuan's foot with its fin in a gesture of comfort. Su Yuan chuckled softly. I was merely jesting with them. Upon sensing the spiritual apertures within the 9-colored celestial fish, he discovered they had expanded significantly. Over the past 6 months, Little Kai had advanced to a high-tier yellow-grade spiritual beast, poised to break through to the pinnacle of its grade. In recent days, preparations for this breakthrough were underway. Su Yuan was astounded by the rapid cultivation rate of the 9-colored celestial fish. Due to its diligence, his own dantian was nearing capacity. He could no longer postpone his own breakthrough. He mused, if an ordinary person were to acquire a 9-colored celestial fish, they could easily rely on it to cultivate effortlessly. He pondered why others had not contracted Little Kai, and why some sold it for over 100 spirit stones. Was it merely due to the high consumption of spirit stones? Surely, solutions could be found for that issue. Though perplexed, Su Yuan felt compelled to express gratitude once again to the fish merchant brother. By the way, what was that brother's name again? Chapter 44. The Mysteries of Heaven and Earth in the Yuan Pool. Su Yuan sat cross-legged within the Yuan Pool, glancing at the system panel. Name, Su Yuan. Region, Chinka Continent. Level, Rising Fame, 93, 891,000. Realm, 6th layer of Qi refinement, 99,100. Entry 1. Balance of work and rest. Current rest time, 1837 days. Entry 2. The way follows nature. Entry 3. Auspicious stars shine brightly. Rest time reset. In an instant, Su Yuan's mind became exponentially clearer. Yet this was not the end. Upon this foundation, the Entry 4, balance of work and rest, entered a state of secondary activation. His cognitive speed surged once more. The cultivation time reached 18 days. This was ample. Su Yuan closed his eyes, and in his mind, all the texts he had perused over the past 6 months vividly resurfaced. Countless insights into cultivation automatically organized, categorized, and summarized, presenting themselves within Su Yuan's consciousness. A series of illuminations flashed through Su Yuan's heart, elevating his understanding of cultivation to a new zenith. Previously, he had a remarkably clear comprehension of the Qi refinement realm, almost reaching the level of a Qi refinement master, while his grasp of the foundation establishment stage was merely that of an ordinary master. Now, with the influx of extensive knowledge, Su Yuan's understanding of the entire foundation establishment realm had ascended to the level of a master. His comprehension of the Golden Core realm had also expanded significantly. Foundation establishment serves to lay the foundation for the Tao. What is this foundation? It prepares one for the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Both the momentum of the universe and its artistic conception are merely manifestations of these laws. Foundation establishment is about establishing a root to bear these manifestations, gradually moving from the surface to the essence, ultimately touching upon the realm of the laws. What the mundane world refers to as the best or superior quality pertains to the most suitable foundation for carrying momentum and intention. The higher the compatibility, the better the quality. A supreme spiritual root inherently possesses the finest foundational support, which is the spiritual root itself. Constructing a Tao foundation upon the spiritual root naturally leads to excellence. This path does not align with me. Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. I have grasped 2 momentum and 1 intention, using this as the foundation to construct a Tao foundation that will ultimately bear the core. Wouldn't that be a perfect fit? Su Yuan murmured. As he organized these cultivation insights, he ultimately confirmed that his reasoning was utterly sound. Others may not know what laws of heaven and earth or artistic conceptions they might comprehend in the future when constructing their Tao foundations, and must merely align with the directions they might grasp. Therefore, even if they approach the future laws of heaven and earth, they can only draw infinitely close. Presenting as supreme, Su Yuan, however, reversed this process. The Tao foundation he constructed is a perfect match, termed the perfect Tao foundation. Consequently, the quality of his true essence would undoubtedly rank among the strongest in the present era. After confirming this, Su Yuan revealed a faint smile. A certain classic mentioned that in ancient times there existed great cultivators with perfect Tao foundations. Yet in this era, it is unknown how one could establish such a foundation. It turns out one must first comprehend intention before constructing the Tao foundation. Ancient cultivators were indeed formidable. I wonder if any ancient beings have survived? Su Yuan could only sigh in contemplation. He then diligently continued to organize his knowledge, and upon completion, he gazed upon the essence of the Yuan pool, and an array of profound realizations surged within his heart. The principle of Tao follows nature activated. This Yuan pool was undeniably a realm of celestial mysteries. Suddenly, the scene before Su Yuan transformed. It appeared as though he could perceive the ethereal veins of the universe manifesting in the air. Within the vast foundation of the spirit stone, there seemed to exist conduits akin to the meridians within the human body, swiftly transporting spiritual energy and converging within the Yuan pool. Spiritual veins. Su Yuan was astonished. He had directly glimpsed the spiritual veins. The effect of work and rest in harmony amplified the effect of Tao follows nature manifold. This enhancement allowed Su Yuan to more vividly grasp the secrets contained within the celestial mysteries. Concurrently, memories from the past 6 months, during which he meticulously observed every corner and detail surrounding the Yuan pool, surged forth, enriching his insights and igniting a cascade of brilliant thoughts. The entire framework of the Yuan pool stone valley materialized within Su Yuan's consciousness, vividly reconstituting itself. He beheld peculiar celestial veins intertwining, forming an immense gathering formation. Was this a formation? It seemed somewhat different, reminiscent of the natural formations recorded in the Thousand Formation Secrets. yet it embodied the essence of formations born from the principles of heaven and earth. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. One of the supreme techniques of the 10 absolutes, the 1,000 formation secrets, constituted a significant and profound legacy. Describing in its text, formations are the language through which cultivators elucidate the mysteries of heaven and earth. While the natural formations are a celestial language that requires no translation for direct utilization. At their core, both are forms of language, thus exhibiting no fundamental distinction. However, natural formations possess a greater potency under equivalent circumstances, and there exists a crucial difference. Natural formations can be comprehensively mastered without the necessity of understanding their intricacies, enabling the full exertion of their formidable power, akin to a black box. One need not discern the principles within, only grasp the overall function of the black box. Each of these black boxes may be termed restrictions. Restrictions are indeed formations, and some formation masters specialize in employing restrictions to arrange formations, capable of deploying even more formidable formations beyond their level. Such masters may be referred to as restriction masters. Restrictions also lie at the heart of the formation legacy. The more restrictions one comprehends, the more formidable the formation master becomes. Furthermore, those who can unravel the true operational principles of restrictions will ascend to become genuine masters of formations, formation grandmasters. Before him, the Yuan pool's natural formation was one he had never encountered in the 1,000 formation secrets, evidently birthed after the time of the ancestral masters. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan discerned that this entire natural formation was composed of 118 restrictions. The more he observed, the brighter his understanding became. This natural formation could be entirely likened to the acupoints of the human body. Turning his gaze back to the position of the Yuan pool, he realized it was precisely where the Dantian resided. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Su Yuan was entranced. As he delved deeper into his comprehension, he beheld the flowing runes circulating within the formation. Much of this resonates with the teachings of the 10 absolute scatterer, particularly the doctrine of symbolic invocation of heaven and earth. Gazing upon this natural formation, his comprehension of both the 1,000 array technique and the symbolic invocation of heaven and earth has seen a remarkable advancement. Although the essence remains elusive to him, he envisions the possibility of internalizing this entire array formation within himself. A sudden spark of inspiration ignites within Su Yuan, and his heart races at the audacity of his thought. This is, after all, a natural array formation, according to the introduction of the 1,000 array technique. Each formation possesses formidable strength, and the notion of internalizing one is a daring concept he only entertains during the periods of balanced cultivation. He immediately contemplates the feasibility of this idea and discovers it is not as daunting as it seems. On the contrary, this supportive natural array exudes a gentle nature. The flamewood spirit forging technique has grown outdated. It appears to be time for a fresh innovation. A glimmer of understanding dawns upon Su Yuan as he resolves to integrate the perfect foundation building methods with the principles of the natural array formation into the flamewood spirit forging technique, aiming for a monumental breakthrough to become one of the strongest foundation builders. Floating upon the surface of the essence pool, he strives to expand his spiritual awareness, delving into the deepest realms of enlightenment. However, as time progresses, he gradually senses a perplexing obscurity. Having just constructed the rudimentary form of a technique, he finds himself ensnared in an inexplicable bottleneck. The 9-colored celestial fish glances at Su Yuan, noticing his lack of response, and promptly initiates a breakthrough. An immense, abyss-like suction force seemingly erupts from within, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, while its spiritual pressure escalates rapidly. A group of spiritual fish huddles in the corner, exchanging glances filled with anticipation. The 9-colored celestial fish radiates a tricolored light, enveloping the entire essence pool, and all the spiritual fish within it similarly manifest this tricolored glow, as if undergoing a transformation into tricolored fish. Their essence begins to ascend at this moment, and their demand for spiritual energy surges dramatically. The swift absorption of spiritual energy by the spiritual fish and the little colored one leads to a rapid decline in the spiritual energy content of the essence pool. Consequently, the natural array formation must hasten its operation, drawing in distant spiritual energy for replenishment. The natural array formation begins to operate swiftly an unusual occurrence. This rapid operation unveils more intricate details of the natural formation to Su Yuan, flooding his mind with insights. The bottleneck regarding the integration of the natural restrictions with the spiritual orifices and meridians is rapidly unraveling. He chuckles inwardly, feeling divinely assisted. The breakthroughs of the little colored one and the spiritual fish provide him with the strength to comprehend the great way, serving as a return for the efforts he has invested in nurturing them. Every sip and every peck seem preordained, akin to the cyclical nature of the heavens, governed by inherent laws. Simultaneously, Su Yuan contemplates another notion, extending his spiritual awareness into the little colored one's body to observe the process of its breakthrough and the changes occurring within its orifices. Immediately, he was astonished to discover that within Xianxia's body, the spiritual orifices formed a self-contained system. Although not a naturally occurring array restriction, it seemed to contain a certain profound principle of heaven and earth, mysterious, profound, and unfathomable. Yet, through this sensation, Su Yuan found a reference template for integrating natural array restrictions into his cultivation system, and inspiration surged like a wild stallion, uncontrollable. A natural es mais grâce Su Yuan's lips. As if he were an enlightened sage, attaining a profound understanding, sitting calmly while observing the clouds drift by, his heart as clear as a high-hanging mirror, indifferent to the chaos of the world, finally grasping the marvels of the great Tao. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Su Yuan clapped his hands thrice in delight, his eyes sparkling with brilliant spiritual radiance, as various insights melded into one, and at last, he comprehended. In the main hall of the peak, Master Gu hurriedly arrived. He immediately activated the core of the array to observe the situation at the origin pool. He then beheld a shadow, seemingly seated above the pool, devouring vast amounts of spiritual energy. In reality, it was Xianxia and the spiritual fish absorbing the energy. What was this? Was it a breakthrough? Master Gu promptly assessed the consumption of spiritual energy in the origin pool and discovered that the depletion was extraordinarily excessive, surpassing the level of qi refinement, certainly indicating a stage above foundation establishment. They truly were breaking through. Good lad. Very well. Master Gu began to remotely replenish the spiritual energy into the origin pool. As the consumption for foundation establishment was easily manageable for the pool, thus he was unconcerned. However, when he inadvertently glimpsed the quantity of spiritual energy consumed previously, he could hardly contain himself. Chapter 45. Improved Techniques, a win-win for Su Yuan. 8. 97 million low-grade spirit stones? Master Gu's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Something felt amiss. Master Gu muttered to himself. It had only been half a year. The consumption of spirit stones was approaching 10 million. This was utterly abnormal. Seemingly recalling something, Master Gu immediately manipulated the core of the array to retrieve the footage from half a year ago. Swiftly arriving at the day, Su Yuan entered the origin pool to prepare for cultivation. Master Gu located Su Yuan, and then his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he gazed at the fish tank artifact and the spiritual fish within it. He pointed at the core of the array, issuing a soul-piercing inquiry. Array spirit, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't the origin pool not supposed to accommodate spiritual beasts or pets? What is going on? He even brought in 50 of them. My spirit stones. Do you understand? Those are my spirit stones. The core of the array fell into silence. Shortly after, it emitted a wave of intent. Detection indicates that the opponent's spiritual pets possess the ability to shield against array sensing, akin to obstructing the heavenly mechanism. And improvements are underway. Marking the opponent's spiritual pets. Please wait, Master. Master Gu voiced his skepticism. What? Shielding array sensing? Do you even realize your own grade as an array? Does any one of those fish reach the second tier? Useless. Absolutely useless. The array spirit coldly replied. Please replenish spirit stones or deduct contribution points. Your pre-stored spirit stones are on the verge of depleting. Master Gu trembled, pointing at the core of the array. The enhancement was successfully implemented. Upon the next entrance of the opponent, their spirit pet will be barred entry. Please provide an evaluation of this enhancement. The formation spirit stated emotionlessly. Good, good, good. You wretched being. Thank you, sect leader, for your threefold commendation. Please promptly replenish your spirit stones, as your contribution points will soon be automatically deducted. The formation spirit continued. Sect leader Gu had come to respect the formation spirit, though it was regrettable that the 7 absolute sect was somewhat lacking in the area of formations. The intelligence of the formation spirit was indeed concerning. Even the foxes within the trial's secret realm surpassed this fool in capability. However, such was the legacy of the ancestral master, and it was only natural for it to be somewhat superior. Sect leader Gu pinched his nose and preemptively deposited 100 million spirit stones into the core of the formation. Heck, kid, I don't believe you can exhaust it all, but first I must coax him out. Sect leader Gu promptly sent a message to Su Yuan's true disciple token, requesting him to come out for a moment, as he had a grand treasure to show Su Yuan. The nature of the treasure was, of course, inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Su Yuan hastily bring forth those fish. After all, those were his spirit stones. If Su Yuan absorbed them, that would be one thing, but if the fish absorbed them, that would be a tremendous loss. By the way, what sort of fish were those? They looked somewhat familiar. Could it be? He pondered as he departed for the scripture pavilion to investigate further. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's crafting of the law was still in progress. The framework of his technique had nearly taken shape, and the circulatory path within his body had begun to adjust. If other Qi refinement practitioners were to witness the diagram of Su Yuan's circulating path, they would surely be left in a state of dizziness. The intricate web of pathways involved countless meridians, with each spirit aperture resembling a super-operational hub, communicating with a multitude of channels. The internal complexity of the spirit apertures reached an extreme level, surpassing the comprehension of foundational practitioners. Even Su Yuan himself was bewildered by the current structure of his spirit apertures, as he had directly adapted the prohibitions from the natural array into the apertures. Despite his lack of understanding of the subtleties, he was already able to utilize these effects. The efficiency of spirit energy absorption and refinement had undergone a remarkable leap. As soon as the spirit energy entered the apertures, it was instantaneously transformed into profound, true energy. Moreover, the original talismans within the profound, true transformation technique had been entirely altered. Aside from possibly retaining the same name, everything else was vastly different. Among them, the largest spirit aperture, his Dantian, had transformed into an existence akin to a primordial pool, under the alteration of the primordial pool's prohibitions. The size of the Dantian had expanded by more than tenfold. Furthermore, the spiritual power within exhibited faint signs of automatic liquefaction. It is noteworthy that only foundational practitioners utilize liquid true essence. Within the Dantian, streams of four-colored spiritual energy flowed in through the contractual bridge, swiftly converting into profound true energy upon entering the Dantian. Moreover, this transformation bore the essence of natural completeness. After the completion of the primordial pool's prohibitions, Su Yuan began to cultivate a perfect foundational basis. Before one's eyes, in the center of the Dantian, an enigmatic furnace, forged from the essence of profound energy and the forces of heaven and earth, materializes into a square form. The furnace, resembling both gold and wood yet neither, encapsulates the essence of metal while embodying the vigor of timber. Within this vessel, a phantasmal flame, born of fiery energy, dances and flickers with life. This marks the nascent form of Su Yuan's foundational Tao, the burning wood forging gold cauldron. Its name may appear unremarkable, yet the mysteries it harbors are profoundly astonishing. Within the cauldron's flames, one can observe a glimmering golden particle, enduring the purifying embrace of the fire. This particle signifies the future golden elixir of Su Yuan. The gold referred to in the burning wood forging gold cauldron not only embodies the essence of gold, but also represents the elixir itself, reflecting Su Yuan's aspirations for the immortality of metallic properties. This technique is imbued with far-reaching implications, transcending the theoretical confines of ordinary practices. Should Su Yuan choose to pen this method, even a few individuals at the golden elixir stage might grasp its essence. The golden grain is not a mere illusion. It is tangible, and during the breakthrough to the foundational realm, he will coalesce a grain of gold dust with the existence of the golden elixir. The transition to the golden elixir realm becomes feasible. Thus, why not commence with the gathering of a single grain of gold dust? This insight is a novel understanding he has gleaned in the process of creating his own technique, a crystallization of wisdom birthed from a wealth of knowledge and elevated perspective. As the transformation of the technique approaches its culmination, Su Yuan integrates the 7 stars profound body refining method and the 7 stars profound spirit forging method into this practice, achieving a level of perfection within his current capabilities. The burning wood forging gold technique is complete. At this moment, Xiao Kai emits a peculiar cry akin to a dragon's roar, her form expanding significantly, her scales shimmering with unprecedented brilliance, and a vibrant aura radiating in all directions. The 49 spirit fish, now elevated to the superior yellow tier, bow in deference. Su Yuan gazes in astonishment at Xiao Kai's newfound presence, if he is not mistaken. It embodies a force of nature. As Xiao Kai breaks through her foundational stage, akin to a bloodline awakening, she instinctively comprehends a force of nature. This remarkable bloodline talent incites a wave of envy in Su Yuan. Indeed, reincarnation seems to be an art in itself. Xiao Kai, who spends her days indulging in food and play, has effortlessly grasped the force of nature at the golden elixir level. How absurd is that? With a flick of her tail, Xiao Kai ascends into the air, where moisture beneath her coalesces into a cloud, carrying her gracefully aloft. Overjoyed, she dances around Su Yuan, who finds himself nearly dizzy from her exuberance. Slow down, he chuckles. When Xiao Kai finally halts, she affectionately nudges Su Yuan with her head. He waves his hand. All right, you have also broken through. Stand guard for me. It is now my turn to cultivate. He noticed a message left by the sect leader within the true transmission token. After a cursory glance, and determining it was of no significant consequence, he formally initiated the burning wood forging technique. Suddenly, it was as if a colossal ancient divine beast raised its head, opening its immense maw to draw in the surrounding essence. A substantial amount of liquid spiritual energy surged from Su Yuan's various spiritual orifices and pores into his body. Simultaneously, Su Yuan began to unblock the remaining orifices with ease, akin to the simple act of eating or drinking. In an instant, one spiritual orifice was unblocked and the natural restrictions successfully activated. With a series of pops, it felt as if he were starting his cultivation anew from the first level of qi refinement. Su Yuan's abundant spiritual power surged like a tidal wave, breaking through each spiritual orifice. In the blink of an eye, 9 orifices were breached. A quarter of an hour later, 18 orifices opened. Another 30 minutes passed, and 27 orifices were fully unlocked. The 27 orifices of the 7th level of qi refinement had all been shattered and the natural array restrictions activated. The newly opened 27 orifices immediately connected with the previous ones, forming an exceptionally stable structure, making the subsequent unlocking of orifices considerably easier. In that moment, the liquid spiritual energy in the Yuan pool decreased by 1%. Gu Zhongmin, who was perusing a secret manual on celestial beasts in the scripture pavilion, immediately received a warning from the array's spirit. Upon inspection, his expression changed drastically. In just 1 day's time, which he had overlooked, half of his stored spiritual stones had been consumed. That amounted to a staggering 100 million spiritual stones. What kind of demon was this Su Yuan? Gu Zhongmin promptly set aside the manual and hurried back. At this moment, Su Yuan had already embarked on a breakthrough to the 8th level of qi refinement. The vast amount of profound, true energy in his dantian was evaporating, creating new spiritual orifices one after another. 9 orifices, 18 orifices, 27 orifices. In a mere 15 minutes. The spiritual energy in the Yuan pool had evaporated by 5, with the substantial replenishment of profound, true energy. The natural array restrictions within Su Yuan's body grew increasingly complete. He hadn't anticipated that establishing a truly complete natural array restriction within himself would require such an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, he was in the Yuan pool, a place abundant with liquid spiritual energy, so he remained unperturbed. Gu Qingzhu was alarmed. The stored spiritual stones were rapidly diminishing. The stones would not immediately replenish the Yuan pool's spiritual energy. This deduction first fed into the core of the formation to be gradually transformed into spiritual energy to replenish the Yuan pool. Now, what was consumed was the liquid spiritual energy already stored. Whatever was consumed there, the sect leader had to replenish. Upon arriving at the core of the formation, Gu Zhongmin saw that his 100 million spiritual stones were on the verge of depletion. Please promptly replenish the pre-deposited spiritual stones, sect leader, or the formation will expel the disciples currently cultivating within. Please replenish the pre-deposited spiritual stones. I know. It's not that I want tea. Gu Zhongmin huffed coldly. He flung out another 100 million spiritual stones. He chose not to leave, instead standing his ground. eager to witness what kind of anomaly Su Yuan truly was. Is the nine-colored celestial fish truly so exaggerated? Such absurd accounts are not found in the secret tome of celestial beasts. It is evident that Master Gu does not comprehend the underlying reasons. This situation surpasses his realm of understanding. If the beings within were cultivators at the golden core stage, he might grasp a semblance of it. But they are merely at the foundation establishment stage. This is indeed preposterous. Su Yuan exclaimed with delight. Excellent. Prepare for the ninth layer of qi refinement. He commenced his endeavor to breach the ninth layer of qi refinement once more, encountering no difficulties whatsoever. For Su Yuan, the process of qi refinement held no secrets. Every step was executed flawlessly, and thus his breakthrough unfolded effortlessly, albeit the natural array restrictions proved somewhat challenging. The essence pool diminished by another 10 units. Yet Su Yuan remained unfazed, rallying his resolve to initiate the foundation establishment breakthrough. Foundation establishment pills? Not necessary. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, why would he require foundation establishment pills? At this juncture, Su Yuan could not help but chuckle. The sect leader has performed admirably. This essence pool has earned MVP status. I continue to bask in effortless victories. A win-win, indeed, as I triumph twice. Chapter 46, The Golden Sand Realm. After preparing himself, Su Yuan began to circulate his cultivation technique, ready to ascend to the foundation establishment realm. As his thoughts shifted, the mysterious true energy within him surged rapidly. Confronting a swift circuit. By the time Su Yuan realized what was happening, the true energy in his dantian had initiated a chain reaction, transforming instantaneously into true essence. Where gaseous spiritual power transmuted into liquid spiritual power, true essence. This is the advantage of a breakthrough, as if aided by the very heavens. All of his spiritual power was simultaneously converted into true essence, paving the way for the gradual transformation through the circulatory path. A subtle pull emerged from Su Yuan's exterior, causing the essence pool's surface to quiver slightly, and his aura experienced a mild elevation, reaching the foundation establishment stage. Su Yuan blinked in bewilderment, meeting the innocent gaze of Shao Kai. The little creature flicked its tail in confusion. I'm here to protect you. You may begin. I am ready, Su Yuan replied. Xiao Kai. Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Within the vast tomes of the library, many cultivators had described the arduous journey of foundation establishment, requiring foundation establishment pills worth tens of thousands of spirit stones and various enhancement items to increase the probability and quality of the establishment. Yet for him, with a mere thought, foundation establishment was achieved. The fiery wooden cauldron in his dantian solidified slightly, and then there was nothing more to follow. Even the anticipated absorption of a significant amount of essence pool liquid did not occur. It was less demanding than his qi refinement training scenes. Upon reflection, Su Yuan understood. For ordinary individuals, the journey from qi refinement to foundation establishment typically consumed around 100,000 spirit stones, akin to crafting a bicycle with that sum. In contrast, he had expended an estimated 100 million spirit stones to establish a natural array restriction, equivalent to investing 1,000-fold in value to create a Xiaomi Su 7 Ultra, thus outperforming in terms of performance. While both traversed a distance of 1,000 meters, a bicycle would require considerable time to navigate, while the Su 7 would arrive in an instant. Such is the fundamental difference. Figures like Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu could have transcended the foundation-building realm many years ago, yet they have refrained from doing so. Is it not to forge an even stronger foundation? Foundation building does not merely occur within the confines of the foundation-building realm. Rather, it begins in the qi refinement stage, where one's path is already set by the time they reach foundation building. Zhuge Jian and his companions seek to uncover rare treasures and foundational spiritual materials within secret realms to establish a superlative foundation. Otherwise, why would they venture into such fortuitous places? With their innate talents, they could easily attain the golden core realm through solitary cultivation at home, compressing their training time to just a few years. Yet, would they willingly settle for stagnation at the golden core or nascent soul stages? Individuals like Zhuge Jian, who are prodigies among exceptional spiritual roots, all aim for the primordial spirit realm. Only Su Yuan, without stepping outside, can utilize the natural formation restrictions to construct his path, achieving a perfect Tao foundation for his breakthrough. There exists a distinction between genius and those who are seemingly favored by fortune. At this juncture, Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. The foundation he had established was so formidable that he could not fully unleash his potential during cultivation. If he were to exert himself entirely, his meridians might very well rupture. Much like Su Qi's ultra capabilities, he could only operate at 25 units on a conventional path. Otherwise, colliding with obstacles could result in disastrous consequences. However, the phrase balance of work and rest is too precious to squander. With a spark of inspiration, Su Yuan pondered. If he could not run on the conventional path, could he not race upon the track? His 118 spiritual orifices within provided an infinite acceleration track, allowing external spiritual energy to flow directly into the orifices and subsequently into his dantian through their interconnectedness. Within the dantian, the burning wood and gold elixir would utilize this spiritual energy as fuel to forge golden sand. Since traversing the ordinary path, increasing true essence, posed challenges, and future pathways, tempering the physical body and meridians, must be established before he could truly sprint. He resolved to exert his full effort on the track, utilizing spiritual orifices and refining golden sand, without issue. With this thought, Su Yuan hesitated no longer. The 118 natural formation restrictions across his body erupted with astonishing suction, immediately sweeping up the vast amount of spiritual energy from the Yuan pool. As the spiritual liquid entered the orifices, it transformed directly into gaseous, profound, true energy, subsequently transmitted to the dantian, as if through a portal. In no time, a significant accumulation of profound, true energy filled the dantian, which did not circulate for the refinement of true essence, but surged directly into the burning wood and gold elixir. As this profound, true energy rushed into the cauldron, it gradually infused the essence of wood and the intent of gold during its passage through the cauldron's walls, culminating in a complex and enigmatic reaction as the profound, true energy evaporated, while the golden sand within the flames grew increasingly solidified. Even the sect leader would be taken aback upon witnessing this scene. What was unfolding bore little resemblance to the foundational realm of cultivation. And how did it differ from the golden core realm? Su Yuan would assert that there was indeed a distinction. The golden sand he was currently condensing was merely a rudimentary version of a golden core. Since it belonged to a tier subordinate to the golden core, it was only natural that it remained within the foundational realm, a perfectly reasonable deduction. The innate array prohibitions within Su Yuan were undeniably extraordinary, resonating subtly with the natural array prohibitions of the outside world. The spiritual liquid within the Yuan pool divided into 118 streams, continuously flowing into Su Yuan's being. With his eyes closed, Su Yuan diligently operated the flamewood gold refining cauldron, refining the golden sand. Before long, an amount of spiritual liquid equivalent to the energy of 10 high-grade spirit stones was expended, and at last, a minuscule grain of golden sand emerged from the cauldron. Su Yuan could proudly proclaim that he had reached the golden sand realm. He might have forged a realm between the foundational and golden core stages, solidifying the golden sand realm, and he could further progress to realms such as the golden grain and golden pearl. In truth, Su Yuan believed that his method of cultivation was quite rational, advancing steadily akin to the 10 months of gestation. While other cultivators directly manifested a treasure, the golden core, he nurtured his essence gradually. Though his pace might be slower, the risks were significantly minimized, and the meticulousness of his approach was undoubtedly superior to conventional cultivation, ensuring remarkable potential for the future. It was evident that Su Yuan had not considered that for other cultivators to condense golden sand, as he did, would be no less challenging than coalescing a golden core. In fact, it was even more arduous. Su Yuan's refinement persisted, and after condensing a single grain of golden sand, he grew adept at the process. The second grain coalesced at an even swifter pace, with both grains floating amidst the flames, continuously absorbing the cauldron's fiery essence. The air within the cauldron was rich with the force of wood and the essence of gold, providing unrelenting nourishment to the 2 grains of golden sand. With a tranquil demeanor, Su Yuan continued his concentration on golden sand condensation. Upon reaching a total of 7 grains, an inspired idea struck him. He arranged the 7 grains in the pattern of the Big Dipper constellation. At that moment, the night sky illuminated slightly, and 7 beams of light cascaded down, penetrating through layers of formations, directly infusing Su Yuan's being. At that instant, The 7 grains of golden sand seemed to acquire some extraordinary mystical enhancement, swirling in a complex manner before him, manifesting 365 variations of star maps within a fleeting moment. All of these intricate transformations entered Su Yuan's sight, still in a state of contemplation, and he comprehended them instantaneously, a true gift of celestial knowledge. With a newfound understanding, Su Yuan condensed 2 more grains of golden sand, which seamlessly integrated into the constellation of the Big Dipper, gradually fading from view as if they had never existed. Subsequently, an influx of profound energy surged into the flamewood gold refining cauldron, but rather than condensing further grains, it continuously supplied the previously condensed golden sand. A complete diagram of the Beidou 7 stars golden sand array operates within the heart of the burning wood forging cauldron, as flames gradually envelop these golden sands, causing them to burn as if they were true celestial bodies. Remarkably, Su Yuan's technique has been thoroughly transformed into an unconventional art. This so-called burning wood forging technique has reached a level beyond his judgment, yet he envisions that it could one day be passed down as a unique legacy. He contemplates simplifying it into 9 distinct versions, enabling future practitioners to gradually master it. The simplest iteration would be tenfold more challenging than the profound, true transformation technique from the immortal Seed Valley, likely attainable only by the most extraordinary talents. He intends to continue refining the technique, perpetually innovating and updating its versions. Should an unparalleled genius truly embark on his path, the future promises to be chaotic. As time flows gently by within the grand hall of the sect, Master Gu stands before the core of the array, now numb to the situation. The pre-stored spirit stones are about to be depleted. Please replenish them promptly, Master. I understand. Here you go. The pre-stored spirit stones are about to be depleted. Please replenish them promptly, Master. I know. No need for reminders. Master Gu's composure crumbled. He glanced at the past usage of spirit stones. Over 800 million had been consumed. Although this amount equated to merely 800 top-tier spirit stones, sufficient for 2 months of cultivation, he is a nascent soul. Is it conceivable that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator is engaging in this level of practice? It defies all reason. Is there no logic at play? The realm of cultivation adheres to fundamental principles. It is impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to possess golden core level energy without transitioning to the golden core stage. Otherwise, they would either perish or already embody the golden core level. Does a foundation establishment cultivator with golden core level power, yet lacking a golden core, not qualify as a golden core cultivator? What then is the false core stage? Is it not defined as a cultivator possessing golden core strength without an actual golden core? When others refer to a false core, do they not mean a minor true immortal? Possessing energy and power at the golden core level renders one a golden core cultivator. The existence of a golden core itself is of little consequence. Master Gu furrowed his brow, pondering. This young man cannot be cultivating incorrectly. If he directly breaks through to golden core, his foundation would be too tenuous, leading to potential calamities. Nevertheless, he refrained from halting Su Yuan's absorption of spiritual energy. On the contrary, he increased his investment. His consciousness delved into his vast spatial storage ring, uncovering 4 mountains of spirit stones, a mountain of inferior spirit stones, a mountain of middle-grade spirit stones, a mountain of superior spirit stones, and a small hill of top-tier spirit stones. The ring he possessed was, in fact, the 8th sect's treasury, managed by the sect leader, allowing for immediate access with subsequent reporting to the nascent soul elder council or the supreme elders. His consciousness reached the mountain of superior spirit stones, extracting over 100,000 from its base and casting them into the array-S spirit. Observing the evident gap at the mountain's foot, where only a minuscule fraction had been removed, Master Gu still felt a pang of pain. Out of sight, out of mind. He resolved not to look again. The heartache was palpable. Having just lost the 900 million spirit stones he had earned, he now found himself compelled to invest an additional several billion spirit stones. If Su Yuan were to squander this opportunity, he would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless toil, akin to that of a beast of burden, until every last spirit stone was reclaimed. Chapter 47. A new appointment, the Master of Hidden Peak. At the moment when Gu Zhangmen beheld the liquid spirit energy of the Yuan pool utterly depleted, a profound emptiness enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, he let out a long, piercing cry, transforming into a beam of golden light as he surged toward the 9th mountain behind the main peak. Upon his formidable arrival at the entrance of the Yuan Pool Stone Valley, he was met with the sight of an elderly man in gray robes feeding a green ox with grass. This scene, reminiscent of a humble village where an old farmer tended to his livestock, sent a shiver down Gu Qingzhu's spine, causing him to plummet from midair and tumble to the ground beside the old man. Having encountered Elder Nangong, Gu Zhangmin respectfully offered his greetings. The elder turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, young Gu, you remain as impetuous as ever. Such demeanor is unbecoming of a leader." Gu Qingzhu chuckled awkwardly but replied, "That Su Yuan, I cannot fathom what manner of being he is to consume 20 billion spirit stones worth of energy in a single breath. I require several months to absorb such an amount, which is why I hasten to assess the situation." The elder gazed deeply into the depths of the Yuan pool and spoke, "Do you find the scene familiar? Reflect carefully." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingzhu fell into contemplation. Clearly, the elder's inquiry held significance, yet he was momentarily unable to grasp its meaning. Elder Nangong, observing Gu Qingzhu's perplexity, could only shake his head in silent bemusement. "Enough of idle chatter," he declared. "Once Su Yuan emerges, appoint him as the master of Hidden Peak." At this pronouncement, Gu Qingzhu's pupils dilated in astonishment. What exactly was Hidden Peak? Initially, the Seven Absolute sect had not established a hidden peak, but rather a reserve peak. Whenever an extraordinary prodigy emerged, having acquired the ancestral teachings, a new peak would be created, thereby becoming a founding master. However, it was implausible to have a founding master establish a peak from nothing. Hence the sect arranged for the creation of a reserve peak, which would serve its purpose once a prodigious talent arose to open a new vein, allowing for the swift formation of a new peak where exceptional teachings could be imparted to suitable geniuses. Yet, since the era of the Seven Absolutes, there had been a prolonged absence of new teachings, leading the reserve peak to be perceived by other disciples as the hidden peak, shrouded in mystery and regarded as the sect's concealed strength. In truth, the essence remained unchanged, although nearly everyone believed that the teachings had been exhausted. Who could say for certain? The establishment of the reserve peak was a beacon of hope. Why did the transformation god Elder personally oversee the immortal Seed Valley? Because the Seven Absolute sect understood long ago that its foundation did not rest upon territory or wealth, but rather upon the vitality of its people. The continuous emergence of new immortal seedlings. This was the true bedrock of the sect. Each batch of celestial seedlings is meticulously inspected by the Elder of Transformation, who observes them for an uninterrupted span of 3 months, diligently eliminating internal saboteurs, infiltrators, those with wavering resolve and malevolent dispositions. The Elder seeks out those who possess high comprehension, noble character, exceptional talent, a stable mind, and profound fortune. Thus, it is evident that Su Yuan has been under the constant scrutiny of the Elder of Transformation, and given the Elder's assertions, it is clear that Su Yuan has attained the transmission of a supreme skill. Gu Qingzhu recalled the accounts recorded in the sect's annals, depicting the extraordinary experiences of the ancestral masters who opened their meridians. Previously, he had thought these were mere embellishments, a glorification of the master's formidable prowess. However, upon witnessing Su Yuan's circumstances, he suddenly realized that the records were not exaggerated, but rather authentic reflections of reality. Should he compose a history of the sect now, it would undoubtedly be perceived as an overstatement by future generations. It seems he might just secure a place in the annals of the sect. Gu Qingzhu was struck by this realization, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What are you contemplating?" asked the Elder Nangong, perplexed. "Oh, it's just that Su Yuan is now my true disciple. How should we handle this?" Gu Qingzhu could not suppress a grin. Elder Nangong replied nonchalantly, "This does not pose any issue. It is quite normal for him to succeed you as the sect leader in the future." Indeed, Gu Qingzhu nodded in delight. He could already envision the benefits awaiting him once he joined the Elder Council, as he would be revered as the esteemed mentor of a generation of ancestral masters. Gu Qingzhu, would be wealthy. Was he at just 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones? On second thought, that was an excessive amount. Elder Nangong discerned part of Gu Qingzhu's thoughts and smirked. "Focus on your cultivation. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance." Understood. Gu Qingzhu nodded dismissively. Elder Nangong patted the head of the blue ox before soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The blue ox sighed regretfully. Its cultivation was insufficient to even become a mount. Suddenly, the blue ox recalled the conversation between the two. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in its bovine eyes. While it could not serve as Elder Nangong's steed due to the elder's high cultivation, this new ancestral master had a much lower realm. Wouldn't it be just right to serve as a mount? The blue ox glanced at the sect leader and opened its mouth, saying, "Sect leader Gu, I refuse to do this work any longer." What? Gu Qingzhu looked at the blue ox in confusion. Wasn't this the task you sought? A leisurely and comfortable life, with disciples tending to your needs. That was in the past. What future does being a gar hold? The blue ox scoffed. Gu Qingzhu waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. I will simply find another elder to take your place. The blue ox began to gather its provisions. A storage ring on its ear glowing as it swept away all the surrounding spiritual herbs and medicines, leaving nothing but a barren patch of ground. Gu Qingzhu's lips twitched. He was still present. Must they be so shameless? Being the former mount of an elder was not something to boast about. He would still be the mentor of the ancestral masters in the future. Gu Qingzhu ignored the blue ox and awaited Su Yuan's emergence. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan indeed emerged from the Yuan pool, leisurely carrying a fish tank artifact. Upon spotting Gu Qingzhu, he paused momentarily, then deftly levitated the fish tank. Bowing respectfully with both hands, Su Yuan pays his respects to the esteemed sect leader. Rising, he inquired, "Elder brother Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Qingzhu, unfazed by Su Yuan's antics, replied with a stoic expression, "Su Yuan, are you aware of the transgression you have committed?" "What?" Su Yuan was bewildered. Gu Zhongmin pointed at the floating fish tank, observing the swarm of spirit fish within, his lips twitching slightly. Is there a problem?" Su Yuan asked cautiously. "You are prohibited from bringing spirit beasts into the Yuan pool. Look at what you have done, bringing in 50 spirit pets all at once. You truly defy the heavens." Gu Zhongmin's teeth ground in frustration. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan awkwardly touched his cheek and lowered his head in defense. "No one informed me. I thought it was permissible." "That is a falsehood." Su Yuan recalled similar accounts he had perused in the library, yet he merely wished to experiment. What if? He never anticipated success. After all, no one had explicitly warned him, and there were no written prohibitions. Ignorance is no excuse. Gu Zhongmin glared at him. "This is a warning. It shall not occur again." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His perception of Gu Zhongmin significantly improved. Perhaps the sect leader wasn't so bad after all. "By the way, what is your current realm?" Gu Zhongmin continued. "I sense you absorb an immense amount of spiritual energy. That quantity is sufficient for you to break through to the golden core stage." Su Yuan shook his head. "I have not yet broken through to the golden core." "Is that so? Try to levitate without harnessing your internal power. Merely through will," Gu Zhongmin instructed, fixing his gaze on Su Yuan. "How could I possibly do that?" Su Yuan was taken aback as he found himself levitating effortlessly. This ability was a fundamental aspect of the golden core stage. Yet he had always believed he had not attained that level. He was astonished to discover the golden sand stage could achieve it. Gu Zhongmin, stroking his chin, circled Su Yuan, shaking his head. "I cannot comprehend. You are indeed an anomaly." Su Yuan's expression darkened. "Sect leader, what do you mean by that?" "Enough. You have reached the golden core stage and must now contribute to the sect. Have you decided what you wish to do?" Gu Qingzhu suddenly inquired. Su Yuan refrained from arguing and asked, "May I go to the Immortal Seed Valley? It seems quite intriguing." "What?" Gu Zhongmin was taken aback. "You wish to go to the Immortal Seed Valley? Is that not permissible?" Su Yuan guidith. He considered this a subtle method to gain renown. While the fame generated by newly initiated disciples was limited, they would eventually grow and provide greater recognition in the future. Thus, with a steady stream of contributions, his fame could gradually ascend. "That is acceptable," Gu Zhongmin pondered before adding. "However, you must also serve as the master of a peak." "What? Me? The master of a peak?" Su Yuan was astonished. Gu Zhongmin replied nonchalantly, "You have mastered one of our ancestral masters' unique techniques, have you not? Every inheritor of a supreme skill bears the responsibility of passing down the legacy, ensuring that it does not come to an end. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Su Yuan's expression shifted, surprised that the sect was aware of some of his circumstances. Having accepted the favor of his ancestral master, he naturally intended to continue the legacy. And by imparting his unique skills, he would undoubtedly enhance his own reputation, which would lead to an unceasing flow of benefits. Very well. Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. The fact that Su Yuan had openly acknowledged this left the sect leader, Gu, momentarily astounded. The transmission of unique skills is significant. While the act of passing it down is indeed crucial, the individual capable of inheriting such a legacy is even more vital. What extraordinary talent must that entail? Moreover, the later generations of unique skills are typically deciphered by individuals of exceptional aptitude, especially since the 7 supreme skills. It has been ages since anyone has been able to comprehend unique skills, indicating that Su Yuan's talent surpasses all previous prodigies of the 7 supreme sect, including the founders of the 7 veins. Kulme, I shall take you to the hidden peak, where you may contemplate a new name. It shall be your domain henceforth. The sect leader soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Su Yuan, floating in the air, was about to follow suit when a green ox had already settled beneath him. Su Yuan, somewhat puzzled, glanced down and met the gaze of the ox, which blinked innocently. Although surprised, Su Yuan mounted the ox's back. The green ox then ascended into the air, following the sect leader. Gu turned back, witnessing this scene with astonishment. Gazing at the ox, "Well, you old bull, no wonder you've forsaken your post. Are you seeking a more promising venture?" Chapter 48. Entering the Circle of Peak Masters. Take a look at this information. Gu presented a disciple roster. Currently, Hidden Peak boasts 438 elders or disciples at the Golden Core stage, 4,000 disciples or stewards at the Foundation Establishment stage, and 12,000 Chi refining disciples. The proportion of those above the Foundation Establishment stage is notably high, primarily due to the stringent admission criteria for Hidden Peak. Elders who emerge as nascent soul practitioners automatically join the main peak. However, once you take over Hidden Peak, newly promoted nascent soul elders will also belong to it. Gu provided a general overview of Hidden Peak's situation. Su Yuan listened in quiet astonishment. Outside, a Foundation Establishment cultivator could establish a considerable cultivation family, securing a foothold in a cultivation city, while a Golden Core Master could wield actual dominion over a region, potentially ruling a small nation. To have such formidable individuals within Hidden Peak speaks volumes of the 7 supreme sect strength. Could he truly be entrusted with such a vast power? Su Yuan hesitated. Is it not too hasty for me to become the Peak Master in this manner? This is the command of Elder Nangong, Gu replied. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. Could it be that venerable elder who had propelled him to a 500-point increase in reputation? So, it was... Su Yuan enlightenedly nodded. I understand now. So, what name shall you choose for your peak? You may refer to the names of other peaks for inspiration. Gu suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan remarked, let us name it Sanju Peak. 3. Master Gu questioned, perplexed, what is the significance of that? Su Yuan got ready to play. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Master Gu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Su Yuan would utter such profound words so effortlessly. He quietly committed this phrase to memory and then said, well, since he did not choose it arbitrarily, we shall establish it as such. I will now arrange for you to meet the other Peak Masters formally. Very well. Master Gu immediately rang the bell, summoning the Peak Masters to gather. As the sound resonated, the Peak Masters, who were either managing affairs or in quiet meditation, displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a formal summons was rare. Its toll indicated that significant matters were afoot. In a flash, 7 beams of light soared from each peak, converging upon the main peak. Soon, within the grand hall of the sect, the 7 Peak Masters assembled. Wang Siming, upon seeing Su Yuan, chuckled, young man, it has been a while. How has your time in solitude treated you? Not very pleasant, I presume. Do you regret coming to the main peak? You could always return to my Xianxia peak. I could teach you an extraordinary skill. Su Yuan smiled and gestured toward the increasingly dark expression of the master. Gu Qingshu snorted coldly, silence. I have a significant announcement to make. Wang Siming's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Then he cast a puzzled glance at Su Yuan, wondering why he lingered when a crucial announcement was being made. Gu Qingshu continued calmly. From this day forth, our 7-Ju sect shall have an additional peak, named Sanju Peak. The expressions of the 7 Peak Masters transformed simultaneously, their astonishment directed toward Master Gu. Wang Siming suddenly grasped the situation, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He swiftly turned to Su Yuan, then back to Master Gu, his feelings of discontent plainly evident. Master Gu disregarded him and pointed directly at Su Yuan, declaring, this gentleman is the inaugural master of Sanju Peak, Su Yuan. He has achieved Golden Core strength and will henceforth be your peer among the Peak Masters. Let's extend a warm welcome. Master Gu clapped his hands. Yet the others remained silent, still in a state of bewilderment. Undeterred, Master Gu introduced Su Yuan, saying, "This robust gentleman is the master of Qiju Peak, Shi Jian." Su Yuan promptly cupped his hands in greeting. Su Yuan pays his respects to Master Shi. Shi Jian, snapping back to reality, nodded with a complex expression. "Master Su, for now on we are all equals. Should you require anything regarding magical artifacts, feel free to discuss it with me." "Thank you, Master Shi." Master Gu then gestured toward another graceful woman, stating, "This is the master of Danju Peak, Tao Yao Yao. You may call her Sister Tao." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. "I have met Sister Tao." The master of Danju Peak sighed. "No need for such formality. In the future, Sister Tao may seek your assistance. Should you require any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to come to me." Su Yuan nodded in appreciation. The sect leader Gu introduced another female peak master. This is Yu Chunli, the master of the divine absolute peak. She possesses remarkable expertise in spiritual perception, and your techniques exhibit some characteristics in this area. You may seek her guidance. Su Yuan also called out to her as sisterly. Yu Chunli smiled warmly and replied, "I wouldn't dare to claim to be a teacher. Let us exchange experiences instead." Next, the sect leader introduced Lei Ming, the master of the Thunder Absolute Peak, Qin Rong, the master of the Technique Absolute Peak, and Huang Shanbua, the master of the Spirit Absolute Peak. Finally, he introduced the master of the Profound Absolute Peak, officially announcing Su Yuan's entry into the upper echelons of the sect's management. Sect leader Gu addressed everyone, saying, "I trust you understand what a new peak master signifies. Although our sect is currently strong, formidable enemies still lurk outside. The demonic sect harbors relentless intentions to eradicate us. We must proceed with caution during this period. Therefore, refrain from secluding yourselves. Pay attention to the disciple situations. Address any troubling signs promptly." There was a hint of gravity in sect leader Gu's tone. "Understood." The peak masters nodded gravely, their expressions reflecting utmost seriousness. Su Yuan recognized that sect leader Gu intended to rectify the sect, eliminating any potential threats to him and resolving all issues. What may have been overlooked before could no longer be tolerated. Once the notifications were complete, sect leader Gu dismissed the peak masters. Wang Siming lingered at the end and conveyed, "Su, come visit me at the Profound Absolute Peak sometime." "I will." Su Yuan responded in kind. After everyone departed, sect leader Gu formally brought Su Yuan to the hidden peak. This summit bore no essential differences from the others, appearing quite similar. Leading him, sect leader Gu disregarded the formation's barriers and stepped directly into the grand hall at the mountain's peak, arriving at the core of the formation. He placed his hand upon it, saying, "From now on, the central formation of this peak will be under your control. The formation spirit responsible for safeguarding the sect will assist you in management, and you need not manipulate it directly. However, do take heed, this formation spirit has some shortcomings." He pointed to his head. At that moment, a voice emanated from the formation core. "Sect leader, everything is functioning normally with the formation core. Please rest assured in its use. Now, kindly present the sect master S token for identity verification to proceed with the transfer of authority." The formation spirit S voice was devoid of emotion. "See that?" Gu Qingzhu sighed as he retrieved the sect master S token for verification once more. Su Yuan chakil silently. It was a lack of intelligence, merely a rigidity that, in its own way, mitigated many issues, each possessing its own advantages and disadvantages. Subsequently, Su Yuan acquired the authority of the peak master, taking command of this mountain. That should suffice. The Immortal Seed Valley will not open for another 2 months. You may preside over it then, Gu Qingzhu stated. "I understand." Su Yuan nodded. After imparting some further instructions, sect leader Gu took his leave, leaving Su Yuan alone in the place. Su Yuan glanced into the cave of the peak master, noting the abundant spiritual energy, yet found the interior devoid of anything of significance. Shaking his head, he departed from the 3 absolute peaks and returned to his own cave on the main peak, where he promptly succumbed to slumber. Though Su Yuan slept soundly, the tremors he had caused began to unfold gradually. Within the various peaks, several disciplinary disciples mobilized, apprehending a number of fellow disciples without allowing them the opportunity to explain themselves. They were simply taken away. The guard forces surrounding the sect significantly increased, and the Yuan cultivators who had been in seclusion within the secret realms emerged to take control of various sect nodes. Some wandering Yuan masters, as well as those of higher realms, were discreetly summoned back. In the hidden peak, now the 3 absolute peaks. Several Golden Core true persons had already learned of the emergence of a new peak master. Some Golden Core true persons, unaware of the hidden intricacies, felt indignant and rushed to the peak master's cave to ascertain the truth, while others, having guessed the situation, intended to extend their congratulations. However, they were met with disappointment as the new peak master was nowhere to be found. The changes were substantial, yet among the disciples of Foundation establishment and below, the atmosphere remained unperturbed. After sleeping for 3 days and nights, Su Yuan awoke to the sound of a system notification. Ding! Level up. What? Su Yuan immediately became alert and turned his attention to the system panel. Name, Sujuan. Region, Qing Continent. Level, Renowned, 1, 387, 210. Realm, Early Foundation Establishment, 30, 100. Entry 1, Work-Life Balance. Current rest time, 35 days. Entry 2, Natural Law. Entry 3, 7 stars shining bright. Entry 4, Awaiting Selection. Upon awakening, his fame value had increased by over 4,000. The cause was evident. It was undoubtedly the impact of his recent ascension to Peak Master, a development that did not surprise him. With eager anticipation, he mentally clicked on Entry 4, revealing 3 lines of descriptive text. Thunderous fame. Your renown is exceedingly high. Beings harboring malice towards you will experience a mental shock upon hearing your name, accompanied by a thunderous cleansing. Notorious reputation. Your fame is so vast that when it spreads to wolf-like creatures, it will automatically transform into a wolf-like reputation, naturally establishing you as their king, capable of commanding a pack of wolves. Resonance of thought. Your renown is immense. Any being who sincerely recites your name will evoke a response from you, allowing you to perceive the circumstances within a certain range of the target. Su Yuan scratched his head. This selection of entries pertained to the additional effects of his fame. The first one was particularly extraordinary, enabling the infliction of area damage. If he were to proclaim his name on the battlefield, it could potentially lead to complete annihilation of the opposing forces. To utter my name would send shivers down your spine. Thus, Su Yuan considered this first entry as an attack-type option for his selection. The second entry left Su Yuan with a peculiar expression. It appeared whimsical, yet proved to be quite effective. Canines, a prevalent species across the realm, once their renown spreads throughout the continent, signify an extensive network of connections. Among these canine beings undoubtedly lie formidable individuals, ensuring that he would not lack for subordinates. This entry, categorized under intelligence and dominion, is indeed commendable. As for the third entry, it evokes the notion of perceiving distant events, somewhat akin to a mystical sight or an ability akin to thousand-mile ears. Ah, mystical ability? These 3 entries seem reminiscent of such powers. Su Yuan gazed at the 3 entries, and with each description, he became increasingly convinced that they indeed represented 3 forms of mystical prowess. Chapter 49, The Power of New Entries. He yearned to select them all. Each entry held merit, and he believed he could find use for any of them. Yet, he was rather reluctant. The second entry appeared to necessitate active engagement with canine beings, which did not pique his interest, thus he dismissed it. As for the first entry, Su Yuan deemed it unnecessary. While it seemed impressive, the actual potency of its lightning strike remained ambiguous. More importantly, it was excessively ostentatious. Should anyone harbor malice towards him while uttering his name, they would face a lightning strike, blatantly revealing his involvement in such occurrences. Although this entry could effectively amplify his notoriety, potentially resulting in explosive growth, Su Yuan felt it was overly risky. The higher one leaps, the harder one falls. After some contemplation, he chose to forego it. The third entry, seemingly of little utility, sparked an idea within Su Yuan. He envisioned employing the entry in conjunction with Tao follows nature. The essence of Tao follows nature requires profound understanding of the cosmos. However, how could he explore and comprehend such mysteries from the comfort of his home? With this entry, he could manipulate space, allowing him to sense the wonders of the universe whenever someone ventured into extraordinary realms while speaking of him. Furthermore, coupled with the balance of work and rest entry, even if the perception of the scene was brief, it would still enable him to grasp as many truths of the universe as possible within a limited time frame. The more he pondered, the more fitting it seemed. Thus, Su Yuan ultimately opted for the third entry. Consequently, echo of thoughts instantaneously integrated into his system panel, becoming a cherished addition to his collection of entries. The moment the selection was confirmed, Yuan immediately sensed the presence of thousands of thoughts. Such a multitude of thoughts completely exceeded his expectations. They emanated from all directions. He discerned that one of them extended to the grand hall atop the main peak. Yuan then attempted to activate the entry, Echo of Thoughts. The brilliance of the entry flickered momentarily. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness divide. One part retained control over his own body, while the other swiftly departed, entering the grand hall. The formations outside the hall could not impede Yuan's consciousness. Soon, he found himself observing the interior of the hall, where he saw Gu Qingzhu meticulously writing and sketching at a table, her face adorned with a trace of worry. Yuan gazed at Gu Qingzhu, puzzled, for it was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state of distress. According to the intelligence from the undercover agent, it seemed that the Tianma sect had unraveled some form of revelation and was intensifying their offensive against the Seven Absolute sect, albeit without a clear understanding of the specifics. Gu Qingzhu murmured to herself, "Fortunately, Yuan has always been within the sect, without involving too many people. Otherwise, the results of the divination could not be so ambiguous." She cast a glance at the core of the formation, deep in thought. Yuan consumes 3 billion spirit stones in a single session of cultivation. The current expenditure is manageable, but what shall we do moving forward? Regardless, he must be nurtured to dominate the realm. In the future, I shall undoubtedly etch my name in the annals of the sect's history. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingzhu continued her musings for a while without mentioning Yuan again, and the scene concluded. Yuan's entire consciousness returned, and he sat in silence, his fingers unconsciously twirling the true transmission ring. Little Kai, noticing Yuan lost in thought, floated over curiously, circling around him. Yuan blinked, offering a gentle smile as he affectionately patted little Kai's head. "Little Kai, you truly are carefree. With me around, you need not worry about spirit stones." Little Kai playfully flipped over, exposing its adorable belly, blowing bubbles and gazing innocently, before conjuring a burst of multicolored light that enveloped Yuan. Yuan felt a slight increase in his internal true essence, the quality imperceptibly enhanced, and he expressed his appreciation. "What a delightful Kai." Little Kai swam joyfully in the air. Regaining his composure, Yuan focused his consciousness on another thought. In the next moment, his awareness transcended space once more, arriving outside the sect. At midnight, Song Kai was busily calculating in the accounting room, meticulously organizing ledger after ledger, the accounts laid out clearly. With a smile, he remarked, "I wonder when Brother Su will summon us. It is said he has emerged from seclusion, yet we have not delivered this half-year's harvest to him." Beside him, Song Qian scrutinized the figures in the accounts, hesitantly saying, "Brother, we have earned a significant amount of spirit stones over these past 6 months through our hard work. Why should we give it all to Brother Su, who has done nothing? If we keep 1/10, then when it comes to foundation building and golden elixirs..." Slap! Song Kai erupted in fury, delivering a fierce slap to Song Qian. Song Qian spun through the air, crashing against the wall, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. His spirit considerably diminished. "Brother, get out. I said get out." Song Kai's face flushed with rage. "Do you know why the Song family continues to thrive? Is it truly because of our exceptional business acumen? No, there are countless individuals with commendable managerial skills. If that were the case, families engaged in commerce will be ubiquitous across the globe. The prosperity of the Song family stems from our sincerity. Once a master family is chosen, we must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to their service, devoid of any selfish motives or reckless hopes. The actions of man are observed by the heavens. Are you aware that a single utterance from you could potentially bring catastrophic repercussions to the family? Such instances are as numerous as the waters of the Yangtze River. Do you still not comprehend?" Song Qian retorted, questioning how one could know such things, just as he could not fathom the extent of our efforts for his enterprise. Laboring tirelessly day and night for half a year, what purpose does it serve? As a true disciple, he surely would not concern himself with such trifles. Calmness enveloped Song Kai. Suddenly, he took a decisive step forward and pressed his palm against Song Qian's dantian. Ultimately, his heart softened, transforming punishment into confinement, sealing Song Qian's cultivation entirely. Subsequently, Song Kai drafted a letter. Song Kai reports to the family head, "My negligence in supervision has allowed Song Qian's greed to flourish, leading him to violate family rules. I have sealed his cultivation and request the family head to dispatch someone to apprehend him." He shall face 100 years of confinement, and I am willing to provide resources for his future cultivation. I humbly ask for your approval. Brother, what do you intend to do? You cannot treat me this way. I am your own brother, Song Qian exclaimed in terror. Song Kai remained silent, sealing his mouth. I was wrong. Song Qian's whimpers escaped his throat. Yet, Song Kai remained unmoved. The moment greed takes root in one's heart, even when expressed aloud, one has already transgressed family rules. Once it occurs, the second and third time are inevitable. I should have destroyed your cultivation, but I have shown mercy. I hope you will diligently cultivate within the family. After a century, I shall release you. Song Kai spoke matter-of-factly. Regret and indignation filled Song Qian's eyes. He had merely spoken in jest. Why must he endure such treatment? He was aware of his mistakes. Without his brother's permission, he would not dare to act. Song Kai did not cast another glance at him and continued organizing the accounts. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a sigh. Taken aback, Song Kai lifted his gaze to the surroundings. He sighed as well. This brother of mine has made me suspicious. In the cave dwelling, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, a hint of a sigh appearing on his face. An unintentional act of his had led 2 junior disciples to tirelessly attend to his needs. To be honest, he had not paid much attention to these 2 disciples. His appointments made rather casually. Yet, he had somewhat forgotten that despite being servants, they too are human beings, each with their own lives, thoughts, aspirations, and ambitions. A single command from him may well represent the immense efforts of others, efforts he remains blissfully unaware of. This brings to mind a saying, one should harbor gratitude for each individual who shows kindness, for they may be quietly sacrificing for you. Ultimately, all that may manifest before you could be as simple as a fried egg, a cup of light tea, or a faint smile that persists even after arduous labor. Su Yuan gazed at the myriad of thoughts, feeling an inexplicable weight upon his heart. There are certain truths that, when unknown, allow one to traverse life with ease. But once recognized, an invisible burden descends. Some of these are responsibilities, others guardianships, and some yield respect. Su Yuan's gaze drifted among these thoughts, finally settling upon the thickest intertwining strands. They crossed and extended into the distant horizon. He infused his consciousness into them. His awareness traversed an unfathomable distance, arriving at a desolate forest of blackwood. Within the tranquil woods, several cultivators huddled back to back, their faces etched with panic as they stared at the phantoms encircling them. It was the celestial demons. How could the celestial demon sect members be here? Zhuge Jian fumed. He had thought they had safely departed the secret realm, only to find themselves randomly teleported beside members of the celestial demon sect. A stranger from the 7 Absolutes sect side. Fortunately, senior brother Zhuge and senior sister Nangong reacted promptly, activating their golden elixir talismans. Otherwise, we would have faced immediate annihilation. Another disciple chimed in. Both Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu displayed expressions of relief, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Su Yuan. Not only had they activated their life-saving measures at the very first moment of confirming their safety, but they also owed their survival and a fortuitous opportunity to Su Yuan's previous 2 warnings. Yet, despite having temporarily evaded the fatal blow, they remained ensnared in peril. Ha ha! Who would have thought to encounter you righteous disciples of the 7 Absolute sect in the Blackwood Forest? It seems old Wu can have a bit of fun today. From behind several celestial demons, a frail, withered old man emerged with a sinister grin, his green eyes fixed coldly on the talismans adorning Zhuge Jian. How long do you think you can endure? A moment or 2? Or would you prefer to surrender and spare yourselves the suffering? Old Spectre, our elder is nearby. He will arrive shortly, Nangong Huiyu asserted. Ha ha, do you think I would believe you? The withered old man immediately commanded the celestial demons to assault Zhuge Jian and the others. Zhuge Jian lifted his gaze to the heavens, observing the northern dipper, and silently lamented. It appears I shall have no chance to repay Su Yuan's kindness. Within the cave, Su Yuan furrowed his brow upon witnessing the situation. He promptly approached a specific location within the cave, where 7 stars altar still stood. In his hand, he also held 2 strands of hair. I hope this proves useful. Su Yuan Saith. Chapter 50. The Northern Dipper, the Fall of the 7 Stars. A sword box flew forth from Su Yuan's sleeve. 9 flying swords soared forth, and as Su Yuan infused his true essence into them, the spiritual energy at the core of the swords dramatically intensified its absorption of his essence. To his surprise, the 9 stars conjunction swords began their metamorphosis. Perhaps 3 centuries of cultivation had sufficed. Under the stimulation of Su Yuan's true essence, the spirits within the 9 swords grew robust. The synergy of the spirits with Su Yuan's essence and consciousness coalesced into a singular entity imbued with a trace of sentience. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 swords emitted melodious sounds of joy, conveying their respect and admiration towards Su Yuan. With a smile, he remarked, "Excellent, the timing for advancement is impeccable. North Dipper, 7 stars, transmutation formation, arise." The 9 swords ascended, harmoniously conjuring the North Dipper, 7 stars formation, suspended above the altar of spells. Su Yuan gazed into the night sky, focusing on the North Dipper. 2 strands of hair floated at the altar's center, igniting spontaneously, serving as a beacon for his incantation target. 7 stars, transmutation, secret technique, golden sword soaring, fire, and would aiding the spirit, 7-star sword formation. Invoking the heavens and moving the earth, coalesce. Su Yuan activated the North Dipper 7 stars transmutation technique, the force of fire, and would enveloping the essence of gold. Soaring skyward. From Su Yuan's storage ring, spirit stones emerged, merging into the altar, igniting into a vast sea of spiritual energy, fueling the ascent of the golden sword. This time he attained the golden sand realm, significantly stronger than before. His spiritual consciousness evolved into divine consciousness, and his spiritual power transformed into true essence, marking a tremendous enhancement in all aspects, allowing him greater control over the 7 stars transmutation technique. At this moment, Su Yuan activated the entry, balanced rest and work. The 3 days of rest instantly reset, and he initiated a second activation. The duration of the entry was merely a quarter of an hour, yet it sufficed. During the activation of the 7 stars transmutation technique, he began to amend certain secret methods within it. Previously, upon establishing a connection with the North Dipper, it had provided him with instantaneous feedback, seemingly transcending the speed of light, arriving around him in an instant. Thus, modifying the feedback direction of the North Dipper was indeed feasible. For the North Dipper, any position on the ground bore little distinction, guided by a strand of hair. He could ensure that the feedback from the North Dipper carried his golden essence across vast distances, descending into the Blackwood forest. Countless pieces of knowledge surged through his mind, particularly the comprehensions of long-distance manipulation spells, which he swiftly reviewed and synthesized. Confirming its feasibility, Su Yuan lifted his gaze once more towards the heavens. The essence of the golden sword still soaring upward, and empowered by the altar, he finally established a connection with the North Dipper in the starry sky. The North Dipper, akin to a super server, promptly responded to Su Yuan's access request. In the next moment, the 7 stars of the North Dipper shone brightly. 7 beams of starlight descending from the heavens, imbued with a hint of golden essence. However, the location of the descent was not here in Su Yuan, but in a distant realm. Su Yuan immediately focused on heart resonance. Meanwhile, in the dark woods, in a mere moment, the golden elixir sword talisman held by Zhuge Jian had already lost its luster. Surrounding them, 5 celestial demons, arranged in a formation of the 5 elements, sealed their escape routes while continuously unleashing attacks infused with demonic energy, rendering Zhuge Jian and his companions' defenses perilously fragile. As the golden elixir sword talisman shattered, Nangong Huiyu swiftly activated a fiery red feather, which ignited and formed a protective flame, shielding them once more. Merely at the Qi refinement stage, yet possessing so many treasures. It seems your identities are quite noble. Could you be the unparalleled prodigies of the 7 absolute sect? Let me investigate what sort of beings you truly are. The old demon Wu retrieved a tome that appeared to contain information about the 7 absolute sect. After a quick glance, he soon located the profiles of Zhuge Jian and Nangong Huiyu. Zhuge Jian, the inner sect senior brother, Nangong Huiyu, a descendant of the Nangong celestial elder, the inner sect's junior sister. It is indeed you too, the old demon Wu exclaimed, a mix of tension, excitement, and secret delight in his voice. I, Wu Laoma, am about to strike it rich. Wu Laoma quickly realized that these 2 youngsters were indeed prodigies of the 7 absolute sect. Their earlier words could very well be true, and it was likely that an elder of the sect was nearby. He had observed that they had arrived here through some form of teleportation. Having become separated from the elder, time was of the essence. This opportunity must not be squandered. Wu Laoma became serious. increasing his attack frequency by more than double while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any potential ambush from a golden elixir elder of the seven absolute sect. Zhuge Jian's expression grew grave as he glanced at Nangong Huiyu, his hand instinctively grasping her left hand. Nangong Huiyu was taken aback, her normally composed demeanor revealing a rare, shy smile in this critical moment. Fire Feather, do you regret coming out with me on this adventure? Zhuge Jian sighed. I know your family has long prepared a foundational spiritual object. Nangong Huiyu shook her head, tidying her slightly disheveled hair, and gently replied, as long as you are here. That is enough. Zhuge Jian smiled in return. In that case, let us fight together once more. The two junior brothers beside them exchanged glances, feeling somewhat superfluous. Wu Laoma sneered. Still playing the game of life and death, are you? Do you wish to break through in the heat of battle? Even if you did, it would merely be to the foundational level. Can you truly turn the tide? Perfect. You can all become my celestial demons. You'll be able to pair up within my banner. What a delight. Zhuge Jian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Wu Laoma. My elders and senior brothers will avenge us. Just wait. Zhuge Jian declared. The fiery protective shield was growing dimmer, and the expressions of the four inside became increasingly tense, all prepared for a desperate fight. Wu Laoma, however, was not swayed by the imminent victory before him. He remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings. In such moments, he felt it imperative to exercise caution, for he held a measure of doubt regarding Zhuge Jian's earlier words. Suddenly, the night sky appeared to brighten. Zhuge Jian gazed upward, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Big Dipper, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Wu Laoma sensed something as well and quickly lifted his head. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone distinctly brighter, and then, as if summoned, 7 beams of light descended from the heavens, piercing the earth below. An ominous premonition stirred within Wu Laoma. Is it the true disciple of Suzhan? Nangong Huiyu exclaimed with delight. Wu Laoma's ears perked up, and a wave of shock coursed through him. The true disciples of the 7 absolute sect were all of the Golden Core realm, each a paragon among their peers. If a true disciple of the Golden Core were to arrive, his fate would be sealed. Wu Laoma, filled with trepidation, cast his gaze toward the heavens, only to feel the 7 beams of starlight drawing ever closer. No, they were coming for me. His pupils constricted as he immediately recognized the peril. Without hesitation, he fled, spitting out a mouthful of blood to ignite his essence, accelerating his escape. The 5 heavenly demons returned to his form, further hastening his flight. At that moment, a fragment of Su Yuan's consciousness remained in the state of echoing thoughts, allowing him to perceive the scene surrounding Zhuge Jian and the others. Originally, his consciousness was powerless to affect this scene, as it lay too far from the 7 absolute sect. However, harnessing the power of the Big Dipper, his golden intent descended alongside the bestowed strength of the stars, granting him control over the situation. In an instant, his consciousness merged with the 7 beams of starlight. Subsequently, he activated the first form of the 7-star mysterious true sword classic, the 7 stars falling. The original sword form mimicked the imagery of the Big Dipper's descent. Yet now, it was imbued with the authentic force of the stars themselves. Consequently, this sword technique soared to the pinnacle of perfection. The 7 beams of starlight transformed mid-air into 7 sword lights, swiftly arranging themselves into the formation of the Big Dipper sword array. The piercing intent of the golden swords surged forth, targeting Wu Laoma's very spirit. Wu Laoma staggered, his body faltering under the weight of the assault, and he fell from his previous speed. Quickly, he steadied his mind, halting his descent, and hastily summoned his life's magic treasure. A demon soul banner materialized above him, concealing his position in an attempt to evade the impending attack. Yet, for a cross-domain long-range combat technique rooted in the Big Dipper's celestial art, such concealment was child's play. The 7 swords swiftly locked onto Wu Laoma's location, descending in unison to strike. The soul banner erupted with an astonishing black light, momentarily clashing with the 7 swords before the darkness dissipated entirely. The sword light sliced through the banner, severing a significant fragment, causing the malevolent Wu to expel a mouthful of black blood, connected as he was to his banner. Go! Wu gritted his teeth, commanding 5 matured celestial demons to confront the flying swords. With a series of violent impacts, the sinister forms of the celestial demons collided with the sword light, resulting in a cataclysmic reaction akin to thunder igniting the earth both annihilated in midair. The demise of the 5 celestial demons led to the dissipation of 5 sword lights. Yet, 2 more sword lights surged forth. Wu summoned a defensive artifact, which, at the cost of its own destruction, managed to block one of the sword strikes. The final sword light left him no option but to endure. Wu desperately evaded, yet 2 of his thighs were severed. Channeling his essence, he ignited the severed limbs in midair, enveloping the remnants of his body in a crimson glow that restored his speed, enabling him to flee in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Wu vanished without a trace. Though grievously injured, Zhuge Jian and the others dared not pursue further. Zhuge Jian gazed around in confusion. Calling out, "Brother Su, where are you?" There was no reply. Nangong Huiyu, looking up at the Big Dipper in the sky, remarked, "Perhaps Brother Su is still within the sect." What? Zhuge Jian stared at Nangong in shock. Finally, he looked skyward. The Big Dipper had regained its former brilliance, and everything appeared as if nothing had transpired. Yet they understood that they had been saved. Chapter 51. Re-entering the Secret Realm. Across the Chinka continent, numerous cultivators gazed toward the direction of the Big Dipper, observing the celestial events. A great cultivator from the star-picking tower was deducing the star patterns, murmuring, "Recently, the Big Dipper has undergone 2 anomalies, one above the 7 Absolutes sect and another near some ruins, both linked to the sect. It appears that the 7 Absolutes sect has given birth to an extraordinary star cultivator, now officially recognized as a celestial official of the Big Dipper." The great cultivator's expression turned grave as he pondered. "It seems the hidden powers of the 7 Absolutes sect exceed my expectations. Who could this great cultivator be?" Elsewhere, another eminent cultivator lamented, "In future predictions, the 7 Absolutes sect will surely carve out a place for itself. Should we extend an invitation to this fellow cultivator for the next divination conference?" Discussions of this nature circulated among the upper echelons of the continent, largely unknown to the lower-tier cultivators. Ding, reputation value 530. Ding, reputation value 470. Ding, reputation value 514. A series of astonishing system notifications echoed in Su Yuan's ears. 27 notifications rang out, each bearing significant values, culminating in an impressive increase of 500 reputation points. This staggering figure surpassed all previously accumulated reputation values, bringing his total reputation to an astounding 250,000. This turn of events caught Su Yuan entirely off guard. Su Yuan gazed up at the Big Dipper with a hint of astonishment, pondering the origin of his fame. However, there was no need for speculation. He was well aware that a fame value of around 500 typically indicated the recognition of cultivators at the transformation stage. This meant that over 20 such adept beings had suddenly become aware of him, taking note of his existence. The recent celestial event, the appearance of the Big Dipper, was undoubtedly the catalyst for this attention. Alas, the realm of cultivation was indeed perilous. The mere invocation of the Big Dipper had drawn the scrutiny of numerous transformation stage masters. He was fortunate not to have chosen thunderous reverberation, for had he done so, the consequences would have been far graver. The thought of a multitude of transformation stage beings visiting the 7 Absolute sect sent a chill down his spine. The increase in fame would have been staggering, but the troubles it would invite would be of a different magnitude. As it stood, the recent celestial phenomenon was merely a change in the heavens, not warranting a significant response from others. Lowering his gaze, Su Yuan looked into his ring, only to discover that his spiritual stones had astonishingly diminished by 330,000. This expenditure was outrageous. When Zhuge Jian and the others returned, he would certainly demand reimbursement, at least 5 million. He muttered to himself, and then reclined lazily in his chair, casually retrieving a tome to read at his leisure. Regardless of the transformation stage masters, he would remain at home, driving them to desperation. Soon, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. The 3 Absolute Peak, formerly Hidden Peak, had stirred for a time, but as the disciples noted the absence of their peak master, they resumed their usual activities. Life continued as it had before the peak master's arrival. The recruitment of new disciples had commenced, with students boarding flying vessels to various ascension cities to gather newcomers. The immortal Seed Valley was soon to reopen. A few days later, with little to occupy his time, Su Yuan summoned Song Kai. Song Kai hurriedly arrived, promptly presenting an account book. "Senior brother, here are the accounts for the store over the past 6 months. We have earned a total of 378,320 spiritual stones. I humbly ask for your review," Song Kai said respectfully. Su Yuan was astonished. 370,000? Are you certain? That figure seems rather exaggerated. Song Kai explained, we have leased a large commercial building, selling goods at competitive prices and high quality, which has been well received by loose cultivators and smaller factions. Sales have been exceptionally brisk with the support of the Zhou family, Zhang family, and our own Song family ensuring a steady supply. Given your esteemed reputation, such earnings are quite reasonable, and this is merely from yellow tier items. Once we venture into the sale of mystic tier goods, our revenue will undoubtedly soar. However, as time passes, sales are gradually declining and should stabilize around 2 to 300,000 spiritual stones monthly. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. From now on, let's focus on selling items suitable for the Qi refinement stage. There is no need to venture into the foundational tier. The stores should not be too large. Smaller shops like before will suffice. We can open them in the quieter corners of other markets, maintaining the same name. Song Kai paused in surprise, but quickly nodded in agreement. Senior brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. In the future, you may keep half of the spiritual stones, while the other half shall be allocated by you to the families, subordinates, channels, and rent, all of which require your careful distribution and oversight. Are you agreeable to this? Su Juaning Guiyuth. Upon hearing this, Song Kai's face flushed with excitement. I am willing. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall handle it diligently. Song Kai responded earnestly. By the way, where is Song Qian? I haven't seen him around, Su Yuan asked. The family had matters to attend to, so he was summoned back. Would you like to recruit another disciple to handle these affairs? No need. Are you still a servant? Su Yuan further questioned. Thanks to your esteemed regard, I have already become an outer disciple. Song Kai declared. Your cultivation has reached the 4th level of Qi refining. Well done, but there is still room for improvement. How about this? I will recommend you for inner disciple status. Work diligently. While handling affairs is important, do not neglect your cultivation. Su Juan proposed. Song Kai was taken aback by the suggestion and then hesitantly replied, is that appropriate? It seems there are only 2 slots for internal recommendations for inner disciples. Oh, it's a trivial matter. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. With that, Song Kai felt a wave of relief and joy, realizing the trust the master had in him. A master worth following. Henceforth, he would strive even harder to manage the business as endeavors. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to share them with me, Su Yuan said. Yes, senior brother. The two engaged in a question and answer session, with Su Yuan calmly and casually addressing all of Song Kai's inquiries, clarifying the path ahead in Qi refining for him. Song Kai felt as though he was in the presence of a formidable being. Su Yuan's nonchalant manner of dispelling doubts left him profoundly impressed. This is the true value of genuine transmission. After attending to the trivial matters, Su Yuan, accompanied by a group of spiritual fish, arrived at the Fairy Seed Valley. Standing before a silver portal, he couldn't help but smile at the entrance to this secret realm. With a step forward, he calmly walked through the silver portal. When he reappeared, he found himself in a realm of silver skies and earth. A silver fox materialized, delicately covering its mouth in surprise, exclaiming, Su Yuan, you have finally arrived. Su Yuan chuckled, Little Li, sorry to keep you waiting. Look what I brought for you. He revealed a steaming plate of roasted chicken. Oh, what is this? It smells delightful. Little Li inquired curiously. Roast chicken, it's quite aromatic. Come, let's taste it by the Silver Spirit Waterfall. Su Yuan stepped forward, stars accompanying him, and in just a few strides, he traversed most of the secret realm to the edge of the Silver Spirit Waterfall. Being the spirit of the realm, Little Li swiftly followed. Astonished, it exclaimed, how had you become so powerful? It's only been a little over a year. Su Yuan chuckled, just a modest improvement. Now, let us eat. The pair, a man and a fox, sat together by the lakeside, enjoying the view of the Silver Spirit Waterfall while savoring the roast chicken. After taking a bite, Little Li's eyes sparkled with delight as it unabashedly devoured the meal, visibly overjoyed. Su Yuan directly tossed a storage bag to it, within which a bountiful array of delicacies was stored, enough for the little raccoon to feast for an entire year. The little raccoon was overjoyed, hopping along the lakeshore, its psychological age still akin to that of a child despite having lived for countless years. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was admiring the Silver Spirit Waterfall, casually attuning himself to its essence. He could sense that the waterfall still contained 18 profound truths of heaven and earth. This was the true treasure of the 7 absolute sect. By the way, little raccoon, do you desire a companion? Sujuaning Weiyuth. Curiously, the little raccoon replied, I do. Here, I hardly encounter any beings to converse with. It's quite dull. Understanding its plight, Su Yuan waved his hand, and a fish tank artifact emerged. Enlarging as it did so, 50 spirit fish joyfully leapt into view within it. Xiaokai immediately soared from the artifact, with clouds of vapor coalescing beneath it. Curiously, it circled around the silver fox, evidently intrigued by this new acquaintance. This is Xiaokai. It appears to possess the bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish, making it an ideal companion for you. Su Yuan marked. The little raccoon, intrigued, observed. I can sense its aura has reached the 2nd tier, but it seems unable to speak or communicate through consciousness. Its bloodline must be quite extraordinary. It is still in its juvenile phase. Indeed, Su Yuan nodded, glancing at the shimmering silver water in the lake. Can this spiritual water nurture fish? It should be possible, I suppose. The little raccoon replied uncertainly. Let us give it a try, Su Yuan suggested. Xiaokai, go play in the water. Xiaokai nodded and plunged into the lake formed by the silver, luminous water. Moments later, it emitted joyful sounds, swimming merrily in the lake, as strands of the shimmering water infused its body, subtly enhancing its coloration. Seeing no adverse reactions, Su Yuan proceeded to release the remaining 49 spirit fish into the lake. The spirit fish, like wild horses freed from their restraints, joyfully swam in the water. They too bore the 4-colored brilliance of Xiaokai, appearing remarkably beautiful against the silver backdrop of the lake. As they swam, they gradually absorbed the silver, luminous water, which, being a 3rd-tier spiritual water, was a substantial boon for them, solidifying their auras considerably. Suddenly, Su Yuan noticed that little 36 had, unbeknownst to him, crept beneath the silver spirit waterfall, gazing up at it with a flicker of longing in its eyes. Su Yuan pondered what the little creature was up to. To his astonishment, little 36 sprang into action, leaping against the flow of the waterfall, making 3 consecutive jumps that spanned a distance of 3 meters, only to be swept down by the surging silver water, landing directly at the lake's bottom. However, this failure did not deter little 36. It resurfaced from the lake's depths and made another determined leap. It swam against the waterfall once more, achieving a modest improvement to 3.5 meters. Yet still being knocked down by the cascading water. Su Yuan observed that the essence of little 36 had not dwindled amidst the series of failures. Rather, it seemed to swell with vigor. Startled, he lifted his gaze toward the upper reaches of the waterfall, where a silvery portal subtly emerged. Initially, he perceived it merely as an exit from the secret realm, but at that moment, a profound sense of déjà vu washed over him, like the legendary leap of fish over the Dragon Gate. In Chapter 52, the fish becomes a dragon. The actions of little 36 caught the attention of the other spirit fish. Unbeknownst to them, 49 spirit fish had congregated beneath the waterfall. Subsequently, as if their bloodlines had been awakened, they began to swim upstream in a fervent ascent. The sheer force of their determination stirred the hearts of onlookers. Upon witnessing this, little Kai, brimming with excitement, darted to the base of the waterfall and swam upstream. With ease, it reached the waterfall's summit and even passed through the portal. Yet nothing transpired. Puzzled, little Kai circled around the portal and then looked back at Su Yuan with a bewildered expression. With a chuckle, Su Yuan replied, "You are the 9-colored celestial fish, possessing a singular bloodline. As for them, who knows how many bloodlines they bear? Perhaps some are even of the dragon lineage. This is their opportunity. Just keep an eye on them and ensure they come no harm." Little Kai, innocently blowing a bubble, soared into the middle of the waterfall, curiously observing the actions of the spirit fish. Little Li joined little Kai, cheering on the spirit fish from the sidelines. Su Yuan, too, watched with intrigue. 3 hours later, the spirit fish had approached a bottleneck in their progress. The strongest among them, little 36, managed to reach only 1/3 of the waterfall's height, still far from leaping through the silvery portal. Su Yuan shook his head, acknowledging the formidable challenge ahead. While observing, Su Yuan deduced a critical fact. The opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate was afforded solely to spirit fish of the Qi refinement realm. Once they transcended to the Xian level, akin to the foundation building tier, their dragon bloodlines would be suppressed by their normal bloodlines, rendering the chance to leap through the gate nearly impossible. Thus, this opportunity was both exceedingly rare and immensely difficult. Contemplating further, Su Yuan resolved to extend some assistance. The rise of little Kai had elevated their potential significantly, granting them a chance to ascend to the peak of the yellow tier. However, This enhancement also inadvertently suppressed their dragon lineage. Without little Kai, these spirit fish might not have even achieved the lower tier. Yet now they had reached the pinnacle of the upper tier, thanks to the formidable strength of little Kai's bloodline. Nevertheless, such influence was disproportionately vast. Yuan called little Kai back. Little Kai swiftly flew over. For the next few days, play by the lakeside with little Li, Yuan instructed. Little Kai nodded in confusion before scampering off to engage in tail-chasing games with little Li, Yuan, upon the foundation of the 7 stars profound body refinement technique. Adeptly modified it to create a method suitable for the cultivation of the spiritual fish. This technique's uniqueness lies in its alteration of the cultivation direction, from physical conditioning to the purification of bloodlines, enabling these ethereal fish to refine their strongest ancestral bloodline within. The modification of this technique proved to be a simple task for Yuan. He completed it effortlessly without even disrupting the intervals of rest between the entries. Thus, he named it the 7 stars pure blood secret art. With a mere flick of his finger, 49 streams of spiritual light surged into the bodies of the spiritual fish. Momentarily, the fish were rendered dazed, some sinking directly to the depths of the water. Yuan, with an air of tranquility, settled by the lakeside and awaited their awakening. Before long, some of the spiritual fish regained their senses. Thanks to the foundational principles of the 7 stars profound body refinement technique, they swiftly adapted to the new method and began purifying their bloodlines. Little 36 was the first to awaken. Surfacing and expressing gratitude towards Yuan with a respectful bow before plunging back into the torrent of the waterfall. Yuan smiled. A bond had formed between him and these spiritual fish. Despite their yellow tier status, their intelligence was comparable to that of 13 or 14-year-old humans, surpassing even that of little Kai. Their seemingly foolish demeanor was merely a reflection of their cooperation with little Kai. The transformation of the technique also induced changes within the spiritual fish. After each attempt to breach the waterfall, the 4-colored light enveloping little 36 dimmed slightly, while its draconic bloodline subtly strengthened. This phenomenon was no mere illusion. It was a natural effect of the Dragon Gate leap, as the waterfall itself possessed the capability to refine draconic bloodlines. The synergy of these elements made the metamorphosis of the spiritual fish more pronounced and rapid. To Yuan's astonishment, some of the spiritual fish not only retained their 4-colored light, but saw it intensify. Although the spectrum of colors diminished from 4 to 2, their lineage of the 9-colored celestial fish was on the rise. Their attempts at breaching the waterfall yielded diminishing returns, yet their aura grew increasingly potent. This indicated that, amid the natural selection of bloodline purification, the draconic lineage was being suppressed, as they opted for little Kai's bloodline instead. Yuan could not help but marvel at this phenomenon. The acquired bloodline had surpassed the innate bloodline within them, with little Kai's lineage proving superior to that of certain dragons, truly deserving of being a 9-colored celestial fish. Among these spiritual fish, Yuan also noticed one particularly unique specimen, little 9. It neither transformed into a draconic bloodline nor gravitated towards the 9-colored celestial fish lineage. Instead, its form shimmered with a silver hue akin to luminous silver water. Evidently, within its bloodline, there existed a profound affinity with the radiant silver water. In this advantageous setting, its bloodline selection shifted in this direction. Yuan could only marvel at the wonders of nature. Upon reflection, he realized that 27 days had elapsed. He had been watching the spiritual fish leap through the Dragon Gate for nearly an entire month. He sensed the spirit fish growing increasingly restless. Was time running short? Yuan realized that the portal in the sky was beginning to shimmer with an elusive glow. Clearly, the opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate was even more rare than he had anticipated. However, his ability to assist was limited, for interference from the outside was ill-fated. Otherwise, the trials of the Dragon Gate would not be as formidable as the legend suggested. At that moment, the strongest of the 36, having already traversed 9/10 of the journey, found the remaining 1/10 to be more arduous than all that had preceded it. The other spirit fish were likewise caught between the 8th and 9/10 of their ascent. They were so close to reaching their goal, yet unable to do so, which bred a profound sense of frustration. Yuan could clearly see the unmistakable feelings of resentment and helplessness reflected in their eyes. With a sigh, Yuan suddenly had an idea and called out to them. Can you collaborate? One after another, support each other as you ascend. His words caused the spirit fish, who were in the midst of their leap, to pause. A congregation of spirit fish gathered at the base of the waterfall, engaging in silent communication. Ultimately, 49 spirit fish resumed their challenge, but this time with a notable difference. All the spirit fish leaped simultaneously. As they reached 1/3 of the way up, those that bore the bloodline of the 9-colored celestial fish began to falter. They descended beneath their dragon-blooded counterparts and, with great effort, struck their tails against the water. In response, the other spirit fish from the opposing direction vigorously propelled their tails towards them. The crisp sounds of their tails striking the water echoed along the lakeside, creating a tense atmosphere that brought Little Kai and Little Li to a halt in their play, while Yuan watched with eager anticipation. The two groups of spirit fish, at the 1/3 mark of the waterfall, executed a relay. The 9-colored celestial fish bloodline lent their partners a boost, significantly increasing the ascent speed of those spirit fish. Soon, the second group reached the 2/3 mark, while a portion of the spirit fish, recognizing their dwindling hopes, adopted the same strategy as the first group, accurately striking their tails to relay momentum to the remaining spirit fish still striving for the Dragon Gate. The first group had succeeded in propelling 20 fish, while the second group managed to send 15 more, leaving 14 spirit fish to continue their arduous climb against the current. In no time, they collectively reached the 9/10 point. At that moment, each of them possessed a newfound vigor, each one capable of leaping through the Dragon Gate. Yet, instead of taking the risk, 7 spirit fish resolutely chose to withdraw, positioning themselves beneath another 7. The strongest of the 36 exchanged a glance with the little 7 below. Their eyes met in mid-air for a fleeting moment. Little 7's gaze radiated encouragement and hope, while the eyes of the strongest shimmered with gratitude and confidence. As the tails of 2 ethereal fish collided, the little 36 harnessed this force, surging upward once more with renewed vigor, rapidly approaching the Dragon Gate. Beside it, another 6 fish that had completed their relay also ascended swiftly. Together, the 7 fish, bearing the hopes of their remaining kin, boldly leaped over the summit of the waterfall. They had succeeded. Little 36's head was the first to breach the Dragon Gate, and in that moment, the wondrous laws of nature descended, transforming its flat fish head into that of a dragon. Dragon horns emerged, followed by the dragon's mouth, whiskers, and scales. A mere fish head had wholly metamorphosed into a dragon's head. The golden scales shimmered with an air of nobility. This was indeed a golden dragon. Following the dragon's head came the dragon's body and claws. The speed and marvel of this transformation left onlookers in awe of the mysteries of the universe. Yuan, sensing this profound moment, activated his skill without hesitation, initiating a 4-fold activation state, instantly converting 30 days of rest into 4 minutes of enlightenment. The various changes of Little 36 and the 6 ethereal fish unfolded before Yuan's eyes, revealing a glimpse of the enigmatic laws of nature. The natural law skill was triggered. The complexities that Yuan could fathom became even more profound and extensive. The transformation rooted in bloodline left him profoundly astonished. The metamorphosis of the ethereal fish was remarkably brief, completing its astonishing transition from fish to dragon in mere minutes. They had evolved. At the moment they passed through the Dragon Gate, their auras surged from the first tier to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, a truly miraculous leap. While this should have brought joy to the 7 ethereal fish, Little 36, now transformed, turned its gaze toward the ethereal fish in Silverlight Lake and Yuan by the lakeside. Tears of a dragon flowed from its eyes as it opened its mouth to express something, yet its form began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 6 fish, transformed into azure dragons, yellow dragons, and others, also cast their gaze downward, their dragon eyes brimming with nostalgia and reluctance. Their figures vanished, along with the Dragon Gate, completely disappearing from sight. Clearly, this Dragon Gate possessed a teleportation function, forcibly whisking away the newly transformed dragonkin. Yuan sighed softly. Children must eventually soar through the heavens. Your future lies within your own hands. He extended his palm, and 14 drops of dragon tears fell from the air, settling in his hand, coalescing into 14 orbs of various colors. Chapter 53. The Art of Transformation. Little Kai lay disconsolately on the water's surface beside Yuan, her eyes reflecting unmistakable sorrow. Yuan gently patted her head. Do not be saddened. You should rejoice for them. They have now truly become dragons, having rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. After spending some time among the dragonkin, they will effortlessly reach the 4th tier of Yuan. The lifespan of dragons is renowned for its longevity. You'll have the chance to meet again, Su Yuan reassured her. Little Kai nodded, and in her naive eyes, a fervent desire for strength began to emerge for the very first time. The remaining 42 spirit fish encircled her, playfully swimming around, which gradually uplifted her spirits. Those spirit fish that initially exhibited signs of dragon transformation swiftly reverted to the lineage of the 9-colored celestial fish. Little Kai's bloodline was no less influential than that from the Dragon Gate, with the sole exception of Little Geo, the peculiar spirit fish that remained entirely shrouded in silver light, seemingly unable to revert. The 40 or so spirit fish frolicked joyfully in the lake. Su Juan, meanwhile, reflected on the insights he had recently gained. In a brief span of 4 minutes, his realizations were modest. Primarily, he experienced a slight enhancement in the elemental forces of fire and wood, derived from the profound truths contained within the Silver Spirit Waterfall. As this was not the focal point of his current reflections, it only resulted in a minor advancement, transitioning from the early to the mid stages of the Force. Additionally, his most significant gain was the understanding of the dragon transformation process of the 7 spirit fish. This metamorphosis into dragon form represented a profound transformation at the essence of life itself, steeped in intricate laws that Su Yuan could not fully comprehend in such a short time. However, he grasped some superficial aspects and discerned a special technique of transformation. This technique did not concern the essence of life, but rather focused on external alterations. Though merely superficial changes, they were sufficiently practical for everyday application. With a thought, a complex and wondrous talisman materialized within his dantian, representing the transformation technique he had just comprehended. This talisman comprised 7 subtokens, incorporating insights from his own 7-star techniques and drawing upon the might of the Big Dipper, culminating in its formation. Now, even if Su Yuan were to attempt to recreate it, he would find it impossible. While he remembered the process, it was merely a recollection, and the intricate state of that mystical formula far exceeded his usual capabilities. 7-star fish dragon transformation. Su Yuan's body underwent a dazzling array of colors, and a mysterious fluctuation of the cosmos flickered and vanished. In the blink of an eye, his form transformed into that of a silver fox. Little Li suddenly appeared beside Su Yuan, reaching out to pinch his tail. Upon experiencing the tangible sensation, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth gaped wide in shock. Don't touch. Su Yuan, feeling unaccustomed, flicked his tail and sensed the alterations within his own body. From the perspective of flesh and blood, he had indeed transformed into a spirit entity. His aura resonated similarly to that of Little Li, yet his gender remained unchanged, indicating a flaw in the spell. The power within him still resonated with the essence of true energy, making it easy to reveal his characteristics upon casting spells. Little Li exclaimed in delight. How did you accomplish this? How did you transform into one of my kind? Su Yuan remarked. I just witnessed the transformation of the little 36 into dragons, and it has sparked some insights within me. I have discerned a method of metamorphosis that, while not involving a fundamental change in essence, I remain a member of the human race, allows me to maintain the appearance of a spiritual body in a magical state. My ability to mimic, however, pales in comparison to yours, perhaps less than 1%. That is indeed quite extraordinary, Little Li exclaimed. You are truly impressive. While I merely observe the spectacle, you have managed to comprehend a spell that is rather outlandish. When our esteemed ancestor arrives, he might very well kneel down to seek your tutelage. Oh, I am nowhere near the level of our ancestor, Su Yuan humbly replied. What is the rank of this spell? Can I learn it? Little Li inquired warmly. In terms of rank, it is at least heavenly tier. If you wish to learn, it may be a bit challenging. It's not that I do not wish to teach you, but I fear you might find it quite difficult to grasp. Su Yuan explained. I want to give it a try. Little Li insisted. Very well. Su Yuan pointed with his finger, transmitting all his insights about the spell directly into Little Li's mind. After 3 full hours of standing in a daze, Little Li finally snapped back to reality, staring at Su Yuan with wide, bewildered eyes. This is not something a mere human can learn. How does it differ from divine powers? Little Li exclaimed in astonishment. Of course there is a distinction. This is not true divine power. In theory, an ordinary golden core practitioner could also learn it. Su Yuan defended. With a sigh, Little Li remarked, I'm off to play with little Kai. Turning away, it was evident that she did not wish to remain by Su Yuan's side, feeling pressured. Su Yuan was left speechless. Was this not what she desired to learn? This method of transformation encapsulated all of Su Yuan's accumulated knowledge. To master it, one must have a general understanding of everything he had previously learned, which serves as a foundation. Beyond that, it requires an exceptionally high level of comprehension to grasp the profound changes of the path to dragon transformation, a rather formidable challenge indeed. Does this spell possess any particular utility? Su Yuan pondered, realizing that aside from amusing little Li and little Kai, it truly had little practical application in other circumstances. Dismissing the spell, he reverted to his original form, casting a glance at the spiritual beasts in the valley before departing the secret realm. The time for the reopening of the Immortal Seed Valley was approaching, and he needed to attend to his duties. Gu Qingzhu searched the Immortal Seed Valley repeatedly, yet he could not locate Su Yuan. Venturing deep into the valley, he found the Elder Nangong and, with an anxious expression, inquired, "Elder, where is that rascal Su Yuan? He has vanished during this time. I have searched everywhere else and found no trace of him. He is in the secret realm, likely contemplating the Silver Spirit Waterfall." Elder Nangong replied, "What? He can re-enter the trial secret realm?" Gu Qingzhu exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He brought in dozens of fish." Elder Nangong stated matter-of-factly. The mention of fish caused Gu Zhangmin's lips to twitch, clearly recalling some unpleasant incident. Suddenly, Elder Nangong turned his gaze toward a certain direction in the valley. "He has emerged." Gu Zhangmin sighed in relief. "That rascal. He always chooses to come out just one day before the deadline. Very well. I must have a word with him to instill some patience. Indeed, that lazy disposition requires some correction." Elder Nangong concurred. Soon after, the esteemed leader, Gu, hurriedly departed. The venerable Nangong, Xian, observed Gu warmly approaching Su Yuan, fervently introducing the various edifices of the Immortal Seed Valley and mentioning the impending arrival of new disciples. Such exuberance hardly conveyed a sense of guidance. Rather, it seemed a mere display of enthusiasm. A twitch at the corner of his eye suddenly made Nangong feel that this leader was somewhat inept. With a sigh of lament, he thought to himself that entrusting this sect to individuals like them would inevitably lead to its downfall. His mind then wandered back to the words of his junior, Nangong Huiyu, who had visited him recently. The young lad had astonishingly demonstrated the ability to cast spells from an impressive distance. What extraordinary skill was this? To achieve such feats at the Golden Core stage seemed rather absurd. A sudden desire to learn this art flickered within him. Yet to directly request, it would be rather undignified. However, it appeared that the lad was inclined to impart his extraordinary techniques to the disciples. With this in mind, a smile crept upon Nangong's lips. He then activated a particular divine technique, transforming his physique in a remarkable manner, akin to a rejuvenation process. He shifted from the frailty of old age to the robust vigor of middle age, then to the youthful exuberance of adolescence, his once weathered eyes now sparkling with vitality. His garments morphed into the simple attire of a commoner, his skin slightly darkened, and calluses formed on his hands. After a swift turn, he trimmed away excess hair, effectively becoming a fresh disciple of the Immortal Seed Valley. Moreover, he used his spiritual awareness to alter the records within the valley, all while the formation's spirit observed the entire process. Yet, this time, the spirit did not emerge to announce its presence as it did with the leader. Instead, it remained astutely silent, avoiding any inquiries, as if to say it had seen nothing. Only a fool like the leader would fail to recognize its intelligence. Sensing something amiss, Gu glanced up at the sky with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Su Juaning Wei, I have this persistent feeling that someone is disparaging me from behind. It occurs to me periodically, but it's nothing of great concern. Perhaps it's just those from the demonic sect thinking of me," Gu replied, shaking his head. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. "It seems the leader has quite a reputation within the demonic sect." Gu smiled modestly. "Indeed, I once infiltrated the demonic sect 7 times, successfully slaying 3 nascent soul practitioners and acquiring a treasure, amassing a considerable fortune in spirit stones." "Ha ha ha!" His laughter echoed with pride. Su Yuan acknowledged, "That is truly impressive." Gu humbly chuckled. "Well, that is about all there is concerning the Immortal Seed Valley. You should take this opportunity to scout for potential heirs to these extraordinary techniques. This new batch of disciples has a few promising talents." "Not a problem. I shall impart part of the techniques and see how much they can grasp," Su Yuan replied, though he held modest expectations. "Ah, that may not be the case. The higher-ups in our sect are already aware of your capabilities, and this time, They have welcomed several genuine geniuses among the new arrivals. Gu Master patted Su Yuan on the shoulder and asked, "Do you have any concerns?" Su Yuan replied, "None at all. Anyone can come, but to truly learn, one must possess a certain talent." Gu Master shook his head, saying, "That's their own affair. If they fail to learn, they are simply foolish. They cannot blame others." After speaking, Gu Master suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and looked up at the sky. A hint of anxiety in his voice. "Su Yuan, I must take my leave. I sense a powerful demon is casting a curse upon me. I need to retreat to the main hall of the sect for safety." Damn it, it was just 3 magical beasts I killed. Why are they still holding a grudge? With a grumble, Gu Qingzhu departed. Chapter 54. Su Yuan. At last it is my turn. The Immortal Seed Valley buzzed with activity once more. Over 1,000 young men from the territories governed by the 7 Absolute Sect had gathered, ready to embark on a brand new journey. They were filled with curiosity, reverence, and trepidation as they explored the valley, though among them were a few disciples who appeared remarkably composed. One young man stood with a sword in hand, eyes closed beneath the shade of a tree, resembling a shadowy assassin. A tall young woman, her eyes occasionally flickering with a fiery light, emanated an otherworldly aura. Others were comfortably seated together, animatedly discussing their forthcoming cultivation journeys. "Hey, Brother Wong, do you know what's going on? I was summoned from my family's secret realm, and I have a strange feeling something significant is about to happen. I have no idea, but I heard that true heavenly grade spiritual root disciples have also arrived at the Immortal Seed Valley." Heavenly grade spiritual root? Wow, the pinnacle of perfection. That is heavenly grade. Even among the best, there are distinctions, and the highest tier of spiritual roots is termed heavenly grade. Such roots have a high probability of achieving the nascent soul stage, allowing them to enter the true discipleship directly, bypassing the Immortal Seed Valley's traditional path. Yet, they have come to the valley. Many were filled with anticipation for this visit to the Immortal Seed Valley. In a corner, Elder Nangong yawned lazily, reclining against a rock to rest. A female disciple approached curiously, asking, "Senior brother, where do you hail from?" Elder Nangong yawned again. "Little girl, go away." The female disciple puffed out her chest. "I'm not little." Elder Nangong sighed, recalling his youth when his striking good looks had led to several romantic entanglements. Now, having reverted to his youthful appearance, he had momentarily forgotten to alter his visage. "I'm not interested. Do not disturb me." Elder Nangong yawned once more. Yet, the female disciple persisted, lying down beside him and softly introducing herself. "I am Xianxia from the Blood Jade clan. This is my first time out, and I'm amazed to see so many people." Elder Nangong ignored her. Undeterred, she continued, "I don't know why, but sitting next to you feels incredibly comforting. Is there something about you?" At her words, Elder Nangong opened his eyes in surprise, scrutinizing her. He noticed a remarkable crimson flame seed of immense potential residing within Xianxia. This is the legitimate daughter of the Blood Jade family, her bloodline remarkably pure. "Has such a girl also been assigned to the Immortal Seed Valley?" The Elder Nangong stated, "It is not that I possess anything remarkable. Rather, your physique is unique, making you more sensitive to high-level spiritual energy." Upon saying this, he closed his eyes once more to rest. "Physique? Oh, does that imply you indeed possess something extraordinary? May I see it?" Xianxia inquired curiously. The Elder Nangong turned over. Xianxia murmured a remark about his stinginess, and then curiously scrutinized the other disciples. Gradually, over 1,000 disciples gathered in the square, having been commanded to await the arrival of the Valley Master. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night grew hazy, and the moonlight tonight was faint yet bright. The youthful disciples, having waited for quite some time, began to show signs of impatience. "Why hasn't the Valley Master arrived yet? I want to go back and take a nap. There are formal disciples watching us. What kind of person is the Valley Master? I heard he is an old man. I want to become an immortal. I wonder how powerful immortals are." The clamor of voices was deafening. It was at that moment, clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of sword chimes suddenly reverberated throughout the square. The disciples immediately fell silent, all gazing skyward. Above, 7 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, casting enormous sword shadows that spanned 100 meters. All disciples stared wide-eyed, transfixed. The 7 colored sword lights pierced through the clouds, enveloping the entire square, shimmering like a legendary colossal sword, seemingly poised to cleave the heavens. The 7 beams of sword light intertwined in mid-air, forming a vibrant pathway that extended to the very edge of the sky. Straining their eyes, the crowd beheld a youth, towering an impressive height of 180 meters, stepping forth from the radiant brilliance. With each step he took, the heavens echoed with the reverberating sound of metal clashing, golden light erupting beneath his feet, transforming into countless pure spiritual energies that fell like golden flowers. As the 7 colossal swords arrived before the youth, to the astonished gazes of onlookers, they morphed from sword tips to sword hilts into 7 majestic true dragons soaring through the sky. The dragon's head, neck, scales, claws, and tail, every detail was vividly lifelike, exuding an undeniable authenticity, their eyes gleaming with intelligence. Emitting a faint yet overwhelming dragon might that could oppress all beings, the 7 true dragons sprouted chains, conjuring a 7-colored chariot behind them. The youth ascended the chariot, allowing the 7 dragons to pull him swiftly through the sky. Among the crowd, Elder Nangong's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He never anticipated such a grand entrance from Su Yuan. This display was somewhat excessive, wasn't it? He could discern that those colossal swords, the giant, and the true dragons were merely illusions conjured by spells, mere facades lacking true power, yet they were undeniably impressive. Did he not see how all the disciples were left dumbfounded? This entrance could easily be described as transcending the divine. As they approached the high platform, Su Yuan and the 7 dragons gradually diminished in size. By the time they stood atop the platform, they had returned to their normal dimensions. The 7 diminutive true dragons danced vividly around Su Yuan before soaring into the sky and vanishing without a trace. Adorned in a pale blue Taoist robe, Su Yuan displayed no peculiarities, appearing as an ordinary scholar from the mortal realm, unadorned and simple. The audience remained in stunned silence. The group of newly initiated disciples had their eyes open for the first time, witnessing the true dragons, a spectacle imbued with genuine dragon majesty, left an indelible impression upon their souls, one that they would remember for a lifetime. Furthermore, the unforgettable sight of Su Yuan, who commanded these true dragons, was etched deeply in their minds. Stealing a glance at the system panel, Su Yuan discovered that his fame value had surged by an impressive 324 points. It was important to note that these were merely common mortals, yet the fame they conferred was substantial, indicating that the recognition of an individual could greatly influence the fame value bestowed upon them. Retrieving his gaze, Su Yuan addressed all the disciples with a calm demeanor, his voice resonating in their ears. I am Su Yuan. My identity remains confidential, and I am currently the master of the immortal Seed Valley, here to impart the foundational principles of cultivation to you. With a tranquil tone, he continued, you have yet to embark on the path of cultivation, and are unaware of the myriad challenges that lie ahead. The journey to immortality is paved with the remnants of countless souls. I do not expect you to attain immortality. Simply achieving the transformation into a spirit manifestation and living for a myriad of years should be your foremost ambition. The disciples were left bewildered, including the venerable Nangong Xianxia, whose lips twitched in disbelief. Achieving spirit manifestation, simply, he thought, you're not even at the nascent soul stage yet. The foundation for spirit manifestation lies in establishing a solid Tao foundation and comprehending the essence of the Tao. Superior spiritual roots naturally possess a hint of Tao intent, facilitating the path to spirit manifestation. But how does one evoke this intent? It requires a legacy, a profound skill. Those with inferior spiritual roots need exceptionally high-quality legacies to alter their fates and achieve spirit manifestation. These legacies and skills form the very foundation of our 7 absolute sect, the cornerstone of our destinies. However, most of you may find it challenging to access these teachings, even for those with superior spiritual roots. Contributions must be accumulated to exchange for knowledge. Without a legacy, even reaching the golden core stage and living for hundreds of years is a daunting task, regardless of your determination and perseverance. Upon hearing this, many disciples' expressions dimmed. As they were not naive, they understood that profound skills were not easily acquired, and they might not even have the opportunity to attempt learning them. Su Yuan smiled gently and stated, I once possessed inferior spiritual roots, yet I established a perfect Tao foundation. What constitutes a perfect Tao foundation? It is the assured path to spirit manifestation. Clearly, I have a legacy, but it is not one of the 7 peaks. Rather, it is derived from my own insights into the classics of the ancients. Those with inferior spiritual roots may also attempt to comprehend the art of cultivation. Fortuitously, you are blessed to encounter my inaugural presence at the immortal Seed Valley, and I shall grant you an opportunity to learn from this legacy." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked towards Su Yuan. With a grand gesture, he conjured 630 books that floated in the air. This esteemed master has meticulously divided his unparalleled teachings into 9 volumes, each containing 70 scriptures that encompass a multitude of disciplines, including techniques, footwork, formations, runes, swordplay, celestial phenomena, deduction, and transformation. Should any of you grasp all the scriptures within the first volume, attaining the pinnacle of the Tao Foundation will be an effortless endeavor. I shall place the 70 scriptures of the first volume within the library. Once you reach the second layer of Qi refinement, you may freely proceed to the library to exchange for them. As for the more advanced scriptures, they will require you to either master the first volume or exchange them with contribution points. With a grand gesture, Su Yuan sent 70 of the 630 books soaring towards the library, while the remaining 560 flew towards the scripture hall. Elder Nangong gazed at the books with a glint of excitement in his eyes, eager to discover what these so-called ultimate teachings entailed and what challenges they might present. A few disciples displayed disdainful expressions. Their lofty standards rendered ordinary ultimate teachings unworthy of their attention. Unfazed by the disciples' reactions, Su Yuan declared, "Now, let us begin the process of drawing Qi into the body." Like a venerable master, he imparted the foundational method for Qi induction and ignited the spirit incense. Over 1,000 disciples, having just emerged from their astonishment, settled down in a lotus position, commencing their meditative practice to perceive the Qi. When Su Yuan first made his entrance, he had indeed shattered numerous spirit stones, transforming them into golden blossoms that rained down upon the entire plaza. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the plaza became exceedingly rich, significantly reducing the difficulty of Qi induction. In the shadows, Gu Qingzhu observed this spectacle in speechless disbelief. Normally, Su Yuan was quite low profile. Why, upon arriving at the immortal Seed Valley, did he adopt such an ostentatious demeanor? It was excessively showy. Little did he know that Su Yuan possessed a fame system, allowing him to gain notoriety with each display. Outside, he refrained from boasting, but within the immortal Seed Valley, surrounded by a throng of novices, he felt free to indulge in such displays. Even if he went overboard, it would merely elicit laughter from other cultivators. Who would care about the outrageous claims of a kindergarten teacher?